Chapter 901, You Come from the Celestial Court? The broken spirit base surprisingly began to grow by itself. In just a moment, it had already beamy amplet soared, albeit seemingly a little different from before. Lin Shen was still researching, uncertain if it was effective on anything other than the spirit base. Demon Bone's pupils contracted as it stared intently at the spirit base sword. The ability to repair a spirit base was not rare in Thesmos. Many kinds of power sold achieve it. But every type of power was built on a fundamental premise. That was, the spirit within the base must not have dissipated. If the spirit was gone, even if the fractures in the spirit base were repaired, the spirit base itself would be ruined. It told only be used as a material, without much value. It was like a person who had died and lost consciousness. No matter how well you repaired the body, it was useless. You wouldn't bring the dead back to life. Currently, there was no law or power in Thesmos that'll resurrect the dead. Such a power didn't exist. Regenerating severed limbs was easy, but resurrecting the spirit within a spirit base, that was nearly impossible. Lin Shen snapped the spirit base sword in half, and the spirit inside it elapsed. Now, not only had it regenerated, but the spirit within had also revered, which was almost the power of resurrection. What law do you think this belongs to? Lin Shen asked Demon Bone. He himself didn't understand much about the law matrix. If Demon Bone would figure something out, it would also be beneficial for him. I don't know. Demon Bone shook its head with a strange expression. The power of resurrection was something that should not exist unless there were actually gods in the world. Suddenly, Demon Bone's face changed, as if it had thought of something. It took a step back and stared at Lin Shen in horror. What is your relationship with the Celestial Court? Should I be related to the Celestial Court? Lin Shen asked with a smile, as if he knew everything. But inside, he was secretly astonished, not understanding why Demon Bone would suddenly associate him with the Celestial Court. It's true, you must be from the Celestial Court. No one in Thesmos possesses the power to resurrect after death, except for those beings from the Celestial Court. The more Demon Bone spoke, the more it felt that its judgment was unbelievably wrecked. There was a hint of fear in its eyes as it looked at Lin Shen. If I say I'm not from the Celestial Court, would you believe me? Lin Shen said. Yes, you're not from the Celestial Court. I don't know anything. Demon Bone immediately nodded repeatedly. Lin Shen felt even more astonished. Just the name of the Celestial Court had terrified Demon Bone to such an extent. But you already know everything, Lin Shen said with a sigh. Lin Shen had only intended to scare Demon Bone a bit, to see if he would bluff some information out of him. But who knew that Demon Bone would kneel down, falling prostrate in front of Lin Shen? I realize my mistake. I beg the Immortal to spare my life. Demon Bone now understood why the Ch901 hairpin, which no one would repair, had been casually fixed by Lin Shen, and moreover, would only be used by him. Now he understood why so many immortals held him in such high esteem. Even those in the heavenly law realm would obediently follow Lin Shen's commands. He also realized why his great spirit communication technique had no effect on Lin Shen, and understood even more why Lin Shen appeared so indifferent to everything. Celestial Court. This person must be from the Celestial Court. Have you been to the Celestial Court? Lin Shen asked indifferently. To respond to the Immortal, I was fortunate to have witnessed the Celestial Court descend, with supreme might to instruct the star system, Demon Bone said with a trembling voice. In his mind, he recalled the unforgettable scene where all the planets in a star system had been reshaped, unless base mutation creatures, even immortal creatures, spawned from thin air within that system, and all because of a single word from one person. That was not a power any immortal would possess. It went beyond his comprehension. It was precisely because he had witnessed that miracle that Demon Bone had an epiphany, leading him to live in reclusion on Giant Ringstar, hoping to leverage his enlightenment to break through his own law realm. Regrettably, despite secluding himself on Giant Ringstar for so many years, he had still not managed to ascend to the heavenly law realm. It wasn't a lack of talent or innate ability, but rather that the miracle he'd witnessed imparted unto him an understanding and knowledge that was not meant for him. The realm he aspired to reach was mismatched with his own capabilities, which instead hampered his progression. Otherwise, he would have already broken through to the heavenly law realm. The Celestial Court you saw, did anyone descend? Lin Shen asked again. I saw only one immortal standing at the Celestial Court's gate, enshrouded in divine light so bright I couldn't see the true face. I only heard the name. That immortal claimed to be the Southern Everlasting Emperor, Demon Bone answered honestly. Lin Shen only knew of the Jade Emperor. When he went to the Celestial Court, he had not yet chosen the immortal spear of protection. He was cunningly forced by the Jade Emperor to make his selection and was unaware of the other Celestial Court immortal spirits. However, given that Demon Bone was scared to such an extent, the Southern Everlasting Emperor was likely a terrifying existence. Lin Shen was highly skeptical that those beings in the Celestial Court were what Yu Xuanji referred to as the true sovereigns of this universe, the administrators managing the cosmic order. Lin Shen did not quite believe Yu Xuanji's theory of the virtual universe hypothesis, nor did he believe that the Celestial Court's immortal spirits were some kind of administrators. Lin Shen felt that the immortal spirits of the Celestial Court must be a higher-level cosmic race, even more evolved than the Supreme Clan. Just like humans and ant sexist on the same planet, humans generally do not concern themselves with the lives of ants, nor do they interfere in the ants' battles. Because humans are too powerful compared to ants, some actions that humans take, which are not specifically aimed at the ants, will bring catastrophic disaster to the ants. Only one thing still puzzled Lin Shen. The Jade Emperor was clearly his immortal spear of protection, so why didn't he call upon the Jade Emperor? Looking at Demon Bone in front of him, Lin Shen sighed and said, "Demon Master, you misunderstand. I'm really not from the Celestial Court. Like you, I've only witnessed it once." Upon hearing this, Demon Bone abruptly lifted his head to look at Lin Shen, his expression perplexed as he stared at him, trying to determine the truth of his words. "So it is. I misjudged you." Demon Bone seemed to have realized something, got up from the ground as if he had forgotten the events that just transpired, and said nonchalantly, "Mr. Lin Shen, since we've both seen the Celestial Court, that's a kind of fate which makes us essentially one of our own. Therefore, I won't keep things from you anymore. In fact, I still have a trick up my sleeve on Giant Ringstar." Lin Shen was startled by the words. He too had considered the possibility that Demon Bone had other tricks, but he didn't expect Demon Bone to admit it himself. "Since we're going to be our own people in the future, I can't reasonably use that trick on one of our own. I'll go and take care of it right away," said Demon Bone aloud, while thinking to himself, "This man definitely has a significant connection with the Celestial Court. It's not as simple as just having seen it. Since he doesn't want to disclose his identity, I'll just pretend ignorance and take this opportunity to get on his good side." Chapter 902, The Eye of Hell. The countermeasure left by Demon Bone was even more malicious than those tens of thousands of ground-stabilizing stakes. If he really activated these measures, Giant Ringstar would definitely be lost. Fortunately, Demon Bone mistook Lin Shen for someone from the Celestial Court and didn't want to make an enemy of him, hoping to gain Lin Shen's favor, so he revealed this last resort. Lin Shen had already told Demon Bone that he had no relationship with the Celestial Court, but since Demon Bone didn't believe it, that was not Lin Shen's concern. Lin Shen then inquired about the Eye of the Star Vein, to which Demon Bone said that there are actually many eyes of the star vein, small ones within a small star system, and large ones within star clusters, superclusters, and even the cosmic Weebold Ben-sided star veins. Each star vein has its eye, the locus of a star system's key fortune, and they are the places most likely to nurture base mutation lands. Because the planets occupied by the various races in the universe are those that can be reached by teleporters. Therefore, the planets occupied by the various races in the universe are just a very small part of it, with a vast number of star systems remaining undeveloped. However, since it is impossible to teleport to these star systems, and current technology and individual capabilities are insufficient for ultra-long distance seismic travel, there are only so many planetary resources that can be intended for. Only a small number of immortals with special abilities might be able to venture into unknown star domains without using teleporters. There are even more unexplored eyes of the star vein in unknown star domains. Demon Bone himself had ventured into an unknown star domain before and diverted many star veins there. Among them, there was one star vein which was unimaginably terrifying. He only dared to glance at it from a distance and did not dare to approach. "How terrifying is that star vein you're talking about?" Lin Shen asked curiously. "That place is a stellar graveyard filled with billions of dead stars. Even immortals struggle to move an inch there and may get trapped forever if they're not careful," Demon Bone said thoughtfully. "Those dead stars form a special star vein, which I call the Eye of Hell. The entire star vein is deadly, but the eye of this star vein is a lifeline within death, a land of unmatched strong key fortune, and there must be an unimaginable base mutation land bred there. Is there a way to get in?" Lin Shen was greatly moved. Such a place might help him achieve his third nirvana. "It is possible, but we must find an immortal who is strong enough, skilled in spatial transmission, or a time series immortal, to reach the stellar graveyard," Demon Bone explained. "To venture into the unknown, we must either use the abilities of the space series to transport ourselves, or use the time series to speed up or slow down time so that we may reach there quickly. Otherwise, even the fast SMIC ship now would probably require thousands or tens of thousands of years to get there, and that's if we start from a star system that's relatively close. From far away, it would take even longer." Lin Shen's heart stirred upon hearing this. Tianzhu Yo is indeed the Dharma King of the space series, but finding him for help won't be easy. Yan Ruyu has a space pen in her hand. I wonder if it'd be used to reach the stellar graveyard. Just as Lin Shen wasn't templating, Demon Bone continued, the stellar graveyard is far too dangerous. Even with the aid of a powerful space series expert, the situation there is mostly one of imminent peril, and the chances of reaching the Eye of Hell are slim. If you want to see an eye of the star vein, there is a huge star vein in a closer undeveloped star system, which must have nurtured an immortal land, and is relatively safe in comparison. I've been there once and can provide the ordinates of the star system. With the help of a space series immortal, we can teleport directly to the eye of that star vein. Lin Shen thought it over and felt it was worth a try. The stellar graveyard was indeed too perilous, but the place Demon Bone mentioned was worth a look. Before that, though, he needed to ask Yan Ruyu if the Penuld teleport him there. Lin Shen found Yan Ruyu and asked her privately if she would teleport to an unknown star domain. Yan Ruyu thought for a moment and said, "The miraculous empty pen was obtained from the spirit base of a space series immortal creature from the Earth Law realm. It has the ability of spatial transmission, and there isn't much restriction in terms of the distance of transmission, but the farther the distance, the more energy is required. If it's a place that can only be reached by traveling thousands or tens of thousands of light years, then the miraculous empty pen's own energy wouldn't be sufficient. It would need additional energy refills. Moreover, we need infirmed safe ordinates. Otherwise, if we teleport into areas like black holes, even immortals might not survive." "How many people can it teleport at once?" Lin Shen asked after some thought. "The more matter there is to teleport, the more energy it requires. The fewer the better," Yan Ruyu said. Lin Shen calculated for a minute. Demon Bone definitely had to accompany him, lest he be betrayed. If few people were involved, then just himself and Yan Ruyu would do. Suddenly, Lin Shen had a thought and looked at Yan Ruyu. "Can the miraculous empty pen teleport us to Sky Pinnacle Star? Is there much risk?" Lin Shen felt it was an opportunity. While the celestial race was in chaos, it would be good to check out the situation on Sky Pinnacle Star. If the celestial race was close to defeat, he would need to plan early. If the celestial race had no major woes, then he might as well rush back now to stand with Emperor Tianshu. No credit, but at least shared hardship. There shouldn't be too high of a risk. The rebels still haven't been able to enter the star system where Sky Pinnacle Star is located. Yan Ruyu flipped through the latest news on the celestial net. The turmoil of the celestial racehold be said to have the whole universe watching, eating porn. For now, some races friendly with the celestial race had not yet intervened to help. "Let's go take a look at Sky Pinnacle Star first then," Lin Shen mused for a moment, and in the end decided to make a trip to Sky Pinnacle Star. After discussing his decision with Tianshun also felt that it was necessary to take a look. This ordeal would mean that even if the celestial race came out victorious, a major reshuffling was inevitable. It was a great opportunity for Lin Shen to establish his own forces within the celestial race. Just clinging to giant ringstar, the resources here wouldn't support many immortals. It would be best to seize the opportunity to gain control of some high-quality resource planets and those teleportation hub planets, which are also strategically important. After detailed planning with Tianshun, Lin Shen then used the power of Yan Ruyu and the miraculous empty pen to teleport to a planet in the star system where Sky Pinnacle Star was located. Chapter 903, Please the Emperor to Sacrifice Self-Interest. "You all, what are you doing? Do you want to drive me, your Emperor, to death?" Emperor Tianshu thundered from the dais. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We would never dare to offend you," Ch901 said, forcing his words out. "The rebellion is fierce, and all Therps are fighting desperately against the rebels. However, our troops are but flesh and blood, fighting against immortal creatures. The sacrifice is tremendous, the consumption too severe. We hope your Majesty can empathize with their difficulties and provide them with more resources to stabilize the situation and defeat the rebels, thereby restoring the glory of our celestial race." "They want something. I give them everything," Emperor Tianshu roared in anger. "The family treasury has already been emptied. How do you expect me to show further empathy? Could your Majesty consider releasing this year's taxes to help our race through these hard times?" Antu also stepped forward to say, "What taxes? What have the taxes you elected got to do with me? Haven't I already agreed to open the family treasury? Didn't you take everything you want? What more money do you want? Do you want to skin me alive to be satisfied?" Emperor Tianshu, agitated, slapped the arms of his imperial throne, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Your Majesty, the bigger picture is crucial. As long as our race survives, there will be plenty of money later. Let's not fuss over these matters now. If our race falls, what use will the money be? Please, our insider." Tian Liangchen, a senior minister from the Tian clan, also stepped forward. "Please, our insider, your Majesty." The senior ministers of the celestial race in the hall pleaded in unison towards Emperor Tianshu. For the first time, the forces of the Tian, Qi, and An clans were so united. With the life and death of the celestial race at stake, no one dared counter at this moment. "You all, very well indeed. You're directing all the blame onto my head. All the decline of our race is my fault, because I don't release the money. If we win, you take my money and claim the credit. If we lose, it's all because of my selfishness, and your loyal ministers have nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. So you want money, do you? Come then, each of you take a knife. See how much blood and flesh you can scrape from my body. Sell them all for money." Emperor Tianshu, pulling out a knife, threw it onto the floor of the great hall. For a moment, the senior ministers of the celestial race looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Emperor Tianshu was playing dirty, utterly shameless. Seeing that no one dared to move, Emperor Tianshu walked down from the imperial throne, picked up the knife, and pointed it at Ch901, saying, "Ch901, Lord Qi, master of the SN mansion of the Qi family, the SND greatest expert of our celestial race. I remember your mansion, which an astronomical sum. How many mines, base mutations, and vacation stars does your family own? Why don't you spend money? Such an expert, why aren't you on the front line killing enemies to protect your home? Instead you're here forcing a dying old man for money. Is this how the Qi family, reputed for producing distinguished leaders through generations, behaves? Just forcing me for money? Your Majesty, Qi and the people of the Qi family were taken aback, hastily trying to explain. Yet Emperor Tianshu waved his hand to cut them off, pointing the knife towards An Tu. An Tu, your family's planets must not be fewer than Qi-2's, right? How much money have you contributed? How many from the Xian mansion of your An family have gone to the front lines? You all, immensely wealthy yet unwilling to spare a penny, pressuring me here, wanting to drink my blood and eat my flesh, right? Come all of you, kill your emperor, smash my bones for the marrow, eat up cleanly and happily. Emperor Tianshu threw the knife onto the ground, tugging at his robe to reveal his gaunt chest. Calm your anger, your majesty. The senior ministers hurriedly bowed and tried to reason. An Yi sat on a chair nearby, his eyelids not lifting, almost as if he were about to fall asleep. Many from the An, Qi, and Tian clans looked his way, clearly indicating that they wanted him to step up and break the deadlock. Yet An Yi remained seated, motionless, as if completely unaware that everyone was looking at him. An Yi, they're all watching you, waiting for you to flay my skin, drain my blood, scrape my flesh. Emperor Tianshu spoke first, addressing An Yi. And Yi, as if just awoken from a dream, stood up and slightly bowed to Emperor Tianshu. The situation of our clan is critical. I beseech your majesty to consider the everlasting legacy of our clan and sacrifice the individual to resolve this predicament. Hearing An Yi say this, everyone was overjoyed. With An Yi siding with them, surely they'll force Emperor Tianshu to give up the money today. Ah, An Yi, you too wish to drink my blood and eat my flesh. Emperor Tianshu, furious yet amused, said, Then Mei, you won't get money, but if it's my life you want, this is the only one I have. See if my bones can feed you ungrateful, disloyal wretches who disregard their lord and have neither king nor father. Your majesty misunderstands. I do not want your money. As soon as An Yi spoke these words, not only was Emperor Tianshu taken aback, everyone was stunned. They had gone to such lengths, pushing Emperor Tianshu into this state, all for money. Without it, why would they go so far as to offend Emperor Tianshu to such an extent? What do you want then? Emperor Tianshu looked at An Yi suspiciously, unsure what An Yi was up to. I want nothing. An Yi slowly lifted his head, stood upright, and calmly spoke to Emperor Tianshu. I merely ask your majesty to sacrifice the individual. You, what do you mean? Emperor Tianshu's eyes flashed elderly, fixating on An Yi. An Yi did not speak. Under the astonished gazes of the three clans' senior ministers, the light from his body erupted like a volcano, bursting through the great hall and shooting into the sky. The dazzling light enveloped a colossal planet like Sky Pinnacle star, and everything veered by the light seemed to stand still, frozen in place. Within the soaring light, An Yi calmly looked at Emperor Tianshu, his robes and white hair fluttering, revealing his majestic stature, as if a celestial demon had descended. Qi and An Tu's faces changed dramatically, struggling to break through An Yi's law power, but they found they'd not escape. It wasn't that they couldn't move, but rather their bodies seemed caught in an infinite loop, instantly returning to their previous state and position regardless of how they moved. Everything under An Yi's light continuously cycled because the looping occurred too rapidly, making it seem as if everything had paused. An Yi, you have finally mastered the dual series heaven law realm of time and space. Alas, with both the kings of time and space present, even though you possess dual heaven laws, you are ultimately not a Dharma king. Emperor Tianshu's body surged with light, but his was a gray hue. Protected by the power of this gray light, Emperor Tianshu escaped the looping. I have never aspired to be king, An Yi calmly stated, taking a step forward toward Emperor Tianshu. The terrifying light, like a protecting angel of light, also pressed forward with An Yi's steps. Not aspiring to be king, all are rubbish. Emperor Tianshu also took a step forward, the gray light around him growing even more fierce, mingling with An Yi's light like a fallen angel. Chapter 904, Battle of the Two Heavens Dharma King. In the garden of the Tianzhu family, the nearly frozen Tianzhu sat in a specially made wheelchair, pushed out by a young and beautiful celestial woman. Zhu, shall we not do something? The woman anxiously looked at the gray and white lights rushing into the void and said, What else can I do? Tianzhu's face, assault as ice jade, remained unchanged, only a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. The woman sighed softly and said helplessly, Our family has always been close to the Emperor. If An Yi wins, our family's days ahead might be tough. Whether it's Emperor Tianshu or An Yi, surviving in Thesmic realm and preserving the status of our great clan is not something one can do alone. No one will target our family at this time. They still need us, Tianzhu said. But that pretty boy Tian Sun from the Emperor Tianshu's closet, I worry that the An family will cling to this matter and make things difficult for our family, the woman said with a face full of worry. No need to worry, he is him, and we are us, the celestial race needs us. Besides, it's not certain An Yi can win, Tianzhu reassured. It is said that An Yi is the spatial Dharma king of the space series. Emperor Tianshu has been neglecting for so many years. The woman did not continue, but her implication was clear. Rumors are not reliable. An Yi has never been the spatial Dharma king. The real spatial Dharma king is that traitor Tianzhuyu, Tianzhu said indifferently. Wasn't it said that although Tianzhuyu is of the space series, he is beneath An Yi? Otherwise, how did An Yi defeat Tianzhuyu back then? The woman was slightly stunned. If we talk about talent and qualifications, Tianzhuyu was the best among the celestial race of that generation. Neither An Yi nor Emperor Tianshu compare to him. If it wasn't for his problematic character, it would have been hard for Emperor Tianshu to claim the throne, Tianzhu said elderly. Back then, it was Emperor Tianshu and An Yi who teamed up to defeat Tianzhuyu, yet they wouldn't even capture him. If he weren't the spatial Dharma king, how would he have escaped? Over the years, rumors have been spreading that An Yi is the spatial Dharma king and Tianzhuyu is just under him, having been defeated and fleeing. It's just tover up the ugly truth. I see, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. So, An Yi is not the spatial Dharma king. Even if the emperor has been negligent, after all, he is still the Dharma king of the light faction. An Yi shouldn't have much chance in this battle, right? With An Yi's temperament, why would he do something so uncertain? Tianshu has been debauched and irreverent for so many years, it's hard to say if he still possesses his former bat power. And that An Yi now masters both space and time in the dual series heaven law, although not a Dharma king, these two laws are extremely powerful. Now that they have merged, he might not necessarily be inferior to a Dharma king, otherwise he would not choose this time to make a move. It's still hard to predict who will win or lose. But after all, a Dharma king is still a Dharma king, and the odds should be better, Tianzhui said. The woman nodded slightly and said no more. The gray and white light almost veered the void. Both Emperor Tianshu and An Yi did not want to destroy the Sky Pinnacle Star and chose to battle in the void, which spared the Sky Pinnacle Star from severe damage. At this moment, the major families of the celestial race are convening emergency meetings, discussing how to deal with this situation. Whether to support Emperor Tianshu or An Yi, most families chose silence, wanting to wait for the Yom before picking sides. The Emperor Tianshu has been absurd for so many years and at this juncture still refuses to offer money to help the celestial race through difficulties, making some people who were originally inclined to support the emperor feel somewhat disappointed. Even the main branch of the Tian family is not fully devoted to defending the emperor. Although Emperor Tianshu is the emperor of the celestial race, he handed over the great powers of the celestial race to An Yi, leaving the main family without much care, which has made them dissatisfied with Emperor Tianshu for a long time. And family naturally goes without saying. Most families lean towards An Yi. Chi family's strength and influence on Sky Pinnacle Star are actually the lowest. Apart from Chi-2 stationed on Sky Pinnacle Star, the majority of powerful members of Chi family are defending on the front lines due to the rebellion, with Chi Yi guarding against the invading rebel forces. Now, the situation on Sky Pinnacle Star is not something that Chi-2 and the Chi family can influence, and they are also hesitating and waiting for the Yome. There is even less to say about other smaller families. Even if they want to take sides, they do not have the ability to influence anything. The battle in the void is indescribable. Only a few top powerful figures like Chi-2 and Tianzhu can discern the subtleties. Dharma King is ultimately a Dharma King. Despite being absurd for so many years, the Emperor's Mobbot strength is still unmatched, praised Chi-2. Chi-2 shook his head slightly. Hard to say. An Yi is too strong, having space-time dual law, a rarity in the world, inside the Imperial Palace. Kong Chuan watched Heavenly Consort packing her belongings and asked blankly, "Sister, what are you doing?" Leaving now, said Heavenly Consort as she walked out. The battle has not yet been decided. Kong Chuan wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Heavenly Consort. If we wait for the Ome before leaving, it will be too late. Our fate cannot be controlled by others. If the Emperor loses, we will surely die. If the Emperor wins, we can still return, said Heavenly Consort, walking out without hesitation. Kong Chuan hurried to follow up. But the teleporters are already closed. All families must be guarding strictly now. It's impossible to let anyone leave through the teleporter. Where can we go then? Just follow me, said Heavenly Consort, not turning back. In the void, Emperor Tianshu's entire body wasvered in gray carapace. His thin and tall stature plus the wings behind him made him look somewhat like a skeleton wearing a shell. And Yi, you have indeed progressed a lot over these years. The space-time dual law is indeed powerful. Under Dharma King, you are the best, said Emperor Tianshuldli looking at An Yi. You are not bad either, not having regressed after all these years. Unfortunately, you have aged and lost your past brilliance, said An Yi lightly. Even if I'm not like before, you are still no match for me. You will never surpass me in your life, said Emperor Tianshu disdainfully. If you can withstand this strike, then it's not too late to say that, said An Yi. His body surged with particles, transforming into a black and white 2 6-winged, seraph-like life bases, appearing in front of An Yi. Space and time life bases, you think you can win me with this? Emperor Tianshu's gaze hardened. Whether I can win or not, we'll know after trying. An Yi spread his arms. The black and white 6-winged seraph life bases reached out to An Yi, and at the moment their fingertips touched An Yi's fingertips, they merged with An Yi's body. An Yi's carapace quickly turned half black and half white, and on his back where there was only one pair of wings, 3 more pairs of wings sprouted, also half black and half white, with 2 completely different law powers continuously flowing over his body. Chapter 905, Endgame Double Life Base, Twin Laws, and Yi is stronger than me. Tianzhu sighed. The woman said, he has so many resources to help him, and you can only rely on yourself. If you had his resources, your achievements would not be beneath his. There are no ifs in this world. He is now of the dual series Heaven Law, and I'm just a piece of trash would turn non-human at any moment, Tianzhui said calmly. Zhu, we still have a chance. There must be a way. The woman grasped Tianzhui's hand. And Yi clasped his hands together. Between his hands, black and white merged into a bizarre orb of light. Within that orb, time and space twisted, rendering the orb invisible, yet it seemingly existed tangibly. Emperor Tianshu stared intently at An Yi, the law of light bursting forth incessantly. The gray light slowly brightened, making Emperor Tianshu radiate like Anston's star, illuminating heaven and earth. Even the real stars paled in the presence of Emperor Tianshu. Tianshu, let this strike end the karma of our lives. And Yi pushed forward with both hands, and suddenly the void changed lore. The spectators only saw Emperor Tianshu, shining at his peak, his radiance beginning to warp, twisting the whole sky into a distorted mirror. In that twisted space, time, Emperor Tianshu's law of light failed to block the bizarre law power, and his body kept changing. Everyone watched as Emperor Tianshu's carapace disappeared, his body transforming from a drooping old man to a gradually younger man. The once sparse gray feathers gradually turned white and plumper, and his face reverted to youth. His gaunt chest also slowly became robust, his muscles full of elasticity and androgen. In a moment, Emperor Tianshu transformed from a shaggy old celestial into a young and handsome middle-aged celestial with snow-white feathers. But this change continued. Emperor Tianshu kept growing younger, aging in reverse. Rejuvenation is a good thing, but everyone knew all too well that Emperor Tianshu's situation was not good. His rapid rejuvenation might eventually revert him to an infant or even a fetus, or even return to a pre-fertilization state, dissolving into nothingness. And Yi, too strong, everyone was astonished. The power of merging time and space was beyond imagination. Now a younger Emperor Tianshu, his law of light still flourished under the influence of time reversal, growing stronger instead. True immortal laws are indestructible and unbreakable. Both parties' laws were at work. While the space-time law caused Emperor Tianshu's physical regression, his law returned to its youthful peak state, the law of light growing stronger, bursting forth divine light that shone on An Yi, gradually dissolving the black and white carapace on him. Both sides persevered, whoever would last until the end would win. Suddenly, a beam of bloodlight burst from Emperor Tianshu, transforming into a blood-cursed demon that charged towards An Yi. One of the celestial race's two great clan guardians, the blood-cursed demon, Emperor Tianshu, took the opportunity to strike a fatal blow on An Yi, who had exerted his full strength. The blood-cursed demon became a streak of bloodlight charging towards An Yi. Almost simultaneously, a beam of light also burst from An Yi, and a pet resembling a seraph charged out from the divine light towards the blood-cursed demon. One of the celestial race's two great clan guardians, the ultimate seraph, unleashed terrifying holy light, confronting the blood-cursed demon. Under the influence of the law of light and space-time law, both the blood-cursed demon and ultimate seraph underwent continuous metamorphosis, their bodies erupting with terrifying and bizarre luminance. Blood red tainted the void, while holy light seemed to purify everything in the world. 4 different terrifying laws intertwined in the void. The next NSD resulting in unpredictable changes, all light quickly converging at one point. The whole world seemed to lose sound and lore, with only that point of light twinkling in the silence. The next instant, the terrifying light explosion illuminated the entire star system, affecting the planets within, causing them to tremble ceaselessly and even deviate from their orbits, and this was merely the aftermath of the light explosion. The law barrier of Sky Pinnacle Star was directly smashed, and powerful individuals from the Sky, Chi, and An, and families broke through the sky, shielding Sky Pinnacle Star with supreme laws, resisting the terrifying impact. Chi-2, An-2, and other powerful beings hovered in the void, staring intently at the center of the light explosion, waiting for the final Ome. Not until the light explosion faded did they realize that both the blood-cursed demon and ultimate seraph were severely damaged, their bodies left incomplete. The blood-cursed demon lost an arm and a leg, its carapace severely cracked, with bloodlord fluid continuously flowing out. The ultimate seraph's wings were missing 3 out of 6, and the remaining were also broken. Even its face was half gone, kneeling motionless in the void, unclear whether it was still alive. An Yi whispered in blood, wounds all over his body, his carapace completely shattered, leaving only the original flesh wings on his back, the carapace and feathers gone, revealing blurred flesh. On the other hand, Emperor Tianshu was notably better off. His carapace was shattered, but his body was relatively intact and only had some bloodstains. Yet his body appeared much younger than before, indistinguishable from a normal 20-something celestial. Pah! And Yi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, attempting to walk towards Emperor Tianshu, but his body uncontrollably developed wounds, blood continuously gushing out, bones cracking, and his body twisted into a grotesque form. And Yi, I told you, without Biaming King, you remain trash, and you will never win against me. Emperor Tianshu wiped the blood from his face and only stared at An Yi. I never thought I'd still lose. I thought the merging of the space-time dual law would let me win. An Yi spoke calmly, slowly closing his eyes. Tianshu, grant me a quick death. Kill him, Emperor Tianshu ordered the blood-cursed demon, but the blood-cursed demon's body moved slightly, and the bloodlight directly dispersed. It was too severely injured, nearing the edge of death, unable to continue fighting. Fine, I, your emperor, will personally end your life and resolve our karma, Emperor Tianshu said, gathering radiance in his hand, about to strike An Yi's head. Boom! Light burst forth, but it did not hit An Yi. A figure stood in front of An Yi, blocking Emperor Tianshu's strike. Chapter 906, The Heavenly Consort's Predicament. Ch901, do you also wish to betray me, your emperor? Emperor Tianshu's gaze was dark as he stared at Ch901. Tianshu, you are corrupt and evil, committing horrendous acts and even harming the loyal and good. Now, when our race is at a critical juncture of life and death, you still selfishly ignore the bigger picture. If you continue to rule as the Celestial Emperor, I fear our race will be annihilated. For the sake of our celestial race, today, please allow your majesty to sacrifice the lesser self, said Ch901 with a righteous fervor. Everyone, what are you still waiting for? Do you want to wait until our entire clan is destroyed? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You truly do not know life from death. It seems that I have been too lenient, letting you all forget who is the true ruler of the celestial race. Emperor Tianshu's expression darkened as he coldly fixed his gaze on Ch901, the law of light surging around him once more. For the future of our celestial race, I am willing to die, declared Ch901 as terrifying law power erupted from him. The law power oscillated in the void, and after the strike, Ch901 did not get obliterated. He wasn't even injured, just pushed back a few steps. Everyone saw this clearly and understood what was happening. Though An Yi lost, Emperor Tianshu was also affected. He suffered from the space-time law and had reverted back to his state before reaching his peak condition. The current Emperor Tianshu is his younger self, not yet invincible. I will help you. Figures charged into the void, joining Ch901 to confront Emperor Tianshu. Very well. Today I shall exterminate you all, you traitorous rebels, Emperor Tianshu roared furiously, his aura bursting forth with light, brutally charging towards the high officials of the celestial race. But now Emperor Tianshu, no longer possessing his former strength, couldn't suppress the immortals. Your Majesty, I shall protect you. Immortals rushed into the void, fighting alongside Emperor Tianshu, plunging into a chaotic battle. Are we doing nothing? The woman pushing Tianshu, with a complex expression, watched Tianshu's back and spoke. There is no need anymore. The matter of Tianshu is settled, Tianshu spoke calmly. Push me back, and order that no one shall intervene in this affair. Those who disobey will be executed on the spot. The woman nodded slightly and pushed Tianshu back to his room. Although Emperor Tianshu had protectors, ultimately he could not withstand the overwhelming force from Ch901 and others. It was clear to all that Emperor Tianshu was weakening. It was clear she had cried. Her makeup was slightly messed up with a subtle smoky look. Her elegant aura was accompanied by a touch of decadence, giving her a unique beauty. Back in the car, Lu Muxue's expression calmed down, then she said, Axing, take me back to the hotel, okay? Shaoxing nodded. Just as he was about to start the car, everything suddenly went black. Then, everyone heard a synthesized mechanical voice by their ears. The new version update of Ice Seal Age is complete, officially opening the era of public testing. In a minute, all humans on Blue Star will enter this game. Game instructions. This is a world where the sun does not shine. It is vast and boundless, but shrouded in cold all day. Your task is to survive in this world. Once the game begins, you'll appear next to a bonfire, your flame of survival. Remember, do not leave the space illuminated by the firelight easily. Kong-Chuan, then the other one must be the Heavenly Consort. As Lin Shen got closer, he recognized people in the fight. One was the Heavenly Consort, evident from the mosaic blurring her figure, a rarity seen only around her, especially since she was fighting alongside Kong-Chuan. The Heavenly Consort's power was unexpectedly strong. Lin Shen had thought she was merely a tool for Emperor Tianshu, but she was significantly stronger than Kong-Chuan, both being at Nirvana level. Their opponent was an immortal, managing to maintain the fight until now. Heavenly Consort was a primary combatant. Of course, the immortal had no intention of killing them, clearly aiming to capture them alive. Stop resisting, Heavenly Consort, come back with me honestly, and you might still survive. And 21, while bombarding Heavenly Consort and Kong-Chuan into a corner, grinned cheekily at her. Fuck off, Kong-Chuan, seeing his demeanor, knew he had no good intentions, furiously unleashing divine light. However, in front of an immortal, Kong-Chuan's power of nirvana was clearly insufficient, scattered effortlessly by An 21. And 21 seemed to be playing a cat-and-mouse game, methodically advancing, yet not delivering lethal blows. With a feather fan in her hand, Heavenly Consort emitted 7-colored divine light, surprisingly managing to disperse the law-enhanced power of An 21, which was somewhat incredible. Heavenly Consort and Kong-Chuan being hunted by someone from the An family, Sky Pinnacle Star must have encountered a major problem, deduced Lin Shen. Assuming something must be wrong with Emperor Tianshu for him to let Heavenly Consort undergo such trials, she was a crucial tool in surviving death calamities. Emperor Tianshu wouldn't abandon her unless absolutely necessary. Sky Pinnacle Star must be having issues. Should we still go? Yan Ruyu also guessed some of it. Let's rescue them first, mulled Lin Shen. If Emperor Tianshu is done for, rescuing her now might bring us major trouble, Yan Ruyu cautioned. Lin Shen was well aware of the potential troubles, but with the fire seed and heaven-defying bone on Heavenly Consort he couldn't give it up, desperately needing it for his ascendancy. His path to promotion was fraught with hardships, and whether he had a chance to become immortal was uncertain. He was counting on the heaven-defying bone to change his fate. Chapter 907, The Empress is in Trouble, Coming to Her Rescue. The Heavenly Consort had exhausted all her means, but she was still unable to escape from the clutches of An-21. Instead, it was Kong Chuan who was injured by An-21 and fell onto the planet. The Heavenly Consort had no choice but to fly down to the planet and stand in front of Kong Chuan. Don't worry about me, you go first. Kong Chuan struggled to fly up, trying to push the Heavenly Consort away. He felt that it was his fault that the Heavenly Consort was trapped, otherwise with her abilities she might have been able to escape from An-21. At this moment, Kong Chuan was prepared to sacrifice himself to buy the Heavenly Consort time to escape, even if it was just for a moment. It's useless. Our tracks have been discovered. Even if we are not captured now, we do not have the ability to cross the starry sky and escape to other star systems. Sooner or later, we won't be able to run away. The Heavenly Consort saw through Kong Chuan's thoughts, shook her head slightly, and spoke. Kong Chuan also knew that if they could hide their tracks and temporarily take cover, there might still be a chance to change their appearance and leave from the transmission station on Sky Pinnacle Star. Now that they had been discovered, the chance to break free was extremely slim. Escaping for a moment is still escaping for a moment. Kong Chuan still wanted to desperately fight An-21. Seeing their state, An-21 chuckled and said, "There's no need for you to be pushing each other away like this. None of you are going anywhere. Don't say that you can't escape. Even if you did escape, would you not care about the fate of the Peacock clan? If you leave, the Peacock clan will have to die in your stead." Upon hearing An-21's words, both Kong Chuan and the Heavenly Consort's faces turned extremely grim. They exchanged a glance and lost all thoughts of fleeing, instead bursting forth with all their might to fight An-21, resolved to a fight to the death. But their strength was ultimately no match for the heavens, and before long, Kong Chuan was slapped away by An-21. In an attempt to save Kong Chuan, the Heavenly Consort also exposed her weakness and was brought down to the planet alongside him. Fortunately, it was me who came today. If it were an ordinary immortal who came to capture you, they might not have been able to bring you back. The Heavenly Consort is truly worthy of being someone who followed old thief Tianshu. The body of Nirvana has allowed you to fight with me for so long, which is rare in this world. And 21 descended slowly, looked at the injured Heavenly Consort with a smiling face, and said, "Such talent as yours would be a pity to die. I do feel somewhat reluctant to kill you. How about this? If you devote yourself to serving me once, I'll pretend I never saw you today. How about that? Go to hell, I'll kill you." Kong Chuan propped himself up, trying to rush to the fight, but his waist was almost broken. Just as he charged, he fell down again. And 21 wanted to capture the Heavenly Consort alive, but it didn't have to be the case for Kong Chuan. Moreover, his strength was inferior to the Heavenly Consort, and his injuries were much more severe. The Heavenly Consort coldly looked at An-21 and said, "You're nothing but a dog, carrying out your master's orders without daring to disobey. What are you barking about here?" Upon hearing this, An-21's face instantly darkened. He indeed did not dare to decide to let the Heavenly Consort escape on his own. He had only intended to take advantage a bit, but he didn't expect to be called out by the Heavenly Consort, and his face couldn't hang on. "You're really looking for death," An-21 said coldly. "Even if I wanted to die, would you dare to kill me?" the Heavenly Consort said contemptuously. Hearing this, An-21 instead laughed. "Indeed, I don't dare to kill you, and I must take you back alive, but I can kill him." The Heavenly Consort's expression froze for a moment, then she coldly said, "If he dies, you won't be able to take a living Heavenly Consort away." "Let's see then," and 21 did not fall for the Heavenly Consort's ploy, and with a flash, he was in front of them. It was clear she had cried. Her makeup was slightly messed up with a subtle smoky look. Her elegant aura was accompanied by a touch of decadence, giving her a unique beauty. Back in the car, Lu Muxue's expression calmed down, then she said, "Axing, take me back to the hotel, okay?" Xiaoxing nodded. Just as he was about to start the car, everything suddenly went black. Then, everyone heard a synthesized mechanical voice by their ears. "The new version update of Ice Seal Age is complete, officially opening the era of public testing. In a minute, all humans on Blue Star will enter this game. Game instructions: this is a world where the sun does not shine. It is vast and boundless, but shrouded in cold all day. Your task is to survive in this world." And 21 only knew that Lin Shen was talented but not of high rank. As an immortal of the Earth Law realm, and 21 would easily capture Lin Shen. However, as he made his move, he saw a blur in front of his eyes. The tall woman standing behind Lin Shen had somehow appeared in front of him, shattering his palm strike with a slap. At the same time, a jade-like palm imprint pressed towards him at an unimaginable speed. Immortal. And 21 was shocked and without hesitation released the grip on Kong Chuan's neck, retreating rapidly. Only then did he narrowly dodge the incredibly fast jade-like palm strike. Who are you? And 21 fixed his gaze on Yan Ruyu as a crimson carapace emerged on his body, enveloping him. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed, using his mudfish catching skill to draw Kong Chuan's body toward him. He handed him a bottle of potion. Can you drink it by yourself? Dean, I can drink it myself. Kong Chuan was overwhelmed with joy. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to appear here, bringing a powerful immortal to rescue them. Heavenly Consort, are you all right? Lin Shen turned to ask Heavenly Consort without paying further attention to Kong Chuan. Heavenly Consort looked at Lin Shen with a peculiar expression, puzzled by his presence. I'm fine, Chief of the Institute. What are you doing here? I heard that Heavenly Consort was in trouble and came to the rescue. May I know what exactly happened? Lin Shen asked. Chapter 908, Traveling with the Consort. And 21 laughed upon hearing the words, Lin Shen, oh Lin Shen, you still don't know what has happened. I'm afraid even in death you'd remain a confused ghost. It doesn't hurt to tell you, the old thief Tianshu has already abdicated, and now Lord An Yi of our celestial race is the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen had anticipated this, and his fear turned into joy upon hearing the news. Now that Emperor Tianshu had been overthrown, there was no longer any need for him to risk retrieving the fire seed from the Heavenly Consort's body. Even Lin Shen felt an urge to thank An Yi, and then he could tell Emperor Tianshu, go peacefully, I will take care of your wife and child. However, upon further thought, the Emperor Tianshu had generally treated him well, and with An Yi ascending to power, his position as the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute might be in jeopardy. Where is the Heavenly Emperor now? Lin Shen still asked. In fact, he had no particular loyalty towards Emperor Tianshu. To tell the truth, he had never even seen Emperor Tianshu's true face, and he wasn't very familiar with him. If An Yi was willing, Lin Shen would also be willing to pledge allegiance, even if it meant not being the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute. Unfortunately, it was highly likely that the An family would not spare him, so there was no need for him to pledge allegiance anymore. He has long since passed away, now go join your master, and 21 said, launching another attack, different from before, and 21's laws exploded with formidable power. The 10-speed Ghost God Law of the Earth, Law Realm boosted An21's speed to unimaginable levels. In a mere instant, An21's form split into 10, attacking Yan Ruyu and Lin Shen from 10 different directions. These were not illusions. They were all An21's true bodies, an incredible power bestowed by the 10-speed Ghost God Law. The 10 An21s used 10 different techniques to attack from various directions, with 9 targeting Yan Ruyu and only 1 targeting Lin Shen. The Heavenly Consort and Kong Chuan looked on with worry, unsure if the immortal beside Lin Shen could fend off An21's assault. With the 10-speed Ghost God Law, it meant 10 An21s were besieging an immortal. Even a typical immortal of the Earth Law realm might not completely block the attacks. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they saw Yan Ruyu's hand swiftly and repeatedly strike at the approaching An21s from different angles, each slap landing squarely on their faces, shattering the carapaces on their faces and deforming them. The last figure rushing towards Lin Shen was also stopped by a slap from Yan Ruyu. An21's body spun through the air like a top, creating a massive tornado. The Heavenly Consort and Kong Chuan watched both shocked and elated. Elated that rescue was at hand, but shocked that such a formidable immortal was at Lin Shen's side, unknowing of their origin. The Heavenly Consort observed Yan Ruyu's strength, unable to recognize when such a powerful immortal woman from other races had appeared among the celestial race. Cao Xing took a deep breath, instinctively hurrying close to the burning bonfire before him, finally feeling a trace of warmth. At this moment, a character panel appeared before him. Name, Cao Xinger race, Blue Star Human Clan level 1, 0, 100, profession, none life value, 100, power, 4, agility, 3, spirit, 5, constitution, 5 Lord interface, not open, current status, cold, current temperature, 31 degrees CC. Damn, this system panel is exactly the same as the one I played on the tablet. Then, the second system prompt appeared. All survivors, please choose your professional system as soon as possible. Currently, there are 5 major systems. Cold Iron Mechanic, Polar Warrior, Frost Mage, Aurora Knight, Snow Hunter. Cao Xing's eyes lit up with joy. He could choose a profession. Clearly, these professions were the same as the ones he had played before. Of course, Cao Xing knew that these 5 professions did not have significant combat power in the early stages. For instance, the Cold Iron Mechanic's early skill was summoning a small self-destructing robot, and its power wasn't even comparable to the firecrackers we used to blow up outhouses in childhood. The Polar Warrior just had a simple slash attack. The Frost Mage was a little better with an initial ice ball skill. As for the Aurora Knight and Snow Hunter, they had purification skill and hunter perception, respectively. To truly gain extraordinary power, one needed to continuously develop and acquire more skills. Cao Xing thought, I have experienced all 5 professions before when playing this game. The strongest is naturally the mechanic, but it's a late-game profession, and the material consumption is too high. In the early stages, both Polar Warriors and Snow Hunters are strong, but they become weak in the late stages. At this moment, realization dawned on Cao Xing's face. I see. This game introduced the family survival mode so we survivors can allocate professions reasonably, safely passing through early, middle, and late stages and survive better. However, Xiaoxing glanced beside him. Apart from him, there was only Lu Muxue here. Although he didn't know why he was grouped with her, now was not the time to think about it. She was looking at the bonfire with a bewildered expression, seemingly trying to digest the system's prompt. Xiaoxing understood. It seems that achieving the 4-person cooperation mode is not possible. So, what profession should he choose? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoxing directly chose Frost Mage. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully chosen the profession, Frost Mage. Elemental affinity unlocked, slightly increased cold resistance, and initial equipment placed in storage box. Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to search for the initial storage box, a second system prompt solemnly appeared. Detected that survivor Xiaoxing's fate aligns with this world. Personal talent Eternal Power has been activated. Eternal Power, Hidden Unique Talent. Causes all friendly units within the territory to gain permanent enhanced status when receiving temporary enhanced status. Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "Holy shit, cheat mode activated." Chapter 909, Return to Sky Pinnacle Star. Is it too dangerous for us to return to Sky Pinnacle Star now? Kong Chuan was startled. If you say Lin Shen, as the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute returning to Sky Pinnacle Star, there might still be a tiny possibility of being forgiven. As the favored consort of Emperor Tianshu, known as the Demon Consort, she definitely won't be forgiven. Compared to Lin Shen, those big shots from the Celestial Court hate the Heavenly Consort even more. After all, Lin Shen hasn't been around as long, and the amount of money he helped Emperor Tianshu siphon off was relatively limited. It was different for the Heavenly Consort. Those big shots from the Celestial race had long been dissatisfied with the huge fortune Emperor Tianshu had spent on her, and this had been an issue for more than a day or two. Our whereabouts have been leaked. If we can't get teleported out of Sky Pinnacle Star, being captured and brought back is just a matter of time, the Heavenly Consort said to Lin Shen. Now, we can only rely on the Chief of the Heavenly Institute. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will protect you with all my strength. Lin Shen understood the thoughts of the Heavenly Consort and immediately swore. Yan Ruyu looked at Lin Shen with complicated expressions. Even though Tianshu had fallen, Lin Shen still insisted on protecting the Heavenly Consort, making her suspect if Lin Shen had some unspoken special preference. Kong Chuan wanted to say something else, but seeing that the Heavenly Consort had made up her mind, he said no more. He was also aware that even if they escaped into the stars, the chance of survival was extremely slim. Under Lin Shen's lead, the 4 of them flew towards Sky Pinnacle Star. After Ch901 escaped back to Sky Pinnacle Star, he immediately reported to the Celestial Court about encountering Lin Shen during his pursuit of the Heavenly Consort, and he also detailed the involvement of an immortal from the Heaven Law. Ch901 did not mention his own disastrous defeat, only mentioning that after battling with that immortal, he was ultimately no match and had to retreat. With Emperor Tianshu gone, the Celestial Court had now rightfully become the highest authority of the Celestial race. N.E. was still the Dean of the Celestial Court, but for the position of the Heavenly Emperor, it still required a proper time through a coronation ceremony to officially be conferred the title of the new Heavenly Emperor. However, because of his unhealed injuries, An Yi was currently recuperating at home, and the affairs inside the Celestial Court were temporarily presided over by several respected elders. After hearing Ch901's report, an elder coldly said, "The old thief Tianshu has already fallen, yet Lin Shen, that lapdog, still dares to be so arrogant. We must deal with him. Send someone into space, no matter what. Lin Shen and the Heavenly Consort must be brought back for trial. Now that our race has internal and external troubles, we should prioritize defending against external enemies and shouldn't waste manpower and resources on such trivial matters," another elder spoke up. "To ward off the outsiders, we must first secure inside. If we are not united internally, how can we come together to resist the external foes? The Demon Consort and the lapdog Lin Shen must receive their due punishment to atone for their crimes." The previous elder disagreed with this viewpoint. For a while, the opinions of the present elders varied, but most of them were just debating whether to deal with Lin Shen now or later. No one believed Lin Shen and the Heavenly Consort were innocent. While the elders debated heatedly, suddenly someone pushed open the doors of the meeting room and reported. "What is this rush?" The great elder and Yiguo frowned. "The Heavenly Consort has returned," the person said hastily. All the elders and Ch901 showed a look of surprise, not expecting that the Heavenly Consort would dare to come back. "Wasn't this courting death?" "Is she back alone?" asked Yiguo frowning. "Along with the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute Lin Shen and 2 others, one of them is Kong Chuan, the other, an other races woman, is unrecognized," the respondent immediately replied. "Wow, so Lin Shen, that lapdog really is bold. He even dares to run back, thinking that being an immortal from Heaven Law he could be unrestrained in our celestial race?" Some elders were outraged. They couldn't understand why Lin Shen would dare to come to Sky Pinnacle Star. Issue an order to N7, instructing him to capture Lin Shen and the Heavenly Consort, and Yiguo looked at the elders. The elders were unanimous this time, all signing their names, ordering someone to pass the message to An7 to capture Lin Shen and the Heavenly Consort. After Lin Shen returned to Sky Pinnacle Star with the Heavenly Consort, the first thing he did was to return to his residence on Sky Pinnacle Star, where he discovered that Ouyang Yudu was not there. The planetary communication was still functional, and Lin Shen wanted to contact Ouyang Yudu, but he found out that he was unreachable, unable to get through at all. With a quick thought, Lin Shen contacted other members of the Celestial Master Institute, and the result was the same, unable to reach anyone. Lin Shen slightly furrowed his brows, realizing that the Celestial Master Institute, as a claw agency for Emperor Tianshu, had probably been cleansed. Wondering how Ouyang Yudu and the others fared, and if they had encountered misfortune, Lin Shen did not know what to do. We can only go to the Celestial Master Institute to see the situation first, Lin Shen decided and headed out. Dean, at a time like this, shouldn't we quickly head to the teleportation station, leave Sky Pinnacle Star first, and then make plans? Kong Chuan saw Lin Shen not heading towards the teleportation station, which he found incomprehensible. Originally, after returning to Sky Pinnacle Star and not being captured, Kong Chuan felt somewhat unexpected and secretly pleased, thinking they could take the opportunity to rush to the teleportation station and leave Sky Pinnacle Star. Who knew Lin Shen would not go to the teleportation station first but return home? Now that they had returned home and Lin Shen still did not plan to go to the teleportation station, Kong Chuan felt that Lin Shen might be courting death a bit too much. At this time, Lin Shen still had the leisure to wander around here. Are you looking for Ouyang Yudu? The Heavenly Consort was much smarter than Kong Chuan, having already guessed what Lin Shen intended to do. Lin Shen nodded slightly. He's not home, and I can't reach him. I have to go to the Celestial Master Institute and see. Then let's go, the Heavenly Consort nodded. Sister, how can you be so confused? We're wandering around here now, and soon someone will come to capture us, Kong Chuan urged anxiously. Without needing Lin Shen to explain, the Heavenly Consort said, no one has come to capture us now only because they know we can't escape. There are definitely heavily guarded troops at the teleportation station. It makes no difference whether we go early or late. Kong Chuan fell silent after hearing this. Without the immortal by Lin Shen's side, they simply lacked the capability to break into the teleportation station. Going there would be futile. Lin Shen knew that Kong Chuan really wanted to send the Heavenly Consort out and did not argue with him, heading directly towards the Celestial Master Institute. Along the way, people were pointing at them from time to time. It seemed that many had recognized their identities, and they were all somewhat puzzled, at this time, why they still dared to be here. In fact, when Lin Shen and the others flew back to Sky Pinnacle Star, various families had already received the news, and they were all secretly monitoring the situation here. One was the favored consort of Emperor Tianshu, and the other was the pet official of Emperor Tianshu. These two people still dared to openly return to Sky Pinnacle Star, which made them all feel somewhat puzzled. Chapter 910. The sealed Celestial Master Institute. Lin Shen and his three companions arrived outside the Celestial Master Institute, only to see from afar a large group of celestial guards stationed outside the institute. In the past, the Celestial Master Institute was a place no one even bothered with. How could there possibly be so many guards protecting it now? It was now certain that the Celestial Master Institute had been taken over. Seeing the guards, a sliver of hope rose in Lin Shen's heart. If everyone had been captured, then a place like the Celestial Master Institute wouldn't need so many people to watch over it. The presence of such a large contingent of guards meant there might still be people inside, or there was something inside worth guarding. It would be best if there were people, even if Ouyang Yudu wasn't there, those inside could provide him with some information. Halt, this area is off limits. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter, the guard stopping them at the gate said. Do you know who I am? Lin Shen asked, looking at the guard. It doesn't matter who you are. The Celestial Master Institute has been sealed off and no one is allowed to enter, the guard stated, eyeing Lin Shen. It seems you recognize me, Lin Shen said indifferently. I won't make things difficult for you. It's fine if I don't go inside. You just need to tell me if there's still anyone in the Celestial Master Institute. Hearing this, the guard burst out laughing. Lin Shen, you think too highly of yourself. Times have changed. Our celestial race's heavenly emperor is now Lord Anyi, not your master. Why should I be troubled by you? Lin Shen also smiled. He didn't want to make things hard for these ordinary guards. They had little to do with the struggles of the higher-ups. Yet now, a guard dared to trouble him. On reflection, it made sense. Most of the celestial race had a deeply ingrained sense of pride and exclusion. Even these guards looked down on him, a person of other races. With matters as they stood, Lin Shen did not waste any more words and headed straight inside. The guards here were at least ascenders, with a few leaders among them possessing Nirvana-level strength. But as they just summoned their life base, they were already overwhelmed by a terrifying strength, pinned directly to the ground. Their life bases also fell to the ground, completely unable to move. Yan Ruyu had merely slightly exhibited his law power, something these guards simply couldn't resist. Ignoring the guards laying on the ground, Lin Shen went to the entrance and directly opened the sealed door. The four of them entered and found an eerie silence within the Celestial Master Institute. Suddenly, Lin Shen's sharp hearing picked up a groan from inside a room. That was the only sound, then nothing more. The sound wasn't loud. Images immediately sprang to Lin Shen's mind of someone being brutally beaten to their last breath, then subjected to severe torture, weakly uttering one last scream before losing consciousness. Lin Shen couldn't help but quicken his pace, his figure instantly reaching the exterior of the room in the backyard from where the noise emanated. He kicked the door open with one foot. Upon seeing the situation inside, Lin Shen froze, his eyes widening in disbelief at everything he witnessed. The heavenly consort and her party followed and were stunned by the scene before them. There was no beating, no torture, and not even guards in sight. In the vast warehouse, NSI, Ch901, several Vice-Deans, and others, including Ouyang Yudu and Lin Wan, were surprisingly gathered around a large table eating hot pot. Ch901 had just fished a large slice of rolled meat from the hot pot with his chopsticks and was about to eat it when the door was kicked open, leaving him frozen mid-motion as he turned to look. Lin Shen finally realized what that ouch sound could have been. It must have been someone who burned their mouth while eating hot pot. Dean, why have you returned? An SI approached with concern. At a time like this, you should have not come back. You should be laying low outside instead. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. What's going on with all of you? Seeing that they were all right and that Ouyang Yudu was unscathed, a heavy stone fell from Lin Shen's heart. After putting the slice of meat in his mouth and chewing for a few moments, Ch901 spoke. Dean, you don't need to worry about us. After all, we have been mixing with the celestial race for so many years we have some friends. No one can do much to us. At most, we'll just eat and drink here for a few days to recuperate. But as for you, returning now, you're probably in trouble. Vice-Dean Chao looked at the heavenly consort standing behind Lin Shen with an unusual expression. Dean, you really shouldn't have come back. Your trouble is much bigger now. Lin Shen bitterly smiled to himself, knowing if he knew it would come to this, he would never have come here. Our communicators were taken away. We couldn't contact you, said Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen nodded, then looked at everyone and asked, given the current situation, are you willing to come with me to Giant Ringstar? Dean, are you defecting to Celestial Court? Ch901 asked in astonishment. If Lin Shen wasn't defecting to Celestial Court, how would he have been able to return at such a time, and what authority would he have to take them to Giant Ringstar? Lin Shen wanted to say something else when suddenly he heard rapid footsteps and a cold shout from outside. Lin Shen, I didn't think you'd dare to come back, Angelic said sharply, leading people into the courtyard and eyeing Lin Shen intensely. Vice-Dean, Anne, and Vice-Dean Chao exchanged glances. They had thought Lin Shen might have defected to Celestial Court, which was why he dared to return, but now it didn't seem to be the case, causing them some worry. Why wouldn't I dare to return? I am the Dean of Celestial Master Institute. Isn't it quite normal for me to come back? Lin Shen replied indifferently. The old thief Tian Shu has fallen. What Celestial Master Institute is there left? You, just a criminal and lackey, dare to call yourself Dean? Angelic spoke with disdain. If you surrender now and confess to all the shameful deeds you've done, you might have a sliver of hope. I don't know what shameful deeds you're referring to, said Lin Shen, looking at Angelic, refusing to repent until it's too late. Take him down, Angelic ordered the men behind him, intending to arrest Lin Shen. Ever since he had heard Lin Shen had come back, Angelic couldn't hold back and came with his men to arrest Lin Shen and the heavenly consort together. He didn't bother with the old-timers of Celestial Master Institute. With their deep-rooted connections and intricate networks within the celestial race, a junior like him couldn't just mess with them. But Lin Shen and the heavenly consort were different. Neither had any real foundation within the celestial race. Their reliance was nothing more than on Emperor Tianshu. With Emperor Tianshu's fall, no matter how powerful they were merely 2 nirvana levels, unable to stir up much trouble. He brought immortals with him this time, intending to capture both in one fell swoop. Not only would this be a vengeful triumph, but also a meritorious deed. Mr. Xian and the heathen Tianshus followed. Jiahai, if you intend to arrest someone at our Celestial Master Institute, there's no problem, but do you have an arrest warrant issued by Celestial Court? Vice-Dean. An stood up and looked at An Jiahai assertively. Chapter 911, The Great Buddha of the Celestial Master Institute. Vice-Dean An, this matter between Lin Shen and me has nothing to do with you. Even though the Celestial Master Institute had been sealed off, and Jiahai still spoke to Vice-Dean An respectfully, seemingly unwilling to offend him. Vice-Dean An looked at him and said indifferently, this is the Celestial Master Institute, and I am its Vice-Dean. You are here, in front of me, trying to arrest the Dean of our institute, and then you tell me that this has nothing to do with me. Mr. Jiahai, then tell me, what exactly does concern me? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Even at this point, Vice-Dean An still dared to be so bold, and he felt somewhat moved. And Jiahai still did not intend to turn against Vice-Dean An. Vice-Dean An, Lin Shen, and the demon consort are the main culprits harming our celestial race. You are a legitimate elder of the celestial race, and also an elder of our An family. I hope you can understand our difficulties. I don't know about the Heavenly Consort, but you say the chief of the Heavenly Institute is harming our celestial race. Bring out the evidence. If there is evidence, you can arrest anyone you want, but without evidence, what right do you have to arrest people? Vice Dean, Anne said lightly. And Ch901, we respect you, but it doesn't mean you can trample on our dignity, said N34, an immortal brought by Angelic, staring at Vice Dean Anne. Today, Lin Shen finally learned that Vice Dean Anne's name was actually an Ch901. It indeed sounded quite auspicious. You can also choose not to respect me, an Ch901 said calmly. Whether you respect me or not, without evidence, see who dares to touch the dean of our institute. You, N34, stared at Ch901, but he actually held back his anger and did not take action. Angelic was merely persuading Ch901 without turning hostile. Lin Shen and the Heavenly Consort were both surprised. They had thought that a place like the Celestial Master Institute had no real strong figures left. Little did they expect that Vice Dean Anne, who was always mild-mannered, spending his days either brewing tea, playing cards, or chess, would have such a dominant side. What great authority Vice Dean Anne has, no wonder he once achieved the third highest rank in the Anna family. A man walked in from outside. It was N7. Lin Shen finally understood why Angelic and the others were so forbearing towards Vice Dean Anne. He had once achieved the third ranking in the Anne family, a rank that could single-handedly establish its own fort. It was unclear why he would serve as a vice dean at the Celestial Master Institute instead and not use the name Anne 3. I wield authority in my own home. Whom am I bothering? Said Angelic slowly. This is an arrest warrant issued by the Celestial Court. We are ordered to arrest Lin Shen and the demon consort Kong Lin. Please don't make it difficult for us, Vice Dean Anne, N7 said as he unfolded the arrest warrant before everyone, staring at Anne Ch901. Did I make it difficult for you? Ch901 retorted. Indeed, it's somewhat difficult, N7 said, staring back at him intensely. Well, too bad. I like making things tough for people. What can you do about it? Ch901 faced N7 unflinchingly. Since you insist on protecting these two criminals, then I have no choice but to see for myself what the man who once made it to the third rank in the Anne family is capable of now. N7 handed the arrest warrant to Angelic and approached Ch901. Lin Shen wanted to say something but was stopped by Ch901, who sat there and said mildly, I too am curious to see what sort of people the Anna family is composed of now. Not to disappoint an elder, N7 sneered, flicking something with his hand, but it was too fast for most to see clearly. Ch901 caught a thread thinner than a hair with his fingers, almost invisible to the naked eye, but perfectly straight in the air. The next second, a purple glow appeared on the thread, forming a purple crystal rapidly spreading towards Ch901, crystallizing like a blossoming crystal flower on the thread wherever the purple glow reached. Lin Shen saw clearly. The crystal flowers were actually formed from the dust touched by the purple light, and Seven's law had the ability to crystallize matter. The purple glow spread to Ch901's fingers holding the thread, yet he showed no intention to dodge, letting the purple glow climb onto his fingers, turning them into amethyst. In an instant, the purple glow had transformed Ch901's entire body into a statue of amethyst. Crack. As N7 smirked, he saw Ch901's body shudder. The external amethyst shattered and fell piece by piece to the ground, but Ch901's body remained unharmed. N7 and the others looked slightly changed in expression. Ch901 had endured N7's power of laws and was able to break it directly, displaying strength no less than N7's. With evidence, you're free to arrest anyone you want. Without it, try to touch a member of my Celestial Master Institute. Ch901 flicked his finger lightly, and the thread snapped in his grip. N7 withdrew his hand, collecting the thread back, watching Ch901 and said, Vice Dean, and indeed still possesses his keen edge, worthy of someone who could rank third in our Annan family. But if you intend to become enemies with the Celestial Court and the Annan family, I must advise you, think thrice. Ch901 laughed. I myself am surnamed Anne. What do you mean by saying I'm an enemy of the enemy? Does it mean I'm supposed to be my own enemy? You say I'm an enemy of the Celestial Court, but out of the 1654 seats in the Celestial Court, 679 are surnamed Anne. Not to mention quite a few, around 400 or 500 are either my relatives or friends or descendants of my friends. You say I am an enemy of the Celestial Court, then you should go to the Celestial Court and ask around whether Ch901 is a friend or an enemy of the Celestial Court. This statement left N7 and the others with continuously changing expressions. They naturally knew how influential Ch901 was. Not to mention the Anne family, even among the Tien clan and Chi clan, and Ch901 had many friends and relatives, which is why Angelic was so wary of offending Ch901. Ch901 naturally knew he couldn't do anything to Ch901 unless Ch901 came in person, but Ch901 was still recovering from injuries and couldn't possibly come here over such a minor matter. Lin Shen knew that Vice Dean Anne was definitely not ordinary, but he hadn't expected him to be so incredible, almost like a Buddha. He somewhat regretted that during his time at the Celestial Master Institute, he hadn't properly paid his respects to this Buddha-like figure. By the way, what was the name of that skill given by Vice Dean Anne? I need to study it well once I get back, Lin Shen thought to himself. Chapter 912, letting you use just one hand. Lin Shen seemed to understand why, even though the Celestial Master Institute was clearly a puppet organization of Emperor Tianshu, and even though Emperor Tianshu had been ousted, this place should have been the first target of attack, why Vice Dean An and others were still able to eat hot pot here. Fine, I won't bother with the people from the Celestial Master Institute, but capturing the demon consort surely has nothing to do with your institute, right? And Seven actually compromised. He held an arrest warrant issued by the Celestial Court, but ultimately he didn't dare to confront an Xiqing head-on, deciding to arrest the Heavenly Consort first and think later. And Xiqing sat back down. He could protect Lin Shen, which was backed by legitimate reasons, and nobody else could object. Even if this matter reached the Celestial Court, he would hold his ground. But it was different for the Heavenly Consort. If he rigidly shielded her, it would change the nature of things. And Seven's gaze turned towards the Heavenly Consort. Kong Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Shen had the protection of the Celestial Master Institute's people, but he and the Heavenly Consort did not have such backing. Take her down. Seven disdained to act personally against the Heavenly Consort. His glance merely stuck to Yan Ruyu beside Lin Shen. Hold on. Lin Shen stepped forward to stop Anjiahi and others who were about to take action. Lin Shen, I am sparing you this time for Vice Dean An's sake. Do not mislead yourself, and Seven coldly said. This is my private affair and has nothing to do with the Celestial Court. Lin Shen took out the Dean of the Celestial Court's credentials and placed them on the table. This move made both parties stunned, not understanding what exactly Lin Shen was intending to do. Vice Dean An, what do you say? And Seven looked towards An Xiqing. And Xiqing furrowed his brows looking at Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled and said, Vice Dean, knowing you all are fine, I am relieved. From now on, I will no longer be the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute. My affairs will also have no relation to the Institute. Thank you for your care during this time. I am leaving now. If anyone wants to come with me to Giant Ringstar, you can come with me right now. Take care. And Xiqing gave Lin Shen a deep look and said nothing more, stopping others like Qi Xinwo who wanted to speak. Ouyang Yudu quietly rose and stood behind Lin Shen, and several members of the special service team also followed Ouyang Yudu over. In any case, I'm all by myself wherever I am. It isn't different being alive here or there. I'm coming with you. Qi Xinwo smilingly stood up and joined Lin Shen's side. No one else stood up, and Lin Shen understood their position. Their connections and relationships were all on Sky Pinnacle Star, leaving it was indeed a hard choice for them. Lin Wan unexpectedly also came over, which somewhat surprised Lin Shen. And Seven and others watched silently, not intending to stop them. They just took this opportunity to see how many traitors were indeed inside the Celestial Master Institute. Until no one else walked towards Lin Shen, and Seven then looked towards Xiqing and said, Vice Dean An, this isn't about not giving you respect. And Xiqing nodded, said nothing more. What would happen next was no longer relevant to him. Arrest everyone. And Seven's gaze never left Yan Ruyu. And Jiahai signaled in 34 to take action, targeting Lin Shen primarily. If you want to play, I'll accompany you. Qi Qinwo smilingly faced in 34, blocking him. Anjiahi slightly frowned and saw, and Seven did not intend to act. His gaze locked on Lin Shen. He said, Let us settle our grudge today. Do you dare to fight me once more? I'll let you use one hand. If I win, do you have the authority to let us leave Sky Pinnacle Star? Lin Shen didn't stand up. If there was no advantage, he really didn't bother dealing with Anjiahi. There's no need for that. If you can win, I'll personally escort you away, Anjiahi said coldly. Fine. A gentleman's word is his bond. Lin Shen stood up and followed Anjiahi to the courtyard. Seven slightly furrowed his brow but said nothing, and everyone retreated into the courtyard. Anjiahi looked at Lin Shen and suddenly laughed. Lin Shen, you indeed are strong, arguably the strongest opponent I've ever encountered in my life. However, you have one fatal weakness. Do you know what it is? You still love to talk so much, Lin Shen sighed. Anjiahi stiffened his face, no longer spoke, but the space around him slowly twisted, and a glow began to rise from him. Immortal? Anjiahi has ascended to immortal. Kong Chuan was shocked. I have become immortal, and even if you've achieved nirvana, without entering immortal level or without law, how can you compete with me? Anjiahi stared at Lin Shen and coldly sneered, You took away the dark domain lotus seed that was originally mine, forcing me to give up the path of recultivation and ascend to immortal instead. This is a cycle of karma you have brought upon yourself, creating an immortal level opponent. Don't blame anyone else. Fighting, just fight. Can you stop talking? Lin Shen looked at Anjiahi and asked, Since you're in such a hurry, I must not disappoint you. Anjiahi's law completely erupted, and the flow of time in the courtyard suddenly slowed down drastically. Everyone's movements seemed to become super slow motion. Time law. Anjiahi's law is actually time law. Many change their complexion. The time law is one of the most difficult law series to comprehend. Without talent, even if immersed in time law all day, it is hard to grasp. In fact, everyone is affected by time each moment, but those who can truly comprehend time law are exceedingly rare in the entire universe. Everyone turned into slow motion. Only Anjihahi continued at a normal speed, drawing his sword and slashing towards Lin Shen. This slash was not merely to subdue Lin Shen, but to cleave him alive directly. Chapter 913, Sky Pinnacle Star Aberration. Anjihahe looked like a madman charging in from outside, clutching a bent blade in his hand, with a piece of his carapace caved in on his chest. It seemed he had been wounded. Anjihahe glared at Lin Shen. Have you become immortal? Sort of, Lin Shen said. Good, I can send you on your way any time you want to leave, but that doesn't include them. Anjihahe stepped aside, making space for N7. N7 gave a slight nod to him. Anjihahe was still Anjihahe and hadn't been blinded by hatred, which was the best possible choice. Lin Shen, you're free to go, we won't stop you, but the demon consort must stay, said N7 to Lin Shen. Seeing their attitude towards Lin Shen, he didn't wish to provoke the big trouble that was the Celestial Master Institute, especially since it wasn't just Enshi alone in the Institute. How about Lord Qi does a good deed and allows me to take them all with me, Lin Shen suggested. Or maybe I'll also make a bet with you. I'll bet against this person here, win or lose. If I lose, I won't interfere with matters here. Whatever happens, it won't concern me, N7 said, pointing at Yan Ruyu. Originally, he thought it was simply a matter of taking people away. But now, with the situation as it is, if he really tried to take someone by force, there would be many uncontrollable variables, and he had no desire to complicate things unnecessarily. What do you think? Lin Shen looked towards Yan Ruyu. That's fine, Yan Ruyu nodded. Although the miraculous empty pen had the power to teleport, it was unlikely to manage to teleport so many people away at once. She knew that Lin Shen also didn't want to completely fall out with the celestial race. Otherwise, with that punch, Anjiahe wouldn't have survived. What's your name? N7 inquired as Yan Ruyu stepped forward. Yan Ruyu, Lin Shen's assistant, Yan Ruyu answered indifferently. N7 frowned slightly. He had not heard of this name before and was unaware from where Lin Shen had found such an immortal of the heavenly law realm. But it didn't matter anymore. As long as he defeated Yan Ruyu, the matter here would be resolved. A7 spread open his hands, showing a thin thread between his fingers. This is my life-based crystal element wire. Keep your eyes peeled. With that said, N7 flicked his fingers and the crystal element wire instantly flew out, but its target wasn't Yan Ruyu. In the blink of an eye, the crystal element wire transformed into a sky full of interwoven nets, like a cage enshrouding Yan Ruyu within the mesh. The whole mesh cage glinted with dazzling amethyst light, and any dust that landed on the threads immediately turned into amethyst. N7 made a pulling motion, and the net swiftly contracted, trying to bind Yan Ruyu's body within the threads. These threads had the ability to crystallize. If Yan Ruyu touched them, she would likely transform into an amethyst statue in a flash. Law power had little effect on the crystal element wire. Even a typical immortal using law power to counter the crystal element wire would have difficulty applying force to it. Just as water cannot stop a fishing net, the crystal element wire has a similar property, able to bind people's bodies directly through law power, turning them into crystal. And Qing was able to resist being crystallized because of his special abilities and laws, but N7 didn't believe this Yan Ruyu could withstand his crystal element wire. Watching Yan Ruyu reach out to grab the crystal element wire, N7 sneered inside. No matter how strong her strength was, it would be useless. Touching the crystal element wire would result in crystallization, leaving her powerless. But in the next second, N7's expression underwent a drastic change. Yan Ruyu's fingertips touched the crystal element wire, and rather than her fingers crystallizing, the sparkling amethyst threads themselves turned into a white jade texture. Instantaneously, the entire mesh transformed into a net of white jade. Yan Ruyu only used a bit of strength, and the white jade net directly shattered, clinking and clattering to the ground. N7's chest heaved with turmoil, barely holding back a mouthful of blood, but his life base was damaged and he too suffered internal injuries. N7 could hardly believe that in one day he would encounter two people capable of breaking his crystal element wire. Lin Wan looked at Yan Ruyu with some surprise and then lowered his head, as if pondering something. And Qing and the others were also somewhat astonished. N7, being ranked 7th in the An family, was certainly no weakling. For Yan Ruyu to so easily break his crystal element wire, how could such strength be unknown in the cosmos? Do you want to continue? Yan Ruyu asked N7. N7 stared at Yan Ruyu for a while, then shook his head and said, No need, I lost, I'll leave, I can only speak for myself. Whether others will come for you after me, that has nothing to do with me. Having said that, N7 really turned around and left. Anjiahe also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled amiably at Anjiahe and said, Didn't you say you would personally see me off? Now please take me to the teleporter station. Lin Shen, don't go too far, N34 snapped angrily. Fine, I'll take you there. After some thought, Anjiahe stopped in 34 and turned to leave. Lin Shen and Qing, along with Ouyang Yudu and others, said farewell and followed Anjiahe to the teleporter station. Initially, Lin Shen thought that Anjiahe might play some tricks, but to his surprise, Anjiahe led them to the teleporter station honestly, without delay or any small moves. Even after arriving at the teleporter station, Anjiahai did not wait for Lin Shen to say anything, but found the staff and, using his identity, had them activate the teleportation array to send Lin Shen and others away from Kaiyan Star. Mr. Jiahai is a man of his word indeed, Lin Shen praised. Anjiahai snorted coldly, ignoring Lin Shen. Mr. Prosy. Jiahai, there's a problem. The teleporter can't be activated. An official of the teleporter station hurried over anxiously. Chapter 914, Secondary Mutation. Sky Pinnacle Star is hardly a place for you rebels to strut around. And Jiahai snorted coldly, activating the time law. Tian Qingshan's movements immediately slowed down, like slow motion in a television show. And Jiahai punched towards Tian Qingshan's head, aiming to shatter it directly. The celestial race had previously captured many immortal creatures from the Immortal Creatures Core for research. Those nirvana beings who became immortal creatures through injecting the God creation serum still maintained their humanity and normal thinking, but their bodies had become immortal creatures. They acquired a kind of law power, but because they didn't have an innate understanding of the laws, their combat was essentially driven by instinct, and even the immortals at the human law realm were superior to them. Due to the mismatch between their thinking and bodily strength, their brains, once attacked, would easily fall into disarray. Their control over law power would worsen, making them easier to deal with. Although Anjiahai had only just ascended to immortality and his realm was only at human law, he still had a great advantage against the immortal creatures of the Immortal Creatures Core. He had also fought with these pseudo-immortal creatures before and could easily win without much effort. Tian Qingshan was merely a nirvana being, a pseudo-immortal creature in Anjiahai's view and not worth consideration. As expected, Tian Qingshan's control over law power was too weak. Under Anjiahai's time law, he could not launch an effective counterattack and was easily struck in the head by Anjiahai. Unfortunately, the time law's enhancement of destructive power was not strong enough, and Anjiahai's strength did not manage to smash Tian Qingshan's head. But such an attack had already caused Tian Qingshan's thinking to become chaotic, throwing his control over his own laws into even greater disarray. Anjiahai's onslaught fell on Tian Qingshan like raindrops, and finally, with a direct punch, blasted Tian Qingshan out of the teleporter station. Such trash dares to spout madness, truly courting death. Anjiahai scanned the other staff of the teleporter station, but suddenly frowned. Members of Lantian Guard Squad? Aren't they in charge of sealing the teleporter station? Why can't I see a single member of the Lantian Guard Squad? An 34 was also stunned upon hearing this. Their attention had been on Lin Shen and the others and had not noticed any issues with the teleporter station. However, the incident with Tian Qingshan made them realize that the guards at the teleporter station were not from the Lantian Guard Squad. Lantian Guard Squad was not like the ordinary guards. They possessed special abilities, and under the command of an immortal, they could create a unique sealing effect. Even for top-tier immortals, it was not easy to break through the blockade of the Lantian Guard Squad. Anjiahai's gaze then fell on a teleporter station employee who was shivering in a corner. The employee quickly got up, trembling, and pointed to a room inside the station. With a flick of his hand, Anjiahai opened the door of that room and immediately saw it filled with dead celestials. Because the room was so full of bodies, some of them slid out as soon as the door was opened. These corpses were clothed in battlesuits that were clearly the uniforms of the Lantian Guard Squad, but now each one of them was bleeding from the 7 orifices, having died a long time ago. Poison, and Anjiahai realized immediately that the members of the Lantian Guard Squad had been poisoned to death rather than killed in combat. The blood on their bodies was abnormally dark, and shockingly, despite the unknown time of death, their blood had not coagulated. And Anjiahai frowned slightly. It seemed that the adversary had been planning for a long time, and the situation on Sky Pinnacle Star was presumably not optimistic. And Anjiahai's own communicator had been damaged in the prior battle. Just as he was about to instruct N34 to report to their superiors, he saw Tian Qingshan outside the teleporter station standing up again. Tian Qingshan, with many injuries to his body, shakily stood up, holding a syringe in his hand that he had not been holding before, and jabbed it into his own neck. Both Anjiahai and Lin Shen were puzzled. They had seen nirvana beings use the God creation serum to transform into pseudo-immortal creatures before. But now that Tian Qingshan had already transformed into a pseudo-immortal creature, could he really transform again by injecting the God creation serum? Under the skeptical gazes of everyone, Tian Qingshan's steel body truly began to move again. The magnificent steel body shrank like it had been drained, becoming gaunt like a skeleton. Behind him, the steel wings not only grew larger, but a second pair of supplemental wings sprouted beneath them. In just a moment, Tian Qingshan had greatly altered from his previous appearance, transforming into a steel skeleton resembling an angel, with a shimmer of purple light flickering in his eye sockets, looking extremely terrifying. No matter how you change, you're just a drugged-up creature. How could you even compare to a true immortal? Anjiahai once again activated the time law. Tian Qingshan's body slowed down again in slow motion, and Anjiahai's power of nirvana turned into streaks of sword light, piercing towards Tian Qingshan's body through the air. Clang, 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 clang. The sword light struck Tianqing Shan but shattered one after another, failing to inflict any damage on his body. Njihai and the rest were shocked. Such body strength was clearly not just high hardness and toughness. N34 immediately made a move towards Tianqing Shan, aiming to work together with Njihai to kill Tianqing Shan. But no matter how they unleashed their strength with the assistance of law power, they could not break through his steel body. Instead, Tianqing Shan faced their attacks head-on, slowly walking forward, resonating with waves of law power. Tianqing Shan threw a punch, and its terrifying strength sent N34 and Njihai reeling backward at the same time, bringing down the wall behind them. The tenacity law of the Earth Law realm. Njihai discerned the law series of his opponent but could not come up with a countermeasure. Chapter 9-5 Battle of Sky Pinnacle Star. Njihai was even more anxious than Lin Shen to get them out and immediately went to activate the teleporter himself. He had also realized there must be a problem with Sky Pinnacle Star. Now that his father was injured, the celestial race was at its weakest. If the god-making race chose this time to cause trouble, Sky Pinnacle Star was likely to face a great calamity. If Lin Shen and his group caused trouble at this time, it would only make the situation worse for the celestial race. It would be better to let them leave quickly. Njihai attempted to activate the teleporter, only to find that it couldn't be started. What on earth is going on? Njihai grabbed one of the teleportation station workers and asked, "I don't know what's wrong. We haven't been able to start it since yesterday." The station master said it's due to a lack of energy and that we need to allocate more. "The requested energy blocks have not yet been transported here," said the trembling worker. "The energy blocks for the teleporters are all full. How could it be a lack of energy?" And Njihai's face darkened as he tested each teleporter and found that all were inoperable. While Njihai had N34 report to upper management, he called over technicians from the teleportation station to find out why the teleporter was not starting. But only after questioning did they realize that the technicians responsible for maintaining the teleporter were dead, their bodies piled up with those of the Lantian Guard Squad. Immediately, right now, arrange for technicians from the Heavenly Work Institute to come here. "We must find the problem and restart the teleporter in the shortest time possible," Njihai ordered. N34 to contact the Heavenly Work Institute. No one is answering, and N34 looked towards Njihai with a strange expression. Where is no one answering? Njihai's heart sank. Neither the Heavenly Work Institute nor the Celestial Court is answering, N34 said, trembling. The Heavenly Work Institute not answering could have a sliver of possibility, but if the Celestial Court wasn't answering, then there was definitely a problem. The Celestial Court had over 100 people specifically tasked with answering calls, ensuring someone could always be reached and that the communication could be accessed 24 hours a day. "Let's go, we're going back," said Njihai, realizing the seriousness of the situation and turning to leave without hesitation. He now had no time to care about Lin Shen, he just wanted to rush back and find out what exactly happened. Lin Shen didn't stop him. He immediately asked Yan Ruyu to use the miraculous empty pen, hoping to teleport Ouyang Yudu and the others out first. "There is a problem with the spatial fluctuations and teleportation can't be used." Yan Ruyu tried and immediately shook her head to inform Lin Shen. Actually, Lin Shen didn't need her to say it. He already knew that teleportation was impossible. Terrifying explosions continued to resound from afar. Sky Pinnacle Star was in chaos. "Let's go." Lin Shen beckoned everyone to fly directly into space, wanting to break through Sky Pinnacle Star first to avoid the chaos of battle. With Yan Ruyu's miraculous empty pen, as long as they found a stable place without law interference, they could teleport out of here in batches. It was a beautiful thought, but reality was cruel. Lin Shen and his group hadn't even broken through the atmosphere when they saw swarms of immortal creatures rushing towards Sky Pinnacle Star, their numbers so great they blotted out the sky. Holy, how did the god-making race bring so many immortal creatures to the star system owned by Sky Pinnacle Star? Lin Shen remarked with an odd expression, and had no choice but to have everyone retreat. Even before using the God Creation Serum, it would be impossible for such a large number like Nirvana to enter Sky Pinnacle Star. Thus, this pseudo-immortal creatures core definitely didn't use the teleporter to get here. Has the god-making race already developed the technology for short-term interstellar travel? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to bring so many people here. Lin Shen and the others landed again, seeing a law barrier rise in the sky, holding off the overwhelming pseudo-immortal creatures core outside. Boom, boom. The pseudo-immortal creatures core constantly bombarded the law armor, and battles continued to erupt within the star. Looking at this situation, Lin Shen knew that the law barrier might not hold for much longer, and if Sky Pinnacle Star couldn't hold out, the era of the celestial race was probably coming to an end. Another clap of thunder as the law barrier was pierced, and the pseudo-immortal creatures like demons and ghosts surged and squeezed through the breach into Sky Pinnacle Star's atmosphere. A purple light soared into the sky, almost instantaneously slaying a large number of the invaders. A figure appeared above, surprisingly holding the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. It was Tian Zixia. Tianzixia has become immortal. Lin Shen wasn't surprised. The reason Tianzixia hadn't become immortal until now was because he had been working on creating the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade. Now that the Soul Slayer blade was complete, he had his direction, and ascending to immortality was but a thought away. Tianzixia's 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade sent out beams of light that were indomitable, killing all the pseudo-immortal creatures that surged through the gap without leaving a single intact corpse. The 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade, combined with Tianzixia's law, is too powerful. Lin Shen couldn't help but hold his own scrap sword, still hesitating about whether to join the battle. Roars were heard from the planet, as many immortal creatures began to wreak havoc inside. Beams of divine light shot up to the sky. The immortal beings and core of the celestial race had to clear the pseudo-immortal creatures inside while constantly dispatching people to guard the fractured law barrier. Everything was in chaos. Battles erupted everywhere on Sky Pinnacle Star, with various pseudo-immortal creatures rampaging through the cities and immortal figures flying through the air, slaughtering those recklessly destructive creatures. What do we do now? Heavenly Consort asked Lin Shen. There are only 2 paths we can take. One is to wait for the celestial race to win, then we leave. The other is to break through and leave the battlefield, Lin Shen pondered. The entire Sky Pinnacle Star is now surrounded by pseudo-immortal creatures core, and with the god-making race's large-scale attack, they are determined to take over, surely having top-tier powerhouses in command. If we now break through Sky Pinnacle Star, we will inevitably become the most conspicuous targets, Heavenly Consort contemplated. Then there's only one path we can take to help the celestial race win this battle, Lin Shen said. Our strength might not be enough to influence the outcome of such a level of war, Heavenly Consort said with a bitter smile. That's not necessarily true. Lin Shen looked up to the skies, only to see the law barrier of Sky Pinnacle Star completely shattered, countless pseudo-immortal creatures swarming in, and the celestial race suddenly engulfed in a fierce battle. Lin Shen caught sight of a familiar figure flying across the sky. Indeed, it was Tianruudu, who was born attached to the life base. Chapter 916, No Other Choice. Tianruudu's flesh body was annihilated by the deathly destiny Staley, and his soul attached to his bright seraph life base. In his hand, he held another life-based dark-skinned soul book, watching from the air as the pseudo-immortal creatures core assaulted the defenses of Sky Pinnacle Star. He did not stay long, flying through the chaotic battlefield toward what seemed to be the direction of the An family. Not good. Lin Shen realized something and hurriedly led people toward Tianzhu Manor. After all, Tianzhu was Lin Shen's senior uncle, and his body was almost completely transformed into non-human. In such a situation, there might be no guarantee that Tianzhu Manor could come out of this war unscathed. Considering his past connection with Tianjun and previous assistance from Tianzhu, he couldn't just watch the entire Tianzhu family perish. With Yan Ruyu leading the way, any immortal creatures rushing at them were almost immediately killed. By the time they arrived at Tianzhu Manor, from afar, they could see that the battles here were not fierce, and the pseudo-immortal creatures core did not focus on attacking Tianzhu Manor. The entire Tianzhu Manor was enveloped by a law barrier. The pseudo-immortal creatures outside couldn't break through the law barrier for a while and turned to other locations instead. Why have you come here? Tian Xiaocao saw Lin Shen, hesitated for a moment, then let someone open a slit in the law barrier to let Lin Shen and his group in. Sky Pinnacle Star is in turmoil. I came to check on your situation. It's good to see you're fine. Lin Shen did not go in, soon turning around to leave. Since Tianzhu Manor was temporarily safe, he needed to see how the Celestial Master Institute was holding up, unsure whether Ansai and the others could still defend it. If you're thinking of returning to the Celestial Master Institute, you might not need to. Vice Dean An and the others have already left the Institute and returned to their respective homes, Tian Xiaoya told Lin Shen. Lin Shen paused in surprise. Weren't they confined in the Celestial Master Institute? How could they just go home? Tian Xiaoya didn't answer but said to Lin Shen, Come in, it's relatively safe here for now. You can't leave Sky Pinnacle Star immediately, so take temporary shelter here. Thinking it over, Lin Shen led his people into Tianzhou Manor, and once they were all inside, Tian Xiaochao ordered the law barrier to be sealed. You've come just at the right time. Father was actually sending someone to find you, but you came yourself. He's waiting for you in the backyard. I'll take you to him, Tian Xiaofeng said, pulling Lin Shen toward the backyard. Having visited before, Lin Shen was familiar with the path. But this time, upon arriving in the courtyard, he saw Tianzhu sitting in a wheelchair, resembling a statue made of ice jade, pushed by a celestial female, observing the situation outside. You've really picked the wrong time to come to Sky Pinnacle Star, Tianzhu said. Who knew Sky Pinnacle Star would be in such a state? Lin Shen replied helplessly. You may as well stay here for the time being. If the celestial race can survive this calamity, there will still be time to leave, Tianzhu continued, watching the ongoing battles in the sky. If Sky Pinnacle Star falls, what are your plans? We'll have to force our way out of Sky Pinnacle Star. We can head to Giant Ring Star together, Lin Shen said. The woman pushing the wheelchair shook her head. If Sky Pinnacle Star can't hold, even if you manage to return to Giant Ring Star, do you think it can be defended? Besides, if Sky Pinnacle Star falls, it's likely that no one will be able to escape. We can't just sit here and wait to die, Lin Shen said. I just saw Tian Ruodu. He is a high-ranking member of the God-making race, and I've offended him before. Even if I wanted to surrender now, I doubt there would be a way to survive. Hearing this, Tianju's face showed a rare expression. For a person as obstinate as Tianjun, I didn't expect her to choose someone so cunning. I have no choice due to the circumstances, Lin Shen admitted with slight embarrassment. That's probably for the best, Tianju nodded slightly. If Sky Pinnacle Star falls, take Xiao Cao and the others to Giant Ring Star. Aren't you coming with us? Lin Shen asked. I am already a dying man. It makes no difference whether I go or stay, Tianju replied. Go rest for now. Rejuvenate your spirit. This may be our last chance. After Lin Shen left the courtyard, he met up with Ouyang Yudu and the others to discuss their next steps. According to Tianju, the chances of holding Sky Pinnacle Star were slim. They had to plan ahead. In the courtyard, the female celestial asked Tianju, do you also think that Sky Pinnacle Star can't be held? It's difficult, Tianju said. The woman pondered for a moment, then hesitantly said, if that's really the case, we need to plan ahead. After all, Lin Shen is just a junior. His reliance is just on the immortal of Heaven Law beside him. You don't really believe he could escape, do you? At this point, we can only take a gamble. When the battle reaches its final stage with the full force of my manner, maybe we can carve out a path of survival for them, Tianju sighed. I was strongly against Tian Ruodu marrying Tian Shun initially. He won't spare Lin Shen, nor will he spare me. We have no way out. Upon hearing this, the woman spoke. That might not be the case. Tian Ruodu is just a high-ranking member of the God-making race, not the clan leader. Maybe we can find a way to contact other high-ranking members of the God-making race. Even if Tian Ruodu is unwilling, what can he do to us? If Tian Ruodu insists on pursuing us, we could simply hand over Lin Shen to vent his anger. Lin Shen has a life-destroying feud with him. Compared to us, our grievances with him are nothing. Tianjue looked at the woman and shook his head. In my current state, do you think they would offend Tian Ruodu for me? Anything is possible. If you have an idea, we can try it. It's better than just sitting here waiting for death, the woman said. Tianju sighed again. When have you been in contact with the God-making race? The woman was momentarily taken aback, then forced a smile. What contact do I have with the God-making race? But now, we have no choice. Our family must survive, right? How did you know about Lin Shen's life-destroying feud with Tian Ruodu? Tian Shun only told me, and I haven't told you, Tianju said. The woman let go of the wheelchair she had been pushing, walked up to Tianju, knelt down, and grasped his cold hand. At this point, I will not hide it from you. I indeed made contact with the God-making race, but it was for the sake of our family, for all of us to survive, and for Xiao Cao and their future. We have no other choice. Yes, we really have no other choice. Tianju nodded slightly. The woman brightened up, but in the next second, her expression drastically changed as her hand, holding Tianju's, turned into an ice block. Frightened, the woman burst out with terrifying strength in an attempt to break free, but it was too late. A horrifying law power froze her body along with the law itself, everything except her head encased in ice. Tianju, what are you doing? The woman, unable to break free, stared in horror at Tianju and asked. Indeed, we have no choice. Only battle remains. Tianju's ice jade body slowly stood up, his body's ice light growing ever more intense, transforming into a shocking ice light that surged into the sky, where everything it touched was frozen. In the sky, large swaths of the pseudo-immortal creature's core were frozen mid-air, turning into ice sculptures that plummeted to the ground, shattering completely, devoid of the strength an immortal creature should possess. Chapter 917, Lin Shen and a few others were discussing when they saw this scene. They quickly walked into the courtyard and watched as Tianjue, like an ice jade statue, slowly rose and headed towards the void battlefield. The void battlefield was filled with desperate battles. Although the strength of the immortal beings from the celestial race was significantly stronger than that of the pseudo-immortal creatures, and their coordination more in sync, under the relentless assault of the pseudo-immortal creatures corp like tidal waves, the situation was still not optimistic. Many immortals were not defeated by lack of strength, but were suppressed and slain within the sea of laws. Only those immortals who formed battle arrays, utilizing the overlapping protective power of multiple laws, could possibly cut through the pseudo-immortal creatures corp. However, the consumption of energy was also extremely severe, making it difficult to sustain for a long duration. Tianju charged into the void, with laws traversing the emptiness, instantly freezing a series of glacial rivers in the sky, not knowing how many pseudo-immortal creatures were frozen within, instantly deprived of life. For a moment, ice rivers crisscrossed the skies, forcibly suppressing a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures, disrupting their battle formations, and finally giving nearby immortals of the celestial race a chance to breathe. People say that if it weren't for problems during his nirvana, Tianju's accomplishments would certainly not be beneath An Yi. This statement is indeed true. With the body of heavenly law possessing such combat strength, it's rare in the world. Tianru glanced back, but showed no intention of going back to assist, leading his people towards An Yi's mansion instead. Mr. Jiao, following behind Tianru, said with a smile, "Such a person is a pity indeed. His own laws are in chaos, forcibly bursting out with combat power. It won't be long before, even if no one kills him, he is likely to turn into a non-human first." Several people nodded in agreement, and they no longer concerned themselves with Tianzhu, continuing their march towards An Yi's mansion. Lin Shen and the others watched Tianzhu, who could barely move his body, standing like a statue in the void. Using only the power of law to become invincible, they couldn't help but admire him. I had long heard of Tianzhu's exceptional talent. I didn't expect that despite his inconvenience, he still remains so powerful. If only our race could produce such a strong figure, we would not have fallen to such a state, the heavenly consort sighed. This person is indeed extremely strong, nearly invincible below the Dharma King. Yanruyu nodded and said she had not witnessed the battle between An Yi and Emperor Tianshu, and felt that below the Dharma King, Tianzhu was already in an invincible state. When she herself was in the heavenly law realm, she probably could not compare either. Lin Wan just silently watched from the side without any particular action. Tian Xiaochao and others of Tianzhu's family watched the battling Tianzhu in the void with concern. While Tianzhu's display of divine might excited them, they were more worried about his physical condition. At this moment, there was suddenly someone approaching the outside of Tianzhu Manor. Boom! The law barrier of Tianzhu Manor suddenly shattered, and a person stepped into Tianzhu Manor. Chi-Tu, what are you doing here, and why did you break our family's law barrier? People of Tianzhu's family recognized the newcomer and immediately shouted fiercely. As Chi-Tu walked into Tianzhu Manor, he said indifferently, "It's astonishing that Tianzhu, after being troubled by injuries for so many years, still has such combat power. What a pity, he is a blind man who cannot see the situation clearly. The current situation on Sky Pinnacle Star, the current trends, are no longer something he can withstand by himself." "You, traitor," an elderly man from Tianzhu Manor bellowed in rage, erupting with law power. But Chi-Tu's strength was not comparable to that of an average immortal. A mere glance from Chi-Tu caused the elder's laws to shatter, and the old man seemed to have been struck hard, falling backwards and smashing a large hole through the house built of immortal materials. Chi-Tu has also turned traitor. The people of Tianzhu's family were stunned. The second in command of the Qi family actually betrayed the celestial race, something no one had anticipated. An elder suddenly seemed to think of something, clenching his teeth in anger and exclaiming, "When An Yi was defeated, it was him who first jumped out to incite the masses and drove away Emperor Tianshu. So this was An's intention all along. He truly deserves death." Only then did everyone realize that Chi-Tu had been plotting with ulterior motives for a long time. Even more so, some thought further, if Chi-Tu, who helped An Yi, is a traitor, then what about An Yi is a traitor? Then what about An Yi? Chi-Tu, our Tianzhu Manor has always been at peace with your Qi mansion without any direct conflict or grudges. What are you doing here? The old man stood up, dragging his injured body, but still stood in front of the people of Tianzhu Manor, loudly questioning Chi-Tu. "We indeed have no grudges with your family. Blame it on Tianzhu being too strong and for not recognizing the situation." Chi-Tu's gaze landed on Tian Xiaochao, and the rest of the young descendants of the Tianzhu family. The elder saw his intent and immediately stood in his way, blocking his view, and shouted in a stern voice, "Qi heir, despite being the second in your family, if you have the skill, then fight Tianzhu in a fair battle. These despicable tactics of yours bring shame to the Kai family. Victors become kings, losers are regarded as bandits. Victory is the ultimate outcome." Chi-Tu's gaze was intense, with divine light bursting forth. The old man who stood in the way was sent flying again, knocking down the wall behind him. Tian Xiaochao and the others deployed their life bases, wishing to fight desperately against Chi-Tu, but with a glance from him, circular halos appeared around their bodies and on their life bases, binding them, unable to move. "Qi heir, your timing is perfect. Save me from this trap," exclaimed the woman, whose body was frozen in a block of ice with only her head exposed, when she saw Qi heir suddenly calling out in surprise. The people of Tianzhu Manor were all shocked, not understanding why their aunt was frozen there and even seeking help from Qi heir. Although they had already thought of the answer in their hearts, they were unwilling to believe it. "You were supposed to watch over Tianzhu, didn't you say he was incapacitated without any ability to fight?" Chi-Tu looked at the woman and said coldly, "I never expected Tianzhu to be so heartless and ungrateful. After serving him for so many years, he didn't even let slip a single piece of information to me," the woman said through clenched teeth. "Ah, Tianzhu, what a ruthless man. To have been able to keep it from a woman he had been with day and night for many years to this extent, he really is merciless," Shi'ar said, as if in admiration. "That heartless creature, Tianzhu, I will personally dig out his heart to see whether it is truly black and cold," the woman said bitterly. "Quick, help me break free from this restraint." "Your idea is good, and I will help you achieve it," Qi said as he looked at the woman, who suddenly turned pale with shock. "Qi, what are you? We are on the same side. Before the woman could finish speaking, her head burst open like a watermelon. "Such a fool like you don't deserve to be one of us." Shi Tu retracted his gaze and looked at Tian Xiaochao and the others with a smile. "Children, it's time to leave. If we wait any longer, who knows how many more immortal creatures will die by Tianju's hands. Let me see how ruthless and determined Tianju's heart is, whether he is willing to abandon his own offspring as well. Just kill us, Xiao Xiaochao roared in anger. But Chi-Er ignored him, his gaze sharp as he tried to control Tian Xiaotao and the others, intending to enter the void battlefield. Yet, there was one person who walked in front of Tian Xiaotao and the rest, pulled up a chair and sat down. Mr. Zhao, if you want to leave, you should go by yourself. Tianjue entrusted them to me and I have to watch over them so they can't go anywhere. Lin Shen sat there smiling and looking at Chi-Er as he spoke. Chapter 918. The outcome is still uncertain. Lin Shen, quick, do it, kill me. Tian Xiaotao called out to Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, completely baffled by the child's thought process. Wasn't living a good life good enough? Why insist on having someone kill him? Lin Shen, I considered you a character, and I really wanted to let you go, so why insist on seeking death? Chi-Tu sighed. I'm left with no choice, as all these children are my juniors. When their parents are not around, if I, as their senior, watch them being bullied and do nothing, how could I explain to the person at home afterward? Lin Shen said. There are also strengths and weaknesses in the heavenly law. Do you really think one heavenly law can stop me? Chi-Tu's gaze shifted towards Yan Ruyu standing next to Lin Shen. If Mr. Second knows this truth, then you better retreat quickly. It would be unfortunate to injure you, Lin Shen said. Chi-Tu's face bore a smile, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. However, the person he was looking at was no longer Lin Shen. Yan Ruyu was standing in front of Lin Shen with a crystal-clear jade light radiating from her. Rings of halos emerged outside the jade light, constantly contracting as if to sever Yan Ruyu's body along with the jade light. Yan Ruyu just stood there calmly, her body as clear as crystal, shining with a light jade luster. The halos outside of her became more and more numerous, like countless steel wires entwining her, nearly obscuring her figure completely. Lin Shen, run, go back and tell Auntie to take revenge for us later, Tian Xiaoya shouted. While Tian Xiaocao was clamoring for Lin Shen to kill him, Feng Xiaoya and Feng Xiaosong and the others were urging Lin Shen to escape quickly, creating a noisy tumult. Lin Wan was silently watching from the side. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he thought, indeed a Dharma king. Where did this Lin Shen kid find such a Dharma king to be his bodyguard? No wonder he's always so confident. At this moment, Shi-Tu was equally astonished. His pupil skill, combined with the law, had been performed to the utmost, yet he still couldn't lock down Yan Ruyu, which surprised him with the strength of Yan Ruyu's law. Jade Series law, somewhat impressive. But under my world-ending demon pupil law, no matter how strong your defense is, it's useless. You will still die. Chi-Tu's body burst with light, his eyes like two searchlights, the intense pupil light directly shone upon Yan Ruyu. Bands of light constrained Yan Ruyu's body, colorful like numerous electric hula hoops, enveloping her completely. Tian Xiaoya and the others were shouting themselves hoarse. Seeing this, they all stopped their cries. If Yan Ruyu, an immortal, were to die, then even if Lin Shen wanted to escape, he would stand no chance. However, Chi-Tu's gaze was fixed on the colorful pupil light. His face was full of puzzlement. Under such pupil law, it seemed he still couldn't break through Yan Ruyu's defense. Crack. A crisp sound, even in the noisy environment, attracted everyone's attention. In the next second, they saw the halos around Yan Ruyu suddenly turned into shards of colorful jade, then shattered, clinking as they fell to the ground, revealing Yan Ruyu standing unharmed in her original spot. Tian Xiaoya and the others all widened their eyes, hardly believing what they had just witnessed. After snapping out of their stupor, their faces were once again filled with ecstatic joy. The immortal by Lin Shen's side turned out to be no less formidable than the second-ranked powerhouse of the Qi family and had even shattered his law power. Everyone's hearts were like on a roller coaster ride, plunging from hell and soaring back up to heaven. Yan Ruyu waved a hand casually, and the jade light hit Tian Xiaotao and the others, instantly shattering the pupil light rings that bound them, turning into fragments of jade pupil light rings that clinked and scattered all over the ground. Chi-Tu's complexion subtly changed. Yan Ruyu's strength clearly exceeded his expectations. With such prowess, why would you be at the beck and call of a junior? If you follow me, once we succeed, I promise you 300 stars and the position of an elder among the celestial race, Chi-Tu said to Yan Ruyu. Such a promise could tempt an ordinary immortal. Yan Ruyu smiled and said, sounds tempting. I do like money and would love to make some, but alas, I owe someone a life debt, and I must repay it by serving them. Consider your life a bit of interest I'm paying back to him. Upon hearing this, dark clouds gathered over Chi-Tu's face. You and I have yet to determine the victor, but once the battle over there concludes, your death is certain. Yet to be determined? Yan Ruyu raised his hand, and a flicker of jade light flashed between his fingers like a speck of starlight in the night sky. Chi-Tu knew that the battle was inevitable. The light around his body suddenly vanished without a trace, as if his body had turned into a pitch-black shadow, only his eyes shining so intensely that they were unbearable to gaze into directly. Everything around them disintegrated into fragments under that gaze, even the indestructible material buildings. Yet, the faint jade light emanating from Yan Ruyu acted like a shield of light, blocking that fearsome gaze and protecting the people behind him. As the surrounding indestructible material buildings continuously cracked and crumbled under the pupil light, Tian Xiaochao and the others were so anxious that their hearts nearly leapt out of their chests, not knowing how much longer Yan Ruyu could withstand the assault. At that moment, with a flick of Yan Ruyu's jade finger, the tip sparkled and gleamed, vanishing in a fleeting streak of light. The blinding pupil light suddenly vanished and everyone regained their sight, turning their gaze toward Qi Tu. His eyes had lost their luster, bloodshot to the point where it seemed as if the blood would soon drip out. His palm covered his forehead, blood seeping through his fingers. As he slowly released his hand, his fingers were covered in fresh blood, and on his forehead was a vertical pupil, now pierced through, leaving a gaping hole in his skull. You are, Qi Tu uttered only a part of a question before his body staggered and fell backward, hitting the ground, lifeless. Tiny particles drifted from his body, gradually coalescing in the air to form a crystalline structure shaped like an eye. That was the reincarnation ashes. No life base escaped from his body, for his life base was the third eye, which Yan Ruyu had destroyed. Tian Xiaochao and the others stood dumbfounded, watching Yan Ruyu, who seemed to stand there so nonchalantly, hardly believing that the second strongest of the Qi family had just been killed. That was Qi an old powerhouse of the heavenly law realm. How could he have fallen to a single finger strike, just like that? Chapter 99. You don't deserve. Most of the immortals from an F family's first mansion have already rushed into the void battlefield, relying only on the law barrier to fend off the invading pseudo-immortal creatures. The An family has a total of 4 mansions, each of which is protected by a law barrier capable of defending against attacks of immortal level. Under normal circumstances, they are very hard to break. But when Tianru Udu and his men arrived at An family's first mansion, the law barrier there failed, and a pseudo-immortal creature rampaged within, slaughtering at will. The recuperating Enyi finally made an appearance. A spirit base floating beside him instantly killed the pseudo-immortal creature. Unfortunately, the law barrier device had been destroyed and could no longer be used. Great sir, who would have thought we would meet again? Tianru Udu looked at Anyi with a victor's smile on his face. Do you know what you are doing? Anyi glanced at Tianru Udu's body, his brow slightly furrowed. As if provoked by Anyi's expression, Tianru Udu coldly said, Of course I know what I am doing. As for you, great sir, you should think carefully about what you want to do from now on. What is there for me to consider? Anyi asked emotionlessly. When I came to see you back then, what I said still stands. As long as you choose to support me, you will still be second only to one in the celestial race, Tianru Udu said. Anyi laughed and said, That day, I also asked you, why should I agree to someone standing above me? Before, you had a choice. Now, you don't. If you don't choose me, I fear you and an M family's first mansion will not be able to last, Tianru Udu said. Anyi's smile faded as he looked at Tianru Udu and said solemnly, Your Highness, do you know why Tianju did not choose you and neither did I? You were afraid of old thief Tianshu, thinking I was inferior to him. What about now? Reality has proven that he lost, you all lost, and the celestial race will ultimately belong to me. Tianru Udu arrogantly lifted his head. Anyi shook his head and said, Indeed, you are not as good as your father, but that's not the only reason everyone refused you. The real reason no one is willing to choose you is that you have no faith. Faith? Do you mean those illusory deities? Sorry, but now I am the one who defies the heavens, who kills gods and demons. Have you ever seen a hunter who believes in his prey? Tianru Udu laughed, his laugh wild and unbridled. No, the faith I speak of pertains to the heart. Enyi looked up into the void, where the immortals of the celestial race were fighting desperately against the pseudo-immortal creature's core, and Tianju's law was nearly turning the void into a sea of ice. The strength of one's heart is something no one can impart to you, nor can it be learned. It comes from your character and integrity, Anyi continued as he looked at the battle in the sky. Someone with a strong heart will adhere to his principles, unchanging under any circumstances. Even temporary compromises are meant to advance towards the ultimate goal. Indomitable, regardless of any hardships faced, he will never bow nor bend, even if his spine breaks. Isn't that just me? After all these years, I finally reached this step, Tianru Udu said. And Yi smiled faintly. After all these years, you indeed have not changed at all. Do you really think that even if you take over the celestial race now, even if you ascend to the position of the Heavenly Emperor, is that still the Heavenly Emperor's seat you once sought after? True faith means that you can treat her as you wish, hit her, curse her, insult her, but you absolutely cannot allow others to touch her with a single finger. Otherwise, what you get is just meaningless trash. Even if achieved, is that what you really wanted? What you say now is useless. To win is to win, to lose is to lose, no matter the means. The last one to laugh is the winner, said Tianru Udu. As masters of the dual heavenly laws, I may have lost my physical body, but my combat strength remains intact. You, on the other hand, have sustained severe injuries. What will you fight me with? Tianru Udu sneered coldly. My faith still remains, Enyi replied calmly, as a strange radiance began to rise from his body. Behind him appeared broken wings, black and white, and the carapace on his body was also damaged, making him look like a severely injured angel with broken wings. Originally, Ch901 was worried whether Anyi's injuries had already healed, but seeing Anyi's current condition, he let his guard down and sneered, "Then, let me see what your faith can truly offer you." Ch901's body shone brightly as the soul book in his hand opened automatically. He reached out intending to inscribe Anyi's name within it. The tip of his finger, gleaming with light, began to write the radiant character An in the soul book. However, when he tried to write the character Yi, he discovered that as he wrote the horizontal stroke, the front part would disappear, preventing him from completing the name. Ch901's expression changed, and once again he quickly pointed his finger trying to inscribe the character Yi, but the result was the same. No matter how fast he wrote, he could not form the complete character. Your soul is too fragile. How can you possibly judge the souls of others? Yi said, slowly lifting a hand and aiming it at Ch901. Ch901 clenched his teeth and persisted in his frenzied attempt to write Yi's name in the soul book, but not only did he fail to write the character Yi, even the preceding An disappeared as well. In your next life, don't bear the Tian surname again. You don't deserve it. As Yi spoke, a black hole blossomed in his palm, seemingly ready to devour everything before him. The light radiating from Ch901 surged wildly, akin to the divine light of the sun. But how could a star contend with a black hole? The light was drawn into the black hole, unable to escape. No matter how hard Ch901 struggled, he could not counter the pull of the black hole, and he found himself gradually being dragged into it, unmatched, irresistible. Even a severely wounded Yi was still the strongest man of the celestial race. Just as Ch901 was about to be devoured by the black hole, a streak of sword light flew into it and instantly dispersed the black hole. A blood-red longsword was plunged into the ground before Yi. A figure emerged from behind Ch901 and stood before Yi. It was a person cloaked in a black cape, face obscured. When he walked up to Yi, he removed his cloak, revealing armor the color of crimson, like a warrior bathed in blood. Yi is indeed worthy of the name. I am the leader of the Godslayer group of the God-making race, Red Ghost. The blood-colored warrior reached out to pull the blood-colored longsword from the ground, looking at Yi as he spoke. It is an honor to battle you. The bloodline Dharma King? Yi asked, looking at Red Ghost. If possible, I hope to fight against you in your peak state. The time-space dual heavenly laws are indeed rare. Unfortunately, this time, we must take the Sky Pinnacle Star, so some regrets are inevitable, said Red Ghost. That suits me well, Yi said, stepping forward and walking into the void. Red Ghost's figure flashed, disappearing as well, stepping into the void. The sky above suddenly burst forth with black and red radiance, as if two sky roses that could cover the heavens and the earth had bloomed. Chapter 920, The Terrifying Strength of the God. Making race. Almost at the same moment the great battle between Red Ghost and Yi began. A figure also arrived in front of Tianju. Waves of crimson flames rolled through the void like heavenly fire, melting the icy ocean in the emptiness. The person, whose entire body was engulfed in flames, stood in front of Tianju, sizing him up, and said, "The clash between ice and fire, somewhat interesting indeed. Pity, you're not a true Stasis Series Dharma King. You are the Fire Series Dharma King, Feng 6, Tianju, emotionless as an ice jade statue, nevertheless named the newcomer, his voice tinged with a hint of surprise. During the race war, the cosmic dwellers all knew the current Fire Series Dharma King was Feng 6 of the Phoenix clan. You're half right, the fireman said indifferently. Time's almost up, you should be on your way. No sooner had his voice fallen than the surging heavenly fire engulfed the void. The ice light on Tianju faced the overwhelming heavenly fire, its might incomparably feeble compared to before, and was swiftly devoured by the fire. Tianju had not become a Dharma King after all, and there were problems with his body. Facing the Fire Series Dharma King who could counter him was like fighting a losing battle. Lin Shen's gaze shifted to Yanruyu, who understood Lin Shen's intent and nodded slightly. I'll go help him, you be careful yourself. With that, Yanruyu stepped into the void, heading toward the dueling fireman. Is she going to be okay? Tian Xiaoya asked, worried. She hoped that Yanruyu could save Tianju, but the opponent was a Dharma King. Could Yanruyu really do it? Tian Xiaotao and the others had the same thought. They knew Yanruyu was strong, but the enemy was a Dharma King. Even the Heaven Law might struggle against such might. It should be manageable, but we need to be prepared. If things don't work out, we run. Start packing up. Lin Shen already intended to break out of Sky Pinnacle Star. There was no hope of victory for the celestial race. Even with Yanruyu, it wouldn't be enough. Worldly possessions are irrelevant. No need to pack, replied Tian Xiaochao and the others, shaking their heads, their gazes fraught with worry as they watched the void. Yanruyu stepped upon the void, and with a flick of her finger, the pervasive heavenly fire started to converge towards a point of jade light between her fingertips. The jade light formed a jade orb at her fingertip, suctioning in the heavenly fire. The orb grew larger and large, the flames inside becoming more and more fierce, like a burning star, constantly expanding. The heavenly fire of the Fire Series Dharma King was entirely absorbed into it. There's actually a Dharma King among the celestial race. The fireman was slightly surprised, sizing up Yanruyu with interest. As this was said, Tian Xiaochao and the others were both shocked and delighted. They all knew Yan Ruyu was strong, but never imagined that she was actually a Dharma king. Tianju, you go first. I have this under control, Yan Ruyu said to the fireman. This is my fight. You don't need to interject. Take Lin Shen and the others and go. Tianju, however, showed no intention of leaving. Today, no one is leaving. 3 figures descended from above the immortal core, arriving behind the fireman. One of them, clad in armor shining like diamond, radiated dazzling brilliance. The figure, making it difficult to see clearly, looked at Yan Ruyu with interest and spoke, "A Dharma king of the Jade series. Interesting. You all tend to your own business. All right, treasure god, she's all yours." Among the other 2, a person towering like a giant deity glanced at the fireman and spoke, "Fire King, make it quick, don't dawdle. Mind your own business," the Fire King snorted coldly, his heavenly fire flaring up again as he rolled towards Tianjue. Watching Tianju fall back into a hard fight, Yan Ruyu did not offer support. She locked eyes with the person whose body gleamed with the light of treasures, neither daring to make a move. "Treasure God, the leader of the God-making race's wealth group, how may I address you?" Treasure God unfurled his brilliant wings, like those of a diamond-crafted, single-horned dragon person. Yan Ruyu answered. Treasure God looked at Yan Ruyu and said, "I haven't heard of you." "I've only heard that Yu Xuanji had an adopted daughter named Yu Yan. Since you've become the Dharma King of the Jade series, it seems that Yu Xuanji must be dead. That guy always prided himself on his intelligence and looked down on others. He disdained joining forces with us. Didn't expect he would be taken down by his own adopted daughter." "Yu Xuanji was from the God-making race?" Yan Ruyu was slightly startled. "Don't you know? He and I have always been at odds. I've been wanting to see who was more powerful, but due to both of us being leaders of the God-making race, I couldn't act against him. Today, it's perfect to have a showdown with you and see who is stronger, the Dharma King of my Treasure series or the Dharma King of your Jade series." As Treasure God spoke, he flapped his wings and charged at Yan Ruyu with his physical body. Yan Ruyu's gaze sharpened, transforming into a jade body, and clashed fiercely with Treasure God. The collision of their physical forms triggered a shockwave so terrifying that it burst out in all directions, radiating streams of light. The dreadful light burst ring extended outward, and everything blocking its path was destroyed. The expressions on Lin Shen and the others were exceedingly grim. To think that the God-making race possessed so many Dharma King-level powerhouses. The 2 people that came with Treasure God were most likely also at the Dharma King level. It seemed the celestial race was doomed today. Moreover, Lin Shen had yet to see Tianjuyu, who also colluded with the God-making race and wished nothing more than the utter destruction of the celestial race, would definitely not miss this opportunity. By that account, the God-making race presently had at least 3 Dharma King-level powerhouses. Even if Lin Shen fought to the death against one Dharma King, there were still 2 more that could not be stopped. No matter how he looked at it, the celestial race was finished today. In fact, the situations of both Tianju and Anyi were far from optimistic. They were at a significant disadvantage in their battles with the Dharma Kings, and it was doubtful they could last much longer. Lin Shen's expression fluctuated. The situation was dire, and even he had difficulty making a decision. If even Lin Shen felt the situation was tricky, the rest of the celestial race was even more desperate. Tian Xiaochao drew her life base, ready to fight to the death. To kill one in defeat pays for itself, killing 2 earns 1. Tian Xiaojia and the others felt the same, all contemplating a fight to the death. The 2 leaders of the God-making race arrived in front of the Imperial Palace. After exchanging a glance, the colossal God-making race leader punched towards the law barrier of the Imperial Palace. The formidable fist power created cracks in the law barrier, which even the pseudo-immortal core had bombarded for a long time without success in breaking. "Giant Spirit, did you skip a meal?" Gu Xia, short in stature with a donkey face, mockingly said. Giant Spirit snorted coldly and summoned a massive hammer-shaped life base, slamming it into the law barrier. The blow sent the law barrier quivering perilously, tearing open large rifts. Giant Spirit hammered away at the law barrier, each strike seemingly powerful enough to shatter planets. After several continuous hits, the law barrier of the Imperial Palace finally broke open a gap. Just as they were about to step through, they saw someone sitting on a large chair in front of the Imperial Palace gate, appearing like the Imperial Palace's gatekeeper. Tianshu, both Giant Spirit and Gu Xia, were momentarily taken aback as they recognized the person sitting boldly in front of the Imperial Palace gate. It was none other than the young Emperor Tianshu. Chapter 921, Who is Betraying? How come you are here? Gu Xia stared at Emperor Tianshu, casting suspicious glances around, with his eyes flickering, seemingly pondering something. You seek to destroy my celestial race. It is only right for this emperor to be here to protect my race. If not here, where else should I be? Emperor Tianshu said indifferently. Being here saves me the trouble of finding you. Giant Spirit took a step forward, his hand holding a massive hammer that seemed like a small mountain, and swung it down at Emperor Tianshu. Boom! A burst of light shot up to the sky like a volcano erupting. The giant spirit's hammer was blocked by this light, unable to smash down. Instead, the young Emperor Tianshu slowly stood up, his body's radiance growing stronger like a deity, slowly pushing back the giant spirit's massive hammer. Even though Emperor Tianshu's stature was nowhere near as large as giant spirits, for some reason, at this moment, the giant-like giant spirit appeared somewhat dwarf in front of Emperor Tianshu. I want your heart. Gu Xia suddenly made a stealth attack, appearing in front of Emperor Tianshu like a phantom, his hand holding a short blade, stabbing towards Emperor Tianshu's heart. But in the next second, a terrifying light shot straight into the sky, and the bodies of Giant Spirit and Gu Xia were forcefully blown back, slammed into the void. Emperor Tianshu took a step forward, walking in the light, floating in the void, radiating sunlight-like brilliance. Lord Heavenly Emperor, many from the celestial race seeing that sunlight-like sparkling light felt overwhelming joy in their hearts. At the same time, some were terribly shocked. They never expected Emperor Tianshu to return, and to fight so terribly, as if he had never been injured. Heavenly Emperor is back. Tian Xiaotao and others were both shocked and delighted, as if they had seen hope. Lin Shen was seeing Emperor Tianshu's true face for the first time, greatly surprised. Emperor Tianshu is so young, who said Emperor Tianshu was an old geezer. His strength is too formidable. Lin Shen found it hard to believe this tall and handsome young celestial could actually be that greedy, scheming old geezer Emperor Tianshu. Emperor Tianshu, radiating boundless light, was facing two opponents alone and still making it difficult for Giant Spirit and Gu Xia to cope. This made Lin Shen begin to doubt his earlier judgment. Maybe those two people were not the Dharma King level powerhouses he had guessed. However, seeing the situation turning around, Lin Shen also saw an opportunity, immediately leapt into the sky, wishing to help the terribly struggling Tianzhu. Lin Shen, just as he had ascended into the sky before he could move closer to the void where Tianzhu was, a voice filled with bone-chilling hatred came. Lin Shen turned his head and saw a familiar face, Tianruodu. What's this guy causing trouble for? Seeing Tianruodu, Lin Shen had to stop first, turned toward him and said, After all, you are part of the celestial race. Do you really want to see the celestial race be exterminated by outsiders? You better worry about your own life. Today I must kill you. Tianruodu snorted coldly and flipped open the soul book in his hand. Your skills have been seen through by me. It's just the reversal of strength and weakness technique, no longer of any use to me. I want you to pay back 10 times for the destruction of my body, extract your soul, and imprison it forever, tormenting your spirit daily. Tian Xiaotao and others wanted to rush out to help Lin Shen, but were stopped by Ouyang Yudu. You better just watch from here. If you don't help, so be it, but why stop us? Tian Xiaoya, glaring at Ouyang Yudu, said, If it weren't for Ouyang Yudu being too handsome, her attitude might have been 100 times worse. Your strength is insufficient. Going would only hinder Lin Shen and not help, Ouyang Yudu said. But isn't Lin Shen a nirvana being as well? How can his strength alone overpower Tianruodu? With all of our strength combined, perhaps there's still a chance, Tian Xiaokao said. Nirvana beings are not all the same either. Just watch and don't interfere, Ouyang Yudu said indifferently. If you want to watch, watch by yourself. Don't try to control us. Tian Xiaokao refused to believe Ouyang Yudu's words and attempted to charge forward. With a twist of the Jade Bone Demon umbrella in Ouyang Yudu's hand, the life bases in the hands of Tian Xiaochao and the others suddenly flew out of their hands and were sucked onto the surface of the umbrella. Ouyang Yudu twisted the surface of the umbrella again, and several life bases were flung out, embedding into the wall. Your strength is too weak. Just stay here and watch, Ouyang Yudu said, holding the umbrella and preventing everyone from rushing to the battlefield. Tian Xiaochao and the others stared blankly at the life bases stuck in the wall, falling silent for a moment. In the sky, Tianruodu looked at Lin Shen with a cold smirk. Guess whether I will write your name in the soul book this time? Write it or not, it's all the same. I guess you're going to die, Lin Shen said, and directly threw a punch at Tianruodu. You've already been seen through by me. Tianruodu revealed a mocking smile and unexpectedly put down the soul book. The light of his body converged upon his fist, transforming into a blazing sun that surged towards Lin Shen. Boom! Power burst out in the sky. Lin Shen's law array and Tianruodu's law of light continuously collided in the air. For a moment, the dazzling light was so intense that people couldn't keep their eyes open, unable to look directly, as if a hydrogen bomb had exploded and spread across the sky, the brightness growing stronger and more intense. Almost simultaneously, the giant spirit in the void blocked the Emperor Tianshu's law of light with a hammer. The law of strength kept erupting, the strength growing stronger, and his body grew larger, almost like a sky-supporting giant. On the giant spirit's neck, a syringe exploded. Skinny, I'll block Emperor Tianshu. You quickly go to the Imperial Palace and seize the Celestial Tree. The giant spirit stood in front of Gu Xia, confronting the brilliantly radiant Emperor Tianshu, and roared. All right, I'll be right back. Gu Xia's body moved, and when he moved, everything in the world seemed to have stopped. The law of speed, Gu Xia's speed had become so fast that others could hardly keep up with his thoughts, as if even time stopped under his speed. However, with such speed, Gu Xia still couldn't enter the interior of the Imperial Palace. Although the Imperial Palace seemed right before his eyes, with his speed, it wouldn't even take a thousandth of a second to enter. But he just couldn't get close to the gates of the Imperial Palace, feeling as if it was a hair's breadth across the world. Tianjuyo, Gu Xia suddenly realized something, halted his steps, and stared intently at a spot in the Imperial Palace. There stood a person on the roof, none other than Tianjuyo, the Dharma King of the Space Series. "Are you calling me?" Tianjuyo squinted his eyes, smiling slightly as he looked at Gu Xia. "Weren't you the one who couldn't wait to flay the skin of old thief Tianshu and devour his flesh? Now you help him? Do you know what fate awaits a traitor?" Gu Xia's eyes were cold as he stared at Tianjuyu. Chapter 922, Advantage is Mine. Betrayal is betrayal. No matter how much you say, it's useless. You are well aware of how my god-making race deals with traitors. You'd better see the current situation clearly, or you will regret it when it's too late. Gu Xia's eyes moved and he said seriously, "Though old thief Tianshu is strong, unfortunately he has been beaten back to his youthful state and can hardly return to his peak. He's at best evenly matched with Giant Spirit, and if the fight drags on, he's likely to suffer a great loss." As for Tianju and An Yi, there's no need to mention them. They aren't even Dharma Kings, and their eradication is just a matter of time. There's no chance for luck. That Jade Series Dharma King from who knows where is just a newly ascended Dharma King. The treasure god has at least an 80% chance of victory. Do you think your rebellion now will have a good end? Tianjuyo, no matter what you have done before, as long as you help me with all your might to seize the celestial tree of the celestial race, it'll be a great achievement. The clan leader will certainly not let you down. Becoming the leader of a group in the future is not a problem. Think carefully about how you should choose. Moreover, considering how that old thief Tianshu has treated you, why should you disgrace yourself clinging to him? You consider yourself a member of the celestial race, but he may not think the same. Tianjuyu swept a glance over the people in the battle and nodded. You're right. Looking at the situation now, they indeed seem to have no chance of winning. That's right, Tianrudu is not worth mentioning. After we take down Sky Pinnacle Star, we can help you become the new emperor of the celestial race. Gu Xia quickly tempted again. It sounds good, but it's a pity that I was born under an unlucky zodiac sign, which probably means I can't enjoy such good fortune. Tianjushu sighed. What does that have to do with your zodiac sign? Gu Xia frowned. Have you never heard the old saying? A donkey is so stubborn that if you drive it, it won't go, and if you beat it, it will retreat. Unfortunately, I happen to be born in the year of the donkey. I simply can't swallow things fed directly to my mouth without any difficulty. I rather enjoy the challenge of seeking out difficult foods, said Tianjuyo with a beaming smile. Gu Xia immediately realized that he was being played by Tianjuyo and stared at him coldly. Just think it through clearly. Our battle is unpredictable, and Fire King and Red Ghost might kill Tianju and An Yi in just a moment. When it's 3 against 1, even if you are the Spatial Dharma King, can you still escape? Tianjuyu glanced at An Yi, who was caught up in a fierce battle, and said, I don't know about others, but that guy An Yi is not someone just anyone can kill. A man who is not a Dharma King and is seriously injured, what else can he do? Gu Xia said disdainfully. An Yi, he's saying you'll be killed soon. Have you really become this weak? Tianjuyu ignored Gu Xia and taunted An Yi, who was fighting fiercely in the void. There are many people who can kill me, but unfortunately, I don't want to die just yet, so they will have to wait a while longer. An Yi, already covered in sword wounds, suddenly shone brightly. Time and space seemed to reverse on him. Not only did the wounds on his body rapidly disappear, but his body also quickly reverted to its state before the injury. His carapace was restored, and the severed black and white wings on his back also rapidly returned. In the blink of an eye, he was back to his pre-combat state with Emperor Tianshu. Red Ghost, we can have a proper fight now. An Yi looked at Red Ghost opposite him and said, That's excellent. The time-space dual heavenly laws are truly extraordinary in strength. You are worthy of being my prey. Red Ghost bared a grin, revealing saw-like double rows of teeth, with the blood sword in hand emitting a strong scent of blood. He stuck out his tongue to lick the blood on the sword, closed his eyes in a look of intoxication. Such exquisite blood, this is the supreme delicacy of this world, able to grant me boundless strength, Red Ghost spoke, and his figure flashed and disappeared, suddenly appearing behind An Yi. He actually used the space law's teleportation. An Yi seemed to sense something and teleported at the same time. The two figures constantly teleported in the void, their combat moving too fast for the naked eye to see. Gu Xia, seeing this, showed a look of astonishment. An Yi, despite such heavy injuries, had actually recovered to his peak state. He immediately realized that something was amiss, but by this point it was too late to retreat. Even if An Yi can barely hold on for a while, once Tianju is killed, Fire King and I, 2 against 1, still hold the winning cards, Gu Xia said with a somber face. You're thinking well, but unfortunately you no longer have the opportunity, Tianjuyu said indifferently. Do you think you can kill me before Fire King kills Tianju? Dream on. Your space law is powerful, but my law of speed is no weaker than yours. Even if I am to battle with you, not only is it not certain that you can win, it would probably take a very long time. Gu Xia's body emanated law fluctuations, entering a strange state. He was clearly standing there, yet he seemed to be slightly blurred and creating after images. This was because Gu Xia was moving back and forth at a speed too fast to be seen by the naked eye, creating the illusion that he had not moved from his spot. Haha, you run so fast, killing you indeed isn't so easy. Tianzhu laughed and extended his hand, pointing towards the sky. Suddenly, a spatial crack opened in the sky, and a crown entwined with numerous ice crystal light chains fell from the crack, heading straight for the battlefield between Tianzhu and Fire King. Stasis Crown. Gu Xia immediately understood what was about to happen, and shouted at Fire King, stop Tianzhu, don't let him get close to the crown. He's too late. Fire King turned into a fire dragon that swallowed heaven and earth, racing towards Tianzhu, whose body was already close to melting like an ice sculpture. But before Tianzhu could reach the stasis crown, the fire dragon completely engulfed him. To have lived until now in front of me, you are strong enough as just a heavenly law practitioner. It's a pity, after all, heavenly laws cannot match a Dharma king. Fire King watched as the fire dragon erupted with horrific heat, intending to completely refine Tianzhu's icy body. Tianzhu, you want to use the stasis crown to help Tianzhu become a Dharma king, but it's a pity that he can't even touch the crown, Gu Xia said to Tianzhu sarcastically. Who said he needs to touch the stasis crown to become a Dharma king? Tianzhu said with a smile. Chapter 923, Turn to Ash with One Punch. Fire King's face changed. He desperately urged the Fire Series law, wishing to completely incinerate Tianzhu into ashes before the crown met Tianzhu. However, in the next second, streaks of ice light appeared from within the body of the fire dragon. The ice light froze the body of the fire dragon into ice crystals, and in a moment, it transformed into an ice crystal dragon lying across the void, devoid of any trace of flame. Crack. The ice crystal dragon shattered, and Tianzhu, clad in ice armor with ascending cold air, floated in the void with unspeakable law fluctuations rippling around him. The stasis crown above his head dropped strands of cold air, transforming into countless crystal lights, merging into Tianzhu's body. How is it possible? The stasis crown actually chose a person who already possessed laws as its master. This is impossible. Gu Xia's face was filled with disbelief. That Tianzhu, he is truly ruthless, harsh on others, and even harsher on himself. Using himself as the foundation, he underwent a dual Ice Series nirvana, immortalized his dual Ice Series laws. His Ice Series laws have transcended and entered sainthood, supported by the sub-branch of the Stasis Series, striking towards the Supreme Realm. Had the position of Ice Series Dharma King not been held earlier, suppressing him, he would have long become king by self-cultivation twice. Now, with the death of the immortal king of the Stasis Law, no one in the world can match his heights any longer. Even the immortal crown must lower its noble head to him. This is the dignity he fought for with his life. Replacing him, 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Since he did not die, if he fails to become king, even the natural order cannot tolerate it. Tianzhu looked at Tianzhu in the void, his eyes full of admiration. You have indeed harbored rebellion all along. The stasis ice lotus was found and slaughtered by you. Gu Xia gritted his teeth, having figured out the cause and effect. Rebellion? I'm from the celestial race, helping the celestial race to kill you beasts. Who the hell is the real traitor? Tianzhu struck with his hand, and numerous spatial rifts appeared in the void, like abyssal giant mouths of hell, which, if swallowed into, even the immortal Dharma King would likely fail to escape, forever lost in the spatial cracks. Gu Xia's figure moved, as elusive and quick as light, making it difficult to gauge and match his speed by the velocity at which the space tore. Ch901 outrageously unleashed the power of the wings of light, colliding with Lin Shen's law matrix. He realized it. Lin Shen had used his full strength in this strike and had not employed that peculiar power that reverses the strong and the weak. Thus, he decided to use his strongest attack to kill Lin Shen with a punch, and then extract Lin Shen's soul, making him unable to live or die. The law of light operated to its extremity, transforming into the dark law. The original white light also turned into darkness, like a black hole, strangulating everything. Yet, such a power of law failed to directly annihilate Lin Shen. He even felt that Lin Shen's power was constantly colliding and consuming with his light and dark laws. Ch901 found it hard to believe. It hadn't been long since their battle, yet Lin Shen's power seemed to have grown stronger, scarily strong. Even his light and dark laws appeared somewhat unable to withstand. Impossible. His reliance is merely on that ability to reverse strength and weakness. His own strength shouldn't be strong. How could this be? Ch901 clenched his teeth, continuously unleashing the power of the law of light, but still unable to defeat Lin Shen, unable to achieve a conclusive victory. Both forces continuously diminishing in the sky, making it hard to determine the winner for the time being. The victor will definitely be me. Behind Ch901, 6 pairs of wings of light shone brilliantly like the sun, and the soul book also radiated black light, enveloping his body, continuously enhancing his soul strength, making his burst of power stronger and stronger. Boom. 2 opposing forces kept pressing against each other, finally erupting into a light explosion that shot into the void, like a beam of light piercing through the depths of the universe. In that terrifying explosion, Lin Shen's body still charged forward. Without the protection of the law matrix, his punch still went through the light explosion, swinging straightforwardly at Ch901. Tianruodu, in his bright seraph form, was far more formidable than the flesh and blood of humans. How could he fear a close combat with Lin Shen? He too, without any hesitation, swung his fist to meet Lin Shen's. One was embodied in human flesh, the other in the form of a bright seraph. Both figures met in the void, fist against fist, both postures brimming with explosive force, like tightly drawn bows releasing simultaneously. Tian Xiaotao and Tian Xiaoya, among others, watched the battle in the sky anxiously. Initially, their greatest concern was for Tianjue, but after Tianju became a Dharma king, their focus shifted more towards Lin Shen. Seeing Lin Shen's ferocious strike against Tianruodu, they were both shocked and delighted. Delighted that Lin Shen could actually battle against Tianruodu, shocked also that Lin Shen could actually battle against Tianruodu. Tian Xiaotao had always felt that he was no stronger than Lin Shen, and if Lin Shen was stronger, it was only by a small margin. But this strike made Tian Xiaocao suddenly realize that the gap between him and Lin Shen had grown to an insurmountable extent. When Ouyang Yudu had stopped them earlier, Tian Xiaocao and the others were unconvinced, but now they understood that when Ouyang Yudu said they wouldn't be able to help and would only cause trouble, it was absolutely true. This level of battle was no longer something they could participate in. Seeing Lin Shen and Tianruodu clashing fist against fist in close combat, their hearts tensed up again. Tianruodu was, after all, in the form of a bright seraph. Competing with him in flesh and blood was like a person striking a sword with their fist. Flesh and blood would be at a severe disadvantage. But when their fists collided, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths gaped open, frozen as if bewitched. There was no terrifying explosion, no destructive shockwave, and even the fierce collision they imagined didn't occur. The moment their fists met, Tianruodu's bright seraph form was directly pulverized into ash by a single punch. Even Lin Wan showed a look of surprise, let alone the others. That was a life base of the heavenly law realm, yet it was reduced to ash by a single punch from Lin Shen. This was no longer a fight between equals, but a one-sided crushing. Chapter 924, The Battle of Time and Space. The space-time dual talent is indeed too powerful. Red Ghost's figure flickers, constantly teleporting while also continuously accelerating, and Yi is also constantly teleporting and accelerating, but somehow he gradually begins to fall behind Red Ghost. Red Ghost's sword once again glides past Yi's neck, nearly severing his head, leaving only a slight mark on his neck. Such strong law powers make me somewhat want to abandon the position of Dharma King and retrain the space-time dual laws. Red Ghost fought like a madman while transmitting his voice into Yi's ears. Red Ghost's words were not meant to mock. He himself was a bloodline Dharma King, and the bloodline was always known for becoming stronger against stronger foes, its strength inscrutable. This saying was a compliment to the bloodline, but from another perspective, the bloodline could also potentially become weaker against weaker opponents. Of course, as a bloodline Dharma King, Red Ghost could not possibly be weak, but his bloodline law also possessed this characteristic. Through the opponent's blood, Red Ghost could temporarily possess the opponent's law powers. That is to say, Red Ghost now possessed the abilities of the space-time duel series. This kind of ability of the bloodline isn't a simple copy. Red Ghost cannot replicate the other party's techniques, but only possesses the other party's innate laws, while combat still requires his own understanding. If it were an ordinary member of the bloodline, their understanding might not match the opponent's, so even possessing the enemy's laws, they might not be a match for the enemy. Red Ghost, with the identity of a Dharma King possessing the space-time duel series laws, seemed to use the space and time laws even more powerfully than Yi as he continually utilized them. Red Ghost became more and more excited. He even gave up defending, exchanging blows with Yi, leaving wounds upon wounds on the other's body, wounds that would have likely killed an ordinary immortal. But on their bodies, wounds healed instantly, leaving no trace at all. Suddenly, Yi stopped, allowing Red Ghost's sword to pierce through his chest, yet he merely grasped the blade of the sword, neither recovering nor teleporting away. The overexcited Red Ghost, who couldn't close his grinning mouth, stared blankly at Yi, not understanding why he had suddenly stopped. "You might possess my laws, but in the end, you are not me," Yi said, looking at Red Ghost. Red Ghost's gaping mouth closed, and with interest he stared at Yi and said, "So, you've thought of a way to defeat me?" "The space-time law is not as simple as you think," Yi said, as black and white brilliance surged on his body, causing space-time to distort immediately. The injuries previously suffered by Red Ghost suddenly all manifested at once, causing Red Ghost's body to burst open, exploding into a mist of blood. Watching Red Ghost explode into a mist of blood, Yi's expression became even more solemn, his gaze fixed tightly on the blood mist. After dissipating, the blood mist suddenly, rapidly converged toward one spot, reforming into a clump of blood, then once again transforming into Red Ghost's body. Red Ghost extended his hand, calling out, and the blood sword also reformed, returning to his hand. "Interesting, you should try this move as well," Red Ghost grinned, with the fluctuations of space-time laws surging on his body. On Yi's body, wounds started splitting open, about to explode just like Red Ghost had. However, the black and white brilliance on Anyi's body suddenly mixed together, turning into a colorless light, as if the brilliance had vanished from his body, and the wounds continuously appearing on him also disappeared without a trace. No one can defeat me using my own techniques, not even if you're a Dharma King, said Anyi calmly as he looked at Red Ghost. Space-time fuse into one. The space-time law is really interesting, even more interesting than I imagined. Red Ghost laughed even more maniacally, his space-time law attempting to merge just like Anyi's. When the fluctuations of the time and space laws completely synchronized and fused into one, Red Ghost's pupils suddenly contracted. Finally noticed, did you? A smile emerged on the corner of Anyi's mouth. The light surrounding Red Ghost disappeared, and the strange smile that had been on his face was long gone. He looked at Anyi with a peculiar expression and said, "So, the result of space-time fusion is spatial lock. We are both locked at this point in space-time, unable to utilize the powers of time and space, nor will we be affected by them eternally here." And Yi nodded slightly. Being able to understand this so quickly, you're not the type who should belong to the god-making race. Red Ghost grinned again. What use is that? We're both in this state now. You can't hurt me, and I can't hurt you. You didn't want to use this method to hold me here, did you? Without being able to use the space-time law, you're nothing. Even if I can't use the space-time law, I'm still a bloodline Dharma King. Even if I can't kill you, I can trap you with the power of the bloodline, but you can do nothing. You're digging your own grave. You can try, Anyi replied indifferently. Red Ghost obviously didn't believe it and attempted to use bloodline power. The true immortal laws cannot be altered. And even under the lock of the space-time law, the power of the bloodline law still broke through the spatial lock and descended upon Anyi. Because space-time was locked, Anyi couldn't move from where he stood. No matter how he tried to move, his body would remain here. The bloodline law caused blood to spray out from Anyi's body, but before it could spray out, it returned to its original state. Any attack seemed to lose its meaning under the spatial lock. The immortal laws cannot be changed, nor can they be blocked. So what? Under the spatial lock, I have always been myself, and I will always be myself. The only thing you can affect is the future, while I live in the past, Anyi spoke lightly. You really are interesting, but unfortunately, you underestimate the Dharma King too much, as well as the true immortal laws. Red Ghost's body surged with bloodlight, and despite being under spatial lock, he moved towards Anyi. His mouth, filled with sharp teeth, slowly grinned, showing a chilling smile. Immortal laws cannot be changed. If I fill my body with immortal laws, the spatial lock cannot hold me. You have turned yourself into fish meat. Saying so, Red Ghost swung his sword at Anyi, aiming to kill him beneath it. Red Ghost, like a real fierce ghost, slashed again and again in a frenzy, and Yi, locked in space-time, was forcibly sliced open by the sword infused with the blood law, his body fragmented into chunks of flesh and blood. Not being a Dharma King, no matter how strong, is still trash. Red Ghost mockingly sheathed his sword, looking at Anyi's body chopped into pieces. But the next second, Red Ghost suddenly turned around, and behind him, another Anyi appeared. No, not just behind him. Red Ghost saw Anyi stepping out from space-time, more and more. Anyi's appearing from every direction, his figures everywhere. This is multiple realities. Red Ghost suddenly realized what was happening. One Anyi, no matter how strong, is far from a Dharma King, but who said that there can only be one Anyi in the same reality? Countless. Anyi spoke simultaneously, their bodies emanating space-time fluctuations, a black hole expanding on them, instantly forming a giant black hole that devoured towards the central Red Ghost. Red Ghost burst out with law power in desperation, but his body was locked by space-time, no longer able to use the space-time law's power. The wild bloodline power also couldn't withstand the combined assault from Anyi's from different realities. Amongst Red Ghost's distorted screams, the black holes merged into one, becoming a massive black hole that forcibly swallowed Red Ghost. Inside the black hole, bloodlight flickered, but as the black hole contracted, it eventually disappeared, condensing into a point before vanishing completely. The multiple Anyas disappeared, leaving only the pieces of the butchered corpse. In space-time, they gradually healed, reconstituting into Anyi's true body. However, Anyi now looked extremely aged, as if on the brink of death, his face devoid of any vitality. Chapter 925, Bestowing a Crown. The forces of ice and fire erupted wantonly in the void, as if the space had been split into a half of fire and a half of ice. Anyone who approached this piece of star space, even immortals, would be either incinerated to ash or shattered by the freeze. The terrifying battle made everyone stay far away from this star space, with no one daring to be nearby. The battle between Yan Ruyu and the treasure god had also intensified, with streams of jade light and treasure light twinkling in the star space, like a sky full of stars flickering. However, the colorful treasure light was becoming more and more abundant, while the jade light seemed to be at a disadvantage. Emperor Tianshu appeared godlike, his radiant light transforming into the shadow of a deity made of light, directly confronting the giant spirit and forcing it into retreat. The giant spirit, possessing boundless strength, was unable to withstand Emperor Tianshu's law of light and was contorted into deformity. Endless light bombarded the giant spirit's body, striking him onto a planet which, under the brilliance of that light, was directly blasted apart. In front of Emperor Tianshu, the giant spirit had no power to counterattack. The battle between Tianjuyu and Gu Xia was peculiar and bizarre. Space kept changing inexplicably, yet all that could be caught were the afterimages left by Gu Xia. Gu Xia's speed was too fast. Tianjuyu was only seeing the Gu Xia of the past. It seemed that Gu Xia's speed had surpassed time, and the Tianjuyu who could see him was not seeing his present self. But Gu Xia was also unable to attack Tianjuyu, no matter how fast he was. It seemed like there was an impenetrable distance between them. Suddenly, Tianjuyu closed his eyes, no longer using his eyes to see Gu Xia. Tianjuyu struck out with a palm, and the entire space seemed to warp along with his palm. As long as my speed is fast enough, no force can catch up to me. Tianjuyu, you cannot win against me, echoed Gu Xia's voice all around. Tianjuyu paid no attention to him. As his palm descended slowly, Gu Xia suddenly found himself entering a loop. No matter how fast he was, he seemed to be only spinning in one space, as if he was caught in an endless maze. Moreover, as Tianjuyu's palm struck down, the area in which Gu Xia could move became increasingly smaller, until, in the end, it seemed as if Gu Xia was just spinning in place. No, Gu Xia, facing the falling palm of Tianjuyu, watched as space continuously cracked open, his twisted face finally showing terror. Bang! That massive palm, like a sky-covering behemoth, directly shattered Gu Xia's body. He didn't even have time to scream in agony. Trash! Tianjuyu disdainfully wiped the blood off his hand, as if he had swatted a mere mosquito. Above the fragmented body of Gu Xia, a glow rose up, condensing into a radiant crown that slowly ascended. In the void, strands of order light chains stretched out, wrapping around the crown and absorbing the energy within it. As more and more order light chains entwined, the crown was fixed in the middle of the void. Tianjuyu paid no heed to the immortal crown, for it was the crown of speed, and those who had not cultivated the law of speed, or the nirvana beings who had understood it, even Dharma kings, could not take the crown. The situation suddenly reversed, and the celestial race, which originally seemed on the verge of annihilation, now held an absolute advantage. The tragic death of Gu Xia unsettled the pseudo-immortal creatures' core, and their offensive momentarily faltered. The many immortals of the celestial race fought with all their might, seeing the dawn of victory. Tianjuyu glanced through the void, intending to go to support Yan Ruyu, but suddenly noticed within the pseudo-immortal creature's core a figure crossing the void and coming forth. The figure was shrouded entirely within their cloak, with only a pair of eyes visible. Those eyes, however, were unlike those of humans, resembling the compound eyes of a fly, composed of numerous hexagons that incessantly pulsed with light. Finally, you've emerged, said Tianjuyu, fixing his gaze on the cloaked one as he flashed across space to confront him. At last, I meet you, clan leader, Tianjuyu said, looking at the figure. You should not have betrayed us, came the cloaked one's voice, devoid of any human emotion. I have never betrayed my own people, Tianjuyu retorted with a twist of his mouth. Expecting the cloaked one to be enraged, instead, he merely nodded slightly. From that perspective, you truly have not betrayed us. To think that the clan leader of the god-making race is a person of clear logic, since you understand, there's no more to say. Let me see who you really are, declared Tianjuyu, striking with a palm toward the cloaked one. The space shattered, spreading out like a spider web. The various hexagons in the cloaked one's eyes flickered unpredictably, some brightening, some dimming, constantly shifting. He moved, passing through the fractured space like a ghost evading Tianjuyu's attack. Tianjuyu's gaze sharpened. This person had effortlessly passed through the closed space he created. Ignoring Tianjuyu, the cloaked one headed toward the crown of speed that lay within the void, and with a single step he traversed the vacuum, reaching the crown wrapped by the order light chain and grabbed it into his hand. The light chains of order entwined around the crown all shattered, and the crown fell lightly into his palm. Witnessing this scene, Tianjuyu's expression turned extremely grave. The cloaked one was unquestionably not of the speed series, but he was able to pluck the crown of speed bare-handed. Just this action was beyond imagination. After taking the crown of speed, the cloaked one nonchalantly threw it into the midst of the pseudo-immortal creature's core. An incredible event took place, leaving even Tianjuyu in disbelief at what unfolded before his eyes. That obviously non-speed series pseudo-immortal creature had put on the crown of speed, which accepted it, pouring streams of the law of speed into the creature's being. In an instant, an immortal king of the speed series was born. Roar! The newly crowned immortal king let out a heaven-shaking roar and charged toward Tianjuyu, its speed rivaling that of Gu Xia. Everyone was shocked, indeed, to become a Dharma king of a particular series. Slaying a Dharma king or an immortal king creature is a shortcut. But there was a prerequisite. The user of the crown must have profound understanding and mastery of that series, or else the immortal king's crown would not acknowledge them. Just like Tianju, his realm was already sufficient to become an Ice Series Dharma king, so after the Stasis Ice Lotus's demise, the immortal king's crown actively chose him. But what was that pseudo-immortal creature to be recognized as an immortal king? Yet it happened, and everyone knew that the pseudo-immortal creature's rise to immortal king had nothing to do with itself. It was all because of the Cloaked One's presence. How could such a power exist in the world, to forcibly control the immortal king's crown, allowing anyone to become a Dharma king? This must be a power that only gods possess, right? Tian Xiaocao murmured to herself, gazing at the immortal king charging toward Tian Zhuyo in the sky. Tian Xiaoya and the others were brimming with astonishment. Since when had becoming an immortal king become so cheap? What was the point of their dedicated cultivation, if it was worth less than a simple gesture from someone else? Chapter 926, Shock Kill. The Cloaked One watched Tian Zhuyo entangled by the immortal king and gently spat out a word. The pseudo-immortal creature's core instantly became frenzied, charging desperately towards the immortals of the celestial race. The immortals of the celestial race, who had originally glimpsed a ray of hope and held the upper hand in momentum, barely maintaining the situation, suddenly felt the pressure intensify. The terrifyingly numerous pseudo-immortal creatures directly rushed towards the sky pinnacle star, intending to slaughter all life there. Those immortals fighting desperately had no strength left to stop them. "Old pal, I know you're tired, but we've got to fight with our lives on the line once more," said Emperor Tianshu, slapping the giant spirit into the cosmos and positioning himself in front of An Yi. "When have I ever let you down?" An Yi revealed a hint of a smile and extended his palm towards Emperor Tianshu. Emperor Tianshu also extended his hand, clasping tightly with An Yi's, a strange glow rising from Emperor Tianshu's body. A mature charm started to appear on Emperor Tianshu's young face, his age growing incessantly, swiftly reaching his prime. An Yi's body, on the other hand, looked even more aged, his form becoming hunched, his eyes turning cloudy and yellow, as if he could no longer even float in the void. Emperor Tianshu reached out to support An Yi, who was about to fall, and a halo of light wrapped around his body, pushing him outward. "Old pal, wait for me." An Yi fell like a shooting star, while Emperor Tianshu's wings at his back fluttered, propelling him towards the Cloaked One. The giant spirit charged angrily, the law of strength on its hammer, capable of penetrating everything, struck Emperor Tianshu but failed to breach the law of light emanating from him. The light around Emperor Tianshu suddenly surged, like countless light arrows, invading the giant spirit's body and hammer. The light passed through them, instantaneously drowning both the giant spirit's body and the hammer in light, melting away into nothing. The blazing light revealed a crown suspended in the void, numerous order light chains falling and wrapping around the crown. With just one strike, the giant spirit was slain by Emperor Tianshu, and the crown of strength flew out. Emperor Tianshu, not sparing a glance, radiated intense brilliance, arriving before the Cloaked One like a deity. The dual king of light and spirit, no wonder Tianrudu possesses the dual talents of light and soul. The Cloaked One's eyes twinkled as he looked at Emperor Tianshu. "State your name, this emperor does not slay the nameless," Emperor Tianshu said indifferently to the Cloaked One. "God-making race, only two." The voice of the Cloaked One still lacked any hint of emotion. "Is there only one?" asked Emperor Tianshu. "No," the Cloaked One replied. "Good, then you can go in peace." The brilliance emanating from Emperor Tianshu burst forth like a cosmic supernova, illuminating the entire star system with blinding light. Lin Shen and the others were observing the battle, but suddenly saw a flash of light, An Yi's body falling in the courtyard, halting less than a centimeter from the ground, then gently landing. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, not expecting Emperor Tianshu to send An Yi here. An Yi sat on the ground, a smile appearing on his aged face. "I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you all to look after this body of mine." "Great Master, we swear to protect you with our lives," said the people of the Tianzhu family in unison. Without An Yi, the celestial race would have perished. Lin Shen looked at An Yi without speaking. Although the space-time dual law is strong, An Yi was able to reverse time and defeat the Red Ghost, and he must have paid a great price. In that situation, he also helped Emperor Tianshu return to his peak period. Whether he himself could survive was already an unknown. "There's no need for that, just give me some time," An Yi said, his gaze fixed on Lin Shen. "I will do my best," softly said Lin Shen as he looked up at the pseudo-immortal creature's core that followed in the sky. "In that case, I am at ease." An Yi slowly closed his eyes, sitting motionless as if he had lost all breath. Lin Shen knew that today there would be no peaceful end, and the only way left was to defeat the god-making race. Watching the overwhelming tide of pseudo-immortal creatures, Lin Shen activated the Trinity 3-star system and the Law Array. The phantasmal carapace wrapped around his body, and the inheritance fan also appeared in his hand. "Do not let anyone disturb him." Lin Shen took a step forward and soared against the heavens, flinging the inheritance fan in his hand at the oncoming army of pseudo-immortals with a backhanded sweep. "Uncle-in-law, be careful." Tian Xiaocao and Tian Xiaojia unconsciously changed their addresses, shouting loudly at Lin Shen's back. Although Lin Shen was strong, facing such a numerous pseudo-immortal creature's core alone, it was uncertain how long he could hold out. As soon as they spoke, they saw pseudo-immortal creatures all over the sky being swept up by Lin Shen's fan as if caught in a fierce wind, thrown backwards into the air where they collided with other pseudo-immortal creatures, creating a chaotic and astonishing scene. Lin Shen flew upwards, fiercely fanning with the inheritance fan in his hand, causing large groups of pseudo-immortal creatures to be flung back into the void. Lin Shen had not understood the shocking and falling forms inherent to his talents, both with properties of flight prevention, as they seemed repetitive. Only later did he realize that although they both prevented flight, they were different. Falling represents the ordinary sense of preventing flight, effectively causing creatures to fall towards the ground, while shocking is a different power, using different planets as reference points. Falling centers around oneself. Shocking, however, uses different reference points, not just causing falling towards the planet where Lin Shen is. With Lin Shen's fan stroke, pseudo-immortal creatures fell towards planets outside of Sky Pinnacle Star, forcibly driven away from Sky Pinnacle Star. Although this move didn't have any lethality, it was currently the best solution. Otherwise, Lin Shen could not finish killing the pseudo-immortal core even if they lined up for him. The celestial race, already struggling to hold on because of the frenzied assault of the pseudo-immortals, saw a phantasmal light streak across the sky where it passed, and the pseudo-immortal creatures were swept up into the starry sky, immediately overjoyed. Within my celestial race, there is still a Dharma King-level combatant. Many immortals thought that a Dharma King-level powerhouse had been born. But upon closer inspection, they saw the inheritance fan used by Lin Shen. Some people recognized Lin Shen's identity. Lin Shen and 4, leading the Immortal Core in battle, recognized Lin Shen's identity, showing a complex expression. The An's 4 mansions had always seen Lin Shen as a thorn in their side, yet at this critical juncture of life and death, Lin Shen had stepped forward. Who is that man, so powerful? Celestial race immortals who didn't recognize Lin Shen's identity were overjoyed. By his own power, Lin Shen relieved the pressure on Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen rushed into the battlefield, constantly triggering the shocking form with the law array, flinging those pseudo-immortal creatures into the void, his power seemingly unstoppable, dominating the cosmic space unchallenged. For a time, the pseudo-immortal creatures chaotically flew all over the sky, forcibly driven away from Sky Pinnacle Star. Chapter 927. The Void Line reappears. Lin Shen swiftly weaved through the battlefield alone, continuously employing the shocking form with his folding fan. Although it couldn't kill, it gave the celestial race's core that were resisting the assault of the pseudo-immortal creatures' core and the immortals some respite. At the same time, it also blocked the pseudo-immortal creatures from breaking into Sky Pinnacle Star and slaughtering them, yet Lin Shen's solitary efforts were ultimately limited, and he couldn't protect everyone. He was not yet immortal, and the range that shocking form could reach had its limits. If one could truly achieve immortality, the law's reach would cover the entire planet, and shocking form would instantaneously clear out all invading pseudo-immortal creatures. For now, Lin Shen could only use shocking form one fan at a time, causing some trouble for the pseudo-immortal creatures' core. He dared not stray too far from Tianzhu Manor, mainly to create time for An Yi. The pseudo-immortal creatures were relentlessly charging forward, aiming for Tianzhu Manor, and their target was clearly An Yi. An Yi's space-time dual law posed too great a threat. Without seeing his death, the god-making race could not be at ease no matter what. Lin Shen, with his own strength, held back the charge of the pseudo-immortal creature's core, yet his gaze occasionally drifted towards the blazing white light in the void. Although he couldn't see the battle conditions there, and didn't know how the fight between Emperor Tianshu and the Only Two was going, he still couldn't help but look. Lin Shen knew in his heart that if Emperor Tianshu were defeated, all other battle results would not have much significance. The dual-series Dharma Kings were unimaginably powerful. If even such an Emperor Tianshu were defeated, who else could possibly withstand the Only Two? Sadly, all Lin Shen could see was a blaze of intense light and the light explosions constantly flickering within it, like a bright nebula with stars continuously exploding. Suddenly, Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. Within that intense light, he actually saw something that wasn't unfamiliar to him. A line stretching out from the void, one that couldn't be traced back to its origin nor seen where it extended to, seemingly born from nothingness and disappearing into nothingness. Heaven and Celestial Beings Skill. Lin Shen's pupils contracted slightly. Previously, when Prince Tianbeluo practiced the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill, Lin Shen had seen these void lines on him. Now, he saw these void lines at the place where Emperor Tianshu and the Only Two fought, which made him wonder where those void lines came from and upon whom they fell. Is it Emperor Tianshu or the Only Two? Lin Shen couldn't discern. He thought that only on those who practiced the Heaven and Celestial Being skill could one see these void lines. Yet now, seeing them again, even the intense light and light explosions could hardly conceal the existence of those lines, which was truly inconceivable. Could it be that Emperor Tianshu also practiced the Heaven and Celestial Being skill? Lin Shen speculated in his heart. When he previously studied the Heaven and Celestial Being skill, he already had a rough understanding of the origin of these void lines. Theoretically speaking, the void lines are the laws of heaven and earth, but they seem to be different from the immortal laws, and Lin Shen couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. According to the theory of the Heaven and Celestial Being skill, the immortal laws are natural laws, while the void laws have some relationship with the elusive legends of demons and ghosts. One is based on natural philosophy, the other on the philosophy of ghost gods. Ghost gods are the controllers of the world's laws. The heaven and celestial being's skill could connect with ghost gods through the void lines, then use the connection with ghost gods to gain control over heaven and earth's law power. If the heaven and celestial being's skill is cultivated to perfection, one can reverse the natural order and utilize the skill to control ghost gods, reaching the extent of governing the laws of heaven and earth with one's body. Lin Shen didn't know how this law power differed from the immortal laws, nor had he ever seen the true heaven and celestial being's skill. Tian Beluo had practiced for so long and was still only at the level of unity of heaven and man. He could use the void line to communicate with the ghost gods and gain the support of the heaven and earth laws. If Emperor Tian Shu had perfected the heaven and celestial being skill, could that mean he could control the laws of heaven and earth in turn, holding the power of the ghost gods in his celestial body? But Lin Shen couldn't be certain. If it wasn't Emperor Tian Shu, that would be even more terrifying. Lin Shen dared not continue the thought. Lin Shen continually repelled the pseudo-immortal creatures. Thanks to his fierce fighting, the situation on Sky Pinnacle Star had improved significantly. Tian Jixia transformed into a purple light and flew through the sky. With the 10 Directions Ghost God slaying blade in hand, he instantly killed many of the pseudo-immortal creatures that were blown away by Lin Shen's shocking form. Let's join forces and exterminate this trash. Tian Jixia, covered in blood, it was unclear whether it was his own or that of the pseudo-immortal creature's base mutation fluid. Alright. Lin Shen's shocking form could only drive back the pseudo-immortal creatures, and once they crossed a certain distance, they could shake off the effects of the shocking form and charge back, making it extremely difficult for Lin Shen. It was mainly because the Inheritance fan wasn't truly immortal after all, it still fell short. With Tian Jixia's cooperation, Lin Shen furiously waved his folding fan, and Tian Jixia cut through swaths of control-lost pseudo-immortal creatures with shocking purple light from his blade, instantly reaping a large number. The sky was filled with twinkling points of light. Both the escaping life base of the dead pseudo-immortal creatures and the reincarnation ashes condensed after their death. Although Tian Jixia was only at the Earth Law realm, his blade light was so powerful that even Heaven Law might not match its destructive power. In cooperation with Lin Shen, it was like a meat grinder, killing until the gold crystal-based mutation fluid fell like rain, and for a moment no pseudo-immortal creatures dared to charge in this direction. "Little uncle, you are too fierce," Tian Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly. Lin Shen couldn't hear Tian Xiaoya's voice, but a few people nearby gave Tian Xiaoya peculiar looks. Lin Wan did not notice these gazes. Her eyes were profound as she looked up at the starry sky, her frown deepening as she watched the center that exploded like a nebula. While cooperating with Tian Jixia, Lin Shen saw an immortal creature break through the air and once again used shocking form, but this time the immortal creature was not blown away. "Big brother, be careful, that's not an ordinary immortal creature," Lin Shen hurriedly shouted to Tian Jixia. Tian Jixia's blade light had already been cast, and it was too late to retract. Smiling broadly, he said, "What demons and ghosts? I shall fell them with a single blade." The earth-shattering blade light slashed towards the immortal creature with countless arms on its back, resembling the 1,000-armed Guanyin. The immortal creature shone brilliantly all over, as if carved from gold crystal. Its eyes glowed with a bloodlight, and the many golden arms behind it writhed like waves of wheat, each hand forming different spells. A pair of arms at the front raised, one hand holding a golden mace, the other gripping a golden hard whip. The hard whip and mace clashed, causing an eruption of bright gold light. The gold clashed with the purple blade light, and Tian Jixia's blade light was blocked. What on earth is this? Tian Jixia was also greatly surprised, as it had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who could block his blade light head-on after he had comprehended the essence of the Three Reverences sword skill. Chapter 928. Oath Bodhisattva Tian Jixia still wanted to continue striking with his blade. He did not believe that there was an immortal creature in this world that he could not cut through. But suddenly, he heard a strange sound, like the music of the heavens, yet also like the low chanting of a devil. Amidst the noisy battlefield, that sound clearly reached the ears of Tian Jixia and Lin Shen. They could hear it clearly, yet they couldn't make out what the sound was actually saying. They wanted to take action, but suddenly discovered that some faint golden seals were appearing on their bodies, emitting a strange golden light, binding their bodies and preventing them from moving. Damn it, that's the Oath Bodhisattva, a dual-series immortal creature of the Curse series and Word Spirit series. Look at her, she's probably using the space-time dual heaven law. This is not a pseudo-immortal creature. It must be someone's immortal pet, said Ch901, who was standing next to an Curse language dual-series heaven law. Tian Xiaoya and the others were all greatly shocked when they heard this. Ch901, staring at the Oath Bodhisattva, said, "When I was young, I once met the Oath Bodhisattva. Even then, she was only in the human law realm." Despite this, out of the more than a dozen of us immortals, including one Earth Law, only 2 managed to escape. Hearing this, everyone became even more worried, but for the moment, nobody had a solution. Huo, since you fought the Oath Bodhisattva before, you should know her weaknesses, right? Please tell my uncle quickly, Tian Xiaoye said in a hurry. Qi Xinhuo forced a smile and said, what can I do? There are 2 methods to break the Oath Bodhisattva's spell. Either don't get hit by her curse language law, or rely on one's own strength to break her curse language. Back then, one of us, a curse series immortal, knew that there was no hope for survival. Using his own curse series spell, he forced a breakthrough in the curse language law by a self-destructive method, allowing us to escape. After a pause, Qi Xinhuo continued, if the Dharma King of my celestial race's divine pet, the blood curse demon, were here, breaking the oath Bodhisattva would be a piece of cake. But unfortunately, although he didn't finish, everyone understood what he meant. Both the blood curse demon and the ultimate seraph were heavily damaged in that battle and probably had not yet recovered. Otherwise, Emperor Tianshu and An Yi would have used them long before now. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoye had a thought and excitedly said, the Great Master possesses space-time dual law. He has the ability of time, space retrospection. Is he restoring his power now to heal the Ultimate Seraph's injuries? If the Ultimate Seraph enters the battle, could it defeat the Oath Bodhisattva? Our race's divine pet, the Ultimate Seraph, is of the Immortal King level. Although its attribute may not necessarily restrain the Oath Bodhisattva, how can any other immortal creature compare with the Immortal King? Naturally, it can win, said Qi Xinhuo. So, as long as the Great Master can restore some of his strength, he can deploy the Ultimate Seraph, Tian Xiaoye said, pleasantly surprised, and others also hoped that An Yi could quickly recover some strength. I'm afraid it's too late, Qi Xinhuo shook his head with a bitter smile. In the sky, more and more golden seals appeared on Lin Shen and Tian Jixia, who were trapped by the curse language law. This weird strength was different from direct combat. Even if the difference was an entire realm, Tian Jixia would not fear anyone in a head-on clash. But the power of curse language was unpredictable and insidious, invading the body like a resentful spirit possessing it. Despite possessing supreme power, they had nowhere to apply it. Seeing the golden light growing ever more intense, their bodies were nearly covered in golden marks, as if they were divine statues gilded with a layer of gold. We can't wait any longer. You all stay here, I'm going to help them, said Qi Xinhuo, preparing to rush out of the courtyard. Wait a moment, a voice stopped Qi Xinhuo. Everyone turned to look and saw that the person who spoke was Lin Shen's other assistant, Lin Wan. The people from the Tianju family didn't know the details about Lin Wan. They only knew that Lin Wan was Lin Shen's assistant, and Yan Ruyu, Lin Shen's other assistant, was actually a powerhouse of the Dharma King level. This made them wary of Lin Shen's associates. Even though they felt that such a possibility was low, they still didn't dare to underestimate the people around Lin Shen. Qi Xinhuo and Lin Wan were colleagues for a time, and he thought he had some understanding of Lin Wan, knowing that he was not the same kind of presence as Yan Ruyu. Qi Xinhuo frowned and asked, what do you want me for? You should not go, Lin Wan said. Why not? Qi Xinhuo asked, puzzled. Your presence would only be a hindrance, Lin Wan stated calmly. Qi Xinhuo was immediately enraged upon hearing this. After all, he was a seasoned immortal, and though not as formidable as Oath Bodhisattva, he should at least be able to hold off for a while. Even if he could not kill Oath Bodhisattva, he could surely buy some time for Lin Shen and the others. Yet now, Lin Wan's words made Qi Xinhuo feel extremely disgruntled. You say I'm not capable then, why don't you go? Qi Xinhuo said with a cold face. No need. The outcome will be apparent soon, Lin Wan said, gazing up at the sky. Everyone paused in slight surprise as Qi Xinhuo felt a shock in his heart and swiftly turned his head to look at the sky. He had been so focused on arguing with Lin Wan that he feared missing the best opportunity to rescue Lin Shen and the others. Indeed, the opportunity had already passed. The Oath Bodhisattva's fingers behind her were forming various spells, glowing with a sinister dark gold light. The golden mace and golden whip in her hands turned dark gold as well. She suddenly struck the mace and whip together, generating a wave of dark gold sound that rushed toward the bound Lin Shen and Tian Jixia. That sound wave was not a simple word, Spirit Series power. It seemed tainted with blood, as if once touched by it, one would be eroded by the curse language dual series power and likely never free of its contaminant. Just as Lin Shen and Tian Jixia seemed incapable of escaping, the blood-stained sound wave was about to hit them. At this point, it was too late for Qi Xinhuo to rush out and help as he stomped his foot in frustration. Cursed woman leading me astray. While everyone was worried, they suddenly saw golden markings on Lin Shen's body crack open, turning into scattered gold powder. The dreamlike carapace shone brightly once again. In an instant, Lin Shen surged ahead of Tian Jixia and threw a punch toward the filthy sound wave. Boom! With formidable strength unstoppable, the contaminated sound wave shattered like paper under Lin Shen's fist. Lin Shen's fist power did not cease, and, like surging waves of punches, it rushed toward Oath Bodhisattva. Clang! Oath Bodhisattva was taken aback, hastily raising her mace and whip to counter the terrifying fist waves. Her body was blasted backward in disarray, unable to withstand Lin Shen's fist power. In a head-on fight, Lin Shen's advantage was not significant, and the battle risked spiraling out of control, affecting others. That's why Lin Shen had been patient, awaiting Oath Bodhisattva's full-strength strike before using the power of Surfing Fist and Light of Life reversal. His Surfing Fist was initially very weak, but it reversed strength and weaknesses with Oath Bodhisattva's strike, causing such a fearful force to burst forth. In essence, Oath Bodhisattva's full-strength blow backfired on her. But this strike only managed to repel Oath Bodhisattva. Enraged and attempting to regain her stance to counterattack, she suddenly felt a pang between her eyebrows, and her whole body froze as if immobilized, standing motionless. Lin Shen's subtle and silent finger sand, infused with the power of the law array, directly hit Oath Bodhisattva's acupoint. The others did not detect the finger sand, only seeing Lin Shen break through Oath Bodhisattva's restraint with a fist, sending her staggering backward, rooted to the spot unable to move. Now free, Tianjixia raised his sword to slash at Oath Bodhisattva's neck. Suddenly, a jade ring flew in, expanding with the wind to the size of a collar and fitting perfectly around Oath Bodhisattva's neck. A stretch of jade color crept along Oath Bodhisattva's golden body. Chapter 929, Jade Guanyin. Originally the golden body bodhisattva, in a moment, transformed into a jade bodhisattva. Its entire body appeared flawless like bright, translucent agate jade, also emitting a layer of golden fluorescence. Yu Xuanji's life base? Lin Shen recognized what that thing was but felt confused, wondering how it ended up here, suspecting in his heart. Could it be Yu Xuanji also has the ability to detach the soul from the body and possess the life base like Tian Ruodu? Upon further thought, even if Yu Xuanji possessed the ability to attach to a life base, what was happening now? How did the Yu Circle life base end up on the Oath Bodhisattva and turn its body into jade stone? While puzzled, Lin Shen saw something even more astonishing. After the body of the Oath Bodhisattva changed, the acupoints on his body had changed too. The red dot on the forehead disappeared. Can acupoints change too? Lin Shen wondered. As the acupoints changed, the Oath Bodhisattva who was targeted at his acupoints began to move again. One palm after another clasped motionless spells, chanting words. Lin Shen suddenly felt as if he had become Sun Wukong, being recited the tightening spell, experiencing a headache so severe it felt like his head would explode. The situation under Tianjixia was no better than Lin Shen, one hand holding a knife, the other pressing on his head, seemingly enduring extreme pain as well. Tianjixia endured the headache that felt on the verge of exploding, forced to slash towards the Oath Bodhisattva. The Oath Bodhisattva remained still, yet teleported, dodging Tianjixia's strike. Seeing the situation worsen, Lin Shen also endured the headache and threw punch after punch at the Oath Bodhisattva, connecting Surfing Fist after another, each wave stronger than the last. With the boost from Law Array, the strength was fiercely overwhelming. In the hands of the Oath Bodhisattva, which had turned into jade, the maces and whips violently collided. The explosive sonic booms shattered Lin Shen's stepping fist wave. Even more bizarrely, atop those jade hands clasped with different spells, specks of jade light emerged, seemingly gathering infinite strength onto his jade hands. Lin Shen was familiar with this move. Yu Xuanyu used this exact move, using the power of sun, moon, and stars, unleashing an extremely terrifying strike, which Lin Shen reversed through the Light of Fate reversal, overpowering and counter-killing. Now that it was used by the Oath Bodhisattva, although the absorbed power was not as fierce as Yu Xuanji's, the numerous jade hands absorbing the star power still increasingly strengthened the Oath Bodhisattva's power. The syllables he chanted became increasingly harsh and difficult to understand. On Lin Shen and Tianjixia's bodies, golden glowing jade-colored halos appeared, binding their bodies like fish. Both of them had splitting headaches, and their thoughts could not concentrate, feeling as if their brains were aching from needles and getting dizzy spells, making it hard to think. The strength they could exert was far less than usual. Evolution theory operated wildly, but it was difficult for Lin Shen to adapt to the headache momentarily. Lin Shen had an exceptionally robust physical body and was still able to persist. Blood began seeping from Tianjixia's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his situation looking very dire. Lin Shen, enduring the pain, used the Light of Fate reversal, trying to reverse the relative strengths and diminish the eerie spell's influence on him, breaking the halo binding his body. However, this time, Lin Shen found the Light of Fate reversal ineffective, unable to reverse the damage from the curse language, nor was he able to break free from the halo's constraint. The more he resisted, the more intense his headache became. What's happening? Lin Shen tried to use the power of the Law Array, but his thoughts were hard to focus, his brain spinning, making his thought process intermittent. Suddenly, a streak of red shot out from his body like an arrow leaving the bowstring, turning into a bolt of red lightning. Death Powder. Lin Shen was delighted in his heart, thinking that Death Powder had come to rescue him at this moment. However, to his surprise, Death Powder sped off into the void without looking back, not intending to save him at all, and actually fled on its own. You kidding me? Lin Shen was so frustrated he almost spat blood, shocked by Death Powder's decisive escape, considering it a betrayal. Upon further thought, something seemed off. The pet key of Death Powder was still with him, so where could it escape to? Forcing himself to ignore the headache, Lin Shen twisted his neck to look in the direction where death powder had flown, only to discover that it was flying towards the crown of strength in the sky. At this moment, the crown of strength had had most of its energy drawn out by the order light chains, flickering as if it would dissipate at any moment. With no powerful fighters from the Strength series present or Nirvana beings sufficiently enlightened in the law of strength, no one could claim the crown of strength and become a king of their series. If the crown of strength completely dissipated, then it would only be possible to wait for the next innate creature to comprehend the immortal law of strength and directly ascend to kingship. Such beings, capable of appearing only once in countless eons, generally belong to the class of immortal creatures. That death powder headed for the crown of strength was surprising to Lin Shen. By its attribute, it wasn't part of the strength series, so why it would want to touch the crown of strength was puzzling. Could it be that death powder has comprehended the law of strength and wants to use the crown of strength to ascend to kingship and become an immortal king of the strength series? Lin Shen pondered, only to realize he was overthinking. When death powder reached the front of the crown of strength, it did not attempt to wear it. Unexpectedly, it morphed into a giant shape, biting into the crown of strength. Come on, what is this situation? Even under the pain, Lin Shen's mind stalled in shock. The enlarged death powder swallowed the crown of strength in one bite, including part of the order light chains into its mouth as well. Now, death powder resembled a long worm being fished, as strands of order light chains pulled at the crown of strength in its mouth, dragging its body along into the void. However, death powder did not loosen its grip. It kept biting down on the crown of strength, its gear teeth inside resembling red rubies spinning rapidly, attempting to grind the crown of strength to pieces. But the crown of strength was not something a Nirvana creature could grind down easily. Thus, death powder's huge body was continually dragged towards the void, like a dead fish being fished. This scene caught the eyes of many lurking observers concerned with the crown of strength, all displaying peculiar expressions. A Nirvana creature not from the Strength series presumptuously reaching for the crown of strength in such a foolish manner does indeed seem like a death wish. Fire King, in the midst of his fierce battle with Tianzhu, glanced briefly at the fished-up death powder, a hint of mockery flashing across his eyes before he diverted his attention. His battle with Tianzhu, who had just become the immortal Dharma King, was intensely pressured, his combat power apparently on par with his, including his comprehension of the laws, making this a battle of equals. Treasure God, having the upper hand, merely glanced and then paid no further attention. Had a Nirvana being or an immortal from the Strength series approached the crown of strength, he would have certainly intervened, but such a creature hardly required his effort or attention as he needed to quickly defeat the Jade series Dharma King before him. Chapter 930, Distracted Technique. Lin Shen found that while his attention was diverted to the death powder, the headache surprisingly eased quite a bit. But once he regained focus, the headache became even more unbearable. Lin Shen suddenly realized something. He was never the type to stay focused, easily getting distracted in whatever he did. As a child, when trying to learn serious subjects, he could never quite absorb the material. His mind would wander off after a little while. Now, to concentrate his mind and resist the curse language of Oath Bodhisattva, to withstand the mental impact of the curse and battle Oath Bodhisattva, seemed an almost impossible task. Escapism might be shameful, but it's really effective. Even Lord Guan needed to play chess to distract himself during bone-scraping healing. How could an ordinary man like me directly withstand such pain without using the distracted technique? Lin Shen's thought churned. Since he found it difficult to focus and was easily distracted, he decided to let his mind wander instead of forcing himself to pay attention. With this in mind, Lin Shen relaxed and let the waves of pain assail his mind while he thought about other things. Yet, for a moment, Lin Shen didn't know what to think about. The interesting things from his childhood, the games he was addicted to, no longer held the same allure for him. These couldn't be used as a distraction. Lin Shen remembered an old movie he once saw before his home planet's catastrophe. The protagonist was severely injured, needing to extract a bullet from his body, but due to limited conditions, there was no anesthesia available. The protagonist also used the distracted technique, focusing on an action romance film to distract himself. Lin Shen wanted to try and see if it really worked, but there was no one to play an action romance film for him now. This approach not being viable, Lin Shen continued to think what really interested him at the moment. Martial techniques or skills? He seemed to practice them only casually, without much dedication. Spirit-based pets? He didn't have too many ambitions. The pets he had were already of supreme quality, but he hadn't trained them yet. Power and beauty? Lin Shen wasn't greatly interested in power, and while he liked beautiful women, he wasn't obsessed. Now, Lin Shen wished he was a man driven by carnal desires. Just looking at beautiful women could conjure up many mosaic-required scenes, perhaps sufficient to enact the distracted technique. Thinking of mosaics, Lin Shen tried to count how many heaven-defying fire seeds he had obtained, and how many he was short of. But no matter how he counted, he couldn't figure it out clearly. I wonder what kind of effect heaven-defying bone will have once complete. Lin Shen suddenly realized that, after letting his thoughts wander onto a bunch of random things, it had inadvertently taken effect, and his head didn't hurt as much anymore. When he became aware of this, the intense pain struck again, making it unbearable. It turns out random thoughts are enough. It seems I do have a talent for getting distracted. Lin Shen didn't know whether to be relieved or despondent, but he couldn't help thinking self-deprecatingly. The curse power of Oath Bodhisattva became stronger and stronger. Under the vast Tianjixia, with tremendous willpower opposing the curse language power, ensuring one's consciousness remained clear while trying to break free from the confines. But as the blood flowed, the halo that bound him had turned blood-colored. No matter how he unleashed his law power and power of nirvana, it seemed to have no effect on the blood-colored halo. The more he struggled, the tighter the bindings got. He could hardly hold on to the 10 directions ghost god slaying blade in his hand. This couldn't blame Tianjixia's indecisive will or that his strength wasn't strong enough, but rather because the power of Oath Bodhisattva was too bizarre and too powerful. The originally mighty Oath Bodhisattva, despite the impressive curse language duel series, was not strong enough to trap Tianjixia and Lin Shen. However, with the addition of the spear base of the Jade Ring, the curse language duel series of the Oath Bodhisattva evolved into a 3-series law power of curse, word, and jade. Since Yan Ruyu obtained the crown of jade, and the Jade Ring fell into the heavenly law realm, its combination with the Oath Bodhisattva transformed it into a curse, word, jade 3-series heavenly law. Additionally, knowing that Lin Shen possessed the ability to reverse strengths and weaknesses, the Jade Ring managed, with its manipulation, to create a force from the merging of the 3-series heavenly law power, which successfully evaded the effects of the Light of Fate reversal. No matter how strong the curse language power affecting Lin Shen was, it could be reversed in strength. The addition of the Jade series power induced some special changes to the power of the curse language. The curse language did not act directly on Lin Shen but passed through a jade-colored halo first, which in turn was connected to the star power lent by the Jade Guanyin. The Jade Ring itself also possessed curse language power, creating a unique cyclical system with Lin Shen through the link of the curse language. When Lin Shen tried to reverse the strengths and weaknesses to break the Jade Ring, the latter, already imbued with curse language power akin to a blood curse, meant that greater damage inflicted on the Jade Ring would result in the same harm to Lin Shen himself. Without using the Light of Fate reversal, the curse language within him would harm Lin Shen. The Jade Ring was like an accursed evil jade, bringing misfortune to its wearer continuously. Yet if the Jade Ring was destroyed, the wearer would die as well. With the jade intact, the person lives. With the jade destroyed, the person dies, with the caveat that the jade brings only calamities. Thus, no matter how Lin Shen changed the strengths and weaknesses, he would be the one getting hurt in the end. However, there was a flaw in this method. If Lin Shen truly destroyed the Jade Ring at the risk of his life, he would indeed suffer unimaginable 3-series power. But the Jade Ring and the Oath Bodhisattva would also be hit by backlash. The sentient Jade Ring, holding a grudge for Lin Shen killing its host, was determined to seek revenge on Lin Shen even if it meant mutual destruction. As Lin Shen writhed in unbearable pain, the Jade Ring glittered with a strange brilliance, flickering excitedly. Then, suddenly, the expression of pain on Lin Shen's face began to fade. Crack, crack. Lin Shen pulled out the scrap sword and charged towards the Jade Guanyin, stepping on the surfing step, and with a casual slash, a chainsaw-like blade chi flew out. Lin Shen entered a mysterious state, seemingly intentional yet unintentional, as if battling against the Jade Guanyin, but his mind seemed detached, as if focused on the battle yet also considering something else. As the jade-colored halo shattered, cracks appeared on the Oath Bodhisattva's body, including fine lines on the Jade Ring around his neck. Lin Shen's body was too unique. Unaffected by the curse language, he forcefully gathered strength to break the jade-colored halo. The 3-series law power could not damage his body. Instead, it was the Jade Guanyin who could not bear the backlash and suffered. Chapter 931, Strength Surge. Jade Guanyin tried to control Lin Shen again with the curse language technique, but found that as soon as a halo appeared on Lin Shen, it would immediately burst. The wounds on Lin Shen's body healed in an instant, while the backlash injuries suffered by Jade Guanyin caused more and more cracks to appear on his body. The curse language damage he suffered was instantly repaired by his body. The power fluctuations from the intense battle around him allowed the super base pattern to absorb the world's force, which surged like a tidal wave. In such a battlefield, Lin Shen, with all his firepower unleashed, was like a fish in water. Jade Guanyin didn't dare to attack Lin Shen with the curse language power anymore. If he continued, Lin Shen would be fine, but his own body would collapse. Raising the Jade Mace and Jade Whip to fight Lin Shen, terrifying glows blossomed on them, but they couldn't touch Lin Shen at all. Lin Shen moved with the surfing step. His body relaxed as if he was playing a dancing game. His movements fluid like drifting clouds and flowing water, and the blade chi he casually swung was unpredictable, often striking Jade Guanyin from unexpected angles. Lin Shen now appeared completely at ease, even walking directly up to Jade Guanyin, hanging his arms low and allowing Jade Guanyin to attack him. Jade Guanyin swung his double life base frantically, but Lin Shen's nonchalant swaying effortlessly dissolved all his attacks into nothingness. Lin Shen didn't seem to be fighting for his life. It looked more like he was toying with his opponent. Infuriatingly, no matter how unreliable or arrogant Lin Shen appeared, Jade Guanyin's attacks couldn't reach him. Instead, a casual slash from Lin Shen would unexpectedly cut into Jade Guanyin, leaving wound after wound on him. Jade Guanyin actually wanted to escape, but how could he? He retreated a step, Lin Shen followed, always swaying in front of Jade Guanyin. Jade Guanyin couldn't escape, and his counterattacks couldn't hit Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen was right in front of him, so close that his face was nearly touching the jade mace, Jade Guanyin's blows were perfectly dodged by Lin Shen's swaying body. Even in the moment of striking, Jade Guanyin would be caught in a blunder by Lin Shen and get slashed, accumulating more wounds on his body. Even while fighting, Lin Shen leisurely used the inheritance fan, waving it back and forth, imposing flight restrictions and negative effects on nearby pseudo-immortal creatures. The battle became extremely bizarre, as if only Jade Guanyin was fighting desperately, while Lin Shen was just playing. One was serious and the other was nonchalant, one was desperate and the other was playing. Yet paradoxically, it was the serious and desperate one who was covered in wounds, again and again in helpless rage. Jade Guanyin stopped using curse language powers. Tianji Xia, who had broken free, originally wanted to help, but seeing the situation, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. This guy is getting stronger and stronger, he just doesn't treat his opponent like a human. Tianji Xia turned and charged towards the pseudo-immortal creature's core, wielding the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade, constantly slaying pseudo-immortal creatures affected by Lin Shen's negative skills. While Lin Shen was fighting Jade Guanyin, most of his attention was on Death Powder, watching as it was gradually dragged into the void, unsure of where it would end up being pulled to. That glutton, really dying to eat, if it doesn't let go now, it's really going to be dragged into the void. Lin Shen thought to himself, yet his body didn't stop, swaying easily to dodge Jade Guanyin's attack, and with a downward slash on Jade Guanyin's head, it caused Jade Guanyin to extend hands to press on the split head, wincing in pain. On the other side, a cracking sound suddenly came from Death Powder's mouth, as if something was being crushed. The order light chains in its mouth sprang out and disappeared into the void. The crackling noise continued from Death Powder's mouth, and it actually crushed the Crown of Strength forcefully. In fact, it wasn't truly crushed, for if it were a real Crown of Strength with Death Powder's current ability, it wouldn't be possible to harm it at all. However, most of the strength of the Crown of Strength was drawn away by the Order Light Chain, leaving only a small amount of the Law of Strength energy, which provided Death Powder with an opportunity. Even so, not just any Nirvana creature could achieve this. The last bit of strength from the Crown of Strength shattered in Death Powder's mouth and was swallowed down. Although it was just a tiny bit of the Law of Strength power, this was the true power of immortal laws, incomparable to any sub-branch law powers. Merely by swallowing this bit of the Law of Strength, Death Powder underwent a strange transformation. Death Powder's body shrank and became smaller, yet it seemed to have become heavier, pressing down and distorting the space beneath it. Lin Shen suddenly felt his own strength continuously increasing. He observed his attributes while fighting and found that it was not an illusion. His strength was indeed soaring rapidly. His strength attribute, originally less than 3,000, had already broken through 4,000 and was still rising. Boundless strength contract. Lin Shen was ecstatic in his heart, watching the numbers skyrocket on his wristwatch while turning his back to Jade Guanyin and slashing continuously with his backhand, forcing Jade Guanyin to retreat repeatedly. After swallowing a trace of the Law of Strength, Death Powder's weight was crazily increasing, and in turn, Lin Shen's strength attribute was also being enhanced through the boundless strength contract. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. The strength attribute was growing explosively at a rate that Lin Shen could hardly believe, while Death Powder's body was becoming smaller and smaller, almost returning to its normal size. Just a bit more, almost 9,000, just a little more, just a little more. Lin Shen was so excited he almost shouted out. Seeing Lin Shen looking down at his wristwatch, still with his back turned to her, Jade Guanyin seized the opportunity to launch a storm-like attack, the jade mace smashing wildly, while the other hand wielded the jade whip that swept silently at the waist. Lin Shen, while looking at his watch and being hard to control his emotions, swung the scrap sword with one hand, head down without even looking up, and actually blocked all the attacks of the jade mace. Exploded, along with the cheer in Lin Shen's heart, the sword in his hand chopped fiercely, splitting the silently approached jade whip into 2 pieces. 10,000 points. Lin Shen's strength attribute had actually broken through 10,000 points. Previously, his 4 sides were actually much worse than the Immortals, able to fight the Immortals, all relying on the power of Law Array. Now that his basic strength had increased, the power that the Law Array could exert was even greater. 10,000 points of basic strength, doubled by the super base form, and boosted by the super base change, Lin Shen's strength attribute easily broke through 20,000. Such strength, combined with the Law Array, unleashed destructive power beyond imagination. Chapter 932, Insatiable Appetite, Extra, Chapter for Alliance, Hierarch Reulo 6. The strength value finally stopped at 11,114, which was already very close to the strength attribute of a top-level immortal. The death powder had also stopped changing and, like a red lightning, instantly returned to Lin Shen's hand. Holding the death powder that flew towards him like a red crystal javelin, Lin Shen felt his body sink and he fell a distance downwards before stabilizing his form. So heavy, no wonder the strength desperation pact enhanced my strength so much. Without such strength, I wouldn't be able to hold the death powder as it is now. Lin Shen saw that Jade Guanyin was trying to take the opportunity to flee. His heart stirred, and he directly lifted death powder and hurled it at Jade Guanyin. The death powder was now excessively heavy. Fortunately, Lin Shen's strength had been enhanced by the super base form and super base change, otherwise he really couldn't have managed to play with it. The instant he threw the death powder with all his might, it tore through the air with a sonic boom, tearing space apart, appearing behind Jade Guanyin. Jade Guanyin turned around in shock, raising her jade mace and broken whip, trying to block the death powder. But the moment they made contact, the jade mace and broken whip were shattered by the death powder, which then pierced through Jade Guanyin's body. The terrifying power created a spatial ripping effect, directly shredding her body apart, causing it to explode. The moment Jade Guanyin's body exploded, the jade ring flew off from her broken neck, and in an instant it escaped into the horde of pseudo-immortal creatures and disappeared. Lin Shen originally wanted to pursue, but seeing the sea of pseudo-immortal creatures within the core, he knew it was no longer possible to catch up with it. The death powder destroyed Jade Guanyin with one strike, made a turn in mid-air, and returned to Lin Shen's side, wrapping itself around his arm, looking like an armful of ruby bracelets. From the destroyed body of Jade Guanyin arose particles of dark gold. Soon, those particles congealed into a dark gold reincarnation ash, which Lin Shen casually absorbed into his palm. Lin Shen originally wanted to reward the death powder by letting it devour the corpse of Oath Bodhisattva. Who would have thought that death powder wouldn't budge? Its body sprang up again, but it did not fly towards the exploded corpse of Oath Bodhisattva, but instead shot off in another direction. Lin Shen turned his head and saw that Tianjuyo had once again eliminated the creature that had donned the crown of speed and transformed into an immortal king. The crown of speed fell again, and from the void extended several order light chains. But before they could entangle the crown of speed, a creature resembling a giant red gem serpent opened its maw and swallowed the crown of speed in one gulp. Tianjuyu watched death powder consume the crown of speed and did not choose to intervene, looking at death powder with some surprise. Even he had never seen a creature capable of gnawing at an immortal king's crown, feeling somewhat amazed. However, he had also been paying attention to the situation of the crown of strength, fearing that the pseudo-immortal creatures from the god-making race might use the crown to ascend to immortal king. Fortunately, without the only strength, those pseudo-immortal creatures were not eligible to wear the immortal king's crown. The situation of death powder eating the crown of strength was all witnessed by Tianjuyu, knowing that it was Lin Shen's pet. That's why he did not intervene. But by that time, the crown of strength only had a trace of immortal law energy left, and the pet was nearly dragged into the void. Now, the crown of speed was almost intact, and death powder dared to swallow it, truly reckless with its life. Tianjuyo could not afford to care about the fate of death powder. His gaze turned towards the area in the void that looked like the Lightburst Nebula. He could not predict whether Emperor Tianshu could defeat Wei-Er. Unfortunately, even he could not see through the battle there. The terrifying light explosions caused by the outburst of power had shrouded everything within. Without hesitation, Tianjuyu turned around and headed towards the battlefield where Yan Ruyu was. After all, Yan Ruyu was a newly promoted Dharma King, and despite his outstanding abilities, he was still inferior to an old brand Dharma King like Treasure God. He had almost fallen into a disadvantageous position. Crystalline structures had appeared on his jade body, as if beautiful jade had been interspersed with strips of color, the result of Treasure God's law power invasion. Leave this to me. Go protect An Yi in case he gets startled. Tianjuyu appeared beside Yan Ruyu, waving his hand and forming a spatial channel in front of him. The colorful brilliance Treasure God sent out all entered the spatial channel. Behind Treasure God appeared a spatial crack, and through it, the colorful brilliance surged out and unexpectedly struck Treasure God's back. Treasure God's body burst with brilliance, shattering the colorful light he had emitted. Yan Ruyu fled in silence, returning to the courtyard of Tianju Manor, and stood still without moving. The jade light on his body rose, bit by bit expelling the colored crystal impurities that had invaded his body. Death powder, after swallowing the crown of speed, found that the order light chains appearing in the void did not retreat. The chains directly penetrated Death powder's body. Death powder's body was indeed strong, but before the light chains, it seemed non-existent, the chains passing through unobstructed. In just a moment's time, its body had become like a porcupine, connected to a dense network of order light chains. The order light chains had no interest in Death powder's body. They simply needed to absorb the energy of the crown of speed, to allow the law of speed to return to the cosmic order. Because it had devoured a wisp of law of strength energy, Death powder's body became incomparably heavy, and its destructive power significantly stronger than before. Inside its body, gear teeth whirred like a grinding machine, and upon the ruby-like gears, traces of the law of strength began to emerge. Squeak, squeak. With the gears grinding, although the crown of speed could not be crushed, incredibly faint lines appeared on the crown, almost invisible to the naked eye. Yet, those fine lines still existed, and the imperceptible energy of the law of speed was ground off and absorbed by Death Powder. Death Powder's body ultimately could not compete with the Order light chains, being pulled and suspended once more towards the abyss. Previously merely being dragged along, it was now as if numerous light chains were penetrating its body, pulling it like a dead pig towards the void. But now, Death Powder's body had become much heavier, and thus was not being pulled as quickly as before. Death Powder, in desperation, allowed the light chains to slowly pull its body towards the void, desperately grinding the crown of speed. It was like a starving pig that had not eaten for 7 days and 7 nights, finally seeing food, ignoring all beatings from others, and relentlessly eating. Until the moment the light chains were about to drag it into the void, reluctantly and unwillingly, it spat out the crown of speed, looking longingly as the Order light chains pulled the crown into the abyss. Normally, the Order light chains would directly absorb all the energy of the crown of speed, causing it to dissipate, but situations where it is pulled directly into the void are rare. Although Death Powder's body did not undergo any visible changes this time, it seemed to have become more agile, even its body appearing redder. Lin Shen was observing the changes in Death Powder when he suddenly sensed a terrifying shockwave burst forth, knocking him off balance. He turned his head to look and saw the Lightburst Nebula, which had been exploding continuously, had suddenly dimmed. In the line of sight, one could see Emperor Tianshu and Wei facing each other in the void. Chapter 933, Lin Shen's Conjecture. Almost everyone capable of seeing them had their eyes fixed on them. This battle was crucial, determining the life or death of both sides' forces. Lin Shen's gaze also penetrated multiple layers of space, landing on Tianshu and V2. The radiance surrounding Tianshu had faded, revealing an armor that seemed to be made of condensed light, seemingly intact without any damage or deficiency. Upon seeing this, Lin Shen's heart lifted with joy. Emperor Tianshu was unharmed, and it was highly likely that he had won. However, as his gaze swept over V2, he noticed that V2 was also unhurt, with even his cloak intact. The cloak that had covered his face was now lifted, revealing his true visage. Everyone who saw V2's face changed their expression, including the Dharma Kings of the God-making race. Because V2 didn't look at all human, nor did he resemble the typical base mutation creature. Everyone, including the people of the God-making race, had believed V2 was simply a branch of the cosmic human race, not a base mutation creature, because most base mutation creatures, no matter how advanced, are easily dominated by instinct. It could also be said that the desires of base mutation creatures are simpler. Humans have various desires, whereas base mutation creatures, no matter how advanced, their desires are limited to simple evolution or consumption, etc. Like Death Powder, whose intelligence is exceedingly high, not inferior to humans, and perhaps even smarter. But all it does is consume. It would never aspire to dominate the universe or control others. Nor would it ever fancy a painting, a car, a piece of jewelry, etc. These are desires only the human race would have. Therefore, as the clan leader of the God-making race, no one had ever doubted that V2 wasn't human. But now, his body appeared to be made of a dark green crystal. Not carapace, his body, his features, his flesh, all composed of that dark green crystal. If it were only this state, one might assume it was simply a non-human metamorphosis of a human being while the consciousness remained. But through V2's dark green crystalline body, one could see that inside his skull, there was no human brain structure, nor did it resemble the bodily structure of base mutation creatures. It appeared to be comprised of crystal components with energy flowing and shimmering within them. This V2 looked neither like a human race member nor like a base mutation creature, but rather like a product of some advanced technology. Could the clan leader of the God-making race be a man-made robot? Lin Shen found it hard to imagine. If V2 was truly a man-made robot, this world would be insane. A man-made robot capable of fighting on par with the dual Dharma King, Emperor Tianshu, was an utterly terrifying thought. One must know that cultivation among the human race is immensely difficult, with each individual's cultivation path nearly impossible to replicate, and it's rare to see powerhouses like Emperor Tianshu emerge. Not to mention Emperor Tianshu, even producing a single Dharma King is an extremely difficult feat. Furthermore, there are limitations on the number of Dharma Kings, with only so many positions available. Once occupied, newcomers can only wait. But robots are different. If one can be created, mass manufacture is possible. Imagine a being like V2, capable of battling dual Dharma Kings, being mass-produced. What a terrifying future that would be. It's likely the human race would be exterminated outright. Even if all cosmic human races united, they would be unable to contend. It seemed everyone thought of this possibility, their expressions becoming exceedingly strange, even causing the Dharma Kings of the God-making race to pause their battle, looking at V2 with complex expressions. If V2 was indeed a robot, they were being subordinated, even enslaved, by a robot. Dual Dharma King, very strong. V2 seemed utterly unconcerned, paying no mind to the gazes of others. His eyes sparkled like those of a computer in processing as he spoke to Emperor Tianshu. I have recorded all your data. The battle is over. Now, you can either join my god-making race or be killed by me. You still have a choice. Lin Shen observed V2, his expression complex. Because he could now see clearly, the void lines were not connected to Emperor Tianshu, but rather to V2. This meant Emperor Tianshu had not cultivated the heaven and celestial being skill, but rather V2 had somehow linked his body to that unknown existence. This led Lin Shen to speculate greatly. If the celestial court indeed existed, then the divine beings spoken of in the heaven and celestial being skill could be those entities within the celestial court or similar beings. Thus, the V2 before them could indeed be a robot, controlled by the entities within the celestial court. But those entities in the celestial court had ignored the affairs of the universe for ages, letting the cosmic races evolve on their own. Now, the sudden appearance of V2 might indicate that the celestial court wasn't as passive as everyone thought. They might have been subtly influencing the cosmic situation all along. Deeply disturbing thoughts. The more Lin Shen pondered, the more terrified he became. However, this was all his speculation, not even hypotheses. Perhaps it wasn't as complicated as Lin Shen thought. Maybe V2 was just a peculiar base mutation creature. While Lin Shen was lost in thought, Emperor Tianshu scoffed at V2, saying, "Recording my data, is that useful?" "It is useful. From now on, all your actions, every attack, every movement, even every glance and thought will be within my calculations. There will be no surprises." V2's tone remained emotionless, which, combined with his physical condition, made one doubt if he was a robot. "Is that so? Can you really?" Emperor Tianshu was speaking when suddenly two beams of light shot from his eyes before anyone could react. Almost simultaneously, or even before, V2 had begun to move as the light beams brushed past him. V2 stepped through the void towards Emperor Tianshu. The beams in Emperor Tianshu's eyes continued, constantly sweeping toward V2. Amid those densely packed, spiderweb-like beams, V2 seemed to stroll leisurely, easily avoiding all the rays. No, it wasn't really that he avoided them. More accurately, he had moved before they were even launched. Emperor Tianshu's attacks all seemed half a beat too slow. Emperor Tianshu, completely seen through, Lin Shen's face showed a look of shock. The dual Dharma King, Emperor Tianshu, being predicted to such an extent, was unimaginable. Chapter 934, The End. This kind of anticipation is different from the unity of heaven and man in the heaven and celestial being's skill. Under the state of unity of heaven and man, it is only after the opponent makes a move that one can react, and at most, it can only be considered simultaneous. Just like a string tied to the hands of two people, when one person's hand moves, pulling the string also causes the other person's hand to move. However, An Yi's prediction is not like this. He moves before Emperor Tianshu, yet Emperor Tianshu can only act according to his prediction, which makes it feel somewhat spine-chilling. To achieve this level, one must have a thorough understanding of everything about Emperor Tianshu, even his thoughts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to anticipate the Emperor's actions every time by one step ahead. For a person to be anticipated to this extent is more embarrassing than standing naked in front of others. Lin Shen could hardly imagine how An Yi achieved this. Even if he really is a robot with super-intelligent computing power, it seems impossible to compute to such an extent. In the past, when human technology had not been destroyed, big data algorithms were pretty good too, able to determine general preferences and behavior, but they could not be detailed to this extent. However, upon second thought, the technology in the cosmos is much stronger than it was during the time of the human home planet. Perhaps it really is possible to create such intelligent algorithms. The previous battle shook the star system, but now the battle seems to have become eerily silent. Emperor Tianshu's attacks are no longer limited to his eyes. His whole body seems like an omnipotent killing machine. In Lin Shen's lifetime, he has seen many skills and techniques, but none as numerous as those Emperor Tianshu uses. But after seeing Emperor Tianshu's skills, Lin Shen suddenly felt like he had become someone who had just come out from an isolated mountainous region and was seeing the outside world for the first time, feeling as if he had entered another dimension. It was simply unimaginable. Even if Emperor Tianshu were brought down to Wei's level, he could easily crush Wei with his skills and techniques. But no matter how formidable Emperor Tianshu's skills and techniques, they are completely ineffective against An Yi. Everything is within An Yi's expectation, every step. An Yi seems to shrink the ground beneath him, appearing at different sides of Emperor Tianshu's body with each step. Forward, backward, left, right, above and below, no matter where An Yi moves, in reality, he is constantly getting closer to Emperor Tianshu. No matter how Emperor Tianshu changes his attacks, the result is the same. How interesting, you truly understand me better than my closest ones. There should be no one else in the universe who knows me better than you now, right? Emperor Tianshu suddenly stopped fighting and spoke to An Yi. No one, An Yi answered affirmatively, continuing his steps towards Emperor Tianshu without stopping. Very well, I have decided not to kill you. From now on, you shall serve as my personal servant. With such understanding of me, you will surely serve me well. I won't even need to speak for you to manage tasks perfectly. In the entire universe, there's no second servant as good as you, Emperor Tianshu said, as a kind of ethereal spiritual light, seemingly transparent yet with observable contours, subtly arose from his body. The spiritual light transformed into a colossal deity's light shadow on Emperor Tianshu's body, with Emperor Tianshu suspended at the brain location of this deity's light shadow. His body emitted a terrifying brilliance, instantly turning the transparent body of the deity's light shadow into a shining body of light. Since you can predict everything, then predict where my next strike will be? As Emperor Tianshu's voice reverberated, the deity's light shadow erupted in light, shining through the star space like the sun. In just an instant, everything there was destroyed, and even the nearby planets were melted within the ubiquitous brilliance. At this moment, Emperor Tianshu was like a star illuminating all things, and also like a deity that brought light to the world. His boundless radiance purified everything. Emperor Tianshu intended to defeat Wei Yi with absolute strength, clearly signaling to Wei Yi what he was about to do. But what could Wei Yi do about it? Old Thief Tianshu's divine being technique of dual cultivation is something indeed, Tianzhuyu said, squinting his eyes as he watched the rapidly expanding light in the void that destroyed everything. The celestial race was overjoyed. Some even exclaimed excitedly, "In the face of absolute strength, even the best plans are in vain." Lin Shen also felt that under such terrifying strength, where even planets were mercilessly destroyed in a comprehensive, unangleable attack, Wei Yi, if not killed, would no longer be able to predict Emperor Tianshu's attacks and would have to clash head-on with him. In terms of brute strength, Emperor Tianshu of the Dual Dharma King shouldn't possibly lose. But in the next second, Lin Shen's expression turned extremely ugly. Because the radiance emanating from Emperor Tianshu suddenly vanished, the huge deity's light shadow seemed to shatter like it was struck by a heavy hammer from above, bursting into myriad drifting sparkles. Wei Yi, cloaked in his mantle, was actually standing above Emperor Tianshu, stepping on Emperor Tianshu's head, standing straight, his cloak fluttering slightly in the motion. Lin Shen was dumbstruck. Tianzhuyu and An Yi's expressions changed as well. All of the celestial race could hardly believe the scene they were witnessing with their own eyes. Such a powerful Emperor Tianshu, who was almost like a deity, was actually trampled underfoot. This is heading towards doom. Lin Shen was already considering whether he should take this opportunity to escape right away. Wei Yi was too invincible, not an entity whose power humans could contend with. Even Emperor Tianshu was so humiliated. Should Emperor Tianshu fall, they were even inferior to him. Wouldn't they die even more miserably? Boom, boom, boom. Wei Yi's body was incredibly heavy, his immense strength pressing down on Emperor Tianshu's head, seemingly trying to force him to bow. Emperor Tianshu was floating immobile in mid-air. Neither person seemed to move, but the airburst rings tearing through space exploded one after another, spreading throughout the entire star system, tormenting the already ravaged star system to the brink of becoming a cosmic ruin. With a thud, Emperor Tianshu's body was forcibly pressed down, smashing onto a planet like a streak of light, directly blasting a massive crater that took up a quarter of the planet. Dust waves and tumbling rocks swept across the globe like ocean waves. Lin Shen had already rushed back to Tianzhu Manor, ready to call upon Ouyang and the others to make a run for it. It wasn't that his side was not strong enough, but the enemy was simply too powerful, if not fleeing now, then when? Better to retreat and preserve the Green Mountains than lose, fearful of not having wild delicacies to eat. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 100 million years. Old Emperor Tianshu, you needn't worry about anything when you're down there as a ghost. I'll take good care of the heavenly consort. If I can, and if those from Tian Beluo manage to escape as well, I wouldn't mind offering them refuge. Lin Shen's gaze turned towards En Yi, pondering over how to persuade En Yi to flee together. If he didn't wish to run, then Lin Shen was planning to escape on his own. It's over, En Yi sighed deeply. Chapter 935, a thought-illuminated Lin Shen thought to himself, now that you know it's over, we need to escape quickly, or we'll all die. If I can convince An Yi and Tianzhuyu to run away with me, maybe there's a slim chance to break out. At least we can split up and run. That way the only two chasing An Yi and Tianzhuyu might not have time for me. As long as we leave this starry sky, Yan Ruyu can transport us to safety. Lin Shen was about to persuade An Yi and the others to escape together, but then heard An Yi continue. Emperor Tianshu has always hated people touching his head since he was young, and that Wire dares to do such a thing, he's done for. Staring at An Yi, Lin Shen nearly choked on his words and almost suffocated himself internally. No bro, is that what we're talking about? Are you sure you know what you're saying? What do you mean, hates having his head touched? Is this about liking or disliking? I hate all people stronger than me too, but just because I hate them, do they explode right on the spot and ascend? His dislike is useless if he can't win, bro. Lin Shen gathered his thoughts, planning to communicate with An Yi in the simplest terms. If they could communicate well, they would escape together. If not, he would escape alone. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Anyi stand up from the ground, look up into the void with a deep, somewhat worried expression. You know how to worry too? Now is not the time to boast and show off, we need to escape quickly. Lin Shen thought to himself, and his gaze followed Anyi's. On that planet, smashed into the shape of a certain company's logo, a figure crawled out of the crater, spread its wings, and slowly ascended into the sky. Lin Shen blankly watched the figure. The person climbing out from the crater was naturally Emperor Tianshu. But the Emperor Tianshu now was not the Emperor Tianshu from before. The Emperor Tianshu from before was a handsome and charming middle-aged man, but now he was a shaggy old celestial with nearly gray feathers, slightly bald, sporting an old face that Lin Shen found very familiar. Damn, shaggy old celestial is Emperor Tianshu. Lin Shen was dumbfounded. He had imagined countless times what Emperor Tianshu looked like, but he never expected it to be like this. It turns out those things weren't just because I was lucky. Lin Shen's expression became complicated for a moment. He thought Emperor Tianshu just made him work, without really taking care of him, but now it seemed that was not entirely the case. Revealing this to me at such a time really puts me in a difficult position. Sigh, but there's really no way, I can't defeat him, I can only wait until I'm strong enough to seek revenge for you later. Although Lin Shen now knew Emperor Tianshu was different from what he imagined, he still didn't give up the idea of running away. Even Emperor Tianshu, restored to his peak by an Yi, was no match for Wire, let alone now in his aged state. As Lin Shen was about to voice his thoughts, Tian Xiaoya blurted out, "The Emperor has lost his peak strength. Is that really okay?" "You might have some misunderstandings about what his peak was," An Yi said with a complex expression as he looked at the shaggy old Emperor Tianshu in the void. "You think, where have nearly a third of our race's resources gone over these 1,000 years? What were they used for? Weren't they spent by the Emperor himself?" Tian Xiaoya almost directly said Emperor Tianshu's name, and Yi's mouth curled into a smile. "Correct. It was indeed spent on Tianshu, but contrary to what many think, most of those resources were not squandered on eating, drinking, and having fun, but rather in preparation for one thing." Everyone was stunned. They always knew that Emperor Tianshu was excessively luxurious and a wasteful heavenly emperor. But what An Yi is saying now completely overturns their understanding of Emperor Tianshu. "Are you saying that you had already discovered the god-making race's ill intentions towards our celestial race, so you've been accumulating strength all along for this day?" Tian Xiaoya realized, speaking excitedly. If that's the case, then their salvation might be assured, not entirely correct nor incorrect. Indeed, long ago, we had already detected the god-making race surreptitiously infiltrating our celestial race, but such preparations were not originally for them. We never expected to be pushed to this extent. An Yi sighed lightly, looking toward the Emperor Tianshu in the void. Tian Xiaoya wanted to ask more, but the Emperor Tianshu in the void had already begun to move. He no longer possessed the handsome charm of his youth, nor the allure of his middle years, and now looked just like a shaggy old celestial who was both old and bald. Even the dazzling radiance he once wore no longer shone brightly, now tinged with a dull yellow. Yet there was a settled lethal power in him that he never had in his youth or middle age. It was the calm of having traversed through the long river of time, the composure of having grand landscapes in heart, the wisdom of having seen through the warmth and coldness of worldly relations. Though his outward appearance had aged, his soul shone more brilliantly than ever. "Do you know, what is faster than light?" the shaggy old Emperor Tianshu asked faintly, gazing distantly toward his sole interlocutor. "Are you referring to space and time?" The thoughts in the other's mind flickered uncertainly before responding. "A machine is but a machine. Your understanding is too shallow. Faster than light is the soul. A thought becomes a god. A thought becomes a universe. A thought roams the sky. A thought overturns heaven and earth. Cosmic birth and destruction. All cycles of existence. All within a single thought." Emperor Tianshu's dull eyes gazed at his interlocutor, pausing word by word. "At my single thought, let there be light." As Emperor Tianshu's words fell, a sacred radiance surged forth from him. Despite his nearing deathly body, it seemed to radiate with more vitality and brilliance than any younger person. The omnipresent light brightened, illuminating the starry skies, the cosmos, and also shining onto his interlocutor, so fast that he could not even react. Ah, the terrifying brilliance engulfed the interlocutor's body. No matter how he moved or struggled, he could not escape the reach of the light. The dark green body, within the omnipresent brilliance, started to dissolve continually, the cloak instantly melting into the radiance, revealing the entirely dark green crystal body, along with the internal organs like crystal components. The flowing light within his body ran amok, already smoking. An unimaginable power erupted from him, but in the ubiquitous brilliance there was still only friction. Cracks began appearing on his body, the brilliance seeping through the cracks into his body, forming dazzling streaks of light inside him that spread like a spiderweb. Lin Shen watched, filled with shock and joy. The light was clearly everywhere, yet it uniquely did no harm to any person or matter, except for the interlocutor who was continuously invaded by the light, almost being cleansed into nothingness. Such methods were almost divine. Chapter 936, Unfortunate seeing the only two countermeasures rendered ineffective, Lin Shen knew that this time was stable. Some of the god-making race had already begun to quietly retreat. Facing such a terrifying Emperor Tianshu, mere numbers were no longer sufficient to ensure victory. Moreover, Emperor Tianshu was not alone. Behind him stood the support of the celestial race, whose profound heritage was not to be underestimated. No matter how fiercely Wei-Er erupted with strength, or how his form shifted, the omnipresent light, as if locked onto him, rendered all his actions futile. The light patterns on his body became increasingly numerous, looking as though they could shatter at any moment. Suddenly, the radiance of Emperor Tianshu dimmed significantly. What's happening? Lin Shen saw the dimming light, and the originally bright void now seemed to be covered with dark clouds. But clouds that could cover the sun would never obscure Emperor Tianshu in the vacuum of space. Therefore, the dark clouds didn't exist. It had to be an issue with Emperor Tianshu. Lin Shen thought new enemies had appeared, but his gaze swept the area and found no one in sight. It has finally come, Enyi said somberly, his gaze fixed on Emperor Tianshu in the void. What has come? Lin Shen asked, looking towards Enyi. He had noticed nothing. The death tribulation, Enyi answered. The death tribulation, it's come at such an inopportune time. Lin Shen was startled and hastily looked towards Emperor Tianshu, but could see nothing on him, only that his luminescence was weakening. He had always heard of the death tribulation, and also that its deadly light was invisible and unfelt by others, targeting only the immortal undergoing tribulation. Moreover, the death tribulation was harder to overcome with each iteration, and the deadly light grew stronger. For an immortal like Emperor Tianshu, who became immortal at a young age and had faced countless death tribulations, the intensity of the deadly light was certainly horrifying. Ordinarily, even an immortal fully prepared might not cross the death tribulation, and now, at such a crucial moment in the battle, the death tribulation had arrived, truly unfortunate timing. As Emperor Tianshu's brilliance dimmed, the light within Wei-Er, who was about to burst from the brightness, also weakened considerably, and he seemed to be recovering. It's not bad luck, Enyi said coldly. It appeared precisely because we reached this step. It's inevitable, not coincidence. We have prepared for 1,000 years just for this day. The death tribulation was deliberately brought on by you? Lin Shen was taken aback, recalling that Enyi had said their preparations were not originally for dealing with the god-making race. Enyi nodded and then shook his head. It was deliberate, but not at this time or place. We had originally intended to resolve the hidden threat of the god-making race and then focus on this matter. Unfortunately, the might of the god-making race exceeded our expectations, forcing Emperor Tianshu to reveal his true power prematurely, leading to the death tribulation. Why does revealing one's power necessarily bring about the death tribulation? Lin Shen sensed the crux of the matter. Yet, according to An Yi, they seemed to be able to control the timing of the death tribulation. Furthermore, An Yi's statement was unusual. It seemed excessive for them to prepare for 1,000 years just to help Emperor Tianshu overcome the death tribulation. To aid one person through the death tribulation, to leverage a great race like the celestial race and prepare for 1,000 years seemed to be an extraordinarily difficult endeavor. If one death tribulation was so challenging, how had other immortals managed to overcome theirs? In the cosmic scale, few had Emperor Tianshu's strength and heritage, and if even he needed the full effort of his entire race prepared over 1,000 years, it was hard to imagine how many other immortals could survive it. And Yi slowly said, most people believe that the death tribulation is a mechanic for the cosmic balance of energy. Immortals consume a lot of energy, causing significant damage to the cosmos, thus the death tribulation exists. There's an ancient saying, a whale falls and all life genesis occurs, meaning that when a creature containing vast energy dies, its energy returns to the cosmos, giving birth to more life. Immortals are in a similar situation, but is that really the case? While immortals do consume a lot of energy, this is but a negligible fraction for the entire universes, far from capable of impacting it significantly. The universes doesn't lack for the bit of energy within an immortal. And Yi's eyes gleamed as he looked at Emperor Tianshu in the void and continued, after much research, we discovered a reality that the death tribulation isn't a spontaneous act of the universe, but rather an intervention by someone deliberately erasing immortals. The death tribulation is controlled by someone? Everyone was stunned, hardly able to imagine what kind of being could control something as lethal as the death tribulation, which threatened immortals with death. Yes, the death tribulation is controlled, and although we don't know who or what controls it, we have conducted extensive research and finally discerned its pattern. It's not random, it can be predicted. There's actually only one criterion for the occurrence of the death tribulation, the strength of the immortal itself, Yi stated. I've never heard that becoming stronger triggers the death tribulation, Ch901 spoke up. Aside from An Yi, Ch901 and Yan Ruyu were the only immortals present. Having both transcended the death tribulation, they had the most authority to speak. That depends on your interpretation of becoming stronger. If one considers physical attribute enhancement as becoming stronger, then indeed there's no relation to the death tribulation, and Yi explained. What I'm referring to is the mismatch between realm and one's attribute. That is, when your perception of the universe, or rather your realm comprehension, exceeds the energy you possess, regardless of whether your own power is strong or weak, the death tribulation will descend upon you. This explanation left everyone feeling intrigued, and Yan Ruyu suddenly spoke up. Does it mean someone wants to eliminate those whose insights exceed their capabilities, able to glimpse what others cannot see? Correct. Yi looked at Yan Ruyu with appreciative eyes. We've prepared for 1,000 years just to find out who controls everything, who seeks to limit our understanding of the universe, who wants to block our evolutionary path. And all of this can only begin with the death tribulation. Lin Shen and the others listened, dumbfounded. Emperor Tianshu's intentions from the start were not as simple as just overcoming the death tribulation. He wanted to uncover the person behind it. Such a thought was staggering, and now was indeed not the time. The god-making race had yet to be resolved, Wei-Er had not been killed, and the death tribulation had already arrived. It was an outright disaster. Chapter 937, Above the Death Tribulation. The death ray emerged from nowhere and disappeared into nothingness. Except for those undergoing the tribulation, nobody could see the death ray, nor feel its existence. Lin Shen and the others watched Emperor Tianshu in the void, only sensing that the radiance around him was growing weaker and weaker. That man, godlike, who could command light at will, now found his light dimming, revealing his body covered in gray fur and some baldness. With the disappearance of the light, no more assaults continued against Wei-Er. Wei-Er suppressed the radiance within himself, gradually diminishing it and healing his wounded body slowly. However, his injuries were too severe to recover from in a short time. We cannot let Wei-Er recover, or we will be in trouble. Lin Shen wanted everyone to rush into the void while Wei-Er was still weak, attempting to deal a fatal blow. It's already too late, Yi halted Lin Shen and said blandly, You are very powerful, but you are still not an immortal. You cannot shake Wei-Er, and you need further growth. Everyone listened with widened eyes. Tian Xiaoya and Tian Xiaokao and the others even cried out in disbelief. Impossible. How can Uncle not be an immortal? Lin Shen, who killed a bright seraph like Tian Ruudu with a single punch and fiercely beat a top-tier dual-series Heaven Law, being like Oath Bodhisattva, was still not considered an immortal, which was incredulous. Lin Shen halted upon hearing this, not expecting Yi to see through the fact that he was not an immortal, even without having sparred with him. Yi looked at Lin Shen and spoke, Since it's a trap we've laid, naturally we should be the ones to end it. You just need to survive, wait until your immortal day, then you can do more, and perhaps you might walk the same path. I fear we won't even pass this current hurdle. Lin Shen weighed the strengths of both sides. Although there weren't as many top-tier immortals on the opposite side, aside from Emperor Tianshu, probably no one could compete with Wei-Er, and Emperor Tianshu was undergoing the death tribulation, not to mention whether he could pass it or not. Even if he could pass, they would have difficulty contending with Wei-Er during this period. The celestial race won't fall so easily. Yi smiled, pulled out a pet gun, and fired 2 pet capsules, transforming into a blood-cursed demon and an ultimate seraph. But at this point, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph still hadn't recovered from their injuries, their condition not very different from before the last great battle. And Yi stood up, walked over to the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, and placed a hand on each of them. In the next second, the wounds of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph began to heal at an extremely rapid pace, as if their injuries were being reversed in a video playback. However, Yi's situation seemed to be getting worse. By the time the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph fully returned to their peak condition, Yi's formerly tall and robust body had turned into a stooped old man with wrinkles on his face deep enough to trap mosquitoes. Yi staggered and Lin Shen promptly went to help, but Yi waved him away. I'm fine, Yi's body swayed, but he still walked to a chair and sat down, lifting his head to gaze at the starry sky. I have not yet seen our scheme succeed. I won't die so easily. In the void, Wei-Er's wounds had mostly healed as well, and the radiance inside him was almost invisible. However, he did not, as Lin Shen expected, seize this opportunity to attack the celestial race. He just floated there, his eyes flickering uncertainty, fixated on Emperor Tianshu, who was undergoing the death tribulation. Originally, Lin Shen and the others assumed that Wei-Er wanted to attack Emperor Tianshu while he was undergoing the death tribulation, to strike him when he was down. However, Wei-Er did not launch an attack either, merely watching there. The battlefield became extremely bizarre for a moment, with so many people from both sides not engaging in battle, only watching Emperor Tianshu in the void. The radiance on Emperor Tianshu's body had completely vanished, and the ash feathers on his wings were falling off one by one. In midair, the feathers inexplicably turned into ashes. It seemed as if they were burned directly into ash by some kind of flame, yet no flame could be seen. Feathers withered into ash, and even Emperor Tianshu's hair rapidly turned to ashes. In a short while, his wings and the top of his head had become bald, Lin Shen felt that something very bad was happening upon seeing Emperor Tianshu in this state. Emperor Tianshu had suppressed his own realm for many years and suddenly triggered the death ordeal. The terror of the deathlight seemed to have exceeded his expectations, and he appeared to be barely holding on. Now it was just feathers and hair turning into ashes. Would his body be next? While Lin Shen was thinking, he actually saw a corner of Emperor Tianshu's body disperse into bits of flying ash. His body also began to turn to ashes in the deathlight, like countless butterflies fluttering away from him. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes turned towards An Yi, who was just sitting on a chair, watching the void without blinking. Lin Shen and others suddenly realized that An Yi's strength was excessively depleted, nearing the end of the line, and he could hardly stand steady. Given his current condition, he probably didn't have enough vision to see such a distance, meaning An Yi was actually unable to see anything. He was merely looking in the direction where Emperor Tianshu was. Nobody had the heart to tell An Yi what was happening. They had worked hard all their lives, yet Emperor Tianshu couldn't even pass through the death ordeal, let alone uncover the mastermind behind it. Watching Emperor Tianshu's body turn into flying ash bit by bit, Lin Shen felt an inexplicable sense of sadness in his heart. Such a person, who had greatly influenced his life, was now about to vanish between heaven and earth, giving Lin Shen an indescribable feeling. As Lin Shen watched, he suddenly noticed a faint glowing light within Emperor Tianshu's body, which was being turned into flying ash by the deathlight. The glow outlined the shape of Emperor Tianshu's body, becoming clearer and more intense as the flesh turned to flying ash. When the last bit of ash flew away like butterflies, a luminous angel figure fully appeared in everyone's view. The glowing light was the image of Emperor Tianshu. Free from the constraints of the flesh, Emperor Tianshu, a fusion of spirit and light, hung in the void like an angel of light. Boom! The spiritual light upon Emperor Tianshu erupted like a volcano, shooting straight into the void, like a polar light piercing through the cosmic firmament. Rumble, rumble. At the end of that polar light, the void was directly torn open, and beams of golden light shone through the rupture. As the rift expanded, more and more golden light emerged, followed by a resplendent jade gate shrouded in mist. That is, Lin Shen's eyes froze, for he was all too familiar with the jade gate that had appeared. Chapter 938, Before the Creation of Heaven and Earth. Lin Shen was all too familiar with that jade gate originally, when Little Star had transported him to a bizarre planet that was similar but not quite the same as Temple Star. It was through that jade gate that he had escaped the bizarre planet. That indeed was the gate to the Celestial Court, but the scene inside the Celestial Court was different from what Lin Shen had imagined. He only saw a long bridge, flanked by statues resembling corpses, Lin Shen's memory of which remains as fresh as ever. Emperor Tianshu broke through the deathlight, shattered the void, and what emerged was unexpectedly the grand door of the Celestial Court. Although Lin Shen had suspected the connection between the death trial and the Celestial Court, seeing this scene still somewhat shocked him. However, this Celestial Court gate looked somewhat different from the one Lin Shen had seen on that bizarre planet. It was the exact same design, but the Celestial Court gate Lin Shen had seen always gave off a gloomy and terrifying vibe. This Celestial Court gate, however, was showered in golden light, surrounded by an aura of auspiciousness, giving the impression of being in paradise. Everyone's gaze fixed on the Celestial Court gate that appeared from the void, and An Yi's eyes shone brightly as if his mind was fervently working. Ribbon-like immortal ki cascaded down, forming a ladder of clouds descending continuously to the feet of Emperor Tianshu. Today, I shall see who dictates the fates of all beings above this death trial, declared Emperor Tianshu, stepping onto it without hesitation. The moment Emperor Tianshu stepped onto the cloud ladder, flames surged from within his body, as if to incinerate him to ashes. Thunderfire struck his body like roaring dragons, attempting to scatter his soul. Emperor Tianshu's body emanated a fluorescent glow, enduring the refining thunderfire unperturbed, stepping up the cloud steps as if not even the apocalypse could halt his stride. Lin Shen realized the thunderfire on the cloud steps was millions of times more terrifying than the jade level he had crossed. Any random bolt of lightning seemed capable of piercing the void, and the flames seemed as if from an abyss, potentially devouring everything entirely. Merely watching from afar made one's soul tremble, feeling almost suffocated by the pressure. Those with poorer willpower, especially the pseudo-immortal creatures, trembled uncontrollably, a deep-seated fear tormenting them. Emperor Tianshu, continuously bombarded by thunderfire, remained indifferent to the thunder and flames, stepping up the cloud steps, and in just a moment he reached the front of the Celestial Court gate. The relentless thunder and searing flames seemed merely illusions, unable to trouble the spiritually luminous body of Emperor Tianshu at all. Lin Shen had walked the jade level, and when he had reached the front of the Celestial Court gate, the thunderfire would automatically cease. However, here, not only did the thunderfire not stop, but it had also grown even more terrifying. The sky filled with interweaving lightning and flames, revealing only void-piercing lightning and all-devouring flames, a continuous blinding light explosion, obscuring the figure of Emperor Tianshu entirely. At the beginning of creation, and before the universe, breaking free from the cosmic prison, restoring freedom to all life, Today I will shatter this decrepit sight and have you pay the price for deceiving all beings, thundered Emperor Tianshu, and as his body descended, the omnipresent thunderfire vanished in an instant, leaving only soaring spiritual light illuminating heaven and earth. Under the indescribable gazes of all, Emperor Tianshu waved his hand, and the gate of the celestial court burst open. Spiritual light soared, and the warlike Emperor Tianshu stepped into the celestial court gate like an emperor defying the heavens in battle. Boom! All that everyone saw was endless spiritual light bursting forth within the celestial court gate, and then the gate slammed shut, concealing any view or sound from within. The gates of the celestial court slowly vanished into nothingness, ultimately disappearing from sight. For a moment, the entire star system was silent, everyone watching the spot where the gate to the celestial court had vanished, guessing the ultimate fate of Emperor Tianshu who had rushed into the celestial court and whether he would be able to come out alive. Lin Shen's expression shifted unpredictably. The celestial court gate seemed like a place he was familiar with, yet also somehow different. He didn't know if Emperor Tianshu, after rushing in, would see the same scenes he had. However, judging from the terrifying spiritual light that burst forth when Emperor Tianshu entered the gate, perhaps the celestial court he entered was different from the heavenly court Lin Shen had been to. There was a drawn-out pause before Wei turned slowly to look at the people of Sky Pinnacle Star and said indifferently, "Those who surrender may live, those who do not, die, roared the pseudo-immortal creature's core. Emperor Tianshu was strong, but now that he had charged into the celestial court, utterly oblivious to whether he was alive or dead, no one in Sky Pinnacle Star could stop the god-making race. If you want to kill, then come. Tianju's voice was colder than the chill in his aura as he sprung forward to charge at Wei. Your opponent is me. A raging firestorm blocked Tianju, and once again the battle of fire and ice unfolded. That bastard Tianshu, leaving such a mess behind him, Tianjuju flew toward Wei. An Yi was injured, and with Emperor Tianshu rushing into the celestial court, perhaps the only one in the celestial race who might be able to confront Wei was him. Before Tianju Yu could reach Wei, he saw a strange beam of light shoot from Wei's eyes. Tianju Yu flickered like he was teleporting, dodging the light beam shot from Wei's eyes, then immediately sensed something was amiss and turned to look towards the end of the beam. He saw the light beam focused at a point, tearing through the void to create a crack, and a hand enveloped in blood stretched out from it. Everyone's complexion changed, and someone exclaimed in shock, "Red Ghost." The Red Ghost, who had been desperately banished into the void by An Yi, had somehow crawled out from it, covered in blood like an evil ghost. As he surged out of the crack, the undulating blood on his body slowly solidified into a carapace, and a blood sword also formed. Lin Shen was shocked, finding it hard to believe the Red Ghost could still be alive after bursting out from the void. Even though Wei had opened a spatial rift for him, in such a place, even an immortal king likely couldn't last long as their body would be erased by the void. The Red Ghost had been thrown into the void for such a long time and was yet still alive, which was shocking in itself. Seeing the Red Ghost's blood-filled eyes searching for An Yi's whereabouts, and after locking onto Tianju Manor he prepared to charge over, Tianju Yu could only intercept him, trapping the Red Ghost with the spatial Tianshu technique of a hair's breadth across the world, but found himself entangled by the Red Ghost in return. Treasure God snorted coldly and also charged towards Tianju Manor. Yanruyu, whose injuries had healed, burst through the air to intercept Treasure God. "This is for the best. You and I need to settle our old scores eventually." Rather than killing An Yi, Treasure God was keener on killing Yanruyu. An Yi glanced at the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, then slowly said, "Go, fulfill your mission." The blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph exchanged a glance, and the next second they both leaped up and charged into the void to attack Wei. Chapter 939, The Deep Heritage of the Great Clan Lin Shen originally thought he would witness a huge, earth-shattering battle, yet the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, two immortal king-level pets, attacked Wei together, but were both deflected by Wei with a simple block and dodge of one hand each, and were even thrown back into the void. This was simply a reenactment of the battle between Wei and Emperor Tianshu. He had completely anticipated every move of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph. They always ended up being one step ahead, making all actions of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph seem like a march towards death, even going as far as to literally smash their faces against Wei's fists. No one had expected that the two great guardian pets of the celestial race would be beaten so miserably. Ever since the celestial race acquired these two pets, they had experienced many ups and downs together through countless battles, yet they had never been so embarrassed as they were now. Wei must have previously collected data on the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, which is why he could predict their actions right from the start. "They're going to suffer a lot," Tian Xiaoya said worriedly. The others naturally thought of this possibility as well. After all, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph were too famous, and it would be strange if Wei hadn't studied them. Without the absolute suppression of power like Emperor Tianshu, they had no ability to fight against Wei. For so many billion years, our race has also acquired other Dharma King-level pets, but only they became the guardian pets of our race. Do you know why? An Yi's somewhat hoarse voice sounded. Is it because they are stronger than other Dharma King level pets? Tian Xiaoya answered from an ordinary person's perspective. You're right, but there's another reason, which you will soon see, An Yi said. While An Yi was speaking, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph were once again repelled by Wei Er. Their bodies were already injured. Luckily, although Wei Er's power was strong, it couldn't stop the self-healing ability of immortal creatures. The injuries of the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph could heal quickly, unlike their previous injuries which couldn't heal at all. But this time, instead of attacking Wei Er again, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph rushed toward each other at full speed. Bang! A red and a white aurora collided in the void, the red and white light blossoming like a massive firework. Many thought that the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph might have been affected by some technique of Wei Er, causing them to turn on each other in a fight to mutual destruction. But when the firework-like light dispersed, there appeared in the void a seraph covered with red curse patterns. He possessed characteristics of both the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, yet was also different from both. And with his appearance, the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph disappeared. On his body, there was simultaneously the law fluctuation of both the curse series and light series, and those two types of fluctuations nearly merged into one, indistinguishable by ordinary people. Lin Shen and the others were all shocked as they looked at the creature, probably guessing that it was a fusion of two pets, but they had no idea how exactly they merged together. Although the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph belonged to different series, with differing innate abilities, power of nirvana, and law power, their life bases possess a similar innate ability, possession. Our ancestors have continuously studied and experimented, and after countless generations of effort, finally utilized this characteristic of their life bases to merge them into one, transforming them into a Dharma King of the dual light and curse series, the ultimate blood angel. And Yi's voice was gentle, but anyone could hear the pride in it. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart, now fully realizing that one should never underestimate the depth of a great race. Emperor Tianshu was able to confront the death calamity with peace and recklessly charge into the celestial court because the celestial race's foundation was powerful enough. Otherwise, even under the pressure of death calamity and the celestial court, Emperor Tianshu would have dealt with the god-making race first. The ultimate blood angel floated in the void opposite to Wei Er, whose eyes flickered as if he was frantically analyzing the creature before him. The ultimate blood angel looked at Wei Er with a cold gaze as a blood-colored ancient book formed from blood-colored light particles. With the appearance of this blood-colored ancient book life base, the ultimate blood angel spread its 6 blood wings, clasped hands together in prayer, and uttered mysterious syllables. The blood-colored ancient book also slowly opened amid the chanting, emanating a blood-colored brilliance. Page by page, the blood-colored ancient book flipped open, and within Wei Er's body, beams of bloodlight appeared as if multiple blood swords pierced through his body from within. Blood swords, appearing out of nowhere, continuously pierced through Wei Er's body, and as the chanting continued, more and more blood swords materialized on him. His arms, legs, and torso were penetrated by various blood swords, pinning him in the shape of an X within the void, with all types of crystalline components within his body destroyed by the piercing blood swords, causing electricity and flowing light to scramble through his body. It's so powerful. Having such a strong entity, should have used it earlier, wouldn't have had to fight so hard. Lin Shen watched, dumbstruck, as the ultimate blood angel's capacity seemed invincible, literally leaving no chance for evasion. It's not that simple, though numerous generations have researched it. In the end, they aren't creatures of the same series. After merging into one, there are still some problems with the body. It hasn't reached a perfectly complete state yet, and the time they can merge into one is limited. Once the time limit is reached, they will automatically separate and won't be able to merge again for a short period. An Yi explained. Only then did Lin Shen understand why they only used the ultimate blood angel at this time. There were such limitations. Everyone's gaze fixed on the ultimate blood angel and Wei Er, hoping that the ultimate blood angel could kill Wei Er before its time limit arrived. Under that bizarre power, Wei Er struggled in vain, his own power unable to break through the dual light and curse power, continuously struggling while emitting a strange sound. With the appearance of this sound, the pseudo-immortal creature's core changed direction and crazily rushed towards the ultimate blood angel who was chanting the curse. However, as soon as they entered a certain range, beams of bloodlight burst within their bodies, piercing their bodies and causing them to explode and die instantly. For a moment, the void was filled with exploding and dying pseudo-immortal creatures, like blossoms of blood flowers opening in the void. Chapter 940, Unprecedented Courage. The pseudo-immortal creature's core, no matter how manically they charged, were useless. Once entering the range of the bloodlight curse, they were instantly pierced through by the bloodlight sword. However, the pseudo-immortal creature's core still fearlessly charged, causing countless casualties in an instant, with an unknown number of pseudo-immortal creatures dead. Too powerful, he alone could destroy the whole world. Tian Xiaosong was astonished. But others were not as amazed as her, because everyone knew well that using such power must come at a cost. The usual price paid is energy. The Blood Angel is very powerful, able to kill so many pseudo-immortal creatures instantly, but if the Blood Angel had to expend a lot of energy for this, would his time limit be shortened? That was a serious concern. At this point, all they could hope for was that the Blood Angel could kill Wei-Er before disintegrating, otherwise it would still be troublesome. Streams of bloodlight swords continuously stabbed into Wei-Er's body, looking as if they were about to completely shatter his body. Wei-Er's body seemed to be on the brink of collapse, his skull already pierced by several bloodlight swords, almost exploding. But suddenly, the Blood Angel's body began flashing between red and white, his face flickering between the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, as if a glitch had occurred in a game. Damn, the Blood Angel is almost unable to hold on. Wei-Er's suicidal tactics are working, Ch901 worriedly said. Yi sighed softly. Ultimately, it wasn't perfect. With that, Yi put his hand on the armrest, preparing to stand up. Before Yi could stand up, everyone suddenly saw Lin Shen soar into the sky, rushing towards Wei-Er, who was pinned in the void by the bloodlight swords. The celestial race was deeply moved. Lin Shen dared to stand up despite everything at such a time. It was something their celestial race should have done, yet it was Lin Shen, someone from another race, who did it first. At this moment, Lin Shen's move was clearly to deliver a fatal blow while the Blood Angel had not yet disintegrated, and Wei-Er was still pinned by the bloodlight swords. It was an extremely risky act. Wei-Er could hold on for so long under the bloodlight curse, his own abilities were undoubtedly strong, and no one knew if he had any life-saving tricks. Lin Shen rushing over, seemingly just needing to deliver a fatal blow, was indeed taking a great risk. If it were so easy, someone would have rushed up already. Everyone watched as Lin Shen's body entered the void, feeling an inexplicably tragic emotion surging in their hearts. Even Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Shen, an outsider, would dare to risk his life to strike for the celestial race at this moment. Even the celestial people, who generally rejected those from other races, now harbored mixed feelings about Lin Shen. Many celestials, who were immortals, hadn't dared to do what Lin Shen was now doing. Success or not, they could no longer view Lin Shen as just an ordinary member of the other races. Yi slowly stood up, muttering to himself. If even he is willing to risk his life, why should I hesitate to give mine? Countless fiery gazes were directed at Lin Shen, but Lin Shen at that moment was internally screaming, "What the fuck, who is messing with me, who pushed me out here?" While Lin Shen also wanted to kill Wei-Er and take advantage of his weakness, he was well aware that the risks were too great. His own strength might not even break through Wei-Er's body, perhaps not even getting a chance to take advantage, and it might just be a death sentence, So he had been hesitating, still undecided about whether to take the risk. The reason he abruptly became so brave and rushed into the void was not of his own volition, but because he was pushed out by an inexplicable force. Lin Shen gathered his strength to break free from this force, but he found it impossible. He discovered that void lines had appeared on his body. These void lines connected to his body, pulling his body to make movements against his will, leaving him no control over himself. At this moment, Lin Shen was like a marionette, forcibly pulled into the void. What's going on? Why do I have these void lines on me? Who is messing with me? Is it those beings in the celestial court? Or, now that things had come to this point, retreating was no longer possible. Lin Shen could only gather his strength, hoping to land a soul strike. Perhaps he really could gain an advantage. But his flying speed seemed a bit slow, and before he could even get within his attack range, the Blood Angel had already disintegrated. With the disintegration of the Blood Angel, it reverted to the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph, and the blood-colored ancient book life base in front of him also split into two, becoming a book condensed with holy light and countless blood-colored curse scripts, flying respectively toward the blood-cursed demon and the ultimate seraph. The bloodlight sword also disappeared at the same time, with the bloodlight sword inside Wei-Er disappearing, his body rapidly self-healing at an unbelievable speed. At this moment, Lin Shen was embarrassingly charging over, still flying towards Wei-Er. To others, Lin Shen's action appeared as a tragic act of embracing death, causing many from the celestial race to feel a peculiar emotion. Lin Shen would rather not be a friend of the celestial race than to die this way, but he had no control over his body. Yi was already prepared to unleash the last bit of his strength, to make the ultimate sacrifice for the celestial race. But Lin Shen's figure suddenly stopped, standing in the void and confronting Wei-Er. "Do you also want to kill me?" Wei-Er's calm voice carried an unexpectedly slight emotion. Of course, this was not any beautiful emotion, but one filled with astonishment, confusion, and enlightenment. Wei-Er could understand Emperor Tianshu fighting him, could understand the Blood Angel entering the battle, could even understand those immortals from the celestial race rushing up. He could understand all that. Such a being from the other races, and apparently not particularly strong, daring to charge at him alone to kill him, this indeed baffled him. Lin Shen really wanted to tell him he didn't come to kill him, it was someone who forcefully pushed him out here. Sadly, he couldn't even speak, instead uncontrollably raising his hand, flipping the middle finger at Wei-Er. Lin Shen's face turned a bit green, as if watching him die wasn't tragic enough. This gesture attracted even more hostility. Clearly understanding the meaning behind this gesture, a flicker appeared in Wei Er's eyes, and his figure instantly teleported like a shift, appearing in front of Lin Shen and striking out with a palm, intending to blast Lin Shen into pieces. Almost at the same moment Wei Er struck with his palm, Lin Shen also met it with a palm of his own, their hands colliding together in the void. Chapter 941, A Huge Pitfall. How brave can a person possibly be? No one knew before, but now many people believe that Lin Shen's current courage has reached its ceiling. He even dared to directly confront the only two. Even beings like Tian Zhuyu and An Yi probably wouldn't dare to be as brash as Lin Shen. Yet Lin Shen did just that, not giving anyone time to react. If An Yi in his peak state might have had a chance to respond and use the skill of space-time to teleport Lin Shen elsewhere. Now An Yi himself is almost burnt out, and Lin Shen's actions didn't give him any chance to make a move. Tian Zhuyu was also utterly confused, with question marks filling his head. If Lin Shen charged in by himself, Tian Zhuyu had a way to save him, and with the blood-cursed demon and ultimate seraph there, the only two might not be interested in targeting him. But Lin Shen's unexpected gesture had bewildered Tian Zhuyu too, and it was too late to act. Does this kid like to rave on top of graves? Tian Zhuyu was numb all over. He's seen courting death, but never like this. 10,000 people have 10,000 thoughts, yet at this moment everyone felt that Lin Shen's death-seeking behavior was truly perfected, beyond saving. All thoughts were fleeting, and Lin Shen's palm had already clashed with that of the only two. Even the nearby blood-cursed demon and ultimate seraph didn't have a chance to intervene. However, at that instant, everyone's eyes widened and mouths hung open. Those in combat forgot to continue and stared blankly at Lin Shen as if bewitched. Lin Shen thought he was certainly doomed. He had clearly gathered a potent force within himself, thinking that even if he couldn't hurt the enemy with this strike, at least he wouldn't get killed by the only two. But the force inside his body was not even utilized, his palm merely drawn by the void line to meet the hand of the only two, without any force on it. This really is going to kill me. Lin Shen thought he was a goner. Yet, after the palms touched, Lin Shen did not feel any immense force surge onto his hand. Instead, the body of the only two fragmented in an instant. To the bystanders, it seemed as if Lin Shen had effortlessly shattered the nearly invincible only two with a single palm strike, but Lin Shen knew too well that it was not his power. He clearly saw that it was the void lines that tore the body of the only two, like horses drawing and quartering, shredding his body apart. But others couldn't see the void lines. In their eyes, it was Lin Shen who had smashed the only two with one palm. Is that our little uncle? Tian Xiaocao swallowed and asked blankly. Definitely, that's our little uncle. Tian Xiaocao nodded emphatically, giving Tian Xiaocao a definitive answer, as if to convince herself as well. Yes, that's our little uncle. Little uncle is invincible, Tian Xiaosong said excitedly, barely able to contain himself. And the god-making race people, almost at the same moment, were desperately retreating. The Fire King was enveloped in a roll of flames, transforming into a vast expanse of a fiery sea. After Tianzhu froze the fiery sea, it was discovered that the Fire King's figure was no longer inside. The red ghost's body suddenly exploded, turning into a flash of bloodlight and disappearing without a trace. They didn't need to guard Sky Pinnacle Star, nor did they need to fight to the death for it. But to try and stop an escapee of the Dharma King's stature was no easy feat. Treasure God, trying to escape from Yan Ruyu, discovered that the space around him had been locked down. It was Tianzhuyu who had trapped him. The false immortal core was now in complete disarray, their fighting spirit gone as they were counterattacked by the immortal warriors of the celestial race, relentlessly pursued across the starry sky. In an instant, the situation had completely reversed. Lin Shen, suspended in the void, seemed like a deity to others, but he himself wore a bizarre expression. With Wei Er's death, he regained his freedom, and the void lines on his body disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. Now Lin Shen could finally confirm that the person controlling him with the void lines simply wanted to use him to kill Wei Er and nothing more. They didn't mean to harm him. But what kind of person could possess such ability? That was Wei Er, after all, an entity that even Emperor Tianshu had to resort to unleashing his full strength to barely contain, and who couldn't be killed by the Blood Angel. Yet that person had not even faced Wei Er directly, and merely using those void lines had ripped Wei Er's body apart, an astounding power, terrifying beyond belief. Lin Shen couldn't help but think of the Heavenly Emperor and the creator of the heaven and celestial being's skill. The only connection Lin Shen could make was between the Heavenly Emperor's heaven and celestial being's skill and those void lines. Tian Beluo could only borrow the power of the void lines but had no control over them, and he was now the strongest practitioner of the heaven and celestial being skill among the current celestial race. Throughout the history of the celestial race, apart from the Heavenly Emperor, it seemed no one else could cultivate the heaven and celestial being's skill to the extent of the ghost god realm. If anyone could control the void lines, Lin Shen could only think of the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor didn't die, and it was she who intervened at the crucial moment to save the celestial race? Lin Shen thought of the Heavenly Emperor's corpse on the snow-capped mountain, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But the more he thought, the more worried Lin Shen became. If it really was the Heavenly Emperor resurrected, what if she knew what he had done with her corpse? Lin Shen dared not imagine how such a fearsome being would deal with him. Recalling Wei Er's fate, Lin Shen couldn't help picturing his own limbs and head bound by the void lines and then being torn into 6 parts, sending shivers down his spine. While Lin Shen was fretting over his deeds being exposed, the celestial race on the other hand hailed him as a hero. With the god-making race repelled, some immortals had already approached Lin Shen, performing the celestial race's most solemn oath of honor towards him. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, you have saved the celestial race. From now on, the celestial race will be your eternal friend, your strong support and ally in any time and any situation, declared a young celestial immortal with excitement. At this moment, Lin Shen was undoubtedly the great hero of the celestial race. Lin Shen suddenly realized something. He seemed to have been misunderstood. His actual strength was nowhere near matching his current reputation. The god-making race would surely see him as their primary enemy from now on, which was truly a colossal pitfall. The Heavenly Emperor is setting me up. She herself doesn't want to face the god-making race as an enemy, yet she has pushed me to the forefront. Lin Shen's complexion grew increasingly grim. Yet the people of the celestial race kept chanting his name, their voices nearly lifting the heavens. Chapter 942, the candidate for the new Heavenly Emperor. The battle for Sky Pinnacle Star had not long passed before the celestial race launched their counterattack. Under the leadership of Qi Yi, some of the planets occupied by the god-making race were reclaimed, and the war continued unabated. Following this major purge, nearly all of the god-making race spies within the celestial race were rooted out, making it difficult for them to pose any significant threat to the celestial race in the near future. However, since Emperor Tianshu vanished after storming into the celestial court, and An Yi was severely wounded, in addition to the many immortals who perished in battle, the strength of the celestial race was also severely diminished. Fortunately, the celestial race still had the support of Qi Yi and the external forces of the Qi family, making it not so easy for other races to take advantage of the celestial race. Mutated Death Shredder, Super Base Immortal Creature Human Law Eye Strength, 6200, Speed, 6200, Hardness, 6200, Toughness, 6200, Life Base, Super Base Crushing Diary. Nirvana Attributes, True Extreme Slaying Evil Deathlight. Immortal Laws, Law of Strength, Fragmented Immortal Law, Law of Speed, Fragmented Immortal Law. Base Mutation Talents, Super Base Devouring, Super Base Evolution, Super Base Armor, Piercing Spike, Super Base Instantaneous Speed, Super Base 100 Refinements, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Soul Harvesting, Super Base Prison King's Eye. In this battle, Death Powder ascended to immortality, his law only at the human law realm, and the quality of his law was that of the immortal laws, but it showed as incomplete. Lin Shen didn't know whether Death Powder in this state could be considered an immortal king creature, possessing the true immortal laws, but incomplete, and he estimated that it probably could not be considered an immortal king. His own strength attribute was also affected by Death Powder, breaking through the 10,000 mark, and was not far behind the top immortals. Sky Pinnacle Star had suffered destruction everywhere. Many buildings were destroyed, and the Celestial Master Institute suffered significant damage, with only a few buildings preserved relatively intact. Fortunately, during this battle, a large number of pseudo-immortal creatures were slain. Although their combat power was somewhat inferior to true immortal creatures, the materials their bodies were made of were nearly indistinguishable from those of true immortal materials, which were more than sufficient to rebuild Sky Pinnacle Star. The Celestial Master Institute was among the first on the rebuilding list, ranked just behind the Celestial Court that represented the power of the celestial race. The Celestial Court itself had sustained minimal damage, as places like the Celestial Court and the Imperial Palace were protected by law barriers that prevented much destruction. Initially, the barriers were breached later, but by then, the battlefield had shifted into the void. Although the Celestial Master Institute also had law barriers, unfortunately there was no energy source to activate them, so it suffered relatively severe damage. When Lin Shen was summoning the members of the Celestial Master Institute, he noticed that many familiar faces were missing. Some were god-making race spies eliminated in combat, and others had fallen during the war. Where is Weisstein An? In the midst of the familiar people, Lin Shen couldn't spot Weisstein An, and his heart couldn't help but sink. An SI sighed and said, "To block the advance of the pseudo-immortal creatures, Weisstein An fought until the last moment. He was too old, his strength couldn't keep up with the exhaustion, and he ultimately sacrificed his life after depleting his energy." Lin Shen fell silent, feeling somewhat distressed inside. An Xiqing had given him a lot of help. He had thought about asking for more advice from An Xiqing in the future and hadn't expected him to perish so suddenly. "Dean, you don't have to be too sad. Dying on the battlefield is the highest honor for a member of the celestial race. Old An fought to the last moment. He is a hero of the celestial race," said Weisstein Chao. "The word hero is too heavy," Lin Shen sighed. "As for the rebuilding of the Celestial Master Institute, I'll leave it in your hands to oversee. I'm thinking of taking a break for some time, and I won't be coming back to the Institute for a while." Dean, rest assured, we are watching closely, and even if they were given 100 more guts now, they wouldn't dare to deceive you, an SI said. Lin Shen knew what an SI meant, but didn't say anything. After leaving the Celestial Master Institute, Lin Shen planned to return to Giant Ring Star to rest for a few days. The great battle had left him feeling somewhat weary. It was not a weariness of the body, but of the mind. The disappearance of Emperor Tianshu made it unclear who could become the new heavenly emperor of the celestial race, and it was uncertain whether the Celestial Master Institute would even continue to exist in the future. The new heavenly emperor might not trust him and the Celestial Master Institute as Emperor Tianshu had, and it seemed the road to revitalizing the Celestial Master Institute might have come to an end. Lin Shen himself really had no interest in running the Celestial Master Institute. To him, the celestial race was just a part of his life's journey. He couldn't stay trapped here forever. Lin Shen was now considering whether to resign from the position of Dean of the Celestial Master Institute and fully return to Giant Ring Star to work with Tianshun on properly developing it. After all, Giant Ring Star was their territory, and it was better than being at the mercy of others on Sky Pinnacle Star. What Lin Shen worried about the most was the Divine and the Heavenly Emperor, who was truly terrifying. If Whitey really died at her hands, then her methods might be even worse than those of Emperor Tianshu, and it was hard to differentiate friend from foe. Walking on the way home, Lin Shen saw someone riding a flying pet approaching, and upon reaching near Lin Shen, they hurriedly dismounted to salute and said, "Chief of the Celestial Court, the Grand Master requests your presence for an important discussion." Lin Shen thought it over and decided to go with that person to An family's first mansion. The grievances between him and the An family really should be settled. Lin Shen had thought that the current An family's first mansion would be bustling, given that Emperor Tianshu had not returned, and that An Yi was the most likely candidate to become the new heavenly emperor. Although Emperor Tianshu had many children, the celestial race always followed the principle of the capable taking charge, not purely a family dynasty. Yet the current An family's first mansion was unusually quiet, with almost no one around. When Lin Shen saw An Yi, he was drinking tea in the study, with Njiahahe attending him. Njiahahe now, however, lacked his previous arrogance and also one of his arms. Seeing Lin Shen look at his amputated arm, Njiahahe said with a smile, "It was severed during the great battle. My father said my temperament and cultivation are not enough, and I would suffer greatly in the future. Now I have lost an arm. It's better than suffering more significant losses later on, so this is a warning, and there's no need to reattach it." Lin Shen did not know what to say. It was certainly not appropriate to say that it was good that the arm was gone. After Njiahahe prepared the tea, he poured a cup for An Yi and one for Lin Shen, and then left the room. An Yi took a sip of tea, set down the teacup, and then asked Lin Shen, "What are your plans for the future?" "I intend to resign from the Celestial Master Institute and go back to assist Tianshun in developing Giant Ring Star." Lin Shen did not hide his intentions and spoke openly about his plans. "That is a choice, indeed. Sky Pinnacle Star is really not suitable for you anymore. I am also planning to resign from my duties in the Celestial Court and retire." An Yi's words made Lin Shen slightly startled. "The celestial race is now leaderless. How can it afford to lack you to oversee the big picture?" Lin Shen spoke with some ambiguity. He actually wanted to ask whether An Yi would not become the new heavenly emperor. An Yi apparently understood his implication and said indifferently, "My body is too old and my injuries are too severe. I'm afraid it's unlikely to fully recover anymore, and it's only going downhill from here. Besides you, who else is qualified to take on such a significant role?" Lin Shen wanted to know who the new heavenly emperor would be. "If nothing unexpected happens, Qi Yi will be the new heavenly emperor," An Yi said with a smile. "This generation's Qi Yi is much younger than Emperor Tianshu and me. He is in the prime of his life and has extensive experience in guarding the frontier and in warfare. In such troubled times, he is more suited than us to lead the celestial race forward." Chapter 943. I am sick. Lin Shen and An Yi had a long chat. An Yi held no malice towards him. Instead, he said things that Lin Shen hadn't anticipated, helping him analyze the current situation. If Lin Shen had no intention to leave Sky Pinnacle Star, then An Yi's purpose this time was to persuade him to depart from Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen had already prepared to leave, which made An Yi appreciate him even more. Lin Shen's reputation on Sky Pinnacle Star was too high, and the Qi family had always been guarding from outside. Many families on Sky Pinnacle Star knew very little about Qi Yi, nor did they get along well with the Qi family. No one expected that Emperor Tianshu would fall, nor that An Yi would be seriously injured. It was assumed that things would remain stable for a few more centuries. Previously, no one took the Qi family seriously. If Qi Yi were to come back to take over the position of Heavenly Emperor, the one most likely to be suppressed first would undoubtedly be Lin Shen, whose reputation was at its peak. This was almost an inevitability, given Lin Shen's backing from Tianju Manor, his position as Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, and his own reputation. Even if Qi Yi didn't want to suppress him after becoming the Heavenly Emperor, there would still be others continuously instigating trouble until the new Heavenly Emperor developed a dissatisfaction towards Lin Shen. Even if Qi Yi wasn't the one who took over the throne, whoever succeeded would likely end up doing the same thing. It was just a matter of time. And Yi did not want Lin Shen to become an enemy of the celestial race, nor did he want him to move far away to another race, so returning to Giant Ring Star was the most acceptable option for Yi. In this way, Lin Shen would both have a deep connection with the celestial race and avoid conflicts with the new Heavenly Emperor and the major family interest groups, minimizing risks. However, both An Yi and Lin Shen were aware that it was impossible for there to be no impact at all. With the new Heavenly Emperor ascending the throne, interests would inevitably be redistributed, affecting even An family's first mansion. When leaving, Lin Shen asked An Yi, "Is it worth it?" To which An Yi simply replied, "A laid peace does not regret." If they hadn't plotted against the hidden hand behind the fatal calamity and Emperor Tianshu was still around and An Yi hadn't been injured, he could have still enjoyed 1,000 years of fame among the celestial race. Now, it wasn't so easy. Lin Shen returned home and saw Kong Chuan and Heavenly Consort Kong Lin chatting in the courtyard. Both stood up when they saw Lin Shen return. Heavenly Consort did not return to the Imperial Palace but was staying at Lin Shen's place, showing that she didn't plan to return to the Imperial Palace either. In fact, her return would be futile. Once Emperor Tianshu was gone and someone not from his lineage took over, all princes and imperial consorts, even the serving staff, would be removed from the Imperial Palace when the new emperor took the throne. Fortunately, the celestial race had too much experience with this. They had a complete system, and the new emperor taking the throne wouldn't lead to slaughtering the old emperor's relatives and kin. This wisdom and lesson were bought with blood. "How is the situation outside?" asked the Heavenly Consort. "If nothing unexpected happens, the new Heavenly Emperor will be Qi Yi. I plan to resign from the Celestial Master Institute and return to Giant Ring Star." "You should also prepare early," Lin Shen said. "I thought it would be him." The Heavenly Consort seemed to have anticipated this response and did not show surprise but looked at Lin Shen and said, "If possible, could the Chief of the Heavenly Institute provide us refuge? We are willing to follow you to Giant Ring Star." Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, not expecting the Heavenly Consort to propose following him to Giant Ring Star. "You don't plan to return to the Peacock clan?" Lin Shen asked in surprise. If Emperor Tianshu truly couldn't return, his consorts had the freedom to choose where to go, but if they left Sky Pinnacle Star, they would no longer enjoy the benefits given by the celestial race. The Heavenly Consort looked seriously at Lin Shen. "The cosmic era of chaos has arrived. No place is safe. The Peacock clan will likely not be able to avoid involvement eventually. We must become part of it. In such chaotic times, everyone needs a patron, and we choose you as our patron. We, along with the Peacock clan, will also become your most reliable support." "Heavenly Consort, could we talk privately?" Lin Shen thought for a moment and said, "There won't be a Heavenly Consort anymore. Call me Kong Lin." Kong Lin asked Kong Chuan to leave first as she wanted to know what exactly Lin Shen wanted to discuss. "I do not have ambitions to dominate the universe. If you wish to place your bets on me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," Lin Shen said. "That is not an issue. We just seek stability," Kong Lin said. Lin Shen naturally didn't believe the platitudes Kong Lin was saying. If she truly wanted stability, staying on Sky Pinnacle Star was actually a very good choice. The celestial race still took very good care of the family and children of the previous Heavenly Emperor. There were specific laws to care for the family of a past Heavenly Emperor. However, since Kong Lin said so, he didn't argue and continued, "You can develop on Giant Ring Star as well, but I have one condition." "Speak," Kong Lin said, somewhat relieved that Lin Shen was willing to set conditions, which indicated he was willing to accept the Peacock clan. "I have a rather strange disease," Lin Shen said thoughtfully. "What kind of disease?" Kong Lin knew that they weren't at the heart of the matter yet. "This disease, well, it's strange. It's not fatal, but it can make one extremely uncomfortable," Lin Shen said, organizing his words. "I don't think you'd believe it if I told you, but if I don't sleep with a woman whom I've never been in contact with before every once in a while, my body will feel incredibly painful and uncomfortable. Most importantly, I would lose the ability to sleep, as if I've lost the capability to sleep, unable to sleep for months. The agony that comes with it is something normal people would never understand." "You want to sleep with me?" Kong Lin's words were much more succinct. "It's not exactly like that. It's just for treatment, nothing more than holding each other while sleeping," Lin Shen said sincerely. Kong Lin clearly didn't believe his words, but she calmly responded, "I can accompany you in sleep, but I have a condition too." "Say it." Seeing how straightforward Kong Lin was, Lin Shen no longer minces his words. "I've already been married once, and I don't expect you to marry me officially, nor do I need any ceremony, but I need some assurance. On Giant Ring Star, designate an autonomous region for me where I can settle people from the Peacock clan," Kong Lin said. "You probably misunderstood. I just need treatment, nothing else," Lin Shen said helplessly. "No matter what it is, I only have this one request," Kong Lin insisted. "Fine, I agree, but you mustn't tell anyone about this," Lin Shen no longer hesitated. After all, there were many undeveloped areas on Giant Ring Star, and setting aside an area for Kong Lin wasn't much. Even if Kong Lin didn't say it, if she truly brought the entire Peacock clan to seek refuge, he would still have to provide them with an area to live. "Words are not proof. We need a written agreement." Kong Lin took out a pen and paper. Chapter 944, Heavenly Eye, Immortal Light. Lin Shen readily set down the written agreement, but it only stated that a settlement area was to be provided for the Peacock clan and nothing more. Kong Lin carefully stowed the written agreement away, then beamed a smile at Lin Shen and said, "Do you want to be treated now, or do you want to do something else?" Fortunately, Lin Shen could only see a mosaic, or else that smile might have caused his heart to skip a beat. "Treatment," Lin Shen said with a straight face. "Time, place." Kong Lin was a woman of decision, without dragging her feet. "Why not now? It's better than choosing a day." Lin Shen feared that the longer the delay, the more things could go awry. What if Emperor Tianshu burst out from the Celestial Court? The Celestial Court Lin Shen had visited actually had nothing much. It was just that he didn't know if the Heavenly Court Emperor Tianshu dashed into was the same place he went. If it was the same place, it wouldn't be long before Emperor Tianshu could come back. Now? During broad daylight, that might not be good? Kong Lin's cheeks blushed slightly. No matter how decisive she was, after all, she was still a woman. "When it comes to treating and saving people, how can we divide it by time?" Lin Shen spoke earnestly. "Let's wait until nightfall, then I'll come to your room to find you." Kong Lin was obviously the type who talked tough, but was actually quite nervous inside. It's just that others found it difficult to tell from looking at her face. Lin Shen figured waiting for a while longer wouldn't hurt, so he agreed to wait for Kong Lin to come to him at night. Lin Shen pondered over his resources at hand, and where he would go for his next nirvana. "The fire seed on Ouyang's body, I also need to find a way to get it." Lin Shen thought after thought, still not knowing how to bring it up, nor could he just demand to share a bed with a grown man for no reason. Lin Shen would rather be misunderstood as a lecher than let people think his orientation was different from the norm. What a headache. Lin Shen couldn't think of any good solution at the moment. When night arrived, Kong Lin, a woman of her word, duly arrived. She knocked on the door from the outside, whispering, "Chief of the Heavenly Institute. The door isn't locked. Come in by yourself." Lin Shen had no special thoughts toward the blob of mosaic. He just wanted to get to the fire seed quickly. Kong Lin entered as usual, then turned to close the door and locked it from the inside. Looking at Lin Shen lying on the bed, Kong Lin suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken abnormally. She knew she couldn't escape this predicament, having already made up her mind to sacrifice herself to follow Lin Shen's battleship. Others might not know Lin Shen's capabilities, but Kong Lin was very clear in her heart. And Yi had said that Lin Shen was not an immortal, he was at the nirvana level. A nirvana level being able to kill the only two, it was hard for people to believe, but it actually happened. Kong Lin knew it would be difficult for the Peacock clan to secure a foothold in such chaotic times, so she chose Lin Shen as the Peacock clan's pillar. If the Peacock clan could migrate to Giant Ring Star, with a strong figure like Lin Shen stationed there, they should hardly be affected by the chaos of the world. Unfortunately, she didn't have many chips in her hand. The Peacock clan's warriors were not weak, but in the eyes of a powerful individual like Lin Shen, the Peacock clan's strength hardly counted as a bargaining chip, so she could only use herself as a chip. Thankfully, Lin Shen was interested in her body, and Kong Lin thought that was fine. It was just a mutual need. She never deceived anyone. Exchanging herself for the future peaceful life of the Peacock clan, that was the last thing she could do for the Peacock clan. Kong Lin walked to the side of the bed and then slowly removed her clothes. "What are you doing?" Lin Shen was startled by her actions. Kong Lin, however, remained silent, took off her outer garment, dressed in her underwear, got onto the bed next to Lin Shen, and then slowly closed her eyes. "Now you have two choices." "What choices?" Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh and cry. He really didn't intend to do anything to Kong Lin, he just wanted her fire seed. "Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light?" Kong Lin said slowly with her eyes closed. The Heavenly Eye Immortal Light is a special ability of the Peacock clan, from ancient times to the present. The Peacock clan individuals with the ability of the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light are just a very small minority. The Heavenly Eye Immortal Light has a special power. It can attract the Death Light, drawing the Death Light away from those who are undergoing tribulation. Emperor Tianshu is so fond of you, it must be because you possess the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light, right? Lin Shen already knew about the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light, so he wasn't surprised. Indeed, it seems that you know about the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light. That makes this easier. Kong Lin continued to speak. I indeed possess the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light. This is also the reason why Emperor Tianshu has always kept me by his side and has taken such good care of me. How ridiculous others only think that Emperor Tianshu covets my beauty. But where would they know? Beauty is such a thing that to someone like Emperor Tianshu, it's just a cheap commodity that can be discarded at will. It's impossible to pay so much for just beauty. Lin Shen deeply agreed. There are indeed too many beautiful women in the universe. From a certain perspective, beauty is indeed a relatively cheap resource. For a figure like Emperor Tianshu, what kind of beauty he couldn't get, the so-called favor must be mixed with other elements. It's just that the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light has one drawback. Once my body is damaged, the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light will mutate into the Heavenly Pupil Divine Light. Its power will increase, but it will lose the ability to attract Death Light. Kong Lin said mockingly, "You have to choose whether you want to take me or have the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light. It's up to you now. The Heavenly Eye Immortal Light can mutate?" Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't seen such a record when he was looking at the information before. "Or, why hasn't Emperor Tianshu ever touched me?" Kong Lin said with a sneer. "The Peacock clan people who have the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light are like sacrifices to the death tribulation. What deity would want a defiled sacrifice?" "That makes sense." Lin Shen didn't care about these things. He just wanted to take the fire seed. Whether it was Kong Lin's body or the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light, he had no interest. Lin Shen turned around, wrapped his arms around Kong Lin's waist, immediately feeling the tender, elastic sensation on his hands. Even though he couldn't see Kong Lin's appearance, the feel was indeed superior, and he couldn't help but caress it back and forth twice. Kong Lin's body stiffened suddenly. She had assumed that someone like Lin Shen, just like Emperor Tianshu, would definitely choose to preserve the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light. But Lin Shen's current actions seemed to prove her guess wrong. Lin Shen was not as cunning and strategic as she thought, nor did he have such long-term vision. Chapter 945, Artificial Rainmaking. Kong Lin couldn't help but think of the time she had peeked into Lin Shen's thoughts and heard his inner voice. At that time, she knew Lin Shen wanted to sleep with her, but she didn't expect that even after becoming such a powerful figure, his thievish heart remained unchanged, preferring to forgo the opportunity to use her to fend off the death calamity just to have his way with her. Kong Lin closed her eyes. Lin Shen was too powerful now, and she didn't dare to steal a glance at his thoughts again. In fact, without peeking, she could guess what Lin Shen was thinking right now. She waited for the inevitable to happen, but after a long time, Lin Shen made no further moves, just lying on his side embracing her, his leg pressing on her, and then there was stillness. Kong Lin opened her eyes slightly, turning her head to look at Lin Shen only to find that he might genuinely, or perhaps pretentiously, have fallen asleep. Kong Lin inwardly mocked. Indeed, men are practical. They wouldn't give up the chance that might help them through the death calamity for a momentary pleasure. Kong Lin felt somewhat scornful, thinking Lin Shen was just being stubborn. He clearly wanted her Heavenly Eye Immortal Light, but pretended he didn't care. Kong Lin felt a bit safer, yet also a touch sorrowful. Since Lin Shen wanted the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light, he wouldn't mistreat her in the future and would cherish her just like Emperor Tianshu did. As long as Lin Shen lived, she and the Peacock clan would have protection. Besides, Lin Shen was young, much younger than Emperor Tianshu. With his abilities and age, he might not need the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light in his lifetime. It was not for herself that Kong Lin felt sorrowful, but for the women of this cosmic realm. Ordinary women think beauty is a weapon against men, yet they don't understand the realism of men. Regardless, Kong Lin had achieved her goal, and she closed her eyes and gradually fell asleep. When she woke up and Lin Shen opened his eyes, he was met with a face that was none too kind. This face resembled one that would play the roles of mistresses, stepmothers, scheming women, demonesses, and the like in films and series. Seeing it, one would feel that this woman was no ordinary person, but clever and exceedingly ruthless. Even in the palace drama where characters typically survive just 3 episodes, she would be the type of woman who might only die in the grand finale. Though the face looked unkind, it was certainly beautiful, enough to make any man's heart flutter for this bad woman's face. This face would give men an illusion that you could do anything excessive in front of her with no mental burden, because her face made you feel that she was a bad woman. Whatever over-the-top things you did, you probably couldn't outdo her badness, so what would there be to worry about? It was a face that would allow men to drop their pretense and reveal their inner wickedness. Lin Shen fought back the urge to bully this bad woman and first checked his own fire seed, and indeed found that the heaven-defying bone had increased by 10%, moving one step closer to perfection. Now I only have Ouyang and Long Yue's mosaics left to contend with. I still don't know whether the fire seed on Ouyang's body is the heaven-defying bone fire seed, and the woman in the video, was she inherently mosaic, or was the video pixelated? Lin Shen was pondering when he felt Kong Lin move beside him. Looking down, Lin Shen noticed that Kong Lin had already opened her eyes. She was bad enough with her eyes closed, but with them open, her mischievous charm only seemed to accentuate her allure as a woman. This gave Lin Shen an impulse to rid the people of this scourge, just like those beautiful but wicked female bullies at school who use all sorts of venomous means to torment other students, making one want to stand up and properly teach her a lesson. Lin Shen tilted his body, looking down at Kong Lin, while Kong Lin's enticing, peacock-like eyes were also fixed on Lin Shen. Kong Lin smirked inwardly at his appearance. Men, these creatures are truly hypocritical, clearly desiring something so badly, yet for the sake of their own lives, they can put aside all greed and desire. Suddenly, Kong Lin had a sly idea. She stretched out her slender, tender arm and wrapped it around Lin Shen's neck, gently pulling his head towards her while gazing at him with a mesmerizing look. She thought that Lin Shen, like Emperor Tianshu, wouldn't really do anything to her for the Heavenly Eye Immortal Light, just wanting to tease Lin Shen a bit. But she forgot one thing. Emperor Tianshu was already an aging old man and had seen and possessed far too much. On the other hand, Lin Shen was still young and didn't have the rich experience of Emperor Tianshu. The most important point was, Kong Lin was completely wrong. Lin Shen had no real interest in her heavenly eye immortal light. Just as Kong Lin thought, Lin Shen was still young, and perhaps before it was time for him to use the heavenly eye immortal light, Kong Lin would have already perished. Moreover, it was nearly impossible for Lin Shen's body to become immortal. He could only continuously undergo nirvana, taking a different path from others, and would not face the death tribulation in the future. Even if he could ascend to being immortal, according to An Yi, only when one's comprehension and cognition surpass one's own strength would it trigger the death tribulation, so he was even less worried. Lin Shen had great confidence in his own comprehension. It couldn't possibly far exceed his own strength. Kong Lin made the wrong gamble, and by the time she realized it, it was already too late. The originally clear skies were artificially seeded by her, leading to storm after storm. The pleasures of a spring night are fleeting, after which the king rises late for court. Lin Shen felt if he were an emperor, he would definitely be a more debauched and dissolute tyrant than Emperor Tianshu. On second thought, comparing himself to Emperor Tianshu seemed a bit of an insult to the latter. After all, Tianshu kept Kong Lin by his side for so many years without laying a finger on her, while Lin Shen couldn't hold back for even one night. Indeed, he couldn't stand on the same level as Emperor Tianshu. It wasn't until noon that Kong Lin sneakily emerged from Lin Shen's room, as if she was afraid of being seen. A while later, a neatly dressed Lin Shen came out of his room. Cough cough, good morning. When Lin Shen arrived at the front living room, he saw Ouyang Zheng sitting there eating, and looking at the time, it probably should be lunch by now. It's indeed quite early. I thought you wouldn't get up today, said Ouyang Yuyang with a smile. Why would you say that? Lin Shen asked as he sat down. Ouyang Yudo smiled but didn't explain why, only saying to Lin Shen, Wei has found something. He wants you to take a look. Chapter 946, The Person Living in the Video. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudo came to see Wei, who was still reviewing the video Lin Shen gave him, sitting there without even blinking. Wei, have you found anything? Lin Shen asked as he watched the video. Not the video person living inside, Wei said. What do you mean? Lin Shen had a guess in his heart, but he needed Wei to confirm it. After half a day's explanation from Wei, Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu were finally certain of their speculation. These videos are both videos and not videos. They play on a loop, repeating every 3 hours, which is no different from an ordinary video. The key is the person inside the video. She can appear in any video as if she lives within these looping videos, freely entering and exiting each one. The video repeats every 3 hours, but the person in the video does not repeat with it. Does this mean the person in the video might be a living person? Lin Shen was surprised. Also, could be a ghost, Wei said. Whether it's a person or a ghost, the fact that she's living inside the video shouldn't affect us, Lin Shen said. No effect, Wei said. What effect? Lin Shen asked with confusion. She has no strength but has skills, Wei said. After a good while of further questioning, Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu finally understood what Wei meant. He had been watching the video for so long, and the person in it seemed to just play games or watch TV. But occasionally she would use some skills on her own. Since she was just an ordinary person and had never cultivated, those skills seemed no different from an ordinary person throwing punches, seemingly ineffective. However, as a skill expert, Wei saw from the woman's movements that even though she lacked strength, the skills she demonstrated were exceptionally sophisticated techniques. Moreover, her range of techniques was broad, seemingly knowing all kinds of skills, and she could even blend different types of skills together. She could even effortlessly mix techniques that were completely opposite in style. This made her look crazy when using those skills, but Wei clearly knew how terrifying those techniques were. The only pity was that she had no strength. However strong her techniques, they were useless. Is there a possibility that some big shot sealed her inside the video? Ouyang Yudu said. I've been thinking the same. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Lin Shengdong, his fourth brother, had a similar ability that could seal people in paintings. But Lin Shengdong's painting was his own ability, while these videos seemed to be just ordinary video files. If it was really possible to do something like this, it would naturally be much stronger than Lin Shengdong. Should we try to get her out? Ouyang Yudu said. We don't have that kind of ability, and we also don't know if she's a friend or foe. Let's hold off for now. We should find someone to see what's going on with this video and then decide whether or not to get her out. Lin Shen didn't decide immediately. He needed to first make sure if there was any component of fire seed in the mosaic on her body. People with such abilities were too rare. Lin Shen asked several people, but no one had heard of such an ability. However, most believed that if such an ability existed, it should be due to the law power of the World Series. They suggested that he should ask someone who possessed World Series laws. Lin Shen did know one person with the World Series laws, his fourth brother, Lin Shengdong, but he couldn't contact Lin Shengdong either. Fourth brother has always been in touch with third brother. Why can't he contact me? I'm his blood relative too. Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. Putting aside the person in the video for now, Lin Shen resigned from his position as the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, and Yi would naturally do him this favor. Ouyang, Qixinwo, and others also resigned from their positions at the Celestial Master Institute to follow Lin Shen to Giant Ring Star. If it were not for the fact that Anna Sai, Vice Dean Chao, and others had their families on Sky Pinnacle Star, and their relatives and friends were all here, They too would have followed Lin Shen to the giant ring star. But the perfect scenario rarely exists in this world. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan also expressed her desire to follow Lin Shen to the giant ring star. After some thought, Lin Shen agreed to Lin Wan's request. After all, she had proactively chosen to follow him when he first left, and being of the human race, it was hard for Lin Shen to refuse her. After several busy days, all the arrangements were made, and Lin Shen returned to the giant ring star with everyone. Kong Lin and Kong Chuan did not go directly to the giant ring star, but first returned to the Peacock clan, hoping to convince the clan leader to move the Peacock clan's headquarters to the giant ring star. After returning to the giant ring star, Lin Shen bit the bullet and spoke to Tian Xun about the heavenly consort and the Peacock clan, hoping Tian Xun would allocate a piece of land for Kong Lin and the others. Lin Shen was worried that Tian Xun might see through something, as he truly felt like a thief with a guilty conscience. But Tian Xun didn't seem to make a big deal out of it and easily agreed. Tian Xun's smile never faded. She took Lin Shen's hand and placed it on her belly, smilingly said, "Do you feel anything?" "What?" Lin Shen was initially taken aback, then realized what she meant and exclaimed in disbelief, You're not saying that you're pregnant?" "It's been a few months." Tian Xun's face was filled with happiness and joy. Overjoyed, Lin Shen almost jumped up and pressed his ear to Tian Xun's belly, trying to hear the sound inside. Though he couldn't hear anything, Lin Shen could feel the life connected to him by blood within. "I asked elder sister. She said that humans usually carry a child for 10 months, but the celestial race typically takes 1 year and 3 months to nurture, so we don't know when our offspring will be born." Tian Xun caressed Lin Shen's hair, her face full of delight. "Any time is fine." "Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" Lin Shen was very joyful, even a bit overwhelmed. He had been waiting for years, and finally, the Lin family's child was on the way. As the Lin family's bloodline and legacy carrier, he finally fulfilled his mission. But none of that mattered, for he was going to be a father, a feeling indescribable and surpassing everything else. Thoughts of mission or no mission, he didn't care anymore. Don't know yet. "Do you have any preference for gender?" Tian Xun looked at Lin Shen and asked. "No, either a boy or a girl would be fine. If it's a boy, let him be like me. If it's a girl, let her be like you," Lin Shen babbled on. Chapter 947, Eternal Celestial Court. Lin Shen felt guilty, having spent much of his time lately attending to Tian Xun with increasing solicitude. The elder sister also came specifically to look after Tian Xun, preparing a variety of delicious meals every day, making sure they were always different. Tian Xun was touched by the elder sister's kindness, but the birthing methods of the celestial race differed somewhat from humans. Every day, Tian Xun would use some base mutation fluid, enhancing her own physique and that of the child in her womb through a special evolution skill. Tian Xun had prepared, hoping that her and Lin Shen's child would be born an ascender. However, humans themselves are born without any level, which could influence the child's birth level, so Tian Xun paid even more attention to this. But even if the child was born without any level, Tian Xun would still be happy. She simply did not want her child to start from too low a point. The war between the celestial race and the god-making race continued, with the celestial race clearly having turned the tide and reclaiming all lost planets a matter of time. For the celestial race, this was actually not such an important issue. What truly mattered was the selection of the new heavenly emperor. Some major families supported the immediate selection of a new heavenly emperor, while most believed they should wait longer, given that Emperor Tianshu might still return. Neither side could convince the other, so the selection of a new heavenly emperor was temporarily put on hold. Each family had its own plans, and aside from the Qi family, no one wished for a new heavenly emperor to ascend so quickly, as this obviously did not align with their interests. However, as time passed, a new heavenly emperor would certainly need to be chosen. Qi Yi, who currently controlled most of the celestial race's core, was undoubtedly the best candidate, and Yi was too severely injured and too old, indeed not the best choice for the new heavenly emperor. The only one who had a chance to contend for the throne with Qi Yi was Tianzhu, who practically did nothing about it, as if he had nearly declared his withdrawal from the competition for the throne. Qi Yi becoming the new heavenly emperor was just a matter of time. Lying on the beach, Lin Shen closed his eyes to enjoy the rare leisure time, not wanting to cultivate nor seek adventure, just hoping life could continue like this until the birth of his child, to raise the child well together with Tian Xun. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt as if he sensed something and opened his eyes to find a face blocking the sky. Lin Wan? Lin Shen was puzzled. Why had Lin Wan come here? At this time, she should be helping the elder sister sort out the accounts. I can't take it anymore. Lin Wan sat down beside him, looking out at the ocean. I'll go and speak to the elder sister. I'll ask her not to give you too much work. Lin Shen thought Lin Wan had become too tired after coming to help with work. Since Lin Wan's arrival, the elder sister discovered her talents and pulled her in to help with business. Later, to look after Tian Xun, almost all the business fell on Lin Wan. Lin Wan offered no response, just murmured to herself, Do you think Emperor Tianshu will come back? I don't know. Lin Shen was confused. Why was Lin Wan suddenly interested in this issue? Whether Emperor Tianshu could come back was something Lin Shen really didn't know. In theory, if it was the place that Emperor Tianshu went to, and if he had been there before, he should have returned by now. But until now, there has been no word from Emperor Tianshu, which likely means a real issue arose, and whether he could return remained an unknown factor. Do you want to know? Lin Wan suddenly looked at Lin Shen with a smile and asked. Lin Shen immediately sat up and sized up Lin Wan, saying, "What do you mean by that?" "I have been to the Celestial Court," Lin Wan said to herself. Lin Shen was shocked and stared at Lin Wan as she slowly stood up, saying, "How could you have been to the Celestial Court?" Lin Wan combed through her hair nonchalantly, ignoring Lin Shen and continuing her own narrative. "Perhaps different from what you think, the Celestial Court isn't located in a higher dimension. It's just somewhere in the cosmos, and the beings residing there, just like us, are all creatures of the cosmos, only more highly evolved." Seeing her not responding to his words and just speaking on her own, Lin Shen stopped inquiring and just watched her. "Are you not curious about what truly advanced evolution is?" Lin Wan looked back at him with a teasing smile when he stopped asking questions. "I'm more interested in knowing who you are." Lin Shen held a suspicion in his heart, yet even he found his guess somewhat unbelievable. "Is your memory really that bad?" "I am Lin Wan said with a smile. "What Emperor Tianshu has done, I've also done. Where he's been, I've also been. You are a divine race and a heavenly emperor." Lin Shen couldn't help but voice his speculation. "It can be said that I am, but also that I am not." "If you're speaking of the god and heavenly emperor of the celestial race, that's not me," Lin Wan said lightly. Lin Shen immediately thought of that video and of the female celestial locked within it. "Is Lin Wan the woman in the video who treats the female celestial as a plaything?" Lin Shen stared at Lin Wan intently. Lin Wan, seemingly oblivious, continued, "The so-called god and heavenly emperor is but a puppet I control. Everything about her is within my control. If you say I'm the true god and heavenly emperor, then you would not be wrong. Impossible, you are just a human. Human race has only ventured out from the home planet for over 200 years. How could you possibly control a god and heavenly emperor in that era?" Lin Shen stared at Lin Wan, voicing his inner doubts. "I am human, yes, but not the same as you. We are not the same kind of humans," Lin Wan stated. "I haven't heard of any other humans in the cosmos. There are many types within the human race, but only one kind of humans." Lin Shen had reviewed information in the celestial race and knew that within the human race of the cosmos, there were none exactly like the humans, with differences great and small. "There might not be now, but that doesn't mean there weren't any before." Lin Wan met Lin Shen's gaze and continued calmly. "The cosmos is not just one civilization era or one epoch. In fact, cosmic civilizations have been destroyed many times and have risen again many times. The cosmic history you are aware of is just the civilization that has developed this time. I do not belong to this era of civilization, but am a survivor from a previous civilization era. The humans of that era were not as weak as they are now." Lin Wan looked into the void, her expression peculiarly saying, "No matter how many times civilization has been destroyed and restarted, the one constant is that the Celestial Court has always existed. It is an eternal presence." Chapter 948, A Different Celestial Court, Extra for Alliance. Hierarch Lucy, you mean to say, the previous civilization also had humans. Lin Shen found this a bit far-fetched. The universe is diverse. Why would every civilization have humans? Precisely the species of humans came into being, having gone through so many civilizations, yet still maintaining the same genes and appearance. Not only the previous civilization, but nearly every civilization has had the existence of humans. It's just that the humans in this civilization are particularly weak. Lin Wan paused, seemingly choosing words carefully. It's not that the humans of this civilization are weaker, rather it should be said that the humans in each civilization are weaker than those in the previous one. Therefore, the humans of this civilization are the weakest of all. In the civilization of my time, humans innately possessed the strength to move mountains and seas, sun shooting the moon, creating worlds. It's just that humans, every time they revive in a new civilization, their innate strength becomes weaker than that of humans in the previous civilization. Listening to what Lin Wan said, Lin Shen couldn't help but think of the Temple Star. Within the temples of the Temple Star, many existences from human myths are worshipped, yet these beings are different from the ordinary myths. They do not possess divinity. It seems they are merely powerful humans. The myths of Ho Yi Sun shooting, the heavenly dog swallows the moon, Jingwei filling the sea, Nuwa mending the sky, Pangui creating heaven and earth, and so on, all seem to match what Lin Wan had described. This made Lin Shen unable to help but doubt if what humans call myths are in fact not myths at all, but rather real characters that truly existed before the previous human civilization was destroyed. Thinking of the divine statues hanging in those temples, Lin Shen seemed to realize something, but couldn't grasp the main point and couldn't figure out what it was. Lin Wan continued. I have lived through many civilizations, and when each civilization rose, I researched the humans of that civilization and found that the bodies of all human races were degenerating. Until the arrival of this civilization, I thought that humans had completely degenerated and disappeared, with only human-like tribes appearing in this cosmic domain. I searched for a long time, until my body could no longer withstand the erosion of the deathlight, and I had to feign death to avoid the targeting of the deathlight. When I woke up from feigned death, I found you, and also discovered that the targeting of the deathlight had somehow disappeared. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen and said, that was when I realized that in this civilization, there still are pure humans, except that pure humans have degenerated too severely. For so many billions of years, they have not been able to enter the interstellar age. All this can only indicate one thing. Humans have been targeted. Who is targeting humans? The Celestial Court? Lin Shen frowned and asked. Perhaps it is not. Whether it is or not, the Celestial Court must be playing the role of an executor. Lin Wan looked towards the void and said, in every civilization, there are beings who have broken through immortality, stormed through the gates of the Heavenly Court, entered into the Celestial Court, and became members of the Celestial Court. Only such people are able to survive through the great catastrophe of civilization destruction and live into the next civilization. In my era, many humans could easily break through the calamity of death and enter the Heavenly Court, even obtaining very high privileges within the Celestial Court. But with the turnover of civilizations, the number of humans who could break through the calamity of death to enter the Celestial Court is getting smaller and smaller. Even if they barely manage to enter the Celestial Court, they are only of the lowest status, with very low privileges, no different from slaves and servants. In your civilization, humans are even more pitiful. Instead, those human-like species have seen the rise of extremely powerful beings who can smash through the calamity of death and enter the Heavenly Court. However, this situation only lasted until the era of the Ancient Realm King. After the Ancient Realm King, no more of the human race were able to break through the calamity of death and enter the Heavenly Court. At least in the era of my consciousness, no one has been able to do that again. After awakening, even Tianshu was the only one I saw who could do it. Lin Shen was moved by this and couldn't help asking what exactly happened during the era of the Ancient Realm King. He had always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the era of the Ancient Realm King, that many things appeared related to that era. Even an existence like Lin Wan stated that after the Ancient Realm King, no more from the human race were able to break through the calamity of death and enter the Heavenly Court, which made it all the more bizarre. Now that Lin Wan, who had experienced that era, was here, Lin Shen rightfully wanted to ask for a clear explanation. Lin Wan spoke with an odd expression. The Ancient Realm King stormed into the Heavenly Court, and the Ancient Clan also declined. However, after that, the Ancient Realm King came back. What's the problem with coming back? Lin Shen was puzzled. He too had been to the Heavenly Court and had returned from it. Lin Wan claimed to have been to the Heavenly Court, and since she had survived so many civilizations and was still alive, and according to her, it was also related to the Heavenly Court, hadn't she come back as well? But listening to her tone, the Ancient Realm King's return from the Heavenly Court seemed to be an incredible event. Seeing the doubt in Lin Shen's mind, Lin Wan said, those who enter the Celestial Court, no one can return, because once you break through the immortal realm, you are no longer of human flesh and blood, and you can no longer find a sense of existence in this universe. How should I put it? The human race that has broken through the immortal realm is akin to the soul state of humans after death in the myths, or it can be said to have become another form of life, one that may be described as eternal life, or as if the flesh has died. Just like Tianshu, his body has transformed into a pure energy body, allowing him to break through the calamity of death and storm into the Heavenly Court. Lin Wan continued with a strange expression. For such a body to leave the Celestial Court and return to the cosmos would be like a ghost escaping from Fengdu's underworld back to the human world. Even if you can return, no one can see you. You can't touch anything substantial in the universe. Only certain special energies can affect your body. I was able to return after entering the Celestial Court because I was simply chosen by the Celestial Court as an envoy to roam the mortal world, or say, an observer. It was not I who returned by myself. My flesh is no longer my original body, but one remade by the Celestial Court for me. The Ancient Realm King is different, although I did not see how he entered the Celestial Court. The Ancient Realm King that returned from the Celestial Court still retains his flesh, unlike me. He must have stormed into the Celestial Court in the flesh and then came back to the cosmos. The Celestial Court, what kind of place is it really? Lin Shen felt more and more that Lin Wan's Celestial Court was not the same place as the one he had visited. Unknown, because the Celestial Court is too vast, so vast that after I entered the Heavenly Court, I only saw 6 immortal spirits. During the long time I was in the Celestial Court, not to mention the master of the Celestial Court, the Jade Emperor, even those advanced immortal spirits, are very difficult to encounter. But I can be sure, the Celestial Court is located in a certain region of the universe. It's not outside the universe, Lin Wan spoke with a strange expression. Because I once saw humans who had mistakenly entered the region of the Celestial Court, not through the gates of the Celestial Court, but by accidentally entering the star domain I was in during interstellar travel. Chapter 949 Stellar Graveyard. Everything Lin Wan said was unbelievable. The universe had experienced many civilizations. Civilizations were destroyed time and again, and life re-evolved over and over. And it wasn't high-dimensional beings who controlled all this, but the Celestial Court in some unnamed corner of the cosmos. What Lin Shen found even more incredible was that Lin Wan said the human she encountered in the celestial court was called Chang'e. This made Lin Shen feel oddly peculiar. He had heard of the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon. According to legend, Chang'e consumed the Queen Mother of the West's elixir of life and ascended to the moon. However, in Lin Wan's account, Chang'e had become a human piloting a cosmic spacecraft for interstellar travel. Moreover, she was a human from several civilizations ago, which made it hard for Lin Shen to discern whether what Lin Wan said was true or false. From any normal person's perspective, Lin Wan's words sounded more like a story, and a far-fetched one patched together from here and there at that. Yet Lin Shen couldn't quite put his finger on any problems with what she said. "So, what exactly are you trying to tell me by sharing all this?" Lin Shen asked Lin Wan. "I would never go back to a place like the Celestial Court, but my body continues to face the threat of death. The last time you appeared by my side, that death threat disappeared, but now there is a vague premonition of its return, so I need your help," Lin Wan said, looking at Lin Shen. "I'm just a nirvana being. What could I possibly do to help you drive away a death threat?" Lin Shen retorted. He truly had no idea why the death threat on Lin Wan had disappeared, let alone how to help her. "If I hadn't intervened to kill Wei the death threat might not have found me so quickly. You owe me a favor. Are you willing to acknowledge it?" Lin Wan said. "I admit the favor and would like to repay it, but I genuinely don't know how to help you," Lin Shen sighed. "It's good that you admit it. Since even you don't know, then we must figure it out together," Lin Wan said calmly. Lin Shen instantly felt uneasy, but it was too late. Strands of void line connected to him, turning Lin Shen into a puppet on strings. "What do you want to do?" Lin Shen knew that Lin Wan was far from benevolent, as evidenced by the methods she had used on the false god and the heavenly emperor. "My death threat is not like the usual ones. It cannot be transcended in a place like this. We need to relocate to conduct our research," Lin Wan said as she moved. As she moved, Lin Shen felt his body being pulled by the void lines, and the scene before his eyes suddenly became magical, as if he had entered a time tunnel. When Lin Shen's vision returned to normal, the sight that met his eyes was beyond belief. He saw in the sky countless suns emitting various colors of light: blue, green, red, gold, purple. The suns of all these colors almost filled the entire sky. Although the light from these suns wasn't that intense, when suns of varying sizes overlapped and filled the entire void, the stunning sight was beyond description with words. "This is a stellar graveyard. No one yet knows how it came to be, but many stars come here as their energy wanes. There are more than 10 billion stars within this stellar nebula," Lin Wan said to Lin Shen. "Even though the energy of these stars is nearly exhausted, the energy they still emit is not something ordinary people can withstand. The gravity, temperature, radiation, and other conditions here, even an ordinary immortal would find it hard to survive for long. You're still alive, which means your body is now no less than that of an immortal." Lin Shen said nothing, knowing that words could not easily sway someone like Lin Wan. Until she achieved her goal, whatever he said would be useless. The evolution theory within Lin Shen's body was furiously rotating to adapt to the terrifying environment. Not even to speak of the high temperature and radiation which Lin Shen's body could withstand, but the gravity here was horrifyingly intense as well. Just standing here made him feel like he was under the weight of a mountain, not to mention flying. Even moving was an issue. Detecting Lin Shen's predicament, Lin Wan said indifferently, "This is a neutron star, where gravity is strong enough to make an ordinary immortal struggle to walk, let alone perform normally. The fundamental laws here are also warped and lose their original efficacy due to the gravity. Here, an immortal is not much stronger than a normal person." "What are you trying to do exactly?" Lin Shen asked, lying down on the ground, unable to withstand such fearful gravity. "Only in such a place can the death threat's sensing of me be temporarily blocked." "We need to conduct some experiments here," Lin Wan said with a smile. "You're not yet an immortal, but your body seems no less than one. It's quite strange. Can you tell me how you managed this?" "When I achieved nirvana, I absorbed too many types of the power of nirvana. They mixed together and ended up like this. You ask how I got like that, I can't explain it clearly either," said Lin Shen with his eyes closed. "If you're willing to cooperate with me, you'll regain your freedom once I have the answers I want. If you don't cooperate and I don't get the answers, you'll have to stay here with me indefinitely. It's up to you to decide how to choose," Lin Wan said, smiling and not believing a word Lin Shen said. "If you don't want to hear the truth, tell me what you want to hear, and I'll say it," Lin Shen helplessly said. He too wanted to cooperate with Lin Wan, but even he didn't know how to do so. "It's okay, we'll have plenty of time here," Lin Wan said lightly. "As long as I don't leave this place, the death threat won't find me, so you'll stay with me here." Having said that, Lin Wan didn't wait for Lin Shen to say anything more. With a step, she left the neutron star and disappeared in an instant, leaving Lin Shen alone on the planet with terrifyingly extreme gravity. Lin Shen quickly used his mechanical wristwatch, trying to teleport away from here, only to discover that the watch was completely useless here. It simply wouldn't start. Ordinary communicators were directly crushed by the gravity here. Regular items simply couldn't be used on a neutron star. As Lin Shen wallowed in his frustration, he suddenly saw a white tiger in the distance, staring at him with green glowing eyes, as if a starving ghost had seen a delicious, juicy steak. Damn it, there are creatures on the neutron star, Lin Shen was startled. Chapter 950, Fighting the White Tiger. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the body of a creature that can sprint as fast as flying on a neutron star would be. If it were on a normal planet, it's estimated that the white tiger could probably smash a small asteroid with one swipe of its paw. Lin Shen wanted to run, but he felt as though he was someone stuck on a supersized glue trap, with strong adhesive pulling all over his body, making it extremely difficult to walk, let alone run. This was still the case even after death powder had boosted his strength attribute significantly. Without this strength attribute, Lin Shen suspected he would be lying on the ground playing dead right now. As the three particles intertwined, activating the three-star system and law array, Lin Shen felt his body lighten up a bit. At least he was able to move his legs. Yet even the power of the law array was affected by gravity. It didn't get far from his body before it collapsed. Step by step, Lin Shen moved forward, shuffling like an 80-year-old woman with a cane, nowhere near as fast as the white tiger loping ahead. Before he had gone far, the white tiger leaped into the air and pounced towards him. Instantly, Lin Shen did a roll like a lazy donkey, not rolling away, but towards the white tiger. The white tiger overshot him and turned back around. When it set its gaze on Lin Shen again, he was half kneeling on the ground, one hand propping him up on the floor, the other hand pointing to the center of the chest bone the white tiger had just turned towards. Although slightly slow, Lin Shen's set of actions were fluid and executed in one go, catching the white tiger by surprise as he pressed his finger on the red light spot on its body. Seeing that he had hit the white tiger, Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His physical strength had massive destructive power against immortal substances. A typical immortal creature hit by his full-strength blow would probably be reduced to ash. Even if this white tiger was a bit more ferocious than a typical immortal creature, and the strike didn't penetrate its body, as long as he hit its acupoint, he could still immobilize it. The ringing sound, like the clashing of metal and jade, painfully resounded in his ears. His finger had not managed to penetrate, indicating the white tiger's body's strength far exceeded that of ordinary immortal substances. Fortunately, Lin Shen had hit the white tiger's acupoint. He and the white tiger looked at each other, one man and one tiger locked in gaze. To an unknowing observer, they might seem to be having an affectionate staring contest. Seeing that the white tiger didn't move, Lin Shen took a long breath of relief and withdrew his finger. But as soon as his finger left the white tiger's body, it howled and swung its paw at Lin Shen. Caught off guard, Lin Shen was smacked by the white tiger's paw, leaving several deep, bone-visible claw marks on his tough carapace, and his body flew out as though it had been hit by a truck. He flew more than 2 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Without any time to tend to his injuries, Lin Shen propped himself up and rolled downhill to one side. He had just rolled away when the white tiger pounced on his previous spot, its claws gouging several deep furrows into the ground. Lin Wan, if you don't come out now, I'll really be killed. Lin Shen scrambled and narrowly dodged a few more attacks, but he could hardly hold on any longer and started shouting. Tianshan's treasure had just gotten pregnant. He hadn't yet seen what his child would look like. If he died now, he wouldn't be reconciled at all. Unfortunately, Lin Wan had already left the planet and his shouts failed to call her back. When the white tiger pounced again, its front paws pressed down on Lin Shen's shoulders and arm, its huge mouth aiming for a bite at his neck. In such a place without absolute strength, all the skills are useless, and Lin Shen's array of skills were of no avail here. Just as the white tiger was about to bite Lin Shen's neck, a streak of red burst forth from his body, wrapping around the white tiger like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. The white tiger didn't react in time and was entangled by the emerging death powder, allowing Lin Shen to struggle, twist his head, and evade the white tiger's bite. The death powder slithered over the white tiger's body rapidly, like a snake, binding its body and limbs tightly. The white tiger was too strong. It exerted its force vigorously, attempting to break free from what seemed like ropes of death powder. The death powder stretched out like a rubber band. But when the white tiger relaxed its strength, it snapped back, instantly tripping the white tiger to the ground. Lin Shen quickly scrambled up and retreated to a safe distance from the white tiger. Struggling, the white tiger got up again. Its strength was immense, stretching and distorting the form of death powder, but it could not break it. Instead, the death powder wrapped around it tightly like a binding, restricting its movements and causing great discomfort. The white tiger rolled and scratched on the ground, trying to break the death powder off, when Lin Shen seized the opportunity, charging forward and pressing his fingers hard into its acupoints. Perhaps because the creatures of the neutron star have such high body density, Lin Shen's finger strength hardly penetrated. He pressed repeatedly, almost breaking his fingers, before the white tiger's movements finally slowed, grew stiff and sluggish. Lin Shen switched fingers continuously, pressing on the white tiger until he left it immobilized. Finally done, Lin Shen lay on the ground, gasping for air as if he were about to die. In fact, he had long forgotten to breathe for life, but years of reflex and habit still made him gasp subconsciously when extremely tired. But before Lin Shen could catch his breath, a roaring howl came from afar, deep and powerful, like the sound amplified by a subwoofer. Lin Shen suddenly sat up in shock and turned to see, on a nearby hill, an even more robust and completely white tiger charging towards him at full speed. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot house two tigers unless they are a male and a female. Lin Shen did not know whether he had bound someone's husband or wife, but now it seemed they had come for revenge. Looking at its speed and strength, it appeared to be even more fierce than the white tiger he had just dealt with. Lin Shen quickly took out his spatial device and summoned his scrap sword. As soon as the scrap sword appeared, it dropped heavily to the ground. Lin Shen reached for it, applied some force, but was surprisingly unable to pick it up directly. But with the white tiger already upon him, there was no time to reach for the sword again. Lin Shen rolled away, dodging the white tiger's pounce. In this place, only the grounding techniques were somewhat useful. All other skills were nonsense. Lin Shen attracted the white tiger's attention, planning to apply the same tactic, letting death powder climb upon it to bind and seal its acupoints. It seemed both white tigers had never encountered a creature like death powder and had no experience fighting it. The previous one had already suffered, yet this one did not learn its lesson, or perhaps it hadn't seen the previous battle and was again entangled by death powder. Chapter 951, Tiger's Essence. Lin Shen saw the death powder swiftly traveling over its body, binding it as well. The white tiger, inexperienced with such a situation, had its limbs tied together and stumbled to the ground face first in embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity to kick it while it was down, Lin Shen charged forward and unleashed a furious flurry of acupoint sealing. Just as he managed to seal the acupoints of this white tiger, the one that had been sealed before slowly started to move again, and Lin Shen hurriedly applied a few extra seals to immobilize it once more. Having just finished with that one, the larger, rigid body of the other white tiger began to stir, and Lin Shen had no choice but to reinforce the acupoint sealing technique. Both white tigers had bodies that were all too powerful. Lin Shen was constantly running between the two, barely managing to maintain their state of immobilization. Any relaxation on his part and the sealed acupoints would start to loosen. How can their bodies be so strong? Lin Shen decided to let the death powder bind them together, then stood in front of them, continuously applying the acupoint sealing technique. Lin Shen wanted to finish them off, but even after using various attack methods, he found it difficult to penetrate their bodies. With some effort, Lin Shen picked up the scrap sword and sawed at their necks, but after a long while, only a small amount of powder fell off. The task of severing their necks seemed as difficult as grinding an iron rod into a needle. The density and strength of the creatures on this planet are just too abnormal. If I had a bit more strength, maybe I could kill them, but now I'm completely out of options. Lin Shen tried to drag them away, but found that he simply couldn't move these two creatures with his strength. Although they looked small in size, their weight was probably far heavier than those giant dragon-like creatures on other planets. Looking around, Lin Shen noticed that this planet lacked any significant undulations. There were no mountains or anything of the sort. The entire planet resembled a high-density ink-purple jade behemoth, with even the most random piece of rubble being stronger than most immortal materials. Lin Shen felt that if he could take these materials back to construct a castle, it would probably be indestructible even without a law barrier, let alone be destroyed by an ordinary immortal. Regrettably, with the current level of technology, there was no capability to exploit a neutron star. Lin Shen realized he had drifted off again. He observed the surrounding environment, merely looking for a place of refuge. An impasse like this would not do. Continuing the acupoint sealing without reprieve was not only unsustainable for his fingers, but it was also unreasonable to keep doing so indefinitely. Regrettably, there wasn't even a small hill with enough undulation to serve as a shelter in the vicinity. Indeed, with such strong gravity, what kind of mountain could withstand and not be flattened as soon as it formed? As Lin Shen was worrying, he suddenly heard several roars. This startled Lin Shen, and a tremor ran through his body. They were at their limit just handling these two white tigers. With one more, neither he nor death powder could cope. Initially shocked, Lin Shen then felt something was off. These roars seemed somewhat strange. Turning his head, he saw 4 more white tigers appear on a small slope, but they were much smaller in size, roughly the size of an adult house cat. Are these white tiger cubs? Lin Shen's eyes lit up immediately. Although he didn't know what level these white tigers were, they were definitely at the immortal level, but it remained uncertain whether these cubs could be tamed. Taming them was definitely going to be difficult. Lin Shen didn't really expect to be able to tame them, he just hoped to catch them as tiger hostages. Controlling 4 white tiger cubs should be easier than controlling 2 adult tigers, right? These 4 white tiger cubs were still walking unsteadily, occasionally falling over, but they were already showing their ferocity, snarling with their teeth and claws out and charging towards him. The 2 adult tigers were clearly panicked, trying to warn the cubs not to come over. But Lin Shen had sealed their acupoints, rendering them voiceless, so they could only watch helplessly as the 4 little tiger cubs tumbled and rolled towards him. Little fatties, come on, let Uncle teach you a lesson, let you know about the dangers of society. Lin Shen was ready for action, waiting for the 4 little tiger cubs to reach him before trying to grab the one in the lead. However, when he tried to pick it up, he found he couldn't move it. Slap. The little tiger cub slapped Lin Shen's arm, instantly cracking his carapace, swinging his arm to the side and involuntarily spinning around twice. Lin Shen felt an intense pain in his arm as if it had broken, not expecting such a small little white tiger to possess such terrifying strength. Seeing the 4 little tiger cubs about to pounce on him, Lin Shen kept retreating. Luckily, death powder proved to be effective. It twisted its body like a snake, wrapping around the bodies of the 4 little white tiger cubs, binding them up one by one, strung together like zongzi. The 4 little white tiger cubs struggled hard to pull away, but couldn't escape the entanglement of death powder. The 2 adult tigers had gradually regained their mobility and roared as if they were fury-fueled machines, eager to charge at Lin Shen and rescue their cubs. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill them." Lin Shen stood on a little tiger cub threatening them, thinking to himself, their intelligence can't be that low, right? What if they can't understand me? Fortunately, Lin Shen's worries didn't come to pass. The 2 adult tigers actually stopped, pacing back and forth, glaring at him menacingly but not charging forward. Lin Shen then realized that it was death powder, not his words, that truly threatened the 2 adult tigers. Regardless, the 2 adult tigers didn't dare to attack any further, giving Lin Shen a moment to catch his breath. That bastard Lin Wan, didn't she say she wanted to conduct an experiment? Why did she leave me here alone? What kind of experiment is this? Testing my wilderness survival skills? Lin Shen complained in his mind, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Shen and Death Powder had managed to control the 4 little tiger cubs, and there was a standoff with the 2 adult tigers pacing around them, sometimes lying on the ground, their glaring eyes fixed on them. Although they did not charge, the pressure on Lin Shen did not lessen. Lin Shen had a headache. If they were 2 people, he could have used sweet-talking and negotiated with them properly, but facing 2 white tigers, he was entirely out of options. As time passed, the 2 white tigers seemed to grow more and more agitated, leaping up as if to charge, becoming increasingly impatient. Thankfully, the threat of death powder convinced them to abandon the idea of charging forward, but they grew more and more irritable, occasionally roaring and looking frequently in one direction. Chapter 952. Tacit ceasefire. Lin Shen noticed the abnormal behavior of the 2 large tigers and looked in the direction they were repeatedly fixated on, but he could not discern anything unusual. However, the increasingly irritable display from the 2 large tigers made Lin Shen realize that something was about to happen. He just hadn't discovered what it was yet. As Lin Shen was observing to see what might happen, the 2 large tigers suddenly turned and ran back in the direction they came from. After running a few steps, they stopped to turn their heads and roar at Lin Shen. Although the sound was still deep, it seemed somewhat different than before, lacking any intent to kill but subtly conveying a hint of urgency. Are they trying to signal me to follow them? Lin Shen speculated hesitantly, then ordered death powder to release the grasp on little white tiger's limbs, but still wrapped around their bodies, allowing them to move again yet linked together like prisoners. Sure enough, the 4 little white tigers did not attack Lin Shen and headed in the direction of the 2 large tigers. Lin Shen followed them in the same direction while keeping death powder alert. The 2 large tigers seemed to understand Lin Shen's thoughts and did not approach the little white tiger. Instead, they led the way, maintaining a certain distance from Lin Shen and the little white tigers, constantly turning their heads to roar as if urging them to hurry. Lin Shen found it extremely exhausting to walk. Although he was blessed with various skills such as evolution theory and super base form, his speed was only slightly faster than the little tiger cubs and could not compare with the 2 adult tigers. Having finally climbed the small slope, which could hardly be called a slope, he saw the 2 large tigers running down to hide behind a large rock. There, they stuck out their heads and urgently roared at Lin Shen and the others again. The 4 little white tigers tried hard to run in that direction, but due to death powder binding their bodies, their strengths pulled against each other, easily leading to falls. Lin Shen had been observing the direction that the 2 large tigers frequently looked towards. At this moment, he saw a shade of purple glow appearing there, like smoke and mist, incredibly beautiful yet raising an ominous feeling in Lin Shen's heart. The purple glow grew brighter, staining half of the already shining sky purple, as if something was churning and cascading within. Lin Shen judged quietly that, at their current pace, they probably wouldn't reach the 2 large tigers before the purple miasma engulfed the entire sky. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shen let death powder completely release the 4 little white tigers, only keeping it attached to the neck of one of them, allowing them to joyfully sprint toward the large tigers, and he ran with them. The movement of the purple twilight in the sky accelerated, dyeing half of the sky purple. Lin Shen saw that within that purple haze it seemed like something was morphing. At the same time, Lin Shen also witnessed an eerie scene. The original ink-purple planet, wherever touched by the purple light, turned into a dazzling glow like luminous pearls, seemingly like crystal-clear fluorescent crystals. The so-called twilight was originally just pure purple light. It was the illusion-like light and shadow shifting within it that made the purple light appear smoke-like and misty. Those light and shadows twisted and changed, making it hard to discern what they were, resembling monsters or perhaps some sort of buildings, but they were so severely distorted that they couldn't be seen clearly. Before the purple light reached this area, Lin Shen and the little white tigers finally made it to the side of the large rock. Lin Shen found that besides the large rock, there seemed to be nothing else here. While puzzled, he saw the larger white tiger use its head to push against the rock, forcefully moving it aside to reveal a hole underneath. The large tiger, disregarding the ever-vigilant Lin Shen, simply urged the little white tigers to climb down. Without hesitation, Lin Shen kept his eyes on the large tiger and followed the little white tigers into the cave. The big tiger looked at him, merely baring its teeth, but did not attack him. After the 4 little white tigers all climbed down, the big tiger also leaped down, its head shoving the huge rock, ferociously putting more strength to lift the rock again, and then it too drilled into the burrow. The rock fell heavily, immediately sealing the entrance tightly. Lin Shen originally thought that it would be pitch black inside the cave, but he found that the rocks of the mountain cave emitted faint purple bioluminescence. Especially near the ground, the rocks there were as bright as purple fluorescent lights. Right when the big tiger had just come down, the rock covering the entrance also turned into a purple fluorescent light, and the rocks on the other side gradually became just as luminously bright. Lin Shen stood beside Xiaobai, who was entwined with death powder, his gaze towards the big tiger, seeing the big tiger and second tiger both staring at the glowing stone ceiling above, not paying attention to him, and only then did he start to look around the cave. The entrance they came in was 4 to 5 meters deep. Fortunately, he had the ability to brace with one foot and step with the other. Otherwise, directly falling down would definitely have been very uncomfortable. The entrance was just about large enough for the big tiger to squeeze through, but there was a much larger space below. Lin Shen looked around and discovered that there were passages leading deeper inside the cave. It seemed to be a natural cave. There were no signs of man-made excavation, but he did see many claw marks. Presumably the white tiger had once expanded the cave. In one corner of the cave, Lin Shen saw a patch of plants resembling foxtail grass. Only the color was not green but a kind of blue, and they did not look like they were made of plant fibers, but rather a crystalline structure. They exuded blue bioluminescence, looking very beautiful. The big tiger withdrew its gaze, looking towards Lin Shen, who immediately became alert, with death powder also raising its sharp tail. The 2 big tigers stared at Lin Shen, their bodies slowly moving, walking past on both sides of him, yet they did not launch an attack. Lin Shen noticed they were just heading towards the foxtail-like plants, then bit off a few stems and tossed them in front of the little tiger cubs. The little tiger cubs immediately lowered their heads to bite the foxtail grass, one tiger holding a stem in its mouth, crunching as it chewed. The 2 big tigers also each bit some foxtail grass, lying there and watching Lin Shen slowly chew. Lin Shen saw 2 stems of foxtail grass still on the ground, wondering in his mind, could it be that these 2 stems are for us? While Lin Shen was pondering, death powder had already extended its feeding tube, swallowing one of the stems, and then coiled around the other, flinging it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen caught the foxtail grass, somewhat puzzled, thinking, I'm not a base mutation creature. Eating this stuff directly, I don't even know if I can digest it. Thinking as such, Lin Shen still tried stuffing the foxtail grass into his mouth. He knew that these white tigers would definitely not do anything meaningless. Perhaps this foxtail grass had some special purpose. He guessed it might be related to the purple light, but did not know what exactly the relationship was. Lin Shen tried biting it, and the foxtail grass was not as hard as he had imagined. It was a bit like slightly harder rock sugar, actually a little sweet, just not that sweet. Lin Shen endured it and chewed the foxtail grass till it was crushed and swallowed it down. Then he felt a strange coolness spreading in his stomach, and then he was surprised to find his attribute had actually improved. Chapter 953, Yang Soul Grass. The mechanical watch vibrated and information appeared on it. Swallowing Yang Soul Grass, strength +1, speed +1, toughness +1, strength +1, strength +1. In a short while, strength increased by 34 points, speed increased by 28, and both hardness and toughness increased by 30 points each. Can this thing actually add so many attributes at once? This effect is way stronger than the 5 elements fruit I've used before, Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise and delight. These were increases to the upper limits of the base attributes, which means they could also be doubled later when using various enhancement skills. Looking at the patch of dog's tail grass, Lin Shen wondered how many attributes he could add if he ate them all. Lin Shen's gaze triggered the vigilance of the big tiger, which immediately stood up, issuing a threatening growl at Lin Shen. What are you being so fierce for? I haven't done anything. Lin Shen hastily retreated a bit, as he had no desire to fight to the death with the big tiger in this place. The big tiger glanced at the little tiger still entangled in death powder, growled softly a few times, then slowly lay down again, its eyes still fixed on Lin Shen. Lin Shen sat down on the other side, holding a stare with the big tiger. The current situation was very advantageous for Lin Shen. As long as he could drag out the time, the more beneficial it would become for him. Evolution theory was slowly strengthening his body, and he would become more and more adapted to this environment. In such a gravitational environment, the effect of the super base pattern was explosive. Although his combat ability was lacking in such gravity, his endurance was definitely top-notch. Once he could adapt to the environment and move more smoothly, he could tire out the 2 big tigers just by his stamina. Besides, his acupoint sealing was somewhat effective. Though he lacked the strength to seal their acupoints securely, the 1-must-hit of 10, after taking effect, could only hold them for a brief moment before the ceiling was broken, yet it was still effective. The problem was that he now had no ability to kill the big tiger, so there was not much point in fighting. It was better not to fight if possible. 1 human and 6 tigers rested in the cave, except for the little tiger controlled by the death powder. The other 3 little tigers returned to the side of the 2 big tigers. Lin Shen did not stop them, only tightly restraining this little white tiger. No matter how it roared, he would not let it run over to the big tiger. Without holding a tiger at bay, Lin Shen couldn't feel at ease. At least I've grasped some of the law of gravity. In such a strong gravitational environment, it should be somewhat useful, yet it turns out to be of no use at all. Lin Shen found that the law of gravity he had comprehended, except for weighing, was truly of no use. The little tiger tired of struggling and lay down beside him, falling asleep. The other little tigers, also extremely weary, lay down and slept beside the big tiger. But once they fell asleep, the big tiger slowly stood up. Lin Shen thought it would trouble him, but the big tiger merely glanced at him, then turned and walked towards another cave passage and quickly disappeared. Although he didn't know what it was doing, Lin Shen got a temporary respite. The other big tiger did not look at Lin Shen and fell asleep alongside the little tigers. Lin Shen hesitated in his heart whether or not to take the opportunity to escape this area, but the purple light outside was still very intense, evident from the stones overhead shining with purple light, now even stronger than before, with no signs of weakening. Even the white tiger harbors such fear towards that purple light. Lin Shen feels now is not the good time to leave. Moreover, he can't lift the huge rock above, and it's impossible for him to venture out. Unable to leave, the only option is to exit through the cave from which the large tiger left, but what lies deep within the cave is unpredictable, and the danger level is similarly high. While Lin Shen is still conflicted and undecided, he sees the large tiger returning, dragging a creature that's several meters long, resembling a crocodile but with 6 legs and a single horn on its head. It's clear that the creature has been killed by the large tiger, and only then does Lin Shen realize that the large tiger had left to hunt. However, this discovery only worsens Lin Shen's complexion. There are not only white tigers in this place, the risk factor outside is even higher, and he certainly can't go out now. The commotion made by the return of the large tiger startled the second tiger and the little tiger cubs, who upon seeing the prey dragged back by the large tiger excitedly pounced on it. Lin Shen watches as the large tiger puts down the prey, then uses its sharp claws to tear open the prey's belly, causing the base mutation fluid inside to flow out. The little tiger cubs immediately press their mouths to it, sticking out their tongues, desperately licking at the base mutation fluid. The little tiger cub controlled by death powder also wants to rush over, but controlled by the death powder, it struggles to get through, crying out in urgency. After some thought, Lin Shen signals to death powder to follow it over. The little tiger cub finally runs over, squeezing in with the other little cubs, desperately licking the base mutation fluid flowing from the corpse of the prey. The large tiger and second tiger show no intention of partaking, which privately relieves Lin Shen. After the little tiger cubs have their fill, only then do the large tiger and second tiger begin to consume the prey, tearing open the prey's crystal-like body directly, crunching it with their teeth and swallowing it down, an action that makes Lin Shen click his tongue in amazement. After they have finished eating, the large tiger and second tiger lie down to rest, but the little tiger cubs are full of energy, with no intention of sleeping, playing, and roughhousing. They have adapted to the presence of death powder, no longer attacking it, seemingly treating death powder as part of the little tiger cub. Watching the small white tigers roughhousing, Lin Shen fills with doubt. Lin Wan said she was going to conduct an experiment, and she doesn't have much time left. It's impossible for her to abandon me like this. If she wanted to kill me, she wouldn't need to waste so much effort. So what exactly does she mean by doing this now? While Lin Shen is lost in thought, he suddenly sees the large tiger and second tiger abruptly standing up, their gaze piercingly fixed outside the cave. Seeing that the large tiger and second tiger's focus isn't on him, Lin Shen can't help but prick up his ears, curious to know what they have discovered. In a place like this, the most likely scenario is that some other neutron star creature has appeared, possibly even their natural predator. Neither the large tiger nor second tiger rush out. The large quietly moves to the cave entrance, hiding inside without going out. Second tiger ushers the little white tigers further inside, all without making a single sound throughout the process, indicating their considerable intelligence and even the ability to set up ambushes and sneak attacks. At first, Lin Shen doesn't hear anything, but after a while, his face suddenly lights up with joy. He can clearly hear the sound of people talking, in the cosmic standard language no less. Master, you really don't need to risk yourself going into the Forbidden Zone. Meteorite Land is too dangerous. Let's hurry back. A somewhat hoarse male voice enters Lin Shen's ears. Followed by an older-sounding male voice, legend says that Meteorite Land is the sanctuary of one of the 4 ultimate creatures, the white tiger. I've come to catch a white tiger as a pet, and of course, I'll return when I have caught it. Chapter 954, Central Six-Star Regions. The four ultimate creatures are in themselves but a legend, and whether they actually exist remains controversial to this day. The legend of the White Tiger in Meteorite Land is even more unfounded. Considering the cosmic border regions like this lack resources, if ultimate creatures truly existed, the resources here wouldn't suffice for their evolution, so how could they possibly dwell here, said the previously raspy voice. The younger voice laughed. Although this place isn't part of the central six great star regions but merely a peripheral star region outside the South Star District, a desolate corner of the cosmic, it's still one of the ancient realms that birthed numerous original divine beings. Even our own ancestor came from this ancient realm, so the legend of the White Tiger isn't entirely without basis. The birth of many original divine beings here happened civilizations ago in this ancient realm. In recent civilizations, the number of original divine beings within the ancient realm who managed to transcend tribulations and enter the celestial court has dwindled, especially in the current civilization. Not only are fewer individuals transcending tribulations, but their strength has also weakened, and it's been eons since someone has managed to enter the celestial court. I heard recently that someone managed to transcend tribulations and enter the celestial court with quite impressive strength, even managing to wound a guiding divine being, the younger voice said, still laughing. Nothing but a frog in a well, inexperienced and naive. Assuming dominance in an ancient realm and thinking oneself unbeatable in the cosmic, they're likely thrown into the heavenly prison by now, uncertain whether they will even make it out alive, the raspy voice said disdainfully. The original divine beings coming out from the ancient realm these days are nowhere near what they once were. Our ancestor was a formidable being who physically overcame death's tribulations to enter the celestial court. How can they compare to those who have lost even their corporeal forms? To call them original divine beings is to sully the term. At best, they are merely lucky individuals who happen to chance into the celestial court. However, the young man didn't seem to agree, and with a smile he said, "To emerge from such resource-depleted forbidden zones, their intrinsic talent and brilliance are certainly commendable. It's just misfortune of birth. Had they been born in the central six great star regions, they might have become first-class figures. The starting point defines the limit. Without their corporeal forms, further advancement is virtually impossible. That's their ultimate boundary. Yet for us, that is merely a beginning. Oh, the divine blood that flows within us, how can they even begin to compare?" The raspy voice appeared to have a deep contempt for divine beings who rose from the ancient realm. Lin Shen's mind was nearly exploding. He had originally believed the celestial court to be just a special area in a corner of the universe. But according to their conversation, it seems not to be the case at all, as if the celestial court is actually the real core region of the cosmic, while what they consider their cosmic territory is just the outskirts. What's more terrifying is, if the person they mentioned is Emperor Tianshu, then such a powerful being would be considered lowly within the central six great star regions. Just how powerful are the people there? Could it be that the realm king, who commands the heavens and earth, is just a backwater local lord? Lin Shen found it hard to accept such a conclusion. But Lin Wan had told him that the celestial court she entered was boundlessly vast, and the population was extremely sparse. Despite having been there for so long, she had only seen 6 individuals, which was not consistent with what Lin Shen was hearing now. Adding to the contradiction, Lin Wan said that those who enter the celestial court lose their physical forms and become a different form of life. But these two individuals spoke differently, suggesting that those who physically break through to the celestial court are in fact the core members of the celestial court. Thinking it over, Lin Shen found Lin Wan's words less credible. If they lost their physical forms, they surely couldn't reproduce, and there wouldn't be such a thing as original divine beings, nor would these two individuals exist. Since they were able to reproduce, it suggests that in the past, indeed, people were able to physically burst into the celestial court, and even multiplied there, leaving descendants that have developed into what they refer to as the central 6 great star regions today. Lin Shen suddenly recalled that Demon Bone once mentioned seeing the celestial court descend, and a certain southern everlasting emperor who appeared and effortlessly transformed star systems. At the time, Lin Shen found Demon Bone's words incredible, but now recalling it, that southern everlasting emperor couldn't possibly be from the South Star District mentioned by these two, could he? Thinking about it scared Lin Shen. If these individuals were descendants of those capable of physically entering the celestial court, how potent their bloodline and talents must be. It is no wonder they look down upon those emerging from the ancient realm. Just now they mentioned this ancient realm. Does that mean there are many such ancient realms? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more bewildered he became. This ancient realm's emerging individuals aren't all without physical form. Didn't they say that in this ancient realm, in this era of civilization, there was someone who physically burst into the celestial court, causing an upheaval in the South Star District, and even destroyed the Southern Heaven Gate, yet, in the end, they couldn't catch him? The young man seemed quite interested in these events. If not for the fact that the ancient realm is a forbidden zone inaccessible to the celestial court's people, how could he have escaped? The raspy voice grew increasingly annoyed. The young man laughed. I remember now, didn't you also serve as a guard at the Southern Heaven Gate? Could it be that when that person caused havoc in the South Star District and destroyed the Southern Heaven Gate, it was during your tenure there? The raspy voice fell silent, not speaking for a while. Master, the ancient realm is a forbidden zone, and although we haven't reached the forbidden zone yet, meteorite land is far too dangerous with the existence of supermassive black holes. Should we accidentally enter the domain of a supermassive black hole, it would be hard for us to escape. The risk is great. We should leave as soon as possible. After a moment, the raspy voice finally spoke again, clearly trying to change the subject. With Uncle Shui here to protect me, there's no need to worry about those things. Stay with me a bit longer. Even if we can't find the white tiger, capturing some other pets would be nice. We can't return empty-handed, right? The young man didn't bring up the Southern Heaven Gate again, but pleaded, the gravitational pull of this neutron star is extremely strong, cultivating life forms with formidable physical constitutions. Even if they're not on the white tiger's level, they would still make superb pets. Uncle Shui, please help me catch a few to take back, preferably ones suitable as mounts. The pair continued talking as they walked, their voices and footsteps seemingly approaching this very cave. Chapter 955, Divine Being. The two people outside were getting closer and closer to the cave. Just as they reached the entrance, the big tiger burst out, its limbs powering a fierce leap. Lin Shen also saw the appearance of those two people. One was a stooped old man over 2 meters tall, skinny like a utility pole, yet his limbs were especially long, and his arms hung past his knees, which looked quite strange. The other was a young man, dressed in dark clothes with his hair done up in a bun, fixed with a hairpin. His appearance wasn't particularly notable, though his attire was somewhat peculiar. On these two people, Lin Shen didn't see any characteristics that differed from humans. Although the old man looked strange, his appearance was no different from that of a human. The big tiger pounced towards the old man, biting at his neck with a momentum fierce and swift. The old man extended his skinny yet abnormally large hand, each finger like black steel, and slapped the white tiger on the top of its head, smashing its skull instantly, with base mutation fluid bursting out. The big tiger was killed on the spot. Seeing this, second tiger let out a mournful roar and rushed towards the old man, only to meet the same fate as the big tiger. His head was directly crushed, and both big tigers died instantly. The 4 little tiger cubs bared their teeth and growled fiercely, attempting to rush at the old man, but were bound by death powder and couldn't get through. The two people were slightly startled upon seeing Lin Shen standing inside the cave, clearly not expecting to encounter someone else here. Which clan of divine beings do you belong to? What are you doing here? The young man asked Lin Shen. A flash of spiritual light crossed Lin Shen's mind, realizing they couldn't tell between people from Celestial Court and the humans of the ancient realm, which greatly calmed his heart. I am Tian, hunting here, and was trapped in the cave by the white tiger. Thanks to both of you for slaying the white tiger. Lin Shen bowed his hands and said, May I know how to address you both? I will surely repay this favor in the future. Such low-level deformed species also deserve the name white tiger, the skinny old man said disdainfully. The young man chuckled. It was a slight effort, don't worry about it. Just call me Duo. This is my uncle, Uncle Shui. We come from the Central Heaven Star System and are here hunting too. Thank you both for the rescue. The 2 big tigers were slain by you, and these 4 white tiger cubs are your prey. Please take them. Lin Shen pointed at the 4 little tiger cubs. This trash, you keep it yourself, Uncle Shui said coldly. Duo, however, smiled and said, We have no interest in these deformed species. If you want them, feel free to take them. We are here to seek traces of the legendary white tiger. When did you arrive here? Have you seen any traces of white tiger? Isn't this the white tiger? Lin Shen pointed at the bodies of the white tigers on the ground. Duo seemed to want to say something, but Uncle Shui preemptively said to Duo, He's a low-level divine being, probably doesn't even know what ultimate creatures are. Why waste time talking to him? Duo thought about it and said to Lin Shen, We are in search of white tiger traces and will take our leave first. Take care. Having said that, they turned and left together. Lin Shen watched them leave until they were far away, then let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the still struggling and shrieking little tiger cubs, then at the bodies of the big and second tigers, sighed lightly, and had the death powder released from the 4 little tiger cubs. The 4 little tiger cubs immediately rushed to the bodies of the big and second tigers, nudging their bodies with their own, seemingly trying to wake them up. Unfortunately, their heads had already been crushed to pieces. It was impossible for them to come back to life. While Lin Shen was lost in thought, he noticed something flickering with fluorescent light inside the smashed heads of the big tiger and second tiger. He was too nervous to notice before, but now upon closer inspection he found something like a pearl made of white jade. Lin Shen approached and picked up a pearl. It was about the size of a pigeon egg, with a crystal clear shell that emitted a fluorescent glow, and it contained a milky white liquid. As the pearl turned, the liquid inside flowed, making it look very peculiar. Lin Shen could sense that there were incredibly terrifying energy fluctuations inside this pearl. Discovered aberrant source of immortal deformed species, white jade tiger. Discovered aberrant source of immortal deformed species, white jade tiger. The mechanical watch vibrated twice, and Lin Shen glanced at it, slightly puzzled. This white jade tiger should be an immortal creature, but what is this immortal deformed species, and what is an aberrant source? This thing is not the same as reincarnation ashes, and he had never heard of it before. Lin Shen couldn't figure out its use, so he could only store it away for now. Although the immediate crisis was averted, the planet was still fraught with dangers. Outside, there was an unknown purple light that radiated peril, and who knows how many of these immortal-level deformed species were inside the underground caves. The four little tigers, tired from their cries, lay next to the corpse of the big tiger, snuggling up to it and falling asleep as usual. Lin Shen looked at them and for a moment did not know what to do with them. We can't leave the corpses here. There might be other deformed species in the nearby caves. It would be troublesome if they were attracted by the scent. Lin Shen thought of dragging out the corpses, but even with his strength and the power of death powder, it was difficult to move them in this gravity environment. Moreover, Lin Shen did not know where to drag them. As he was pondering what to do, a rustling sound came from outside. Lin Shen was instantly startled and hurriedly looked towards the entrance of the cave, only to see a creature about 2 meters long, with 6 legs and resembling a crocodile, crawling in from the entrance. This creature was previously the food hunted by the big tiger, but now that the big tiger was dead, it dared to approach the corpses of the big tiger and second tiger. Lin Shen hastily had death powder wake up the little tigers, who, noticing the 6-legged crocodile, lined up in front of the corpses of the big tiger and second tiger, baring their teeth and waving their claws in an attempt to attack. The 6-legged crocodile clearly did not take these little ones seriously, opening its mouth and biting towards one little tiger. The little tiger was startled and stumbled backward, falling down and about to be bitten by the large mouth of the 6-legged crocodile. Suddenly, a red rope shot up, wrapping around the mouth of the 6-legged crocodile, continuously tightening and forcefully binding its mouth. The 6-legged crocodile shook its head and rolled on the ground, trying to shake off the death powder on its mouth. But strangely, it could not open its mouth, and it had no way to control the death powder. This creature looked like a crocodile, and its body structure and characteristics were also similar to a crocodile. Although its biting force was very strong, its ability to open its mouth was weak. After its long mouth was bound by death powder, it could not open it. Lin Shen rushed over immediately and started sealing acupoints on the crocodile. Just as Lin Shen had anticipated, the crocodile's body was too robust, and the mere acupoint sealing couldn't penetrate it. Only when he had applied the technique to one must hit of 10, he managed to seal its body. Chapter 956. Chapter Pig Dragon. Lin Shen originally thought that, like the white tiger, the 6-legged crocodile would soon be able to break free from the targeted acupoints and recover its ability to move. However, he waited by the side for a while, but the crocodile still did not move at all, and was unable to break through the sealed acupoints like Big Tiger and Second Tiger had within a short time. The 4 little tigers also rushed up, pounced on the 6-legged crocodile, opened their mouths, and used their small tiger teeth to tear at the crocodile. Unfortunately, their strength was not strong enough, nor were their teeth sharp enough. They couldn't tear open the body of the 6-legged crocodile. Lin Shen shook his head as he watched. In such a place, these 4 little tigers would probably not survive. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a crack, and one of the little tigers actually bit off a piece of the 6-legged crocodile's claw and tore it off. Lin Shen was taken aback. Although the claws of the 6-legged crocodile were not as hard as its body, it shouldn't have been weaker than other parts, yet it was bitten off. Lin Shen watched that little tiger, saw it bite off that piece of claw and rushed up again, changing several positions, finding the right spot, and with a crack, it bit off another piece. This surprised Lin Shen a lot, and he soon realized that this little tiger seemed a bit different from the others. No matter how the other 3 little tigers bit, they couldn't do it. This little tiger had a small mouth and couldn't grip large parts, but as long as it found a spot where it could bite, it could actually penetrate the body of the 6-legged crocodile. Closely observing this little tiger, its appearance didn't have obvious differences compared to the other 3, and it was still the smallest among the 4. However, its claws and teeth were clearly sharper than the other 3 little tigers, and its biting force was much stronger. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention, and the 4 little tigers didn't seem different. But now, after careful observation, although this little tiger was also white, its jade-like body had a faint hint of a platinum-like metallic luster. This luster was very faint, almost unnoticeable if not looked at carefully, but on closer comparison, it was indeed slightly different from the other 3. After this little tiger gradually bit off the 6-legged crocodile's leg, when it found no other spot to bite, it switched to another leg and continued. The other 3 little tigers squeezed over, biting at the wounds made by the little tiger, sucking the liquid flowing out. The 6-legged crocodile, unable to move due to acupoints targeted, was alive as the little tiger bit off all 6 limbs, and the liquid inside its body soon dried up. Killed the immortal deformed species, 6-legged pig dragon, found the aberrant source. The message once again appeared on the mechanical watch. Lin Shen hadn't had time to research where the aberrant source of this 6-legged pig dragon was when suddenly noises were heard from outside. Lin Shen was startled and quickly backed away. The 4 little ones were also frightened and retreated along with Lin Shen. A man and 4 tigers retreated to the corner of the cave. There was no place left to retreat. However, those 6-legged pig dragons did not attack them but pounced on the bodies of Big Tiger, Second Tiger, and that pig dragon. Soon, they started tearing them up, fighting over the pieces of Big Tiger, Second Tiger, and that pig dragon's body, devouring them into their stomachs. These pig dragons are utterly cold-blooded, not sparing even their own kind. Over a dozen pig dragons crawled in and quickly tore 3 corpses into pieces scattered all over the ground. Several times, those little tigers tried to rush forward but were restrained by Lin Shen using death powder. Lin Shen knew they couldn't stay here much longer. The 3 corpses were not enough for so many pig dragons. After they finished eating, he estimated they would start attacking him and the little tigers. Even together with death powder, it would be tough to defeat so many pig dragons. We must leave while they are feeding, Lin Shen thought, seeing those pig dragons scrambling for food. If they could pass through the middle of them, they could escape this cave. He didn't know what awaited them outside, but it seemed better than being passive victims here. Lin Shen had death powder wrap around the little tigers' necks and started pulling death powder's tail to lead them outside. He hoped those pig dragons would be preoccupied with fighting over food and not attack them. The 4 little tigers, as if leashed like dogs, were being dragged out by Lin Shen. 2 of the little tigers sat down on the ground, refusing to move, and despite Lin Shen and death powder's efforts, they couldn't be pulled. The gravity in this area was terrible, making the already heavy little tigers feel as heavy as small mountains. Just as Lin Shen was considering leaving them behind, one distinctive little tiger suddenly dashed over, bit one of the reluctant little tigers on the neck, causing it to scream wildly. It then pounced upon the other little tiger and bit it as well. After the bites, it barked twice at the 2 little tigers, who surprisingly stood up and dejectedly followed it. To Lin Shen's amazement, when he started leading them out, the distinctive little tiger immediately followed, and the other 3 little tigers did the same. This guy is really something different. Right now, Lin Shen had no time to think further and cautiously led them past the feasting pig dragons and sneaked by the corpses. The group of 1 man and 4 tigers slowly walked past the pig dragons, and once they reached the entrance and left the cave, Lin Shen observed the outside. Seeing the cave system stretching in all directions and no traces of other deformed species, he breathed a sigh of relief and chose a direction to proceed. The direction Lin Shen chose was the one Duo and Uncle Shui had taken. Given his current strength, surviving in this place was indeed a challenge. Since he could impersonate a divine being of celestial court, perhaps the identity of a divine being might actually aid him. If he wanted to escape this dreadful place, he'd likely need to rely on Duo and Uncle Shui. Lin Shen was very cautious. Led by the distinctive little tiger, the 4 little tigers followed closely. If any of the little tigers showed temper and hesitated to move, that distinctive little tiger would roar at it, after which it would become docile and continue walking. Not long after walking, Lin Shen found several pig dragons' corpses on the ground with their heads smashed, not by beating but stomping, as evidenced by clear footprints on one of the heads, likely left by Uncle Shui. Lin Shen knew he was on the right path. After searching the bodies, he quickly found several black, bean-sized aberrant sources in their smashed heads, containing what seemed to be a flowing black liquid inside. Suddenly, a pig dragon aberrant source in Lin Shen's hand gave a slight vibration. Chapter 957, Mutant Demon. After a moment of trembling, the aberrant source suddenly began to proliferate rapidly like growing plants, with black liquid gushing out from inside, surging like spring water, making the aberrant source grow larger and larger. Lin Shen subconsciously threw the thing on the ground, watching the black liquid surge on the ground, and after a moment, the black liquid actually transformed into the shape of a large pair of scissors, then gradually solidified. Soon, Lin Shen discovered that this thing had turned into a pair of black, alien-shaped large scissors, 1 meter in length, with the widest part of the scissor blades as wide as a palm, and the blade edge being serrated. Aberrant divine artifact discovered, pig dragon scissors. The watch flashed the information again. Pig Dragon Scissors, Lower Aberrant Divine Artifact, Series, Strength Series, Usage Requirements, Law of Strength, Strength Points 1000, Aberration Rate 5%, Hardness 14334, Toughness 14333, Aberrant Trait, Strangle. This thing is somewhat similar to the Spirit Base. I found it odd just now. The deformed species here are at the immortal level, so how come they don't have spirit bases? It seems that the creatures here are somewhat different from those in the ancient realm. Lin Shen attempted to pick up the pig dragon scissors, but since he didn't have the law of strength, he could only use the pig dragon scissors as a normal weapon and couldn't activate the strangle trait. Lin Shen used the law array, wanting to try and see if he could activate the aberrant trait using the law array. The law array was infused into the pig dragon scissors, and a hint of black light immediately emanated from the pig dragon scissors, with the serrated blades vibrating on their own. It actually works. Lin Shen was overjoyed. The activated pig dragon scissors felt much lighter to the touch, and swinging them became much easier for Lin Shen. With a thought from Lin Shen, the pig dragon scissors rapidly morphed back into the shape of the aberrant source and landed in the palm of his hand. Lin Shen hurriedly took out a few other aberrant sources, wanting to try if they could turn into aberrant divine artifacts. However, no matter what he tried, these aberrant sources showed no reaction. It seems not all aberrant sources can turn into aberrant divine artifacts. Lin Shen put away the aberrant sources and continued walking forward. Since there were corpses of pig dragons, it meant he was going in the right direction. Duo and the others should have come this way. The path they had taken should be safe for the time being. Before he left, Lin Shen collected some aberrant liquid from the pig dragons as food for himself and the 4 little tigers. The caves within the neutron star were intricate and connected, leaving Lin Shen very puzzled. Under such gravity conditions, it was hard to understand how such caves could form. Theoretically, with the density of a neutron star, there shouldn't be so many hollow spaces. Now wasn't the time to worry about these things. Lin Shen observed carefully, hoping to find some traces so he wouldn't take the wrong path. Unfortunately, the material density here was too high, making it difficult to leave any marks. Before long, Lin Shen found more corpses of deformed species, which were not pig dragons. They were very strange in appearance, and it was unclear what creatures they were, all in an inky purple color blending well with the stones of the caves, and the shapes were extremely bizarre, like some kind of bare-skinned monkey with bat wings and no fur. Uncle Shui seems to particularly enjoy smashing heads, as these deformed species all had their heads smashed, with their aberrant sources left untouched inside. It appeared that they simply didn't care about such things, deeming them worthless. Lin Shen picked up a few more aberrant sources, but unfortunately none of them could become aberrant divine artifacts. Lin Shen tried using the pig dragon scissors to cut open the head of a deformed species. After activating Strangle, there was a crisp snap, and the neck of the deformed species was cleanly severed. With the pig dragon scissors, Lin Shen no longer worried about being unable to kill these deformed species. As long as he could penetrate their defenses, his techniques would be of use. Lin Shen took the opportunity to glance at his attribute, only to discover that his strength attribute had increased again, now reaching 10,298 points, a gain of over 200 points out of the blue. After some research, Lin Shen realized that as the weight of death powder grew, his strength also increased. Death powder is still growing? This discovery delighted Lin Shen immensely. On this planet, there was no attribute more useful than strength. Lin Shen continued forward with the 4 little tigers. He soon realized there were too many caves around. It seemed he had taken a wrong turn. He had been walking for quite a while without seeing any more corpses of deformed species. Just as Lin Shen was considering whether to turn back and try a different direction, he suddenly saw a blur of purple pounce down from above. Lin Shen immediately spotted a bare-skinned monkey that, after plummeting from the sky, reached out with its claws toward one of the little tigers. The little tiger growled and swiped its claws, but it was not as fast or as strong as the bare-skinned monkey. When caught by the monkey's claws, it was almost lifted off the ground. The special little tiger suddenly lunged, biting the leg of the bare-skinned monkey, holding on tenaciously without letting go. Death powder also wrapped itself around, entangling the bare-skinned monkey's body. Lin Shen's hands had summoned forth the inheritance fan at some point, and he furiously fanned the monkey several times, greatly reducing its strength and speed, causing it to fall from the sky. Lin Shen dropped the folding fan and grabbed the pig dragon scissors with both hands. Aiming for the monkey's neck, he snipped, activating Strangle and severing the monkey's neck in one go. Killed an immortal deformed species. Mutant demon, aberrant source detected. The watch's information promptly resonated. These deformed species aren't that hard to deal with after all. As long as my strength is sufficient, even without the pig dragon scissors, I should be able to kill them with the scrap sword using scrap sword skill. Lin Shen realized that aside from possessing great strength, speed, and bodily resilience, these deformed species' combat abilities and skills were far inferior to those of immortals. In terms of skills and capabilities, Lin Shen was still much stronger than them, but unfortunately he was not quite a match for them in terms of strength and bodily toughness. Lin Shen used the pig dragon scissors to saw open the head of the mutant demon, extracting the aberrant source inside, which, as usual, was not the kind that could become an aberrant divine artifact. Lin Shen led the little tigers back some distance from the corpse of the mutant demon and then stopped to rest. Unable to find traces of Duo and the others now, Lin Shen's previous plans were void, and he had to come up with other arrangements. Having walked for so long, he himself didn't feel tired, but the 4 little tigers were exhausted. The special little tiger was slightly better off, simply sitting there watching Lin Shen, while the others were already so tired they lay panting with tongues lolling out. Death powder seemed tired too, extending its head over to burrow into Lin Shen's pocket. Lin Shen instantly understood its intent and presented an aberrant source to it. Without hesitation, Death powder swallowed a few aberrant sources, its form slowly climbing onto Lin Shen, coiling around his body. Free from Death powder's entanglement, none of the 4 little tigers ran away, simply resting beside Lin Shen. Lin Shen gave them some deformed liquid to drink, replenishing their expended energy. Atop the cave, a pair of eyes shimmering with purple light stared intently at Lin Shen and the 4 little tigers resting below. It was a mutant demon, but its eyes resembled amethyst, and its body bore many bright purple patterns, slightly different from ordinary mutant demons. Chapter 958, Mutant Demon Leader Lin Shen finishes feeding the 4 little tigers. They all lay down beside him to rest, while Lin Shen also sits down and seems to have fallen asleep. A mutated demon suddenly leaps down from the rocky ceiling, its claws flashing purple light, violently grasping towards Lin Shen's head. The gravity here is terrifying, and as the mutated demon falls from the sky, its speed is unbelievably fast. Lin Shen, who appeared to be asleep, suddenly raises his hands. The pig dragon scissors appear in his hands and cut towards the mutated demon's claws. Clang. After the clash, the strangle trait of the pig dragon scissors unexpectedly fails to sever the claw of the mutated demon. Instead, they are shaken out of his grip. Lin Shen rolls on the spot, dodging the claw strike of the pig dragon, and pulls back his hand, whipping the death powder around his body towards the mutated demon like a whip. The mutated demon stretches out its front claw and astonishingly catches the death powder. Taking the opportunity, the death powder coils around its arm, while Lin Shen releases his hold, allowing the death powder to do its work. He then summons the folding fan and starts to wildly fan back and forth at the mutated demon. The other hand of the mutated demon grabs the death powder, trying to tear it off its arm, but it pulls the death powder so much that it stretches far, yet, like an elastic band, it does not break. The tail of the death powder then wraps around its other arm. The mutated demon lets out a strange cry, its wings at the back forcefully flap, and it manages to forcibly fly up. Streams of mysterious purple light patterns shimmer on its body, and even under the weakening effect of the inheritance fan, it remains violent. With both hands wrapped, it flies up and crashes towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen's movement speed is indeed too slow. Unable to perform the surfing step, he can only keep rolling on the ground, avoiding the back claws of the mutated demon. Its back claws dig into the rock wall, which looks like dark purple jade, instantly scoring several marks on it. The body of death powder is stretched by its front claws, becoming thinner and longer, seemingly about to break at any moment. Suddenly, a single eye opens on the top of death powder's head, emitting purple light that shines on the mutated demon, causing its body to pause momentarily. Lin Shen seizes the opportunity, climbs up from the ground, and points his finger on the mutated demon. Yet, this finger seems to have no effect, and the mutated demon forcibly breaks free from the restraint of death powder. Its claws reach for Lin Shen's head. Lin Shen ducks and dodges the strike, and the other claw of the mutated demon reaches out, letting out a fierce scream. As it opens its mouth, the tail of death powder, carrying a hint of red light, stabs like lightning into its mouth and directly drills down its throat. The death powder, possessing both the law of strength and law of speed, along with the tremendously destructive power of nirvana and skills like armor-piercing stab, tunnels down irresistibly. The mutated demon's pupils dilate, and its face twists in extreme pain. Its claws grab death powder's body frenziedly tearing, but failing to break it, it furiously tries to pull it out. Lin Shen sees the mutated demon is heavily damaged, and there's no reason not to press its weakness. He rolls forward, rapidly tapping his fingers on its body. Lin Shen's attacks seem to pose no threat to the mutated demon. Distracted, it simply keeps frantically pulling the death powder drilling into its body. But no matter how fiercely it pulls, death powder's body just stretches like elastic and doesn't come out a single inch. Lin Shen taps rapidly 10 times, the mutated demon suddenly stops moving, and its hands stop as well. With the mutated demon no longer holding it back, death powder directly drills in, and soon, its entire body burrows into it through its mouth. Crack. When death powder emerged, it surprisingly drilled out from the ears of the mutant demon, covered in purple viscous liquid. Thud. The mutant demon fell to the ground. Its body twitched for a while, and then it finally stopped moving. Killed a mutated lower aberrant species. Mutant demon leader discovered mutated aberration source. Lin Shen picked up the pig dragon scissors from the ground, activated the strangle trait, and attempted to cut the head of the mutant demon. After several attempts that failed to sever the head, only tooth marks were left. Lin Shen simply opened the pig dragon scissors and used the scrap sword skill to chop at the head of the mutant demon. Under the effect of the strangle trait and scrap sword skill, after chopping more than a dozen times, he finally managed to split open a slit in the head. After dozens more chops, he expanded the slit to a size sufficient to reach inside, and fished out a purple bead from the purple liquid. As soon as the purple bead left the head of the mutant demon, it began to vibrate, emitting purple liquid. In a short while, the aberrant source of the mutant demon transformed into a purple cloak. Mutant Demon Cloak, Mutated Lower Aberrant Divine Artifact. Series, Demon Series. Usage requirements, Demon Law, 10,000 points of strength, 10,000 points of speed. Aberration rate, 87%. Toughness, 19,999. Aberrant trait, Demon Wings. After reading this, Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. He could wear the cloak, but he couldn't activate the aberrant trait. This item had 3 usage requirements. Lin Shen could meet the strength requirement, the demon law might be manageable with a law matrix, but for the 10,000 points of speed, Lin Shen was truly out of options. Even as a Nirvana being, even with the enhancement from Super Base Form and Contrarian, he couldn't reach 10,000 points of speed and activate the Demon Wings trait. Luckily, the cloak had exceptionally high hardness and toughness, and it was not very heavy, so it could be used as a defensive item. After collecting the aberrant liquid from the mutant demon, Lin Shen did not dare to linger here. Wearing the cloak and taking the 4 little tigers with him, he continued his journey. The passages here were too numerous, and Lin Shen had already lost track of where Duo and the others had gone. He couldn't even figure out the direction himself and could only find a hidden spot to settle down the 4 little tigers and slowly explore this bizarre planetary cave. There were quite a few mutant demons nearby, and as Lin Shen explored, he, along with Death Powder, killed quite a few mutant demons. After using the aberrant liquid from a mutant demon, he found that his attributes, which had already reached the Nirvana level limit, began to increase again. The main attribute that increased was speed. The aberrant liquid he could digest every day could increase his attributes by hundreds of points, but when distributed among the 4 attributes, the speed attribute could only increase by 30 to 40 points. Lin Shen dared not wander off randomly, so he explored slowly in the nearby area, mostly killing mutant demons and occasionally managing to kill some 6-legged pig dragons. The only regret was that he hadn't seen any white jade tigers again. He initially thought that if he could find other white jade tigers, maybe they could take care of the 4 little tigers. Handling 4 little tigers on his own was really inconvenient for moving around. Chapter 959, Purple Rosy Nether Butterfly Duo and Uncle Shui pressed forward, disinterested in retrieving the corpses of the deformed species they slayed, leaving them strewn across the cavern. Uncle Shui smacked another deformed species to death and furrowed his brows. Master, I fear the rumors are untrue. We've been searching for days yet haven't even found a single middle-tier deformed species. How could this place possibly be a habitat for the white tiger? Duo clearly felt disheartened as well. It is said that the vermilion bird and white tiger fought in this region, giving rise to the stellar graveyard. Gravely injured, the white tiger had no choice but to reproduce through reincarnation, laying its eggs within the stellar graveyard. If it hasn't returned to its ultimate form, it should still be here. I've checked many sources. There aren't many planets in the stellar graveyard suitable for the white tiger's survival and growth, and this planet should be the most ideal. If it's not here, it will be difficult to find. Whether the vermilion bird and white tiger truly battled here remains unconfirmed. Even if it's true as the rumors claim, and they did fight here with the white tiger significantly wounded, choosing to reincarnate, it's been ages since then, and the white tiger might have long reverted to its ultimate form and left this place. Uncle Shui always felt this was far-fetched. That's true, I too am only here trying my luck. Speaking of which, Duo changed the topic. This planet is somewhat unique. These caves appear natural, but they're actually the result of long-time developments that, through the baptism of time, have erased human traces. It seems the rumors might be correct. This planet should be a derelict neutron star spaceship. Uncle Shui pondered and said, "You're likely right. Looking at the layout here, it's probably our sun-chasing clan's technology. Only we excel in converting neutron stars into spaceships. It's just unfortunate this neutron star spaceship has been abandoned for too long and is too severely damaged to be used again. We should be approaching the center of this neutron star soon, not far from the energy warehouse. Let's check there, and if we still don't find the white tiger, we should head back," Duo suggested. Okay. Uncle Shui nodded and continued leading the way. The duo swiftly navigated through the corridors and soon arrived in a vast cavern. Duo glanced around the empty cavern, somewhat disappointed. Even the energy store is empty. It seems that before this neutron star spaceship was abandoned, its owner had cleared out everything. "If that's the case, we should head back sooner," said Uncle Shui, turning to leave but suddenly hearing Duo let out a soft gasp. Uncle Shui turned around, his brows slightly furrowed as he focused on examining something. High above in this massive space, due to erosion over the ages and unknown reasons, many columns similar to stalactites had formed. At that moment, clusters of purple lights resembling flowers lit up atop those columns, casting the originally dark space into a haze of purple light. Not good. Upper deformed species. The purple rosy nether butterfly. Master, let's hurry. Once Uncle Shui recognized what those purple lights were, his expression drastically changed. He flung his hand, releasing a dozen pets from the space capsule, and immediately pushed Duo to rush out. Like awakened blooms, the purple lights atop the stone ceiling transformed into myriad purple butterflies fluttering through the air. So numerous they were beyond count, filling the entire space instantly like a fluttering sky of purple snow. Those pets unleashed fearsome combat power, colors vividly surging over their bodies. A green dragon spewed green flames, trying to incinerate the incoming purple rosy nether butterflies. Yet its high-temperature flames that could dissolve anything sprayed upon the butterflies seemed to pass through illusions, going right through them. The purple rosy nether butterflies flitted between the two realms as though they were restless spirits, untouchable by any force. Despite the pets exhausting all their skills, none could ward off the purple rosy nether butterflies, each struck by the phantom-like creatures. It was indeed odd. When the purple rosy nether butterfly landed on those pets, their bodies immediately disappeared, leaving behind purple butterfly markings on them. Initially ferocious, the pets suddenly fell to the ground with the appearance of the butterfly marks, as if they had abruptly dropped dead. Yet there were no injuries on their bodies, making it uncertain whether they were truly dead or what exactly had happened. A large number of purple rosy nether butterflies chased after Uncle Shui and Duo into the cave, like purple snowflakes whirling in the wind behind them, attempting to engulf them into a blizzard. Master, go ahead, I'll hold them off. Uncle Shui fiercely pushed Duo away, sending him far ahead while he himself stopped to draw a bizarrely shaped blade with a blood-red dragon marking on it. Watching the swirling purple rosy nether butterflies approach, Uncle Shui fiercely slashed his blade, and a blood-red true dragon emerged from the blade, roaring as it met the purple rosy nether butterflies. Where the blood dragon passed, the purple rosy nether butterflies immediately shattered, turning into a sky of purple fragmented light. The crimson true dragon burst out of the cave, entering a vast space, shattering numerous purple rosy nether butterflies before finally dissipating. However, Uncle Shui's expression did not improve, as the shattered purple rosy nether butterflies swiftly reformed from the fragments of light, transforming back into butterflies and once again hurling themselves at Uncle Shui. Golden light burst forth from Uncle Shui, his golden armor protecting his entire body as he once again swung the upper god divine artifact, the blood dragon blade. The blood dragon emerged from the blade again, roaring as it rushed towards the purple rosy nether butterflies, shattering them once more. Yet, the purple rosy nether butterflies appeared to have immortal bodies as they kept reforming after each shattering growing ever closer to Uncle Shui. As he fought, Uncle Shui retreated, with the snow-like purple rosy nether butterflies closing in. Just as a purple rosy nether butterfly was about to land on him, a streak of cold light suddenly shot through the air, directly shattering the butterfly's body. It turned out that Duo hadn't fled, he now wielded a green jade bow. When he drew the bow, streaks of light arrows appeared on the string, swiftly shooting out and piercing through the purple rosy nether butterflies that Uncle Shui hadn't managed to slash. Streams of green light flashed across the sky, shattering the purple rosy nether butterflies. Uncle Shui, we keep fighting as we retreat. Duo swiftly pulled the bowstring, yelling to Uncle Shui, who would choose to die if they could live. Grinding his teeth, Uncle Shui's armor burst with golden light, the light shattering the nearby purple rosy nether butterflies, whilst his blood dragon blade unleashed streaks of blood dragons, shattering most of the purple rosy nether butterflies and regaining some distance. Duo compensated with his bow and arrows as both continued to fight and retreat, but the unkillable purple rosy nether butterflies in large numbers overwhelmed them. Ordinary power could not harm the purple rosy nether butterflies, only their special aberrant divine artifacts and their unique cultivation techniques let them shatter the purple rosy nether butterflies. Otherwise, touching them wouldn't even be possible, and ordinary divine beings would have already fallen just like those pets. Chapter 960, Sun Chasing Great Method. The two cooperated seamlessly, continuously destroying the purple rosy nether butterflies while fighting and retreating. As long as they broke out of the cave, they could escape to the heavens. However, they had ventured too deep and had already reached the central region of the neutron star. Escaping while fighting and retreating was not something they could achieve in a short time. Such intense combat was simply unsustainable until then. Master, you go first. This passage is narrow, I can hold them off. As they retreated to a narrow passage, Uncle Shui suddenly said to Duo. Alone, he wedged himself in the passage, halted his steps, turned around to face the purple rosy nether butterflies, held his sword in both hands, and kept slashing out the light of the blood dragon blade, forcibly blocking the purple rosy nether butterflies within the passage. Both knew very well that continuing this way would lead them to a dead end, and once their physical strength was almost depleted, it would be their time to die. Duo didn't speak, merely staring intently at the narrow passage. Master, hurry up and go, Uncle Shui urged anxiously. Looking at the passage, Duo said, Uncle Shui, this passage seems like it was originally the location of the buoyancy cabin of the neutron star spaceship, right? Probably, I can't tell. Uncle Shui did not understand why Duo brought this up at that moment, but he knew Duo wouldn't talk about irrelevant matters under such circumstances. If it indeed is the buoyancy cabin, there must be a closing gate. It's just covered by the external material due to the long period of time. If we can locate the closing gate and lower it, we can block those purple rosy nether butterflies inside. As Duo spoke, he had already drawn his bow again, shooting blue light arrows toward the top of the passage. After such a long time, even if we could see the closing gate, we might not be able to lower it. Master, you better hurry up and go, Uncle Shui called out. However, Duo ignored him and kept firing light arrows rapidly, embedding them into the rock ceiling, making more and more rocks fall from the ceiling. Suddenly, there was a booming sound. The rock ceiling above collapsed, and at the same time, a crystalline wall fell, directly shattering the rocks below and sealing the passage. Uncle Shui's blood dragon blade light slashed on the crystalline wall, shattering it upon impact, yet the crystalline wall did not bear any traces. Through the translucent crystalline wall, one could see purple light spots continuously striking against it, unable to penetrate through. The dense light spots soon covered the entire crystalline wall, making the originally dull wall shine like purple light lamps. Master, you succeeded. Uncle Shui was overjoyed and turned to look at Duo. Duo slightly relaxed, smiled, and was about to say something to Uncle Shui, but his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Uncle Shui, be careful. The moment Uncle Shui saw Duo's changing expression, he knew something was wrong. His body burst into golden light, and he turned around drawing his sword to strike. But when he turned his head, he saw something resembling a purple rosy nether butterfly already very close to his face, almost touching it. The reason it was said to resemble a purple rosy nether butterfly was because it had the butterfly wings and purple glow of the purple rosy nether butterfly, but its body was not in the shape of a butterfly. Rather, it resembled a very beautiful mini purple-dressed fairy. Other than having a palm-sized body and butterfly wings on her back, she didn't resemble a butterfly at all. Uncle Shui saw her too late. The purple-dressed butterfly lady passed directly through the golden light blossoming from Uncle Shui's body, as well as through his armored body. She didn't disappear like the usual purple rosy nether butterfly, nor did she leave a butterfly mark on Uncle Shui. She simply, like a ghost, passed through Uncle Shui's body and appeared behind him. The light from Uncle Shui's body vanished in an instant, and then he stiffly fell forward. Startled and furious, Duo knew that the purple rosy nether butterfly was a high-ranking deformed species, but he had never heard of such an existence among them. The purple light flickered on the body of the purple-dressed butterfly lady as she continued flying towards Duo, who, given his speed, had no chance of escaping. Duo gritted his teeth, turned around, and started sprinting with a remnant of sunlight's afterglow appearing on his body. In that instant, Duo's speed suddenly increased to an unimaginable degree. In such a high-gravity environment, his speed soared rapidly as if time itself was flowing backward around him. The radiance on Duo grew stronger and his speed faster. If practiced to the extreme, the sun-chasing great method of the sun-chasing clan could break through the constraints of the time law and achieve true backward travel in time. Although Duo wasn't capable of reversing time to that extent, he had barely glimpsed the shadow of the river of time, moving upstream against its flow. To others, it seemed like time had frozen, with only him moving through. The sun-chasing great method, known as one of the 9 great divine skills of the Celestial Court, was only available to the pure-blooded divine beings of the sun-chasing clan, and only a very few could even begin to practice it, with even fewer achieving mastery. Currently, in the entire sun-chasing clan, only 3 people could practice the sun-chasing great method. Duo dared to venture into the dangerous stellar graveyard because he had the sun-chasing great method. However, his mastery of the sun-chasing great method was just at the beginner level, merely glimpsing the shadow of the river of time. Forcibly stepping on the shadow of the river of time took a significant toll on him. With his life at stake, he couldn't care about anything else. Forcing his way on the river of time until his body was severely overtaxed and could no longer sustain it, the sun-chasing great method dispersed, and Duo fell from the shadow of the river of time, collapsing onto the ground. I should have shaken it off by now. Duo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned his head, and his pupils shrunk instantly when he saw the purple-dressed butterfly lady smiling right in front of him. Before Duo could react, the purple-dressed butterfly lady suddenly burrowed into his head. Duo still couldn't believe that the purple-dressed butterfly lady could keep up with his sun-chasing great method. It should have been impossible. Could it be she is one of the ultimate creatures? The last thought flashed through Duo's mind before he completely lost consciousness. Lin Shen was searching for a new cave. These days, his attribute had been constantly increasing, enhancing various attributes considerably and gradually adapting to the environment here. Although running was still strenuous, walking had become much less so. While exploring a new cave, he suddenly saw a person lying motionless on the ground in the cave passage ahead. Chapter 961, The Love of an Old Father Duo. Lin Shen was taken aback when he clearly saw the person's outfit and face. His first reaction was not to approach, but to rapidly retreat while surveying his surroundings. Although Duo had never shown his strength, with Uncle Shui being so powerful by his side, it was likely that Duo himself wasn't far behind in capability. Now, with Uncle Shui's whereabouts unknown and Duo lying on the ground, life or death uncertain, something major must have happened. In this godforsaken place, what kind of major event could occur? 8 or 9 times out of 10, it was surely an encounter with a formidable deformed species. With his current level of strength, Lin Shen naturally wouldn't arrogantly believe he could handle a deformed species that even Duo and Uncle Shui might not be able to deal with. Thus, his first thought was to flee as far away as possible to avoid suffering the same fate. Fortunately, no other deformed species could be seen nearby. Lin Shen retreated into a corridor, stealthily peering out to repeatedly scrutinize his surroundings, but detected no sign of any creatures. Did the deformed species kill him and then leave, or did he run here wounded by a deformed species and die? Lin Shen wondered to himself. He didn't immediately run away and vanish because he thought the Duo, seeming to have a significant identity, might possess something valuable on him that could assist in Lin Shen's current predicament. Lin Shen had no idea why Lin Wan sent him here, leaving him to fend for himself. Regardless of the reason, Lin Wan's previous words were certainly not to be trusted. His situation was extremely awkward now, not just because the neutron star was particularly dangerous, but more importantly because he was an undocumented resident here. If discovered by a divine being that he was not one of them, but a stealthily arrived human from the ancient realm district, his outcome was unpredictable. Lin Shen hoped to find something useful on Duo, even if it wasn't of material value. Just gaining some insight into the celestial court would be good. If he could find some truly valuable items, that would be even better. Lin Shen observed for a long time. Duo remained motionless, as if dead, and no presence of deformed species was discovered, yet he still didn't dare to recklessly approach and take the risk. After much hesitation, Lin Shen summoned Little Jade. Thud. After Little Jade appeared, he immediately lay flat on the ground. The overpowering gravity made him stick to the ground like a pancake, his face intimately contacting the floor to the point where no matter how hard Little Jade tried, he couldn't separate his visage from the ground. Seeing Little Jade about to cry out, Lin Shen quickly covered his mouth, afraid that if Little Jade shouted recklessly, it would attract nearby deformed species and bring disaster upon them. Don't make a sound, listen to me, Lin Shen whispered, squatting next to him. Our situation is very dangerous, terrible creatures are everywhere nearby, and we could be discovered and killed at any moment. You felt it too, the gravity here is terrifyingly strong. Even immortals might be no better than ordinary people here, let alone you and me. With that, Lin Shen released the hand that had been covering Little Jade's mouth. What in the world is this place? How did you end up here? Little Jade asked with a grim face, as ever since he had followed Lin Shen, he had never had many good days. I'd also like to know what kind of hellish place this is. I was taken here by someone. I have no idea where this is. Lin Shen looked at the flattened Little Jade and asked somewhat curiously, Isn't your Ashura fort capable of controlling gravity? Can't you control the gravity here? What control gravity? Mine is gravitational force, okay? Little Jade said. Close enough. Doesn't your gravitational force work then? Lin Shen inquired. Of course it works. Then why aren't you using it? I just didn't think of it for a moment, Little Jade said, slowly getting up from the ground. While he still seemed to struggle, at least he wasn't as pitiful as before. Lin Shen was somewhat speechless. It was enough that his own memory was bad, but his pet had such short-term memory too. Little Jade moved his body a bit and murmured while looking around, What the hell is this place? Why is the gravity so strong? My super base ghost body and super base deity should normally be immune to gravity. Yet here, their effects are very limited, as if I'm surrounded by a top-tier law of gravity. We're inside a supermassive neutron star, Lin Shen said. Neutron star and a supermassive one. Little Jade looked extremely troubled. Who on earth did you offend to end up in a place like this? Being trapped here, it's simply impossible for us to escape this star. Even a teleporter would be rendered ineffective by the gravity here. Of course, I know that. If we could teleport out, I would have done so already. Would I even need to summon you? Lin Shen looked at Little Jade and asked, Since you can control gravitational force, is there a way to weaken the gravitational effect here so that I can use the teleporter? Big brother, I'm just at Nirvana level. Do you think I can break a top-tier law of gravity? Little Jade looked helpless. No worries. If Nirvana level you can't handle it, you just need to be promoted to Immortal level, Lin Shen said. How do I get promoted to Immortal? The resources you've given me are not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, Little Jade retorted with irritation. I was short-sighted before, but now I truly value your abilities. The moment a good opportunity arises, I think of you, Lin Shen hurriedly flashed a fatherly smile. What good opportunity? Little Jade was skeptical, not believing that Lin Shen could really have anything good in mind for him. Surely Phase Eye and Death Powder were his true favorites. It was never his turn. Lin Shen pointed at the figure of Duo lying in the distance. See that guy's body over there? He's got tons of great stuff on him. Any single item could easily upgrade you to Immortal. Little Jade extended his head out, glanced outside, and then retracted it. Not going. You haven't even heard everything. Why are you deciding not to go? Lin Shen was frustrated. If there was really such a good opportunity, you would have gone to collect it yourself already. Would you even think of me? There's definitely danger over there. Little Jade bluntly exposed Lin Shen's reasoning. Have you never heard the old saying, the higher the risk, the greater the reward? You want the benefits but are reluctant to take the risk. Where in the world do you find such good fortune? Lin Shen scoffed, Let me tell you the truth. That's a high-ranking figure from the Celestial Court, now severely injured with an uncertain fate, lying there without a sound for half a day. He must have unimaginably good stuff on him. All I'm asking is for you to check whether he's dead or not, and bring back whatever's on him. If you do it, I'll remember your contribution, and you can take whatever you want. If you refuse, I'll find someone else to retrieve the items, and then you'll have no share. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Little Jade's face showed indecision. He had surveyed the area as Lin Shen had and hadn't spotted any issues. Is that really someone from the Celestial Court? Little Jade hesitated. Chapter 962 Space Capsule Xiaoyu finally compromised, but he demanded to have the first pick of any good items. Xiaoyu was even more cautious than Lin Shen. Although he could navigate the area relying on his special talents and abilities, he still crawled on the ground, inching forward even more slowly than a slow-moving cow, almost as if taking 3 steps back for every step forward. Every couple of crawls forward, he would vigilantly scan his surroundings. After a while, he was still far away from Duo, making Lin Shen somewhat anxious. If you keep going like this, even if there weren't any dangers originally, you might just attract some terrifying creatures, Lin Shen whispered harshly to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu ignored him but did speed up a little, still frustratingly slow. Finally, when he crawled near Duo, he cautiously summoned cutlery and threw the Ashura blade at Duo. Only when Duo didn't react did he continue to crawl forward. Fortunately, his worries didn't materialize. Duo really seemed as if dead, not reacting at all. Xiao Yu searched him and quickly dug out many small items, taking everything he could before hurrying back. What are all these things? Lin Shen looked at the items Xiao Yu had scavenged, a complete mess of assorted items. The most numerous were items resembling pet capsules, red, green, blue, purple. They weren't real pet capsules, and it was unclear what they were. The rest seemed like everyday use items, with no electronic devices found. How come you didn't take the watch from his wrist? Lin Shen pointed at the watch on Duo's left wrist, saying that the item was most likely a communicator, or possibly a teleporter. It might be connected to the Divine Being's network. Even if not connected, it could still hold some valuable information. It's locked. I couldn't take it off. I tried, but I couldn't break the strap, not even scratch it, Xiao Yu said helplessly. Forget it. Lin Shen picked up a capsule and carefully examined it for a while. He discovered that the top seemed to be a switch. He pressed it, but the capsule just beeped, emitting an electronic voice. Non-binder verification. Space capsule cannot be opened. So this thing is actually a spatial device? Lin Shen was overjoyed. He couldn't open it, but Duo's body was right there. Using Duo's body to unlock it would allow him to open the spatial device. Lin Shen pressed all the space capsules, but most were already bound and couldn't be opened by others. However, there were 2 space capsules that Lin Shen pressed and they opened. Inside the capsules was a white vortex, but nothing else was visible. Lin Shen tipped it over, and suddenly various items fell out. But these were just miscellaneous items, clothes, boots, socks, etc., and more clothing of various styles nearly buried Lin Shen. After dumping out everything, that was all that was there. Lin Shen then tipped another space capsule, and then various types of food ingredients and fruits appeared, looking very fresh. Divine beings really are extravagant, using such good things to store clothes and food, Lin Shen said. Since there wasn't anything useful, he just put the items back. Knowing it wasn't dangerous, he didn't need Xiao Yu anymore and went over to Duo himself. Duo's face was pale, looking like a corpse in a funeral home, probably completely dead. This thing is so intelligent, I don't know if it can be opened by a corpse. If it can determine whether the binder is dead, that would be problematic. Lin Shen took a purple capsule and used Duo's hand to press it. Lin Shen pressed Duo's finger on the space capsule button, then heard a click, and the space capsule opened. Lin Shen was overjoyed, just thinking about using Duo's hand to press the other space capsules when he suddenly felt Duo's finger move. Turning his head, Lin Shen saw that although Duo's eyes were still closed, the eyeballs beneath were moving as if about to wake up. He's not dead? Lin Shen was shocked. His mind racing, he hurriedly stuffed back all the items into Duo's body, only keeping the capsule he had just opened, which he quietly pocketed. Duo, Duo. Lin Shen tapped Duo's cheek and called out twice. Duo's eyes slowly opened, and he actually came back to life. Duo, you're finally awake. It's so good you're okay. I thought you were dead, Lin Shen said, watching Duo sit up on his own and forcing a smile. Who are you? Duo looked at Lin Shen with a hint of confusion. It's me, Tian. You and Uncle Shui once saved my life, don't you remember? Lin Shen said. Duo looked at Lin Shen for a long while without speaking, causing Lin Shen to feel a bit uneasy, before finally speaking. I sort of remember, but some things are not very clear. Uncle Shui and I were attacked by deformed species. I was injured, and my brain seems to have been affected. I can't remember well. What injured you? Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Duo's appearance, it seemed it wasn't just a matter of unclear memory. That confused look in his eyes probably meant he couldn't remember many things. Could it be amnesia? A thrill ran through Lin Shen's heart. Amnesia would be perfect. If Duo wasn't amnesic, Lin Shen would be worried he could tell his background wasn't legitimate. This isn't a place to talk. If the deformed species that injured you come back, that would be troublesome. Let's find a place to hide. Lin Shen reached out to help Duo, but Duo instinctively rejected his help. I can stand on my own. Duo stood up on his own. His mobility seemed fine. He was much faster than Lin Shen. Wait for me. Lin Shen struggled to keep up with his pace. Duo frowned slightly, slowing down to wait for Lin Shen. When they reached a corner and saw Xiao Yu immediately put on an innocent expression. Hello, I'm Xiao Yu, his biological son. Duo looked at Xiao Yu in surprise, then at Lin Shen, and then said, It seems the variability in genetic inheritance is increasing. Such an ordinary person can also have such an excellent child. Xiao Yu immediately burst into laughter, casting a proud glance at Lin Shen. Lin Shen coughed lightly and said, Let's not talk so much anymore. We better find a safe place to hide first. Chapter 963 Baby Lin Shen brought Duo to the hideout of the 4 little tigers, and they decided to temporarily hide there. Lin Shen made up an excuse to leave alone and found a secluded spot. He took out the space capsule and started emptying its contents to see what was inside. He wasn't really that greedy to steal Duo's belongings. Rather, his current identity put him in an awkward situation. Having some useful information would make impersonating a divine being easier. Otherwise, if his cover was blown, he would be in danger. Yet he couldn't leave Duo behind. He was planning to use her help to escape from this planet. Now Lin Shen only hoped that the capsule contained information about the Celestial Court. He didn't care much for other treasures. If only there were a communication device, Lin Shen thought to himself while emptying the capsule. The contents of the space capsule seemed scarce. Lin Shen had to shake it several times before a book fell out. Surprisingly, it was made of paper. Advanced technological civilization, and there's still a paper book? Lin Shen was delighted, thinking if this turned out to be a historical book of the Celestial Court, his chances of successfully impersonating a divine being would be much higher. Not bothering to empty more items, Lin Shen picked up the book and carefully examined it. It was titled Sun Chasing Great Method. It looks like a cultivation technique? Lin Shen was slightly disappointed, but as he glanced over the beginning section, his mouth dropped open in shock. Our ancestor Kwafu of the sun-chasing clan created this unparalleled divine skill. At its ultimate stage, one can step through the river of time, travel upstream to the past, reverse the future, and alter the reality law, making it the strongest divine skill in the world. Time belonged to the immortal laws, which were immutable. He had never heard of anyone truly able to travel back in time. If transmigrators truly existed, then the world would have been thrown into chaos long ago. Since the world remained orderly, it suggested the absence of transmigrators. A cultivation technique turning someone into a transmigrator was a concept Lin Shen didn't believe. However, what truly surprised him wasn't these boastful claims, but rather that the ancestor of the sun-chasing clan was named Kwafu, which, together with the name sun-chasing, reminded Lin Shen of the legendary great god Kwafu from human myths. Could it be that what Lin Wan said was partly true? That the mythological great god Kwafu was a human from an ancient civilization who really broke through the death calamity to enter the Celestial Court. Unlike what Lin Wan said, Kwafu didn't sacrifice his physical body to enter the Celestial Court, but instead entered with his physical body and continued his lineage there, leaving behind the divine beings of the sun-chasing clan. Lin Shen felt confident this was accurate. Lin Shen then thought about his own sun-shooting bow, rumored to have belonged to a general under the ancient realm king, known as the Sun-Shooter General. Perhaps he belongs to another ancient god's clan. If that was the case, Lin Shen felt this matter was not simple. Why would a divine being serve under the ancient realm king? He couldn't dwell on these thoughts now. Lin Shen continued to empty the capsule to see what else was inside. Another item came out, yet another book. Please don't let it be another cultivation method. That's the last thing I need right now, Lin Shen silently prayed. But what he feared arrived. The 4 characters on the book read, Sun Shooting Great Method. Lin Shen was momentarily dazed. If Duo belonged to the sun-chasing clan and possessed the sun-chasing great method, it was understandable. But why would she have a book on sun-shooting great method? That should belong to the Yi god, shouldn't it? Thinking this way, Lin Shen flipped through the pages and, sure enough, the contents at the beginning were very similar to the sun-chasing great method. Our ancestor Dai, creator of the sun-shooting great method, after reading for a while, Lin Shen knew it was indeed as he thought. This sun-shooting great method was indeed created by that great god, who also established the lineage of divine beings within the Celestial Court. The race left behind by that great god was called Yidian clan, but what differences it had with the sun-chasing clan, Lin Shen had no way of knowing. Thus, he also didn't know which clan this duo belonged to. Lin Shen had no interest in these cultivation techniques anymore and set them aside, continuing to rummage through the rest. Quickly, another object fell out. It was a small jade bottle only as big as a palm and seemed quite crude as if it were polished by a primitive tribe. Yet this object, under such strong gravity, showed no signs of any cracks, which indicated that the material must be rather special. But this isn't the main point. On the outside of the small jade bottle, the words, Elixir of Immortality, were actually engraved. Holy, what's going on? Could this be the Elixir of Immortality that Chang'e stole? Lin Shen looked more and more bewildered, hesitated for a moment, but still pulled the wooden stopper off the bottle. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance entered Lin Shen's nose, invigorating his spirit immediately. All the pores on his body seemed to open at this moment, feeling indescribably comfortable. Lin Shen hurriedly capped the bottle again to prevent the medicinal aroma from escaping, which could attract Duo. He could see clearly now. Behind the small jade bottle, there indeed lay a pill that looked like a clump of coagulated blood. Lin Shen's feelings were very complex now. If this item really was the elixir of immortality that Chang'e consumed, then if he consumed it, would he be able to directly ascend in broad daylight? Obviously, this was not very reliable. If it was really such a divine medicine, why wouldn't Duo use it herself instead of keeping it in a bottle? Lin Shen put the small jade bottle away and continued to pour out things until now. Still, he had not found what he truly needed. Another object fell out. Lin Shen glanced at it and immediately turned his head away, as what spilled out this time was a pair of white thong underwear. I didn't see that coming. Despite Duo's demure appearance, she seems to have this kind of taste. Lin Shen clicked his tongue in wonder, then continued to rummage. Clang! A heavy object fell to the ground, startling Lin Shen. He immediately looked around but did not notice any movements nearby. This place was still a distance from where they were hiding, so Duo might not have been able to hear anything. Lin Shen took a closer look to see exactly what had fallen out. The object was dark and seemed to be made of black iron, resembling a bell in its shape, but it was too small, only as big as a palm. Tiny characters were engraved all over the bell's surface, covering its entire exterior. Chaos Bell. Lin Shen saw a vertical row of 4 larger characters on the bell's surface and couldn't help but read them out loud. Buzz. The little bell in Lin Shen's hand suddenly started to vibrate. Chapter 964, each harboring ulterior motives. The Chaos Bell actually started vibrating on its own, which startled Lin Shen. If this thing has its own consciousness and can recognize its master, then Duo, the master, might be able to sense its presence. If Duo came over now and saw this scene, Lin Shen would find it extremely difficult to talk his way out of it, even if he had mouths all over his body. Lin Shen reached out to grab the Chaos Bell and held it tightly, trying to make it stop vibrating. Lin Shen didn't have much hope initially, but to his surprise, the bell actually stopped vibrating. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, loosening his grip to wipe off non-existent cold sweat. He lifted his hand and discovered that the Chaos Bell seemed to be stuck to his hand. Lin Shen shook it, and yet he couldn't shake off the Chaos Bell. He used the other hand to take it off easily, but when he tried to put the bell down, it got stuck to this hand as well. Lin Shen tried every method he could think of, but couldn't shake the bell off. The Chaos Bell stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. He could move it easily using any part of his body, but he could not shake it off, nor could anything else pry it off. Lin Shen was sweating profusely in desperation. Lin Shen even used pig dragon scissors, hoping to cut off the Chaos Bell. Yet it didn't receive even a scratch, completely useless. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shen decided to forcefully pinch off the skin touching the Chaos Bell. Since he only held the bell with 2 fingers, cutting off a bit of skin on them shouldn't be a problem. Holding the scissors close to where his skin connected with the Chaos Bell, he snipped at the skin on his finger. The skin was indeed cut. Bleeding a little wasn't much of a concern to Lin Shen. Using the super base recasting skill, the injury healed in moments. Lin Shen went on to cut the skin on another finger, cleanly cutting it as well. With 2 patches of skin attached, the Chaos Bell finally separated from Lin Shen's body and dropped to the ground. As Lin Shen was pondering how to handle it, he saw his skin and some blood strands bizarrely dissolve. They melted like snow into water. The skin and blood turned into liquid, while the seemingly iron-like Chaos Bell absorbed the liquid like a sponge. The next second, Lin Shen saw the letters on the Chaos Bell turn blood red, and the originally iron-black material started emitting a bloody scent, giving off an ominous and sinister feeling. Suddenly, the Chaos Bell disintegrated, transforming into countless black-red particles which flew towards Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen had already formed a carapace to defend himself, but those black-red particles still charged into his body and disappeared in an instant. This is ludicrous. What's going on? Lin Shen sensed his body, unable to detect where those black-red particles had gone, his face quickly changing with uncertainty. One could tell at a glance that the Chaos Bell was no ordinary object. With this thing inside him, Lin Shen didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Lin Shen tried many tricks but still couldn't figure out where the black-red particles transformed from the Chaos Bell had gone to. He could only go through the space capsule again to see if there was any manual or something. Knowing the origins of the Chaos Bell might just be the key to dealing with it. What frustrated Lin Shen was that there was nothing else inside the space capsule. In such a large space, only a few items were stored. Lin Shen studied how to use the space capsule but couldn't figure it out. He guessed that only the person bound to it could open and close it, so he could only collect the space capsule and its contents for now. The space capsule couldn't be placed into his spatial device. It could only be carried in his pocket, the other items Lin Shen stored in his own spatial device. When preparing to return, Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, took out the space capsule and stuffed it into a crevice. Lin Shen was already very familiar with this area. Although the crevice wasn't big, it was somewhat deep below, so once stuffed in, it likely wouldn't be found again. After all this, Lin Shen went back as if nothing had happened. Actually, he really didn't want to take these things. They seemed useless, and he didn't get any of the information he wanted. Back at the camp, he saw Xiao Yu playing with a few little white tigers, with little white tiger particularly enjoying the play, seemingly very happy. Duo sat alone on a rock, staring blankly into space, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing footsteps, Duo looked up, saw Lin Shen, and with a complex expression said, "Tian, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Lin Shen asked. "I think we should leave here as soon as possible, but because of my injuries, my memory is a bit problematic, so I need your help. I'd like you to accompany me home." Duo paused, then added, "Of course, I won't let you go unrewarded. You'll receive ample compensation, or you can state any conditions you have." Hearing this, Lin Shen was delighted. He was worrying about how to bring up leaving with Duo, and, unexpectedly, Duo had proactively offered to take him along. A great stroke of luck indeed. As long as he left the planet with Duo, without the strong gravitational force bothersome there, he could use a mechanical watch to teleport away. You saved my life. No need to talk about compensation with me. Your matters are my matters. I will definitely help you, Lin Shen said righteously. That's wonderful. You really are a good person. I think we could become really good friends, right? That's for sure. We are already good friends. Lin Shen and Duo exchanged smiles, each with an unreadable gleam in their eyes. Lin Shen thought he had gained a great advantage, feeling somewhat guilty about using Duo. Little did he know, Duo also had similar thoughts, but she didn't feel guilty at all. At this moment, Duo was no longer the original Duo. Deep in her eyes shimmered a strange purple hue. That was the purple of the butterfly lady. The body was still Duo's, but the soul controlling it was no longer hers. So the current Duo didn't possess any of Duo's memories, knew nothing about Duo, and didn't understand much about divine beings. She drew Lin Shen close merely to use him to speed up her understanding about divine beings and Duo. Little did she know, Lin Shen was more clueless, knowing even less about Duo and divine beings than she did. Two schemers, each thinking they had outsmarted the other. Chapter 965, Chrysanthemum, Duo, you remember the way out, right? Lin Shen asked naturally as he walked alongside Duo. Don't you know the way out? Duo stopped and stared at Lin Shen inquiringly. I've been lost for quite some time, otherwise I wouldn't have stayed here for so many days, Lin Shen replied with sincerity that bordered on the absolute truth. I'll try, but my memory isn't very clear. Let's just go by feeling, Duo said, withdrawing her gaze as she tried to discern the correct path. Of course, she knew the way out. Nobody knew these pathways better than she did. It's just that she didn't want to reveal that fact. Lin Shen frowned upon hearing this, but had no other choice than to follow Duo's instincts. Under Duo's lead, after several wrong turns and many days, they finally found the exit to the underground cave, albeit not the same one through which Lin Shen had entered. The purple light outside had long since vanished. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Shen found himself amongst rows of immensely large volcanoes, neatly aligned and extending to the horizon, their number indiscernible. Lin Shen wondered to himself how, under such strong gravitational forces, such protruding volcanoes could exist. This science didn't seem right. What's even more peculiar was the orderly arrangement of these volcanoes. Natural volcanoes wouldn't be so precisely aligned. Even the distances between them seemed uniform. While Lin Shen was pondering, he saw Duo walking towards a strange device parked nearby. Lin Shen thought it to be a device, not a starship or anything of that sort, because it looked nothing like any ship or battlecruiser he'd known. The device's main body was an upright oval-shaped black metallic structure, encircled by a massive blue crystal ring. Seeing Duo moving towards it, Lin Shen hurriedly called for Little Tiger and the four cubs to follow. Duo reached the device, which she knew to be the starship they'd arrived in, but had no idea how to activate it. She thought of asking Lin Shen for help, yet felt it might be too much if even this had slipped her mind. Advanced technology saved her the trouble. The device had already sensed her approach, automatically activating, opening the hatch, and extending a ladder. Duo ascended with composure, while a voice within the ship greeted her. Master, welcome back aboard the Chrysanthemum. Following Duo to the steps, Lin Shen's expression turned slightly odd upon hearing the device's name. He stepped forward to ascend the steps, but was blocked by a sudden appearance of a light screen. Master, a life form is attempting to intrude into the Chrysanthemum. Shall I launch an attack to eliminate the intruder? Smart Brain's voice rang out again. They are my friends. Let them board, said Duo. Understood, Smart Brain acknowledged, and the light screen impeding Lin Shen instantly vanished. Lin Shen couldn't help but marvel at the advanced technology of the Divine Being clan, indeed superior to that of the ancient realm. Once on board the starship, Lin Shen looked around and saw a hologram presenting a poised butler image before Duo. Master, where shall we head to now? Asked the butler hologram. Home, Duo responded, though in reality she wasn't eager to return just yet. Her understanding of the intricacies of the Divine Being clan was still too limited. But under the current circumstances, if she didn't head straight home but instead went to another planet, it would only make Duo's family even more suspicious. Uncle Shui has died, and she herself suffered injuries and amnesia, yet she doesn't rush home immediately, which would make anyone doubt her intentions. All right, Master, please drive carefully, the butler replied, and then a pilot seat emerged ahead. Duo looked at the pilot seat, feeling somewhat troubled in her heart. She didn't know how to pilot such a device at all if she were truly human. Even if not actually Duo, she should have known to tell the butler to switch to autopilot mode by now. Unfortunately, she was neither human nor familiar with such devices. Although Duo knew nothing, she had her own ways. She cast her gaze on Lin Shen and said, I'm feeling a little unwell. You drive. Lin Shen was bewildered. He had no idea how to operate such a contraption. But since Duo had asked him to pilot it, Lin Shen instinctively assumed that every divine being should know how to. Otherwise, why would Duo let him do it without even asking if he knew how? Now, if Lin Shen admitted he couldn't pilot or requested autopilot, he was worried that might arouse Duo's suspicions. Both novices thought the other must know a lot, not realizing they were equally ignorant. Just as Lin Shen was pondering how not to give himself away, to his astonishment, he saw Little Tiger sit down and expertly start the piloting sequence. Lin Shen felt both alarmed and delighted, thankful that Little Tiger had diffused the moment for him, yet puzzled as to how he knew how to pilot the ship, and so deftly at that. Seeing Little Tiger pilot the ship so proficiently, Duo became even more convinced that she could obtain a lot of information about the Divine Being clan from Lin Shen. Taking advantage of the moment when Duo wasn't paying attention to him, Little Tiger winked at Lin Shen and then issued a series of commands to the butler. After obtaining Duo's authorization, the butler followed Little Tiger's instructions, and the chrysanthemum began to start up. The crystal ring outside split into 3 intersecting crystal rings, which then began to spin slowly, accelerating rapidly. The speed of the crystal rings became faster and faster, the blue light intensifying, eventually forming a white orb of light reminiscent of a vortex. In the next second, the chrysanthemum vanished as if it had teleported, leaving behind bizarre spatial ripples on the planet. We will need over 600 hours to return to Duo's home. You can rest for now, Little Tiger said while piloting the chrysanthemum, addressing both Duo and Lin Shen. Duo, since you're not feeling well, go and rest first. I'm here, Lin Shen said. Duo nodded her head and said to the butler, come with me, I need your help with some inquiries. She had no idea where she should rest and could only have the butler lead the way. After Duo and the butler left, Lin Shen approached Little Tiger without speaking. He suspected there was panoramic surveillance inside the chrysanthemum, that every move he made was being watched. He couldn't afford to make any slip-ups. Little Tiger smiled and said, piloting is quite boring, let's browse the news online. Saying so, Little Tiger called out to the butler, and another hologram of the butler appeared beside him, accepting his commands and opening the chrysanthemum's network. Lin Shen's face was expressionless, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Little Tiger, this lad, really is thoughtful and understanding, not letting me down. Not too shabby at least. Chapter 966, 6 Great Star Regions. On the network of the Celestial Court, Lin Shen saw many things that surprised him. The Celestial Court was much larger than he had imagined. The ancient realm area he was in was just on the edge of the South Star District, which was one of the 6 Great Star Regions of the Celestial Court. There were countless numbers of such ancient realm areas on the fringes of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court was the center of the universe, with the ancient realm area merely being a minor addition. The Celestial Court was divided into 6 Great Star Regions: Central Heaven Star Region, Hutu Star Region, South Star Region, North Star Region, East Star Region, and West Star Region. Each star region was ruled by an ultimate powerhouse, and the ruler of the Central Heaven Star Region was also the ruler of the entire Celestial Court. Lin Shen was very familiar with the name of the ruler of the Celestial Court, for it was the Jade Emperor who had voluntarily become Lin Shen's guardian spirit, yet Lin Shen could never quite recall his name. Within the Celestial Court, immortal creatures were essentially the lowest level of beings. Even a newborn infant inherently possessed the power of law. However, here, the power of law was not called by that name, but was known as aberrant trait. All divine beings in the Celestial Court descended from those ancient beings of incomparable existence, and the strength of their bloodlines was beyond what Lin Shen, a man from the ancient realm area, could comprehend. However, there was also a distinction in the quality of divine beings, broadly classified into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower divine beings. Most divine beings were born as lower divine beings, and by cultivating divine skills, one could elevate their rank. Even among lower divine beings, there were differences based on aberrant traits. Common divine beings, earth-tier divine beings, and heaven-tier divine beings. Lin Shen roughly understood that these so-called 3 different ranks of divine beings corresponded to 3 different law hierarchies: human law immortals, earth law immortals, and heaven law immortals, the latter being the Dharma kings of the ancient realm. Middle divine beings were on another level entirely, and Lin Shen still hadn't figured out the qualitative differences between them. Like in the ancient realm, common divine beings were the most common, earth-tier divine beings were somewhat numerous, and heaven-tier divine beings were extremely rare. Unlike in the ancient realm, even though heaven-tier divine beings were rare, they did not exist like Dharma kings where each family could only have one. In one family, there could be several heaven-tier divine beings without conflict. The grades of deformed species also corresponded to those of divine beings, also categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades, but not classified as human, earth, or heaven. Deformed species were divided into common, mutated, and divine beasts, which also corresponded to the 3 laws: human, earth, and heaven. Above the upper divine beings and divine beasts, there were more advanced life forms known as ultimate divine beings or ultimate divine beasts, ultimate creatures. However, the number of ultimate gods was extremely rare. Apart from the rulers of the 6 Great Star Regions, there weren't many ultimate gods in the Celestial Court, and they seldom appeared in the Great Star Regions. Duo was looking for the legendary ultimate creature White Tiger, of which there was no visual data available, and it was unknown if anyone had truly seen it. Lin Shen estimated that his own strength was quite decent among lower divine beings. In a real fight, he might have a chance of winning against a lower divine being. No wonder Tianchu was able to injure the divine being who guided him into the Celestial Court after surging in. That must have been just a lower divine being, Lin Shen thought as he was contemplating, when suddenly he saw a familiar face in the news. It's Duo. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, not expecting to see Duo in the news. Soon, Lin Shen knew the true identity of Duo. He was the sixth son of the clan leader of the Sun, Chasing Clan, one of the two great divine being families in the Central Heaven Star region. The news showed Duo following the clan leader to meet another divine being family, a family Lin Shen was also familiar with, the Yitian clan, which possessed the sun-shooting great method. Duo attended the meeting with the clan leader not because he was more favored than other children, but because he was the one chosen to marry into the Yitian clan. The marriage between the two great families of the Central Heaven Star region was a major event that shook the entire celestial court, and it was being discussed in all the great star regions, making it easy for Lin Shen to see as well. Lin Shen could tell that Duo was someone with status, never expecting that his status would be so significant. According to the news, the Sun-Chasing clan and Yitian clan were two great forces that used to restrain each other, often clashing over interests. This sudden marriage between the two families had everyone secretly speculating whether there would be any changes in the structure of the Central Heaven Star region. Lin Shen's understanding of the celestial court and divine beings was only superficial. He couldn't guess what was really going on. Lin Shen had wanted to find an opportunity to teleport away, but discovered that his mechanical wristwatch was still being disrupted during the spaceship's flight, rendering it unusable. He could only wait until the spaceship stopped to find a way to teleport away. While Lin Shen was watching the news, Duo was also watching the news, fearing being exposed, and so he did not actively search for the information he wanted to know, only gathering information from the news. The two imposters, each with their own thoughts on a spaceship, were headed towards an unpredictable future aboard the Chrysanthemum. It didn't take long for little Jade to let the steward switch to autopilot. He was absorbed in watching the news himself. Having watched a lot of news, Lin Shen realized it was not as difficult to pretend to be a divine being as he had thought. Among the many ancient realms, very few were capable of physically entering the celestial court, so Lin Shen, with a physical body, was almost indistinguishable from divine beings as long as he didn't expose himself. This gave Lin Shen the feeling of being an undercover agent infiltrating the enemy lines, striving to understand the celestial court as much as possible. Even if he returned to the ancient realm later, he would still have to deal with the trouble of the celestial court. He himself did not currently need to worry about the death ordeal, but Tianxun was already an immortal who must undergo the death ordeal. If Tianxun couldn't survive it and had to choose to rush into the celestial court, that wouldn't be good at all. Those entering the celestial court from the ancient realm were basically the lowest layer of the celestial court. Even beings as powerful as Emperor Tianshu remained unaccounted for now. Tianxun could hardly be stronger than Emperor Tianshu, and her situation might be even worse if she came. Lin Shen was somewhat glad now. Glad that he had come to the celestial court first. Glad he knew these things. He had to find a way out for Tianxun and his friends and family. He couldn't just let them be at the mercy of others once they arrived. Unfortunately, my heaven-defying bone isn't complete yet. The information about heaven-defying bone mentioned that it has the potential to evolve to the ultimate state of life. I wonder if it refers to ultimate creatures. Lin Shen thought about his nearly complete heaven-defying bone, resolving to somehow retrieve the fire seed from Long Yue and Ouyang Yudu's bodies when he returned. Chapter 967, Deng Family over 600 hours for Lin Shen and Duo did not feel particularly long. It even seemed somewhat brief. They were both earnestly absorbing all kinds of information and knowledge from the celestial court, planning for the future. To Lin Shen's surprise, such advanced technology in the celestial court coexisted with a highly conservative place. The hierarchical system of the celestial court was extremely strict, with lower divine beings, middle divine beings, and upper divine beings having different levels of access in the celestial court, and the planets allocated to them were also different. Indeed, the planets inhabited by divine beings were allocated by the celestial court, as were the resources. The planets and resources that the lower divine beings could be allocated were far from comparable to those of middle divine beings, and what middle divine beings accessed paled in comparison to the upper divine beings. Thus, the celestial court was also a place of survival of the fittest, where the stronger you were, the more resources the celestial court would allocate to you. The more Lin Shen learned about the celestial court, the more he found this place to be utterly bizarre. A systemic distribution within a cosmic-level civilization with such developed technology. Everything had to be obtained through allocation, and there were basically no wars here. If anyone dared to start a conflict, they would incur divine punishment from the lords of the star regions, leading to severe injury at best or being wiped from existence at worst. Divine beings generally have only two ways to obtain resources. One is through the celestial court's allocation, and the other is to venture into star domains beyond the 6 great star regions. The distribution methods of the celestial court were actually quite diverse, with all sorts of competitions and leaderboards. If you ranked well, the allocated resources could be quite generous. Various competitions and rankings were very interesting. There were the typical battles between lower divine beings, middle divine beings, and upper divine beings. There were also many pet battle competitions, which were fairly standard, and the resources they awarded were quite decent. Some of the more odd and peculiar competitions and rankings, however, seemed very strange. There were even beauty contests at the Celestial Court, divided into male and female categories, which divine beings of all levels could participate in, judged solely on beauty rather than strength. If you managed to place well in a beauty contest, the resources granted were equally abundant. Lin Shen was intrigued and thought about whether he should bring Ouyang Yudu over to compete. They might immediately achieve resource freedom. With the sheer variety of competitions, Lin Shen wondered if this place was not the Celestial Court, but instead a huge super competition arena. In any case, there were no idle individuals in the Celestial Court. If you wished to obtain resources, you could, but only by participating in competitions and earning rankings to gain substantial information. Even if one did not join any competition, the Celestial Court would not let you starve. They would still provide a planet, resources, and benefits, which were all the most basic guarantees, enough only to maintain the most basic living conditions. The more Lin Shen observed, the more he felt something was off about the Celestial Court, extremely off. He had only seen the Celestial Court dispensing large amounts of resources and benefits, but he had not seen where these resources came from. Resources in the Celestial Court were allocated without requiring taxation. No taxes were, of course, a good thing, but without any income, how did the Celestial Court distribute these resources, and from where did the rewards for the competitions come? It wasn't a matter of just 1 or 2 days. The Celestial Court had an exceedingly long history, spanning countless eons, always following this distribution method. Not to mention the distributed planets, certainly. The numerous resource rewards couldn't just appear out of nowhere, right? Even more bizarre was that the lords of the 6 great star regions, including the lord of the Celestial Court, the Jade Emperor, had never appeared in true form. Lin Shen had been watching the news for a long time, but he had never seen these individuals in the media. All information about them came secondhand from others. No wonder I can't recall what the Jade Emperor looks like. Not to speak of me, even the divine beings within the Celestial Court, unless they are top figures with access to the Lord of the Celestial Court, probably don't know what the Jade Emperor looks like, Lin Shen thought to himself. In these days, Lin Shen and Duo had many exchanges. Duo's recovery seemed quite good, slowly recalling many things. She didn't realize that these recollections were actually all brought back from watching the news. To ensure she had no oversights, she deliberately sought to chat with Lin Shen and Xiao Yu to see if they could detect any flaws. The result pleased her. Neither Lin Shen nor Xiao Yu noticed any problems. She didn't know that Lin Shen and Xiao Yu knew no more than she did. How could they spot any flaws? Due to an unlikely turn of events, Lin Shen and Duo found themselves in the sun-chasing nebula cluster of the Central Heaven Star region, a heritage granted by the Celestial Court to Quafu, the ancestor of the sun-chasing clan, and passed down from generation to Duo. However, no matter how it was inherited or divided, the sun-chasing nebula cluster had always belonged to the sun-chasing clan, a fact immutable. Duo's father, Deng Xian, was the clan leader of the sun-chasing clan, and his residence was in the best star system within the sun-chasing nebula cluster, naturally, on the finest planet of the sun-chasing clan. As Deng Xian's son, though Duo had also been allocated a planet by the Celestial Court, he did not reside on his own planet but always lived with Deng Xian on Quafu Star. Rules were fair, but backgrounds were different. With a father like Deng Xian, many things came naturally without the need to compete with others. Even if competition was required, with Deng Xian's help, his peers stood no chance against him. However, Duo seemed rarely involved in various competitions, not relying on his background and cultivation to vie for resources. Apart from joining Deng Xian in attending meetings with the Yidian clan, hardly anything about Duo could be found online. Even such a significant event as an inter-clan marriage, where Duo was one of the principal figures, yielded scant information upon investigation. Mostly, it was about his exceptional talents, diligent study, and rapid progress in cultivation. Nothing substantial. In contrast, Duo's brothers, sisters, and younger siblings seemed much more intriguing, with plenty of embarrassing details to dig up. If not for this union, very few people would be aware of Deng Duo, the 6th son of the Deng family. When the chrysanthemum descended onto Quafu Star, both Lin Shen and Duo were equally nervous. Lin Shen feared his identity being revealed, and so did Duo. As the spaceship entered the skyport and Lin Shen followed Duo disembarking, they could see a person leading a group of people coming to greet them from afar. Seeing that imposing figure approaching, Lin Shen felt incredibly uneasy but had to feign calm. Chapter 968, Mistaken Identity. The approaching figure was clad in black, followed by hundreds of others, all dressed similarly. Their daunting demeanor gave Lin Shen the impression they were part of the underworld, ready to draw their blades at a moment's disagreement. Could it be, I've been exposed? Are these people here to get me? Lin Shen felt uneasy inside. He had been stealthily testing whether he could use his mechanical wristwatch to teleport away from here, yet for some reason it still wouldn't activate. If a fight broke out now, he didn't think he could escape. Lin Shen looked at Duo and noticed that she also seemed a bit tense, guessing she probably hadn't remembered who this person was. It seemed her mind hadn't fully recovered yet. Could this person be an enemy of Duo's? Lin Shen wondered, but then he saw the man walking straight towards him, not towards Duo. It's over, I've definitely been spotted. Lin Shen's mind raced, but he couldn't think of any way to get out of this situation. Fight his way out? Kuafu Star was the stronghold of the sun-chasing clan with no shortage of upper gods. Even if Lin Shen were given 3 extra lives, it wouldn't be enough. But what could he do if not fight his way out? He certainly couldn't just sit and wait for death, right? Ultimately, Lin Shen abandoned the idea and decided not to resist, planning to drag Duo down with him. Only by dragging Duo into this could he possibly save his own life. As Lin Shen was thinking, the man with the air of an underworld boss had already reached him, opened his arms wide, and moved towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen had already decided not to resist and let himself be captured by the other party, but to his surprise, the man embraced him tightly and said, "Sixth, we finally meet. Your brother has missed you so much." Lin Shen was dumbfounded and couldn't react immediately. What in the world was happening? Duo was also dumbfounded, not understanding the situation herself. As far as she knew, the person whose body she had taken should be Deng a Duo, the 6th son of the Deng family. So, what was this all about? What's wrong? Not happy to see your second brother? The man with the air of an underworld boss, after embracing Lin Shen, took a step back to look him over. Noticing Lin Shen's odd expression, he frowned and said, I think you've got the wrong person. I'm not Deng a Duo, Lin Shen cautiously said. Even though he felt it was unlikely that this man would not recognize his own brother, other than that, he couldn't think of any other possibility. You're not 6th? What a joke. If you're not 6th, then who here could be? You're not suggesting that he is 6th, are you? 6th, you really are mischievous, playing jokes on your brother again, aren't you? The underworld boss-like second elder of the Deng family, with one arm over Lin Shen's shoulder, spoke cheerfully. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, Lin Shen still seemed rather slender next to the second elder of the Deng family, whose actions indicated a close relationship with Duo. Of course, Lin Shen couldn't possibly be his 6th brother. The real Duo was standing right in front of him, yet he failed to recognize her, which was rather embarrassing. Seeing Lin Shen not laughing, the opposite Duo also kept her gaze on him. The second elder of the Deng family seemed to sense that something was amiss, slowly releasing his embrace of Lin Shen, looking at him with a puzzled expression and asking, "You really aren't 6th brother? Second brother, you've truly become more foolish, mistaking even your own younger brother." That really takes the cake. A voice that was neither too harsh nor too flippant sounded. The crowd turned their heads and saw a man in white walking over while swinging a folding fan. With a face like jade and an upright posture, he exuded a dashing elegance swinging his folding fan. But for some reason, Lin Shen always felt that this man was too effeminate. Holding a folding fan, he still thought he had more of a manly aura than himself. Behind the man in white likewise followed several hundred people, all dressed in the same white outfits. In stark contrast to the black-clad men brought by the second elder of the Deng family, they lined up clearly on either side, the difference between them glaringly obvious. "Eldest brother, mind your own business." "Stop spouting nonsense over there," sneered the second elder of the Deng family at the man in white, turning away from Lin Shen with a grin and reaching to drape his arm over Duo's shoulder while saying, "Duo, I've been working so hard lately that my vision has blurred, and missing you so much, I mistook someone else for you. I'll take you to the Immortal Gate to have a grand time as an apology." Duo placed one hand on the second elder's arm, preventing him from embracing her. "I appreciate the thought, but I'm still injured and would like to go rest first." The second elder of the Deng family had a thick face and didn't seem bothered, naturally retracting his hand and looking at Duo with concern, saying, "Duo, where are you injured? Tell me, and I will have someone treat you right now." Duo had not said anything yet when the eldest of the Deng family said with a sneer, "Second brother, stop acting already. How could you not know about 6th's injury? How could I know Duo has just returned?" Second brother's face darkened. "Didn't you always keep an eye on 6th's chrysanthemum? Uncle Shui didn't come back with her. Could you really be unaware of what happened?" The eldest of the Deng family sneered. "Eldest brother, don't make slanderous accusations. Who has been spying on Duo's spacecraft? Sounds like you're talking about yourself," the second elder of the Deng family retorted immediately. But the eldest of the Deng family ignored him and turned to Duo, saying, "6th, Uncle Shui didn't come back with you, which certainly means something unexpected happened on your trip, right? We encountered the purple rosy nether butterfly on a planet. Uncle Shui sacrificed himself to save me." Duo sighed in reply. Both the eldest and the second elder of the Deng family's expressions changed, with the eldest saying, "The purple rosy nether butterfly is an upper divine beast. The fact that you returned alive is already great fortune. Uncle Shui sought benevolence and died a benevolent death. There's no need for you to be too heartbroken. You mentioned being injured just now. Were you hurt by the purple rosy nether butterfly? If so, we must treat you immediately. Injuries from the purple rosy nether butterfly are not so easily dealt with, and if treatment is not prompt, it could leave endless troubles. Injuries from the purple rosy nether butterfly cannot be cured by ordinary art of healing. I have someone under my command with the extreme Yang divine skill, which is the nemesis to that purple rosy nether butterfly." The second elder of the Deng family immediately chimed in. If indeed injured by the purple rosy nether butterfly, Sixth brother might not have even survived to receive your eager attentions here and would have died en route. A woman in green approached, casting a scornful glance at both the eldest and the second elder of the Deng family, and without further ado took Duo's hand and said, "Sixth brother, come with me." Lin Shen saw that the expressions on the faces of the eldest and the second elder of the Deng family weren't very pleasing, but they made no move to stop the woman. Lin Shen kept looking at the woman's hair, noticing something inserted among her locks that seemed to be either a hairpin or a clasp, which to his astonishment was covered with thick mosaic. Even Celestial Court has mosaics, Lin Shen thought with surprise, and quickly followed after them. Chapter 969, Unmistakable Lin Shen was about to follow, but he was stopped by the second elder of the Deng family, dressed in black. "You're Tian, right? Come with me." The second elder of the Deng family snapped his fingers, and immediately two black-clad divine beings came over, flanking Lin Shen from left and right. "Duo saved my life. I must follow him," Lin Shen quickly spoke loudly. Over the past few days on the spaceship, he had enjoyed his conversations with Duo. Although he had intentions of using him, it seemed that Duo had a favorable impression of him and would probably not abandon him. The woman and Duo turned their heads to look at Lin Shen. The woman glanced at him and then turned her gaze towards Duo. Although she said nothing, her intention was clear. She was asking Duo whether they should take Lin Shen with them. "It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. We'll meet again if fate allows." Duo waved his hand at Lin Shen with nonchalance and then turned around and left. Lin Shen was stunned. The way Duo talked to him before wasn't like this. Why did it suddenly change? It was like breaking the bridge after crossing the river. This bastard. Lin Shen cursed Duo in his mind for being shameless, but he was helpless. Fortunately, he had not really expected Duo to be a good person. He just wanted to use Duo to escape the gigantic neutron star. The woman looked at Lin Shen with some confusion and then turned and left with Duo. "Kid, no one is here to take you away from me now. Just walk quietly," said the second elder of the Deng family, moving forward. Lin Shen knew that there was no escape now and could only follow the second elder of the Deng family with Xiao Yu. It was a situation he couldn't avoid. If he didn't maintain his dignity, the second elder of the Deng family would surely make someone else help him maintain it. Once they left the spaceport, the second elder of the Deng family led them to a flight vehicle, which took them directly to a place that looked like a warehouse. The second elder of the Deng family sat on a large chair staring at Lin Shen without blinking. "Second master, have I ever offended you?" Lin Shen asked. "No," the second elder of the Deng family shook his head. "Has Master Duo ever offended you?" Lin Shen asked again. Lin Shen had thought that if the second elder had issues with Duo and was targeting him because of that, he could claim that he now hated Duo and wanted to switch sides. To his surprise, the second elder of the Deng family thought about it and then shook his head. "No, he hasn't either." Lin Shen was momentarily dumbfounded. Luckily, after spending a long time with the Celestial Master Institute, his mind had become sharper, and he quickly said, "Since none of us has offended you, and Master Duo has saved my life, the Deng family has been kind to me. If Second Master has any commands, just tell me. To repay the great kindness, I will certainly not fail in what you entrust to me." The second elder of the Deng family smiled cheerfully at Lin Shen. "I didn't expect you to be so timid. It's quite surprising." Lin Shen smiled awkwardly. "Being grateful is my motto." The second elder of the Deng family laughed happily. "Very good. I like people who are grateful. Since you are a person who repays kindness, you should follow the principle of, for a drop of water given, return a gushing spring, right?" "Of course," Lin Shen affirmed solemnly. "Good. I'm very happy today. Just keep me company and have fun." Saying this, the second elder of the Deng family waved his hand, and the minions standing on both sides quickly exited. As Lin Shen was puzzling over what the second elder of the Deng family meant, he saw some men in black enter, bringing in many items. "What is this for?" Lin Shen watched as they set down their items, his expression turning bizarre. Lin Shen had originally thought that the second elder of the Deng family was a violent maniac who wanted to torture him with various implements to extract the truth. However, the items brought in were not torture instruments, but various items that looked like alcohol and a variety of gourmet food. Seeing this, Lin Shen really thought that the second elder of the Deng family just wanted someone to drink with. But the items brought in next completely overturned Lin Shen's expectations. The black-clothed men actually brought in a white bathtub filled with water and strewn with petals. There were even romantic candles lit on the table, but the whip lying beside made Lin Shen unable to associate the candles and gourmet food, instead giving rise to very unpleasant associations. It wasn't until a round waterbed was brought in that Lin Shen almost confirmed his suspicions. This second elder of the Deng family, he's actually a depraved pervert. Lin Shen clenched his teeth, already resolved to fight desperately. Lin Shen, a man standing upright and tall, would never endure such humiliation. He'd rather die standing than live on his knees. "Let me see today what is so extraordinary about a divine being." Lin Shen silently channeled his vigor force, intending to use the 3-star system. Suddenly, the second elder of the Deng family seated on the sofa clapped his hands. Instantly, a series of figures entered one after another, standing behind Lin Shen in a row, blocking his escape route and forming a pincer attack with the second elder on the other side. But when Lin Shen turned to look closely at the row of people who came in, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. The row in front of him was composed of long-legged beauties with fair skin and clad in skimpy bikinis, each posing seductively. Some were tender and affectionate, some aloof and pure, some coquettishly batting their eyelashes, and some blushing, seemingly too shy to make eye contact with Lin Shen, lowering their adorable faces. The variety of stunning women made Lin Shen's head spin. The key was that these beauties had distinctive features and extraordinary demeanor, not just identical twins that one might mistake for one another. "Call them over," the second elder commanded languidly from his seat on the sofa, addressing the beauties. "Hello, young master. My name is Ch901. My name is Warner. My name is—" the women seductively announced their names. Lin Shen was full of doubt, unsure what exactly the second elder of the Deng family was up to. "What's wrong, sixth? Didn't find these goddesses to your liking?" "These are beauties who rank within the top 10,000 on the last celestial goddess leaderboard. If you don't like them, I can switch them out for another group," the second elder said cheerfully. "Second young master, you really have mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Deng a duo," Lin Shen said, confused about why the second elder still mistook him even at this point. It was truly strange. "Of course, I know you're not Deng a duo, and I have no interest in entertaining him." The second elder sat up straight and said earnestly to Lin Shen, "Your brother and I are brothers, and moreover, friends who have shared life and death experiences. He even saved my life. I won't forget a word he said. He mentioned he had a younger brother. Naturally, his brother is also my brother. Although I haven't met you before, I recognized you at first sight. You and your brother have a unique aura that sets you apart from others. You are the young sixth master of the Lin family, right?" Chapter 970, Divine Travel, Vast Void. Lin Shen looked at the second elder of the Deng family, at a loss for words for a moment. If you say he's talking nonsense, trying to trick information out of Lin Shen's mouth, but how could an ordinary person know his surname Lin, know he has a brother, and know his nickname as the young master? But to say he really has some connection with the Lin family, he also called Lin Shen young sixth master. Where did this sixth come from in the Lin family? Including their elder sister, they only have 5 siblings, so where did this young sixth master come from? If there really isn't any relation, how could the second elder of the Deng family dare to assert such things as if they were true? Looking at the second elder of the Deng family, Lin Shen was truly puzzled by him, unclear about his actual situation. "Young sixth master, don't be stunned, choose." "If you don't like them, we can change for another batch," said the second elder of the Deng family casually. "I'm not interested in these. Let them go out. Let's talk alone." Lin Shen wasn't sure who the man had mistaken him for, and it was better to clarify first. Otherwise, when the second elder of the Deng family discovers he is not that person, the consequences will be more troublesome than clarifying now. The second elder of the Deng family waved his hand, letting all the women out. Lin Shen waited for them all to leave and the door to be closed, leaving only him and the second elder in the warehouse. Then he carefully said, "Second young master." But as soon as he had uttered 3 words, he was interrupted by the second elder of the Deng family. "Don't call me second young master. You are my brother's younger brother, which makes you my brother too. Call me second brother." "Second brother Deng, you said I'm your brother's younger brother. Then what is your brother's name?" Lin Shen asked. It was simple for Lin Shen to clarify this matter. Knowing the name of the second elder of the Deng family's brother would naturally differentiate if the person he mentioned had any relation to Lin Shen. Of course, it would be best if there were a photo, with the advanced technology of Celestial Court, and the strong relationship between the second elder and that person as they called each other brothers, it would be normal to have taken any recorded images together. "I don't know." The answer from the second elder was unexpected. "I'm asking your brother's name," thinking he hadn't heard clearly, Lin Shen repeated. "Yes, I don't know," answered the second elder as if it were only natural, his expression unchanged. Lin Shen looked at the second elder with an extremely bizarre expression. The second elder Deng claimed the person was his brother but didn't even know his name. But the second elder was indifferent to Lin Shen's gaze, self-indulgently saying, "The friendship of gentlemen is as pure as water. If the friendship has endured long, why bother about what the other's surname is, or their origin? Though I come from a prominent family, the brotherhood between me and your brother is something no external forces can interfere with. Rest assured, staying here, with me around, no one can do anything to you." Dumbfounded, Lin Shen looked at the second elder, thinking this man was really spouting nonsense. He said so much, but actually just expressed one thing, that the second elder of the Deng family and the person from Lin family he mentioned were not actually familiar. Lin Shen speculated that maybe the person just passed by and casually helped him, without making a big deal out of it, yet he considered the person a sworn brother. Of course, it's also possible that there wasn't even such a person, and the second elder just fabricated him to deceive Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought carefully. On the chrysanthemum, he had never revealed his surname or his family ties, not even topics related to it. How did the second elder of the Deng family know his surname Lin and knew he had a brother? Lin Shen pondered left and right, but he still felt that there was something wrong. Second elder of the Deng family, however, did not dwell so much on it. He stood up, patted Lin Shen on the shoulder, and said, "Settle down in peace, and let me know if you need anything. Here on Kwafu Star, there is rarely anything that I cannot handle." As he spoke, second elder of the Deng family left the warehouse. When he reached the doorway, he turned around and said another sentence to Lin Shen, "Keep your distance from Duo. That guy may look harmless, but he's actually very scheming, the kind who would trap and kill without compensating. If you get too close to him, you'll suffer." "Second brother Deng, are you really sure that I am your brother's younger brother?" Lin Shen couldn't help but ask again. He clearly understood that Duo was not someone to be associated with. He had just returned to Kwafu Star and had already been tricked by him. Fortunately, the second elder of the Deng family had other plans. Otherwise, Lin Shen's days would certainly not be easy. That bastard Duo, to burn the bridges after crossing. I will settle this account with him sooner or later, Lin Shen thought bitterly to himself. Little did he know that Duo brought him back just to have him serve as a witness, to prove that he was injured and had issues with his brain. The people of the Deng family wanted to question Lin Shen, which was exactly what Duo needed. Lin Shen didn't need to lie. By simply stating what he knew, he could assist her. But Duo didn't expect that the second elder of the Deng family would recognize Lin Shen and didn't ask anything, nullifying her earlier scheming. Actually, Duo was overthinking it. None of the Deng family really suspected anything wrong with her. Or rather, during this crucial period of marriage alliance between the two clans, even if there were issues with Deng Duo, they wouldn't let these issues become a problem. While Duo was still carefully dealing with the Deng family members, Lin Shen was already flying high with joy. This warehouse was originally the second elder of the Deng family's personal play den, not only filled with various high-tech products but also many top-notch collectibles. Lin Shen did not touch those collectibles. He simply used an ordinary smart brain to accomplish many incredible operations. The technological advancement of Celestial Court far exceeded Lin Shen's imagination. Because Celestial Court does not allow divine beings to harm each other, nor does it allow the initiation of wars, otherwise calamities would descend. But divine beings, possessing such formidable powers and having no outlet to vent, would eventually become a problem. The numerous rankings created by Celestial Court were also an attempt to address this issue. Lin Shen had previously wondered, with Celestial Court being so vast and boundless and so many divine beings, how did they gather to participate in various competitions? Even if they used the teleportation array to transport repeatedly, in such a vast cosmic universe, who could frequently afford to transport this way? The waste of time, energy, and resources was too immense. Now, Lin Shen finally understood how it worked. The Celestial Court actually had a device called Divine Travel Vast Void Pod, through which thoughts could enter a world known as the Great Void. The Great Void world was similar to a gaming world. Dying there had no effect on the body. However, in the Great Void world, one could do anything that couldn't be done in the Celestial Court. One could engage in frenzied battles or unlimited killing, and the reality of that world made many suspect that the Great Void world was not a virtual world. The Divine Travel Vast Void Pods could replicate everything 100%, identical to one's real-life existence. Even clothes, electronic devices, pets, aberrant divine artifacts, etc. could be replicated, leading some to suspect that the Great Void was actually another parallel universe. All sorts of rankings in Celestial Court were conducted in the Great Void world. Chapter 971, Virtual or Real. Lin Shen used the Divine Travel Vast Void device to enter the Great Void world and discovered that this place indeed bore no difference from the real world. When he entered the Divine Travel Vast Void device, it felt like he had gone through a teleportation and arrived at this magical place, and everything about him remained unchanged, making Lin Shen find it hard to believe that this world wasn't really existing. This definitely isn't any virtual world. Lin Shen checked himself for a moment and found that all his belongings had been brought along without missing anything. To be virtual, at least data is needed to make it virtual. How could things be virtually recreated the same without any data? It's normal for other things to be virtually created through the Divine Travel Vast Void device, but it was unusual that one thing also entered the Great Void world with him. Strictly speaking, it wasn't just one thing, but rather a type of pet, not just one pet, but two. Those were Xiaoye and Xiaona, the two pets that Lin Shen had always been afraid to reveal. When he acquired them, the message left in the box clearly stated that taking the items inside the box meant making enemies with the whole world. Thus, Lin Shen had always been afraid to let Xiaoye and Xiaona out, even more afraid to let anyone discover their presence. This time, entering the Great Void world, Xiaoye and Xiaona were also replicated along with him. If the Divine Travel Vast Void device could scan the data of Xiaoye and Xiaona, it would be normal to replicate them too. However, now their attributes here were still displayed as First Yao? That is to say, the Divine Travel Vast Void device hadn't managed to scan their data, so how were they virtually created? The only conclusion Lin Shen could come to was that the Great Void wasn't a virtual world at all, but a real place. And he wasn't just there through his mind, but his body had been transported. Lin Shen surveyed his surroundings while contemplating, discovering this place was a not-so-large island, surrounded by an endless ocean. Aside from some plants, there was nothing else on the island. Lin Shen frowned. He had read the instructions of the Divine Travel Vast Void device before entering, and theoretically, after entering the Great Void World, he should appear in some random city. Upper divine beings, middle divine beings, and lower divine beings would be randomly assigned to different cities. There is no concept of planets within the Great Void. The entire Great Void World only consists of one continent, and everyone entering the Great Void World is on this continent. It's just that no one knows how large this continent stretches, and no one has reached the end of the continent. Different levels of divine beings are separated because outside the cities there are a large number of deformed species appearing, which even attack the divine beings within the cities. Massacres also have happened frequently. If a lower divine being appears in an area filled with upper deformed species other than facing death, there isn't much else they could do. Lin Shen originally thought he would be assigned to a city of lower divine beings, as his strength had already reached that level. However, there wasn't just no city here, there wasn't even a single person. Lin Shen soared into the sky, wanting to figure out exactly what place this was. He speculated that this might be some oceanic area on the continent. Because the Great Void World's continent is almost endless, the ocean is more like a pool within the continent. Lin Shen kept soaring higher into the sky, the land shrinking in his eyes continuously. Soon the small island became unseeable to his eyes. Even from such a high position, he hadn't seen the end of the ocean. All that was visible was still the ocean, with no continent in sight. Lin Shen could only keep ascending higher and higher, until the ocean under his feet was as vast as the Star River, yet what he could see was still just the ocean, without any trace of land. Something's wrong. I've never heard of such a vast ocean within the Great Void World, nor have I heard of anyone entering the Great Void World and appearing in such a place. What exactly is going on? Lin Shen was very uncertain in his heart. Lin Shen, fearing he would get lost in this boundless ocean, could only descend vertically along the same route he flew up, and after a long time he returned to the isolated island. He had looked in the sky for so long, not finding the continent, not even discovering a second island. Lin Shen's heart was full of doubts. This place and the Great Void World he understood from the information seemed really quite different. While pondering, Lin Shen chose to exit the Great Void World, his consciousness returning to the Divine Travel Vast Void Chamber. He examined the Divine Travel Vast Void Chamber again, and found no problems. The equipment was all normal, and his operation had been correct. After checking some online materials, Lin Shen confirmed his operations did not have any issues and were unlikely to be wrong. The problem is, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find any mention of such a vast ocean within the Great Void World. Lin Shen re-entered the Divine Travel Vast Void Chamber, wanting to try and see if he would be sent to a normal city again. But after the sensation of teleportation disappeared, he reappeared on the isolated island. What is going on? Lin Shen could only explore the isolated island first to see if he could discover anything. The isolated island wasn't large. It didn't take much time to circle around once. Lin Shen quickly examined the whole island, and then in disbelief, he discovered that there was a Darkbird Temple on this island. This Darkbird Temple was somewhat different from the standard Darkbird Temples. Instead of being a temple, it was more like a cave, only with the words Darkbird Temple carved above the cave entrance. Lin Shen entered the Darkbird Temple, finding the objects inside were rather crude and primitive, but the layout and various items were very similar to those in the Darkbird Temples within the ancient realm, just looking more primitive and simple. Lin Shen attempted to use the Darkbird Temple the way it was intended, and he found that it actually worked. He used the Darkbird Temple in the Great Void World to enter the Commerce Star, then saw the familiar trading area and various leaderboards. This isn't right. How could this be? Lin Shen examined the trading area, merchandise area, and various leaderboards closely, his eyes gradually widening, feeling more and more incredulous. In the leaderboards of Commerce Star, the names of Xiaoyu and Jiwais were still there, which was normal. Besides these leaderboards, Lin Shen also saw another separate Celestial Court leaderboard area containing various rankings, and all the names and items were unfamiliar to Lin Shen, probably those from the various leaderboards of the 6 Great Star regions. The leaderboards of the Ancient Realm and the Great Void World actually all appear in Commerce Star. What exactly is going on? Lin Shen tried asking the Spirit of Commerce Star, but the spirit here did not respond to his questions, only mechanically executing commands. Chapter 972, Strange Thing. Through the operations in Commerce Star, Lin Shen was able to trade with people from the Ancient Realm as well as those from the Celestial Court, and all items would reliably reach his hands. After trading some small items, Lin Shen concluded that when he exited the Great Void World, those small items he had purchased also appeared in reality. The Great Void World is indeed not some virtual world. It is a place that truly exists. Lin Shen became more certain that the Great Void World was real. This brought him great joy. As for some unknown reason, mechanical watches still couldn't be used on Quafu Star, which foiled his plans to take the opportunity to escape. Now, having discovered anomalies in the Great Void World and the existence of Commerce Star there, Lin Shen wondered if he could replicate his previous strategy of selling himself as a commodity in the trading area of Commerce Star so he could return. No sooner said than done. Lin Shen once again entered the Divine Travel Vast Void Chamber. The Divine Travel Vast Void Chamber was completely enclosed. Divine beings would enter it, thinking their true bodies were asleep inside the chamber while their consciousness was transferred into the great void world. Lin Shen now believed that there was no need for divine travel at all. It was the true body that went to that place. Once again entering the isolated island within the great void world, Lin Shen, who had initially planned to head straight for the Dark Bird Temple, suddenly discovered something new on the island. A creature he didn't know where it came from was lying on the beach, seemingly at its last gasp. At a glance, Lin Shen saw that the creature was oddly shaped and couldn't tell what it was. Upon closer inspection, he was greatly surprised. It was a creature similar to a mermaid, with a human torso and a serpent tail and a human-like face. If that were all, it wouldn't be surprising. What was shocking was the creature's hair, which was made of poisonous snakes, remarkably similar to Medusa from the legends. What is this? A hybrid of a mermaid and Medusa? Lin Shen looked at the strange creature lying on the beach, his expression somewhat bizarre. Seeing her motionless on the ground, Lin Shen summoned Xiao Yu to come out and check what exactly was going on with that thing. He didn't dare go over himself. It looked like Medusa, and if he approached and it opened its eyes and petrified him, it would be seeking his own death. After hearing what Lin Shen said, Xiao Yu stared at him with teeth clenched and said, "What's your strength, and what's mine? You won't go yourself, and you make me do everything. Are you even human anymore? You said you're my dear son. When the father has a matter to attend, of course, the son should step up," Lin Shen said with a smile. Xiao Yu trembled with anger and, sulking, stopped talking, examining the strange thing on the beach. He didn't charge forward right away, summoning the Asura blade and Asura fork, and first made a tentative jab into the void with the Asura fork. The thing immediately made a noise as it was jabbed by the Asura fork in Xiao Yu's hand, to the left, right, forward, and backward. Xiao Yu quickly realized that the thing was probably not alive. If it were, being jostled about like that, it would have likely gotten up to fight for its life if it had any left. Assured there was no danger, Xiao Yu then approached. Xiao Yu then approached, so he followed Xiao Yu and walked over. The two squatted down to study the bizarre corpse, and just as they crouched, the creature with its eyes tightly shut suddenly opened them. The two were so startled that they leaped up and flew into the air, hurling various skills and techniques. All sorts of attacks landed on the creature's body, nearly blasting the beach to smithereens, yet the creature showed no reaction and still lay there with its eyes open. The frenzied bombardment of Lin Shen and Xiao Yu didn't inflict any damage on her body. This thing's body is so strong, but why won't it move? As he looked at the unmoving creature, Lin Shen was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. This was the great void world, and Lin Shen didn't think the creature was a divine being. It might be a deformed species native to the great void world. Seeing that she remained motionless, Lin Shen thought for a moment and pulled out the death powder, intending to use it to kill this deformed species to avoid further accidents. Death powder rushed over decisively, without as many concerns as Xiao Yu. Death powder was now an immortal-level creature, possessed twin laws, and had the immensely destructive power of nirvana. In theory, its attack should easily destroy the body of any lower deformed species. But Lin Shen watched as Death Powder's tail, glowing with purple light, stabbed into the creature's body, only leaving a red mark, unable to penetrate at all. The strength of this body is too incredible. Could it be that this isn't a lower deformed species, but a middle or even an upper deformed species? Lin Shen speculated in his mind. He, along with Death Powder and Xiao Yu, studied for a long time, and in the end, could only saw at the creature's neck repeatedly with the scrap sword. The scrap sword was indeed a good thing, its hardness and toughness both exceptionally strong, and it also didn't wear out easily. After so many battles, large and small, there wasn't even a rice-sized notch on it. Those bits that looked like scraps didn't fall off due to long-term wear and showed no signs of wear against such a strong body. Lin Shen kept sawing at the creature's neck, each time only able to shave off a tiny bit of debris. Strangely enough, the creature had its eyes open, and it even seemed like one could sense a liquid similar to blood flowing inside her body. She was clearly alive, but remained completely motionless. Her gaze was dull, just staring blankly, devoid of any vitality, similar to an inflatable doll. Lin Shen sawed for a long time and finally opened a small hole in her neck. The fluid began to flow out. Lin Shen thought that at this rate, it was unknown how much time would be needed to saw off her head. It might be better to bleed her dry. If her blood drained out, maybe she would die. Taking out a water bag, Lin Shen collected the fluid flowing out of her body while continuously sawing with the scrap sword, both preventing the wound from healing and expanding the wound so that the fluid would flow out faster. After an immense effort and indeterminate amount of time, no more fluid flowed from the wound, but it was only a shallow layer. He was far from sawing her neck off. Killed a lower ultimate creature, furious evil goddess, discovered an ultimate aberrant source. Lin Shen suddenly paused, full of puzzlement. Isn't it said that ultimate creatures are of an advanced level above upper? How could there be lower ultimate creatures? Could it be that ultimate creatures aren't a level, but rather a grade? Deformed species have the grades of normal, mutation, and divine beast, perhaps. Ultimate creatures are another grade above divine beasts? This is the Great Void World. I wonder if it's the same as the outside world? Chapter 973. Ultimate Divine Artifact. While Lin Shen pondered, he suddenly saw glimmering gray light scattering from within the body of the furious evil goddess, coalescing in mid-air into a gray crown. Order light chains extended from the void, entwining the gray crown, absorbing the energy within it. Immortal crown, Lin Shen instantly realized. If even ultimate creatures possessed immortal crowns, then the corresponding lower-tier ultimate creatures should be akin to those of Dharma King-level immortals. As Lin Shen was contemplating, death powder already flew out from his body, as before, turned into a giant and bit onto that hazy immortal crown, its gear teeth grinding continuously, attempting to shatter and devour the immortal crown. Now, at immortal level, bolstered by the law of strength and the law of speed, the rotation speed and force of the gear teeth were far superior to before. Amidst the flashing red light, specks of gray dust-like crystals were ground off, continuously swallowed into the stomach of death powder. Only when the immortal crown was nearly pulled into the void did death powder reluctantly let go of its bite, watching as the immortal crown was drawn into the nothingness. Lin Shen's mechanical wristwatch trembled, its display flickering with messages. His strength attribute, which had been slowly increasing recently, started popping up with alerts of strength +1, growing rapidly. Clearly, death powder's weight had increased, and due to the boundless strength contract, it had caused Lin Shen's strength attribute to rise again. In the blink of an eye, the strength attribute had broken through the milestone of 14,000, and its growth finally began to slow down. Death powder flew back, and Lin Shen hurriedly checked its attributes, finding its strength attribute actually unchanged, but a solidification law had been added to its laws. This guy can actually learn any law it eats. Lin Shen felt somewhat jealous of death powder, casually eating and easily mastering laws. It was all too simple, whereas his own progress was much harder. Lin Shen was somewhat worried. The more laws death powder consumed, the more it got. But after all, these laws were just incomplete, not true immortal laws. Death powder was not considered an immortal king. Compared to a true immortal king, it would likely be at a disadvantage. With the departure of the immortal crown, the monster's body was noticeably less hard, and when Lin Shen sawed at her head again, it wasn't as laborious. Before long, he had sawed open the furious evil goddess's head and grabbed a gray aberrant source. Once the aberrant source left the body of the furious evil goddess, it began to vibrate violently, automatically rising from Lin Shen's palm into the air, where it swelled, twisted, and morphed, eventually forming a gray shield. Immortal Shield, Lower Tier Ultimate Aberrant Divine Artifact. Series, Solidification Series. Usage Requirement, Solidification Immortal Laws. Aberration Rate, 100%. Hardness, 20,000. Toughness, 20,000. Aberrant Trait, Immortal Guardian. Seeing these attributes made Lin Shen's eyes widen. 20,000 in attributes was far stronger than any aberrant divine artifacts he had obtained before. It's estimated that a lower-tier aberrant divine artifact's attributes probably peak at 20,000. The requirements to use the Immortal Shield were simple, only needing the solidification immortal laws without any attribute prerequisites. But this simple request proved more difficult than any attribute requirement. The true immortal laws could only be possessed by beings at the level of Dharma King, and for each series only one Dharma King could acquire the immortal law. This immortal shield could be said to be the exclusive divine artifact of the solidification series, Immortal King. Others would not be able to use it. I wonder if my law matrix can handle this thing. Lin Shen attempted to use the law matrix to activate the aberrant trait of the immortal shield. To Lin Shen's delight, the immortal shield emitted a murky gray light that coated his body with a layer of gray luster. The law matrix is surprisingly useful. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised at its effectiveness. The law matrix, clearly extracted from the Jade series Immortal Land, why could it activate the exclusive aberrant divine artifact of the immortal laws? It was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Shen thought to himself, since it can activate the exclusive divine artifact of the Immortal King, the series requirement of aberrant divine artifacts does not apply to me. As long as I meet the attribute requirements, I can use any series of aberrant divine artifacts. This is an unexpected blessing. Death powder obviously had not had its fill. In its gigantic form, it swallowed the corpse of the furious evil goddess and then reverted back to its pet capsule form to digest and rest. Lin Shen immediately left the Great Void World. He wanted to know if such changes would disappear after leaving the Great Void World. Of course, the changes did not vanish. All the transformations within him and death powder were real and did not dissipate upon leaving the Great Void World. The Celestial Court indeed is a place of wonders. There are too many incredible things here. Lin Shen seemed to have suddenly understood where the numerous resources of the Celestial Court came from. The defensive effect of the Immortal Shield was very powerful. It's estimated that the strength of lower divine beings would likely have difficulty breaching its defenses. But how strong the defense was in reality would still require a stronger adversary to test. Aside from studying the Great Void World, Lin Shen was also trying to figure out why the teleporter in his mechanical watch had lost its transmission capability. After a long study on the network of the Celestial Court, Lin Shen more or less understood where the problem lay. A planet, to humans from the ancient realm, was an immensely formidable presence. Their own strength was not sufficient to shake a planet. But for divine beings of the celestial court, many planets were quite fragile, no different from houses at home. A battle could easily destroy them. Therefore, virtually all the inhabited planets were covered with strong restraints, and all kinds of power would be significantly suppressed on the planets. Let alone using a spatial transmission device, even the powerful beings of the space series would find it difficult to perform spatial transmission on a planet. If you want the spatial transmission device to work, you would have to leave Quafu Star. Will the Deng family let me leave Quafu Star? Lin Shen felt that although the second elder of the Deng family sounded nice, in reality, he was effectively imprisoned here. He could do whatever he wanted, but once he left this warehouse, there would be two divine beings of unknown level constantly sticking close to him, not leaving even when he went to the bathroom, utterly unshakable. Under such circumstances, Lin Shen did not believe the second elder of the Deng family would let him leave. What exactly does the second elder of the Deng family plan to do? Lin Shen could not guess what the second elder really intended. They kept him comfortably imprisoned here, providing him with good food and drink, yet not allowing him to leave. Every time Lin Shen mentioned leaving, the divine beings following him would excuse themselves, saying the second elder of the Deng family was not present, and asked Lin Shen to wait for his return to speak with him personally. However, aside from the first day of his arrival, he had never seen the second elder of the Deng family again. Chapter 974, Law Ghost God. Since he couldn't leave, Lin Shen devoted himself to understanding all kinds of knowledge on Celestial Court, realizing that the more he knew about Celestial Court, the more help it would be to him in the future. Lin Shen suddenly discovered a problem with his evolution theory. Although it had been modified by himself and fit his situation perfectly, the effectiveness of evolution theory could only reach Nirvana level. Originally, Lin Shen thought that reaching Nirvana level with evolution theory should be sufficient, considering that advancing to immortal level depended on the comprehension of immortal laws, which wasn't closely related to evolution skill anymore. But in reality, that was not the case. After studying divine being techniques, Lin Shen realized that immortal level still required cultivation. Immortals from ancient realm didn't need to cultivate, which was because they had no subsequent cultivation techniques and believed that immortal level was the pinnacle. However, for divine beings, immortal level was just a beginning. Lower divine beings could elevate their rank by cultivating divine skills. An earth-tier divine being could ascend to heaven rank or even rise to become a middle or upper divine being through the cultivation of various cultivation techniques. In fact, it was similar to human law immortals advancing to earth law and heaven law. It's just that those of the ancient realm had mostly relied on their own comprehension, forcefully enlightened themselves to advance. In contrast, divine beings only needed to cultivate the corresponding divine skill to reach the heavenly law realm. On this point, Lin Shen felt that immortals from the ancient realm were actually stronger than some divine beings. Sadly, the peak in ancient realm was only at immortal level, which limited their potential, but that didn't mean people from there were inferior to divine beings. Someone like Wei, who was a dual Dharma king with the abilities of Tianshu, was probably very rare among divine beings. Moreover, divine beings didn't distinguish between past law, reality law, and future law, because they hardly needed to comprehend these on their own. The laws derived from cultivating divine skills were almost entirely past law, with few cases of self-enlightened reality law or future law. This realization made Lin Shen more convinced that the people of the ancient realm were not inferior in abilities or intelligence, they just started at a lower level. From the information Lin Shen could access, typical divine skills could only allow lower divine beings to cultivate to heaven rank, advancing beyond required becoming a middle divine being. Only a few divine skills had the potential to allow divine beings to progress further from the base of heaven rank without advancing to middle divine being, but such occurrences were merely possible, not guaranteed for everyone. The most famous of these were the 9 great divine skills, among which Lin Shen already possessed the sun-shooting great method and the sun-chasing great method. Duo was from the sun-chasing clan, and he cultivated the sun-chasing great method, which he likely could access due to his betrothal to the Yidian clan. Regardless, with 2 of the Celestial Court's 9 great divine skills now in Lin Shen's hands, he naturally wanted to observe and practice them. His comprehension was only average, and comprehending laws by himself was extremely difficult. Since there was a shortcut and a path others had trodden, why not take it? Lin Shen found a place where he was unlikely to be surveilled, then took out both the sun-chasing great method and sun-shooting great method to study and compare them. He was self-aware, and based on his past experiences, mastering such top divine skills was nearly impossible. However, he could use them as references, which might enable him to develop further parts of evolution theory. Lin Shen perused the 2 divine skills while pondering the general logic and principles they discussed. These 2 divine skills appeared very profound and complex, but simply, the sun-chasing great method was a cultivation method for time law. This involved 2 factions of laws, something Lin Shen had considered when he saw only 2 killed by heaven and celestial beings' skill. The people of ancient realm mostly comprehend the rules faction, while heaven and celestial beings' skill belongs to the ghost god faction. All divine skills cultivated by divine beings are essentially derived from the ghost god faction. From the perspective of the ghost god faction, all rules are controlled by corresponding ghost gods. To put it plainly, lightning has its Lady of Lightning, and thunder has its Lord of Thunder. These laws are the powers of ghost gods themselves. Hence, the first step in a divine being's divine skill is to sense the existence of ghost gods. Since divine beings are born immortal, they can easily sense the corresponding law ghost gods and absorb their power to strengthen themselves. The sun-chasing great method is actually the time law, according to the book. The law ghost god corresponding to the sun-chasing great method is the god of time. The god of time resides in the river of time. Upper divine beings who cultivate the sun-chasing great method, if they can sense the existence of the river of time and harness its power, can then be considered to have entered the threshold. To truly perceive the existence of the god of time and obtain its power is not something ordinary lower divine beings can achieve. But it's not absolute either. It's mentioned in the sun-chasing great method that the ancestor of the Kwafu clan, even at the stage of lower divine being or earlier, was already capable of directly communicating with the god of time. Lin Shen only looked at the parts of the divine skill relevant for lower divine beings. The content that followed was even more mystical and not immediately useful for his current situation. The state of affairs with the sun-shooting great method was similar, except the sun-shooting great method isn't related to the time series of laws. Lin Shen didn't know which series it belonged to. The book didn't specify, only stating that to cultivate the sun-shooting great method, one must sense the presence of the sun to even be considered to have entered the threshold. Being able to sense the sun is just the beginning. When one can perceive the existence of 10 suns shining together in the sky, that's considered stepping into the real threshold. If one could sense a bow or an arrow, that would signify an extraordinary talent, comparable to perceiving the existence of the ghost god of time. Lin Shen read on both divine skills methods for strengthening communication with ghost gods, which was exactly what he needed. He couldn't comprehend ordinary laws, but these techniques for communicating with ghost gods sounded somewhat interesting. Without needing exceptional comprehension, perhaps they really might work. Lin Shen memorized the content of both books. Even if he couldn't cultivate them himself, he could later provide them to Wei and the others for cultivation. Of course, before that, Lin Shen still wanted to try for himself. The first step in the cultivation method for both skills was quite similar, entering a meditative state and then visualizing the forms of ghost gods. However, the sun-chasing great method requires visualization of the god of time or the river of time, while the sun-shooting great method demands visualization of the sun or a bow and arrow. Lin Shen pondered. He hadn't seen the god of time or knew what the river of time looked like, making visualization difficult. The sun, a bow, and an arrow are familiar to him, so visualizing these should be relatively easier. Chapter 975. 10 Days Sharing the Sky. In the end, Lin Shen chose the visualization bow. He selected it because he truly possessed a sun-shooting bow. He suspected that the item was indeed related to the Yidian clan, and it might even be an artifact of theirs. Should the sun-shooting bow be crafted based on the imagery from the sun-shooting great method, with this reference, Lin Shen believed it would be easier to successfully connect. Lin Shen sat quietly on his bed, embarking on his first meditation, attempting to establish a connection with the ghost god who controlled the law. He relaxed his mind, easing himself into a meditative state, consciously and yet unconsciously letting his subconscious envision the form of the sun-shooting bow. In his mind, the image of the sun-shooting bow vividly emerged. Since he had it with him, it was natural that he could imagine its appearance. However, Lin Shen did not feel any connection with the ghost god, nor did he sense any strength surging toward himself. Just as Lin Shen was doubting whether his practice had failed and he couldn't establish a connection with the law ghost god, the spatial device on his body suddenly activated on its own, radiating a bright glow as something flew out from it. Still in a meditative state, Lin Shen was unaware of this scene. He only sensed that the bow he visualized was emitting light. As the bow's radiance brightened, illuminating the dark expanse of his mind, Lin Shen faintly saw that the bow was not alone. It was held by a majestic, luminous human figure. While Lin Shen couldn't discern the figure's appearance, he could tell it must be an extremely robust man. With one hand holding the bow and the other resting on the bowstring, the figure enacted the archery stance as Lin Shen visualized, slowly drawing the bowstring. Between the bowstring and the bow, a light arrow appeared. The more the bowstring was drawn, the brighter the light arrow shone. When the luminous figure pulled the bow into a full moon shape, the light arrow's glow became so intense that it was difficult to look at directly. Lin Shen felt that the bow and arrow in the shadow's hands seemed to be directly aiming at him. Under that divine and terrifying aura, he felt that if he were hit by this arrow, he would instantly shatter to pieces. It was just a thought for Lin Shen, yet the arrow in the figure's hands actually shot towards him. The light flashed instantly, giving Lin Shen no time to react. The light arrow had already struck him, or rather, his consciousness. Immediately, Lin Shen felt his mind go blank, as if he had truly been struck and his brain crashed like it would if dying. While Lin Shen's brain crashed, the item that had flown out from the spatial device also emitted a strange glow. This item was the sun-shooting bow Lin Shen had taken from the ancient temple, which only emitted light on the temple star. Usually indistinguishable from ordinary objects, and only notable for its durability, it had no other special features. Yet now, it released a strange light, and the next moment, it suddenly dispersed into countless particles that surged into Lin Shen's body. As the sun-shooting bow entered Lin Shen's body, strange spatial fluctuations occurred in the vacuum of the central heaven star region. These spatial fluctuations immediately caught the attention of the Deng family observers, who mistook it for an invasion of mutant creatures into the central heaven star region and immediately reported it to their superiors. But before they could reach the monitoring station, a bizarre change took place in the vacuum's spatial fluctuations. A sun appeared in the vacuum, its light piercing through countless light years, allowing major star regions, far, far away, to see the mirage-like sun within the twisted space. The Yidian clan has another practitioner who has mastered the sun-shooting great method, and it has even triggered the divine sun phenomenon. The Shen family seems to be producing yet another individual worthy of contending for the ultimate, remarked a young man in the South Star district, watching the solar phenomenon in the vacuum and sighing. The Shen family has produced another genius. The Yidian clan indeed remains ever flourishing. It hasn't been long, and yet another person who can trigger the multiple suns phenomenon has emerged. As people marveled at the emergence of another genius from the Shen family, the members of the Shen family were all mystified, as no one within their clan had caused the phenomenon. But judging by the region where the phenomenon occurred, it seemed to be the central heaven star region they resided in, but not on their main star, Dei star. The members of the Shen family were somewhat perplexed, and the family head had already ordered an investigation to find out if it was a member of the Shen bloodline from other planets who had mastered the sun-shooting great method, triggering the solar phenomenon. While everyone was guessing, another sun suddenly appeared among the phenomena. 2 suns in the sky, not bad. The Shen family has produced another decent figure, commented a young man in green clothes from the East Star region, looking at the twin suns in the sky and curling his lips dismissively. What's so impressive about 2 suns in the sky? Shen Yunhe hasn't managed to bring about 8 suns himself, yet he's still under your thumb and gets beaten like a dog. Among the younger generation of the Shen family, only Shen Nanxing, who triggered the 10 suns phenomenon, barely qualifies to be mentioned in the same breath as you, snorted another black-clothed divine being dismissively. The young man in green chuckled. Don't flatter me like that, as if Shen Yunhe could beat you. The young man in black also smiled, about to say something, but then saw another change in the phenomenon in the vacuum, as yet another sun appeared. Ah, there's more, not bad. Already 3 suns in the sky, let's see if there's more, the black-clothed divine being said with a slight surprise. A phenomenon of 3 suns in the sky was not so easily seen. As they speculated, yet another sun phenomenon appeared in the sky. 4 suns. Many were taken aback. The upper echelons of the major families in Celestial Court began paying attention to this incident. As one sun after another appeared anomalously, by the time the 7th sun phenomenon materialized, all major families had to take the matter more seriously. Such a genius could potentially influence the power balance among the major families of Celestial Court in the future. Already 7 suns in the sky with no end in sight. It seems the Shen family has indeed produced an extraordinary genius, others remarked in admiration. Both the men in black and green stopped speaking, watching the phenomena in the vacuum, curious to see how many more suns would emerge. One after another, more and more suns appeared in the phenomena. 8 suns, 9 suns, 10 suns. When the image of 10 suns in the sky appeared, the executives of all major races showed complex expressions, including those of the Shen family. The Shen family had produced such a genius that could trigger the 10 suns phenomenon, yet they knew nothing about it. Chapter 976, Unprecedented Phenomenon. In a small courtyard of the Shen family, Shen Qing looked at the sky where 10 suns shared the sky, her eyes filled with joy and pleasure. You wanted to send me to marry into the Deng family, didn't you? You were the ones who gave away a genius capable of causing the phenomenon of 10 suns. It's not that I didn't want to contribute to the Shen family, you abandoned me. Indeed, the person who caused the phenomenon of 10 suns is Shen Qing. During this time, Shen Qing has been stifling a breath of frustration. As a direct descendant of the Shen family, why was she chosen for a marriage alliance and to marry into the Deng family? Was it because her parents died early, and because she had no one to depend on? Shen Qing knew that the Celestial Court was realistic, and so was the Shen family. People from the Shen family like her, who had lost their parents, if they didn't accept the family's arrangements, then after reaching adulthood, they could only take a low-level planet according to the rules of the Celestial Court and extract some trivial resources from their own planet. To be able to advance to the realm of middle divine being in one's lifetime would already be incredibly lucky, and to enter the ranks of upper divine being was almost impossible. In fact, with just the resources of such a planet, the possibility of reaching the middle divine being was extremely slim. Therefore, Shen Qingshui complied with the family's arrangement and agreed to marry into the Deng family in exchange for better resources to aid her cultivation. Finally, at the time she advanced to the middle divine being, she triggered a phenomenon she had never caused before. Most divine beings are born as lower divine beings, and some can even trigger phenomena at birth. Shen Qingshui's talent was not sufficient to trigger a phenomenon at birth, otherwise the family would not have chosen her for marriage. But innate talent does not determine everything. Through her own efforts, Shen Qingshui finally managed to trigger a phenomenon when she advanced to the middle divine being. Even Shen Qingshui herself did not expect that she could trigger the phenomenon of 10 suns, which among the phenomena that the sun shooting great method could trigger is already quite advanced. A person who can trigger the phenomenon of 10 suns, sometimes the Shen family might not produce one in decades or even a century. Of course, for divine beings, a century is not considered long. The breath of frustration in Shen Qingshui's heart eased quite a bit at this moment. She had no intentions of retaliating against her family. After all, it was she who had agreed to the marriage, she had obtained the resources she wanted, and she had achieved her goal. Now, she only needed to report to her family the occurrence of the phenomenon of 10 suns, and it was highly likely that the family would cancel their plans to send her for marriage. Furthermore, they would likely favor her with more resources in the future, and that was what Shen Qingshui wanted to secure for herself. So many years of effort are finally paying off. Shen Qingshui sat quietly, gazing up at the void, watching the amazing phenomenon of 10 suns. Suddenly, Shen Qingshui wondered if she was seeing things. Why did it seem like there were more than 10 suns in the distorted void? Shen Qingshui thought she was hallucinating and quickly recounted. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. Shen Qingshui would have been better not counting. Upon counting, she discovered there were indeed 11 suns in the void. How was that possible? I must have counted wrong. How can there be a phenomenon of 11 suns? The phenomenon of 10 suns is already the limit of the sun-shooting great method. It must be that I was too excited and counted wrong. Shen Qingshui mentally counted again in her head. This time upon counting, Shen Qingshui was startled. Not only did she not count clearly, but she also counted one more sun. Now there were 12 suns in the phenomenon. Shen Qingshui's expression was odd. She didn't know what exactly was happening, and a slight glee formed in her mind. Could it be? My years of effort have surpassed the limits of the sun-shooting great method, triggering a phenomenon that has never been seen before? While Shen Qingshui was thinking this, the suns in the sky continued to increase, as yet another sun appeared. At this moment, the entire celestial court was shocked. The phenomenon of 10 suns was already a very rare phenomenon, one that might only appear once in decades or a century. Although the sun-shooting great method also had phenomena of bows and arrows, it was actually not the same type as the phenomenon of 10 suns. Divine beings practicing the sun-shooting great method usually choose to visualize the sun or a bow and arrow, but it's rare for both to be visualized together. Thus, the phenomena of the bow and arrow and the phenomena of 10 suns can be considered two different schools. Celestials who visualize both have also appeared many times in the history of the Shen family, not enough to surprise the high-level divine beings of the celestial court. But when 11 suns appeared, everyone was shocked. Ever since the sun-shooting great method and the Shen family came into existence, there had never been a reported phenomenon of 11 suns. The Shen family people, at most, could only trigger the phenomenon of 10 suns. Not even the ancestor of the Shen family was an exception. Of course, the ancestor of the Shen family not only triggered the phenomenon of 10 suns, but also triggered the divine phenomenon of the Yi god shooting the sun. The appearance of 11 suns was a bit too strange. Check, we must find out who triggered this phenomenon. When 12 suns appeared simultaneously in the void, all the major families issued a mortal command, determined to find the person who triggered the phenomenon. The Shen family themselves were even more anxious. Such an unprecedented phenomenon indicated that the person who triggered it must be extraordinary. The Shen family had overlooked such talent among their own, and now they were more anxious than any other family, wanting to immediately locate this individual to provide them with the best resources and protection to prevent any threat from other families that could cause an untimely death. The 12 suns phenomenon, such an unprecedented phenomenon, was indeed too shocking. The man in black and the man in green who were speaking and laughing before, now both looked at the phenomenon with shocked faces, devoid of any joking mentality. What exactly is this phenomenon? It's now 13 suns. When 13 suns emerged, the man in green felt his eyes about to pop out. The man in black also wore a perplexed expression. I've never heard that the sun-shooting great method could trigger such a phenomenon. Isn't 10 suns the limit? Could it be that this isn't a phenomenon triggered by the practice of the sun-shooting great method at all, but another divine skill? Suggested the man in green. The man in green thought it over, and he couldn't think of any other divine skill besides the sun-shooting great method that could trigger such a phenomenon. There's another one coming. If it really is a phenomenon triggered by the sun-shooting great method, how terrifying must the capability of this person practicing the sun-shooting great method be to trigger such a phenomenon? Chapter 977. Anything else? When the spectacle of 15 suns sharing the sky emerged, almost every divine being capable of witnessing the phenomenon stopped in their tracks and looked up in awe at this inconceivable sight. Even the clan leaders of the major families began to pay close attention to this phenomenon. In the celestial court, phenomena were not uncommon, but this particular phenomenon was something that no one had ever encountered before. At this time, Shen Qingshui realized that the sun phenomenon that appeared later was not caused by her, because she was unable to connect with those suns, nor resonate with them, and could not absorb their strength. Shen Qingshui began to feel skeptical, and after pondering for a moment, she figured out the only possibility. Since she had only triggered the 10-day phenomenon and could not resonate with the subsequent phenomena, it must be that another practitioner of the sun-shooting great method had also triggered a phenomenon at this time, causing this unprecedented spectacle of 15 suns appearing simultaneously in the phenomenon. Who else in the family could have triggered a phenomenon at this time? Since it happened in a similar time frame, it must be fate. I have triggered the 10-day phenomenon. How many suns can you bring forth? Having understood the cause and effect, Shen Qingshui suddenly became competitive. However, at this moment, Shen Qingshui was still very composed as her 10-day phenomenon had reached its peak. Even if the other party was powerful, at most they could only match the 10-day phenomenon, so she had already secured an invincible position. Thus, Shen Qingshui, with a condescending gaze, continued to scrutinize the newly appeared phenomenon. She didn't believe such a coincidence could occur, where another prodigy who could trigger the 10-day phenomenon would do so alongside her. After all, such phenomena took decades to appear once, and there had never been a simultaneous occurrence. Shen Wubing, the family head of the Shen family, along with several core members of the family, were also watching this miraculous scene. Great Elder, what do you think? Shen Wubing turned his gaze to the side towards the Great Elder Shen Yutu, whose hair and beard were white as if he was an old immortal. Great Elder Shen Yutu smiled and said, "Family head, there's no need to worry. The reason for such a phenomenon is not that some extraordinarily talented monster has appeared, but that two people who both practice the sun-shooting great method have triggered the phenomenon simultaneously." The Shen family had a sudden realization upon hearing this, and Shen Boming laughed and said, "I thought something strange had happened, but it turns out to be such a coincidence. Who would have thought this could happen? I was saying, the 10-day phenomenon is not so easy to appear. It's actually the overlap of two people's phenomena. 15 days together, it's probably a 7-day phenomenon and an 8-day phenomenon combined, which is quite impressive already. Our clan now has 2 more future pillars. Not bad at all, though not top-tier talents, but still extremely remarkable." While everyone was talking, they suddenly saw another sun appear in the sky. 16 days now, 2 8-day phenomena? Shen Buming was slightly taken aback. The other senior members of the Shen family were also surprised. Overlapping double phenomena resulting in 16 days was already quite astonishing. Yet what surprised them even more followed. 16 days was far from the limit, as shortly after, the 17th sun also emerged. The Shen family was greatly surprised. This was the effect of a 9-day phenomenon and an 8-day phenomenon. Leaders of other major tribes also thought of the possibility of overlapping phenomena, but looking at this situation, they were all greatly surprised. 17 days together, the Shen family had at least produced 1 9-day and 1 8-day phenomenon performer, perhaps even one capable of the 10-day phenomenon. Is it still going on? Second elder of the Deng family sat on the outdoor sofa, happily watching the sky while drinking. Deng Quang, 2 incredible prodigies have emerged from the Shen family, and now the pressure is back on your Deng family, said a beautiful woman standing nearby with a smile. Prodigies? There are prodigies everywhere. Let's see if they can survive first, Deng Quang said indifferently, continuing to pour himself more wine. The sky continued to show off its phenomenon, and when the 20th sun appeared, even the great elder of the Shen family became restless. These were talents of both the 10-day and 9-day phenomena, and with the addition of 2 such prodigies, the future of the Shen family was bound to be brilliant. However, they still had not identified who among the Shen family had triggered the phenomena. The Shen family had many planets and numerous people under them. It was difficult to pinpoint the individual in a short time unless they reported themselves. They never considered that the individuals causing the phenomena were on Dei Star. As they knew the direct line of Dei Star too well, they were clear about everyone's capabilities. Among the noteworthy younger generation, there was no one who had advanced at this point. Thus, in their search, they focused their main energy on other Shen family members outside. Could it be dual 10 days? The Shen people were somewhat nervously watching outer space. If it turned out to be dual 10 days, that would mean 2 talents of the 10-day phenomenon, a sign of prosperity for the Shen family. The simultaneous emergence of 2 10-day phenomenon prodigies, overlapping so coincidentally and triggering phenomena at the same time, was an absolute, unprecedented miracle. When the 20th sun appeared in the sky, the Shen people finally relaxed, and excitement flashed in the eyes of the great elder Shen Yutu. They still didn't know that one of the main characters triggering the dual 10 days phenomenon was not from their own Shen family, and the other was about to be expelled from the Shen family. Upon seeing the 20th sun appear, Shen Shui couldn't help but wryly shake her head. She had worked hard to reach this level, causing the 10-day phenomenon, only to discover that someone else had done the same. This lowered her sense of presence somewhat, but she was still a highly significant bargaining chip. Once the phenomenon ended, she planned to speak with clan leader Shen Wubing to explain the situation and seek relief from an arranged marriage. While waiting for her own phenomenon to end, Shen Shui watched the sky, her eyes gradually widening, filled with disbelief. A glowing longbow gradually appeared above the sky vault in the sky. When the longbow phenomenon appeared, even Shen Wubing, the family head of the Shen family, could no longer remain calm. Dual 10-day phenomena was impressive enough, but the appearance of the sun-shooting bow phenomenon bewildered them all. They could no longer discern whether it was three people practicing the sun-shooting great method simultaneously causing the phenomena, or if one person caused multiple phenomena. Chapter 978. Explosive Shooting. Not only the Shen family, but the upper echelons of other clans were also baffled. Three cultivators practicing the sun-shooting great method simultaneously triggered phenomena, and among them two with the 10-day phenomenon, a probability incredibly low. After all, the occurrence of a phenomenon is almost uncontrollable, not to mention three people triggering one collectively. But if not three people, then how many caused it? Two? If it were two people who triggered the phenomenon, that would be astonishing enough, and there must be a genius among them who experienced both the 10-day and the sun-shooting bow phenomena, a rarity even in the history of the Shen family. No one dared to contemplate that a single person could have triggered the phenomenon. Such a scenario seemed impossible, and thus was promptly dismissed by them. As the sun-shooting bow shimmered through the void and illuminated the surroundings, the moment the hand holding the sun-shooting bow brightened up, all the top ranks of the Shen family were left speechless, incredulously watching the extraordinary sight in the sky. Is the Yi God phenomenon about to appear? This thought occupied everyone's mind. The Yi God phenomenon hadn't appeared for thousands of years. The ordinary Shen family members could only trigger the bow and arrow phenomena, barely able to stimulate the Yi God's own phenomenon. The imagery of the Yi God and 10 suns sharing the sky was an even more distant memory. At this point, no one was speculating about what was happening. They were all numbed. Now it was no longer about how many people triggered the phenomenon, but rather the phenomenon of the Yi God and 20 suns appearing together had never happened since the ancestor created the sun-shooting great method. Such an event would require too many coincidences, as well as fortune, and it was not something one person could trigger. The hearts of the Shen family were rife with complexity. If the phenomenon was caused by two people, then inevitably one of them triggered both the 10-day and Yi God phenomena. Could it be possible for the Yi God sun-shooting phenomenon, unseen for many ages, to appear? This left a huge question mark in their minds. The number of people who could trigger the Yi God sun-shooting phenomenon in history definitely wouldn't exceed 10, and naturally, it didn't happen more than 10 times either. If this divine occurrence were to re-emerge today, it would mean that the Shen family might have a figure capable of achieving the ultimate. Now it's not only the Shen family. All clans are closely watching this phenomenon, for if the Yi God sun-shooting phenomenon truly appears, that person's future could potentially affect the entire celestial court's distribution of benefits and structure. All families realized that the problem was serious. The phenomenon in the sky continued, with the Yi God silhouette gradually emerging, holding the longbow, dazzling the void. That unparalleled mighty aura wasn't oppressive and suffocating, but rather it excited the observer, as if every drop of blood in the body was boiling. It's coming. When the Yi God lifted the bow, Shen Wubing's eyes lit up. The great elder Shen Yutu was even more excited, hammering the table and rising to his feet, wordlessly fixated on the Yi God's silhouette drawing the bow and condensing the light arrow. The sentiments of the Shen family varied, some jubilant for the emergence of such talent within the family, others wore less pleasant expressions. The rise of such talent often signaled a reallocation of family interests, and they might have to relinquish their share of the benefits. Whether they liked it or not, the phenomenon continued unabated by their wishes. Shen Shui was utterly shocked. She had thought the opponent would, at most, be on par with her, but now she realized that the opponent's brilliance far outshone her expectations. The Yi God sun-shooting phenomenon, Shen Shui felt a slight bitterness in her mouth. With the appearance of a phenomenon of such magnitude, her own luster would be greatly overshadowed. With such talent, it was uncertain whether the family would still consider her for the alliance despite her own 10-day phenomenon. When a person has only $10, they cherish it greatly. But when that same person comes into possession of $100 or $1,000, would they still care so much about the $10? Before the Yi God sun-shooting phenomenon appeared, Shen Shui was like flawless jade. But next to this individual, what once seemed impeccable suddenly paled in comparison. There's no hurt without contrast, and Shen Shui understood this principle well. People all looked up, gazing at the Yi God's shadow, awaiting the extraordinary vision of the Yi God sun-shooting to manifest. The legend says that the ancestor of the Shen family triggered the Yi god sun shooting vision and fired 9 arrows, shooting down 9 suns. In later generations, the number of suns shot down by the mighty Shen family who triggered the Yi god sun shooting phenomenon varied. Judging by their later achievements, the potential was greater the more suns they shot down. But even shooting down just 1 sun already positioned them among the top tiers in the celestial court. Naturally, the great elder Ch901 hoped for as many suns to be shot down as possible, preferably to match the ancestor and, with 9 arrows, bring down 9 suns. Should be such a figure appear, none could deny the Shen family its rise to power. Everyone waited. But as time ticked by, even though the bow was fully drawn and the brilliance on the light arrow was earth-shattering, the Yi god silhouette hesitated to release the arrow. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled and unsure about the current situation. Even those antiquated individuals who had witnessed the Yi god sun shooting phenomenon were confused about the state of the phenomenon. The Yi god sun shooting should require no hesitation, shooting arrows, bursting suns. For the Yi god, it's nothing more than a simple gesture, so what's there to hesitate about? Some suspected that the person triggering the phenomenon wasn't potent enough, lacking the energy needed to complete the Yi god sun shooting phenomenon, hence the current scenario. That would mean that, despite triggering the Yi god sun shooting phenomenon, this person's potential might be the weakest among those capable of such a feat. Most of the Shen family thought this way, some with pity and others secretly taking pleasure in the unfortunate turn. Various thoughts were held by those watching the Yi god silhouette aiming the bow at the sky vault. The 20 suns within the phenomenon continued to move until they reached a certain convergence point and seemed to instantaneously form a straight line at that moment. Then, in an instant, the bow and arrow in the Yi god's hands thundered explosively, a beam of arrow light soaring into the heavens and disappearing into the first sun. Phenomenon in a flash. The next moment, the entire cosmic space lost its original color. The light explosion phenomenon caused by 20 suns bursting simultaneously turned the entire sky vault into a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 979, Ghost God Faction. Shen Qing spat out a mouthful of old blood as high as 9 feet, staining the white pear blossoms in the courtyard with specks of red. It wasn't that Shen Qing was petty and got angry because her phenomenon was weaker compared to her opponents. It was because her 10-day phenomenon was pierced through by the Yi god, linking their energies together, causing her own energy to become chaotically turbulent in an instant. Under the churning of her energy and blood, she tasted sweetness in her mouth and spewed out fresh blood. Shen Qing's eyes widened. She disregarded everything, enduring the harsh glare that hurt her eyes but kept watching, filled with disbelief. Clearly, there were 10 suns that were her induced phenomena, unrelated to the other Yi god's sun-shooting phenomenon. If they were 2 different phenomenon, why did the Yi god shoot down her 10 suns? Shen Qing had never heard of such a thing, nor had she ever thought it could happen. A phenomenon, in essence, has no physical form. It can be said to not truly exist, but is merely an illusion. It shouldn't be possible for 2 phenomena to connect. This was like 2 TV stations broadcasting different movies simultaneously, and by coincidence, 2 televisions in a shopping mall showed these 2 different war movies. Then, a bullet from one movie kills someone in the other movie. That would be absurd. Now, that was exactly the situation. Even Shen Qing herself, the person involved, couldn't believe this could happen, let alone anyone else. The meeting halls of the major clans were as silent as death. All previous speculations had turned into a joke after this one arrow. There was no simultaneous phenomenon caused by 3 people, nor by 2, just one person causing all these phenomena. This instilled a sense of terror in many, though hard to believe, it seemed to be the fact. If phenomena cannot link up, the single arrow that exploded 20 suns could definitely be confirmed as coming from one individual. One person causing the phenomenon of the Yi god's arrow exploding 20 suns was unbelievable not just for other families, but even for the Shen family themselves. The ancestor of the Shen family had only caused a 10-day phenomenon, and the Yi god had only shot down 9, one at a time. Yet this person had induced a 20-day phenomenon and shattered them with one arrow, leaving the Shen family feeling almost insane. The great elder Ch901 couldn't believe his eyes, his entire body trembling, overwhelmed with excitement. Shooting down 20 suns with one arrow represented an immense potential. With such a person, the Shen family's decline was almost impossible. Find this person, protect him with all our might. He is the future of our Shen family, declared Tu Wubing, standing with an unprecedented grave expression. He knew a bloody storm was approaching. Other families would definitely not sit back and watch the Shen family gain such a monstrous talent. They would try everything to cut him down early. As Tu Wubing suspected, other major clans were indeed exerting all their effort to investigate which member of the Shen family was responsible for the phenomena, wanting to eliminate him before he grew stronger. If the Shen family became dominant, it would cause a severe imbalance in the resource distribution of the Celestial Court, something all families wish to avoid. They all searched within the Shen family for the person responsible for causing the phenomena, never considering that the person who triggered the phenomena was not from the Shen family at all. At this moment, Lin Shen was observing his mechanical watch, surprised to find new information displayed. User, Superbase Nirvana creature, evolvable, strength 14547, speed 14047, speed 14055, base mutation rate 100%, theoretical life activity limit 1600. Base mutation talent, Superbase change, Superbase pattern, Superbase recast, Superbase form. Life base, contrarian, inheritance fan. Nirvana attributes, none. Up to here, there were no issues with the attributes. These were Lin Shen's baseline attributes, and in Superbase form, there were even additional doublings. But beneath these attributes, another property, initially absent, had appeared. Aberrant trait, Superbase Divine Shot. Divine Shot, empowered by divine power, indomitable, unstoppable. Lin Shen analyzed the Divine Shot, this aberrant trait, and found that it indeed was a type of law power. Under the Divine Shot law, no matter how hard the target or how strong its strength, nothing could withstand his shot. Lin Shen was thrilled. With this law behind him, he needn't fear his destructive power being insufficient, no longer had to see creatures that he couldn't kill. Only Lin Shen didn't quite understand just how powerful this trait was and whether it could affect middle and upper divine beings. This still had to be validated in practice. Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for the time being. Does the aberrant trait specify it has to be a bow and arrow? I wonder if a handgun would work. Lin Shen pulled out a pet handgun from the spatial device, trying to fire a shot. The gun was loaded with a low-level base mutation creature capsule, yet this single shot managed to pierce a hole in a metal plate. Although the pet capsule shattered after penetrating the metal plate, this still greatly excited Lin Shen. The material of this warehouse was presumably made of aberrant biological material, whose strength could be equivalent to that of immortal materials. A base mutation pet capsule being able to penetrate this was nothing short of incredible. The bolstering effect of the super base divine shot was even stronger than Lin Shen had imagined. After experimenting for a while, Lin Shen found that the trait only worked with bows, crossbows, and guns. When he used knives or fans, the super base divine shot had no effect at all. Aberrant traits and immortal laws are quite different, lacking flexibility and extendability in use. Lin Shen frowned slightly. He himself had not comprehended the immortal laws, but having seen a cater that fight on Sky Pinnacle Star involving Emperor Tianshu and Yi, Tianzhu, Tianzhuyu, and even strong individuals from the god-making race, when they used the law, there were all sorts of different adaptations. A single law could handle various situations. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they could change 1,000 ways. The aberrant trait, however, was quite rigid and inherently lacked expandability. Why do I feel that divine beings, despite their higher levels, aren't better than people from the ancient realm in any aspect? Triggering phenomena and making contact with ghost gods was just the first step. Field Offset Table Chapter 980 Attribute Enhancement. No, Lin Wan's Heaven and Celestial Being skill isn't like this. The Heaven and Celestial Being skill isn't about enhancing oneself with the power of ghost gods. Rather, it's about controlling them. Such a realm is obviously stronger than just being augmented by ghost gods. Could it be that Lin Wan's rank is even above that of a middle divine being? Lin Shen's doubts grew more and more. He increasingly felt that Lin Wan was not simple at all, definitely not as ignorant about the celestial court as she claimed. You should know, her heaven and celestial beings skill, that method of controlling ghost gods, is practically a blasphemy to the celestial court. Lin Shen even doubted that even an upper divine being would possess such a heaven-defying method. What exactly does Lin Wan want to do? Why would she send me to that planet? What is she really plotting? Lin Shen suddenly started to doubt whether meeting Duo and then going to the Deng family with her was also part of her calculation. But then he thought it unlikely. How could she have known that he would definitely meet Deng Duo, and that Deng Duo would certainly encounter trouble? There are too many uncontrollable factors involved. Regardless of what she wants to do, I have already benefited. The cultivation method from the Ghost God faction seems quite suitable for me. Perhaps I could directly reach the level of an upper divine being. Lin Shen sat down again and entered a meditative state. Strangely enough, although Lin Shen visualized the sun-shooting bow and practiced the sun-shooting great method, the power within his body operated according to the principles of evolution theory without much change. As the evolution theory rotated, Lin Shen once again entered the meditative state, easily seeing the shadowy figure holding a longbow in that void. Lin Shen felt a continuous stream of energy emanating from that shadow and flowing towards him, bathing his body and mind with its invigorating essence. Leveraging the power of ghost gods is a difficult step for divine beings, and only those with great talent can achieve it easily. For those with lesser talent, they might spend decades or even a century without being able to leverage the power of ghost gods. Yet, Lin Shen had achieved it directly, a talent so rare among divine beings. However, to reach the level of a middle divine being, leveraging the power of ghost gods alone was not enough. One must allow the ghost god to descend upon oneself. Lin Shen kept trying, which clearly was not an easy task, and had yet to evoke the shadow of the Yi god in that void illusion realm. Lin Shen himself didn't know how outrageous it was. To evoke a phenomenon and acquire an aberrant trait during his first practice of the sun-shooting great method was something most divine beings wouldn't even dare hope for. Yet he aimed to accomplish the descending of Ghost God within a single day. Even though he had not managed to facilitate the descending of Ghost God, the energy obtained from the Yi God's shadow was slowly increasing his attribute. This astonished Lin Shen. A divine being could just through cultivation increase their attribute, which was far more advanced than the evolution skill. The evolution skill primarily relied on external energy to transform oneself, whereas divine skill also relied on external energy, but this energy came from the limitless ghost gods from the void, indeed quite miraculous. Lin Shen was precisely cultivating the sun-shooting great method, aiming to enhance his own attributes, particularly the speed attribute. If he could increase it to 5,000 points, with the support of super base form, he could meet the requirements for a speed attribute of 10,000 points, and use that demon cloak. While Lin Shen was studying the sun-shooting great method, various major families had nearly turned the celestial court upside down. Originally thinking it should be easy enough to locate the Shen family person who caused the phenomenon, even the Shen family themselves couldn't figure out who could have caused such a phenomenon. Nobody actively sought out Shen Wubing. For a time, even the Shen family couldn't identify this person, let alone other families. Shen Qing now does not dare to make a sound. She dare not seek out Shen Wubing at this moment. Firstly, she can no longer explain herself clearly, and secondly, she fears bringing trouble upon herself. What if others think she is the one who triggered the Yi God sun-shooting phenomenon? Her troubles would then be immense. If it were just a mutual empty sky phenomenon, she could enjoy her family's resource allocation and training. Other major clans wouldn't specifically target her. But now this phenomenon is too frightening. If it really gets connected to her, her family might fully support her training, but she would have to bear too great a risk herself, where a small misstep could cost her life. Of course, the main reason is that Shen Qing knows she is not the person who triggered the phenomenon. She also secretly speculates in her heart who exactly triggered the Yi God sun-shooting phenomenon and also brought down her 10 days. She dares not claim to have triggered the mutual empty sky phenomenon. The marriage alliance between the two families could only continue, and she is helpless. Could this be fate? Shen Qing sighed deeply, having decided to give up her previous plans and leave the contentious Shen family. That Deng family's sixth son, Deng Aduo, is said to be quite decent, one of the few in the Deng family capable of practicing the sun-chasing great method. He seems to be rather low-key, somewhat timid in character, and not very conspicuous among his brothers in the Deng family, rarely exposed to the public eye. Shen Qing had only seen him once in passing at their last meeting, and her impression was still okay. Unlike the Shen family's sun-shooting great method, the threshold for the sun-chasing great method is too high. Unlike the sun-shooting great method, which anyone of Shen family bloodline, even an impure one, could easily begin learning. Even those with a pure Deng family bloodline might not be able to learn the sun-chasing great method, and even fewer succeed in cultivating it. Though it is a cherished divine skill of the Deng family and one of the Celestial Court's 9 great divine skills, most of the Deng family does not practice the sun-chasing great method. A duo being chosen for the marriage alliance, with him practicing the sun-chasing great method, is also a very important factor. At this moment, Deng Aduo, lying on a stone bed, several old members of the Deng family were examining his body, occasionally touching him. Aduo's body has no issues, likely just contaminated by the nether chi of the purple rosy nether butterfly, confusing his mind, which is why this situation arose. Deng Yongxin said to Deng Xian, "Is there a way to treat him?" Deng Xian asked calmly. "It's a bit troublesome. If it's just a collision of nether chi, it's hard to pinpoint the problem. Luckily, the issue isn't severe. He's just lost part of his memory. It doesn't impact much." Deng Yongxin pondered and spoke. Hearing him say this, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it does not affect the marriage alliance with the Shen family. The marriage alliance between the Deng family and the Shen family is inherently of a lesser advantage for the Deng family. Now that the Shen family has displayed a being capable of causing such a phenomenon, their influence will inevitably be greater than before. The marriage alliance must not be jeopardized. Deng Xian, non-committally, walked to the table, bent down to examine Deng Aduo's body. Chapter 981, Nether King Heaven. Deng Xian stretched out his hand to lift Deng Aduo's eyelids and leaned in closely to take a careful look. Suddenly, a purple light flew out from Deng Aduo's eyes, shooting straight into Xian's eyes. Everyone saw the purple light that flew out of Deng Aduo's eyes was like a sprite-like butterfly lady, but because it was too close and too fast, no one was able to react in time to stop it. Deng Xian's body emitted ripples of eerie strength, but he was unable to stop the purple nether butterfly lady. The butterfly lady flashed by in an instant and rushed into Deng Xian's eyes. Everyone was shocked and discolored. That thing was clearly out of the ordinary, not just any purple rosy nether butterfly. With it entering the eyes, who knows what would happen. What was more terrifying was that the purple nether butterfly lady had lurked within Deng Aduo's body, and despite their long examination, they hadn't discovered her presence, which was enough to illustrate the horror of the purple nether butterfly lady. Deng Xian, the person concerned, however, did not show much surprise, his expression still calm, with ripples continuing to spread over his body. The next second, the unbelievable happened. It seemed as if time on Deng Xian had reversed, exactly as the purple nether butterfly lady had entered before. Now it was like a video rewinding, retreating out from Deng Xian's eyes. Deng Xian extended his slender fingers to clamp the purple nether butterfly lady's wings, pinching them between his fingers. The purple nether butterfly lady, which roamed between nothingness and reality, now appeared like a butterfly bound, struggling a few times, but was unable to break free from Deng Xian's fingers. Who are you? Why seek to kill me by using my son's body? Deng Xian looked at the purple nether butterfly lady pinched between his fingers and asked indifferently, Who's trying to kill you? I just needed a shell, and he happened to be there at that time. Who knew he was your son? The purple nether butterfly lady seemed to have a wronged expression. Deng Xian said nothing, but ripples began to emanate from his fingertips. The seemingly delicate and powerless purple nether butterfly lady suddenly erupted in a burst of purple light, forming a deep purple vortex. Her figure disappeared into the whirlpool and reappeared in midair. The Deng family were all shocked. Being able to escape from Deng Xian's grasp, such a feat was beyond the capability of ordinary upper divine beings. Deng Xian, today I can't take your life, but you won't be so lucky next time, said the purple nether butterfly lady with a cold expression. Do I have a grudge with you? Deng Xian asked the purple nether butterfly lady. Deng Xian, have you forgotten the affairs of Nether King Heaven? The purple nether butterfly lady snorted coldly, her wings vibrated, and the purple light turned into countless purple rosy nether butterflies, sweeping through the room like a blizzard, startling everyone into subconsciously stepping back. Deng Xian stretched out a hand, and all the purple rosy nether butterflies flew towards his palm, stacking into a single purple butterfly ready to take flight. With his palm closing, the purple butterfly also disappeared. The spot where the purple nether butterfly lady had been no longer showed her figure. Family head, what kind of deformed species is that butterfly lady, and how is she so terrifying? The eyes of the Deng family members all turned to Deng Xian. Being capable of coming and going as she pleased before them, especially before Deng Xian, there were not many entities in the celestial court that could achieve this. Deng Xian responded indifferently. As she said just now, she comes from Nether King Heaven. The Deng family members already had some speculations in their minds, but upon hearing what Deng Xian said, their faces turned uncomfortable. Each of the 6 Great Star regions has its own rulers, but beyond the 6 Great Star regions, aside from the numerous ancient realm areas, there are many mysterious and unpredictable unknown star domains. Nether King Heaven is one of these unknown star domains, where many divine beings have ventured into to explore and seek resources. Not many could come out alive, and frequently a large number of deformed species surge out from Nether King Heaven, causing significant impact to the connected South Star District. Legend has it that Nether King Heaven contains ultimate creatures, and not just one. Otherwise, Nether King Heaven would have been leveled by divine beings long ago. Today, seeing the purple nether butterfly lady, many members of the Deng family realized that the rumors might be true. Indeed, there are ultimate creatures in Nether King Heaven. Family head, do you have any grievances with Nether King Heaven? Someone couldn't help but ask. I suppose so. I have been there once before and killed some deformed species. Deng Xian didn't pay them any more attention and went to check on Aduo's body. Only then did the rest remember Aduo. If something were wrong with Aduo, what would become of the marriage alliance with the Shen family? Family head, is the 6th son all right? One person asked anxiously after seeing Deng Xian finish his inspection. There's no consciousness left. It's probably very difficult for him to awaken again. Deng Xian sighed lightly. But how should we proceed now? At this point, where can we find another person who practices the sun-chasing great method to enter into a marriage alliance with the Shen family? The members of the Deng family became somewhat panicked. That's your concern, Deng Xian said, ignoring their gaze and picking up the vegetative Deng Aduo to leave. The members of the Deng family looked at each other in dismay. It was clear that Deng Xian no longer wished to involve himself in the matter. In fact, from the beginning, Deng Xian was against the marriage alliance with the Shen family. Although the family council forcibly initiated the plan, now with Aduo unavailable, the plan could no longer proceed. What should we do now? We've gotten to this point. Should we just give up? Said an elder. What else can we do if we don't give up? Where else can we find someone who practices the sun-chasing great method? Said another elder. It's not a matter of whether we can give up or not. The Shen family has been preparing for a long time and is about to enter into the marriage. If we say there's something wrong with Aduo now, will the Shen family agree to call it off? Everyone felt quite troubled, and some couldn't help but start blaming. Why did Aduo have to seek adventure at such a time, resulting in harm to both himself, becoming a vegetative person, and dragging the Deng family into such a predicament? Of course, they only dared to think this in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. There's another person who came back with Aduo, right? Could there also be something wrong with him? Suddenly, someone raised this issue. The Shen and Deng families were both in disarray, But Lin Shen was oblivious to so many things, focused on practicing the sun-shooting great method to increase attribute. At the start, the attribute increased quite quickly, but then it started to slow down. At this rate, who knows when I'll be able to reach the level of descending of Ghost God. Lin Shen has always been an impatient person. He disliked monotonous repetition, always seeking novelty. Continuing to practice the sun-shooting great method to this extent only meant a day-after-day accumulation, which was extremely uninteresting for Lin Shen. As he reflected in stillness, Lin Shen thought of the sun-chasing great method. Since I can master the sun-shooting great method, I wonder if I can also master this sun-chasing great method. Chapter 982. Are you a fairy? Lin Shen practiced for a while, but no matter how he meditated, he couldn't imagine what the river of time actually looked like, so naturally he couldn't make contact with it. Soon, Lin Shen discovered that the reason he was able to master the sun-shooting great method so quickly was not because of his exceptional talent, but because of the sun-shooting bow. The disappearance of the sun-shooting bow was the fundamental reason why he was able to practice the sun-shooting great method and trigger the phenomenon. Without the blessing of such a divine object, his practice of the sun-chasing great method was no longer as smooth. Lin Shen was greatly disappointed. He had thought he possessed an extraordinary talent in the area of ghost god laws, but it turned out to be otherwise. As Lin Shen was about to give up on his practice, suddenly a purple light flashed before him. What is this? Lin Shen watched in awe as the dreamlike figure of the purple nether butterfly lady appeared before him. His expression changed sharply as he stepped back using the surfing step, retreating explosively backward like a shrimp. The surfing step, merged with the maneuvering of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, was unpredictably swift. Whether moving backwards or sidestepping, it was not only faster than running forward, but also intensified by the speed of each subsequent step. Regrettably, Lin Shen was fast, but the purple nether butterfly lady was faster. Before he could take the second step, the purple nether butterfly lady's figure violently shook, rushing towards Lin Shen's eyes at an unbelievable speed. Seeing the purple nether butterfly lady's figure rapidly enlarging in his eyes, Lin Shen subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, even though he knew it was futile. Unfortunately, his eyelids' closing speed couldn't match the speed of the purple nether butterfly lady. Before his brain's command to close them could be executed, the purple nether butterfly lady had already charged in. Lin Shen immediately felt a severe pain in his brain, not in his eyes, but as if his brain was being churned. Giggle, my adorable little brother, your body belongs to me now, a seductive voice echoed in Lin Shen's mind. Lin Shen's headache intensified, and it seemed as if he saw the purple nether butterfly lady in his consciousness, maliciously laughing. Buzz! Lin Shen tried to calm down, enduring the headache while thinking of a plan. Before he could come up with a reason, suddenly a bell rang within his consciousness. A gray bell emerged from nowhere, covering the evilly giggling purple nether butterfly lady within it. What is this? The shocked and angry purple nether butterfly lady, whose body was filled with the force from the netherworld, forcibly erupted in power. The strength, like netherworld purple chi, stoutly resisted the power of the gray bell, preventing her from being suppressed to death by it. An ultimate divine artifact. So there's an ultimate divine artifact inside your body. That's perfect. This is a great gift you've given me. To thank you, I will try to make your death painless. Giggle. The purple nether butterfly lady laughed again, her evil and seductive laughter echoing. The purple light around her grew stronger, and strands of purple light patterns also emerged on her thin as cicada's wings. She was whispering something under her breath, indistinct, but the sound seemed to have a magical power, making one's mind feel groggy and confused. From the purple nether butterfly lady, a rising purple chi began to blend seamlessly with the gray bell's gray chi, the purple with gray traces, the gray with purple traces. Butterfly lady and the chaos bell were at a stalemate, and Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The chaos bell that inadvertently entered my body is so powerful, luckily it's here, or else I would hardly escape this disaster. As he was thinking, he suddenly sensed in his consciousness a bizarre shadow rising from Butterfly Lady, an indescribable shade of light, resembling a demon king from the depths of hell, and like a netherworld god of the netherworld. That demonic light shadow descended upon Butterfly Lady, immediately causing her strength to surge. Her purple ki distinctly strengthened, continuously permeating gray ki, even infiltrating the chaos bell, causing purple fine lines to appear on the chaos bell. Lin Shen had a foreboding feeling that if the chaos bell was completely permeated by the purple ki, it would likely be taken away by the Butterfly Lady. Butterfly Lady giggled continuously. What a precious treasure. It's a pity you're too weak. You don't even have the qualifications to use it. Without the aid of its master, it cannot defeat me, truly wasting such a great treasure. But this is also good. After I take over your body, I will use it well for you and won't continue to bury it. As Butterfly Lady spoke, her arms slowly lifted, covering her with the chaos bell, and it was gradually raised by the purple chi, seemingly lifted over her head. Buzz. Another buzzing sound. In Lin Shen's consciousness, an ancient longbow radiated brilliance, shooting out a light arrow like a long rainbow. Butterfly Lady, fully resisting the chaos bell, had no strength left to be distracted and respond. She could only stretch out a hand desperately, trying to grasp the light arrow. However, when her hand touched the light arrow, it failed to grasp it. The light arrow directly pierced through her body. Butterfly Lady let out a sharp scream. The purple light on her body dispersed. The Chaos Bell also repressed down once more. Gray Key enveloped the wounded Butterfly Lady, binding her body like countless chains, completely locking her inside the bell. There are 2 ultimate divine artifacts within your body. Who exactly are you? The locked Butterfly Lady emitted a sharp voice. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Lin Shen had never seen Purple Nether Butterfly Lady, unaware of her origins. I am the Purple Mansion Fairy. I came to rescue you. Release me quickly, the Purple Nether Butterfly Lady immediately said. Lin Shen contemptuously curled his lips. Who are you kidding here? If you are a little fairy, then I must be the Jade Emperor, saving me. Better save yourself. Previously, I was residing in Duo's body, discovered by the Deng family's people. You came back with Duo. What do you think the Deng family members will think of you? If I am not mistaken, they are currently on their way here. If they detect my presence in your body, do you think they will let you go? Purple Mansion Fairy said. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen's expression changed slightly. He immediately understood many things. Why Duo had lost her memory, why she had brought him back, and all the strange behaviors along the way. Previously, Lin Shen thought it was because Duo had lost her memory. Now he understood. Duo had long since not been the same as before. While Lin Shen was pondering, he suddenly heard footsteps, as if many people were approaching towards the warehouse door. If you cooperate with me, I can help you through this calamity, the Purple Mansion Fairy said while resisting the Chaos Bell. Chapter 983, Divine Illumination Mirror. Shut up, Lin Shen frowned in thought. He didn't know if the Deng family had the ability to remove the Purple Mansion Fairy that had invaded his body, and even if they did, it would likely be a difficult process. Would the Deng family go to such lengths for an outsider like him? Clearly, killing him would be easier and more efficient. Besides, he also had the Chaos Bell and the sun-shooting bow inside his body, which couldn't be discovered by the Deng family. Lin Shen understood the principle that the innocent must suffer for the guilt of the precious. The Purple Mansion Fairy had said the Chaos Bell and the sun-shooting bow were ultimate divine artifacts, so they must be extraordinary. If the Deng family found out, wouldn't they be tempted by greed? Lin Shen did not wish to test human nature. Boom! The warehouse door was pushed open directly without any greeting. Deng Yongshin led the group, walking straight to Lin Shen and, without giving him a chance to speak, his eyes emitted divine light. His robes flew without wind like the shadow of Thunder God, bursting with flashes of lightning rising from his body. Deng Yongshin's eyes shot out lightning with the intent to blast Lin Shen's body into smithereens. If he was just dealing with Lin Shen alone, Deng Yongshin would not use such strength. He had deemed that there was something odd in Lin Shen's body, meaning to wipe out both Lin Shen and whatever was inside him together. Damn it, this old bastard! Lin Shen was shocked. This old man wanted to kill him from the get-go. The Deng family was even more ruthless than he had imagined, directly wanting to kill him to end it once and for all, not even giving Lin Shen a chance to prove his innocence. This was a case of preferring to kill 1,000 by mistake rather than letting one go. Lin Shen shaped his fingers into a gun, aiming at Deng Yongshin, preparing to use finger sand. His technique of using his hand as a gun could also trigger Super Base Divine Shot. Now he could only fight desperately, to see whether he, Lin Shen, would die first or whether this old man's head would be blown apart by his finger sand first. At the critical moment, a black light curled in from outside the warehouse, turning in the air, and forcibly blocking the lightning shot from Deng Yongshin's eyes, deflecting the lightning away. For a moment, lightning flew chaotically inside the warehouse. Lin Shen was unharmed, but several people standing next to Deng Yongshin were accidentally injured by the deflected lightning. Deng Quang, what are you doing? Deng Yongshin turned to look at the warehouse door, only to see Deng Quang dressed in black and wearing sunglasses like a mafia boss, walking in nonchalantly. Great Elder, I think that question should be directed at you instead. You come to my place and even attack my guest. What are you doing? Deng Quang walked over to Lin Shen in a few strides, turned around to shield Lin Shen with his body, and asked Deng Yongshin. This matter is of great importance and cannot be explained in just a few words. I will explain it to you later, Deng Yongshin said as he tried to push Deng Quang aside. Deng Quang stopped his hand and said, Since it is important, Great Elder, it's better for you to explain it clearly. Deng Quang, a junior, dared to bluntly confront him like this, which made Deng Yongshin's face sour. But he was aware of Deng Quang's abilities and temperament and knew hardness wouldn't work, so he had to suppress his anger and continued. Do you know your sixth brother, Duo, was possessed by a deformed species? We just expelled it from Duo, and now his life and death are uncertain. This person came back with Duo, and he might also be a threat. We must eliminate it. After hearing this, Deng Quang turned to look at Lin Shen, sized him up, and then asked, Is there a deformed species inside you? No, Lin Shen replied. Hearing this, Deng Quang nodded slightly and then turned to Deng Yongshin and the others, saying, You all heard. There's no deformed species inside him, no problem. You great elders can go back now and stop disturbing my guest. Deng Yongshin and the others, after hearing Deng Quang's words, wondered if there was something wrong with his brain. Just because he said so, they could believe it? The deformed species are evil and brutal. We didn't detect that Duo was parasitized by a deformed species before. Now Duo's life and death are uncertain, which shows the cunning of the deformed species. How could you so easily believe his words? Deng Yongxin patiently said. Whether I believe it or not is my business. He is my guest, and my trust is sufficient, Deng Quang replied indifferently. Deng Yongxin was almost infuriated after hearing this. Such a critical issue. And Deng Quang just dismissed it by saying his trust was enough, totally not putting the elders in his eyes. Deng Quang, the matter is serious and cannot be taken lightly. This person and the deformed species inside him must be eliminated, another elder stepped forward and said. But those elders looked at each other, and none dared to make a move. They all knew Deng Quang's temperament. If he said he would do it, he definitely would. If it turned out that there was indeed no deformed species inside Tian's body, Deng Quang would surely kill whoever made the move. Deng Quang had done such a thing before, even at the risk of being annihilated by the celestial court. He killed an elder of the Deng family. He was someone who was lawless heaven, utterly rebellious and defiant. In that case, let's first verify whether there's a deformed species inside him, Deng Yongxin said, seeing that no one dared to move, knowing the situation couldn't continue like this. Among Deng Xian's many children, it was Deng Quang who was the most troublesome, a character who didn't follow the usual path. Great Elder is reasonable after all, Deng Quang sarcastically praised, then asked, Great Elder, how do you want to verify? Deng Yongxin, as if oblivious to Deng Quang's sarcasm, pondered and said, To find out if he is parasitized by the deformed species isn't difficult. We only need to use our family's divine illumination mirror. Just shine it on him and we'll know. Everyone nodded in approval of the Great Elder's thoroughness. With a single reflection from the divine illumination mirror, the deformed species would have nowhere to hide. The divine illumination mirror was a special aberrant divine artifact. Although it was a mirror, it did not reflect human figures or ordinary materials. The only things it could reflect were bloodline heritage. The Deng family descended from Quafu, so in front of the divine illumination mirror, the shadow of Quafu would appear in the mirror. Of course, if the bloodline was impure, it might reflect obscure ancestor shadows of various bloodlines, depending on the concentration of the blood, dimmer or brighter. The brighter it was, the stronger the bloodline of that lineage. The divine illumination mirror was generally used to confirm the purity of descendants' bloodlines and to determine what divine skills they were suitable for cultivating. However, it was equally effective for detecting deformed species. Deformed species wouldn't show bloodline shadows in the mirror, instead revealing their true forms. Chapter 984, Exposed. Deng Yongxin ordered someone to fetch the divine illumination mirror. Just by shining it on Lin Shen, one could find out not only if there are deformed species within Lin Shen's body, but also his bloodline. Deng Quang believed that Lin Shen was not parasitized by the deformed species, so he did not care and casually walked over to sit on the sofa, waiting for Lin Shen to prove his innocence. However, Lin Shen was feeling uneasy. He had just asked Deng Quang what exactly the divine illumination mirror was, and having understood its function, Lin Shen began to worry. He feared that the Purple Mansion fairy inside his body would be revealed, which was just one of the reasons. Lin Shen also feared whether he could reveal the ancestor's silhouette. He was not a descendant of the celestial court divine beings. He had no bloodline inheritance to speak of, and if he could not reveal anything, wouldn't his identity as a person from the ancient realm be exposed? According to Lin Shen's understanding over this period, the celestial court has always been unfriendly to people coming from the ancient realm. The most peculiar thing was that while people from the ancient realm were known to enter the celestial court, where these people ended up afterward, no one could clearly say. Even the divine beings themselves could not explain clearly where those who breached the barriers and entered ended up. Some said it was because the people from the ancient realm were too weak and not suitable for surviving in the celestial court. They were sent to a specific star domain. Others said that the people who entered from the ancient realm were pulled to serve as cannon fodder in new frontiers. These were all speculations. No one had actually seen it, which was the strangest part. Thus, Lin Shen was even more unwilling to have his true identity discovered. He suspected that those who entered the celestial court might not have met with good fates. The point of time this situation occurred was probably after the era of the Ancient Realm King. Before the Ancient Realm King's era, the people who entered the celestial court could still be traced, and it was known that they had merged into the divine beings. After the Ancient Realm King, people from the Ancient Realm who breached the barriers and came here until now, Lin Shen had not found out the specific whereabouts of a single person. While Lin Shen was lost in his thoughts, someone had already fetched the divine illumination mirror. It was an ancient copper mirror, yet it was polished so brightly that it could reflect a person. What was eerie was that, despite the mirror's brightness, it reflected no shadows, only the colors of the starry sky. The person handed the divine illumination mirror to Deng Yongxin. Deng Yongxin glanced at Deng Quang, who, seeing that he was indifferent and spread his hands, hesitated no more and immediately activated the ancient copper mirror in his hands. The next second, the ancient mirror became more and more transparent. What originally looked like metal now looked crystal clear, like crystal. To prove that the divine illumination mirror was functioning normally, Deng Yongxin first shone it on a Deng family guard nearby. The guard's figure did not appear in the mirror. Instead, a giant-like silhouette appeared in the divine illumination mirror. Although the silhouette was very dim and unclear, one could still see his extraordinary origins from his grand aura. Although the bloodline inheritance was weak, from the fact that only Kwafu's silhouette appeared in the mirror, it indicated that this guard's Deng family bloodline was very pure, unmixed with other bloodlines. Lin Shen did not choose to flee. He had already received information from Deng Quang, knowing that the divine illumination mirror could only reveal divine beings' bloodline inheritance and deformed species in the body, nothing else. Since this is so, Lin Shen decided to take a gamble. The Purple Mansion Fairy was enclosed within the Chaos Bell. If the divine illumination mirror couldn't penetrate the Chaos Bell, then it couldn't reveal the Purple Mansion Fairy. If the divine illumination mirror simply failed to reveal Lin Shen's bloodline heritage, Lin Shen still had some explanations to offer. Instead of timidly rejecting the divine illumination mirror now, it was better to take a gamble. Everyone's eyes were focused on watching the divine illumination mirror, wanting to see what it could reveal. When the light from the divine illumination mirror enveloped Lin Shen, an image unexpectedly appeared within the mirror. This made Lin Shen's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the Purple Mansion Fairy, despite being covered by the Chaos Bell, has still been revealed? Lin Shen stared intently at the image appearing in the mirror, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately relaxed. The image that appeared wasn't the Purple Mansion Fairy. That he could also project a light shadow of bloodline heritage, Lin Shen was curious to know whose it could be, but when he clearly saw what the shadow was, it filled him with great confusion. Not only Lin Shen was perplexed, all the Deng family members present looked at each other with suspicion clearly written on their faces. The light shadow revealed in the divine illumination mirror was exactly the same as the one revealed by that Deng family guard previously. Both were images of a giant, with an identical imposing aura, clearly the ancestor divine being Kwafu of the Deng family. The difference was that the giant's light shadow projected by the guard was dull and lifeless, almost like a shadow, whereas the giant's light shadow revealed by Lin Shen was dazzlingly bright, and the light upon the shadow kept growing stronger. How could this be? How could his body reveal the light shadow of our ancestor Kwafu? Could he be of our Deng family's bloodline? Impossible. If there was such a person in the Deng family, how could I not know? And the brightness of this shadow, Deng Yongxin looked at Lin Shen with suspicion filling his eyes. He moved the light of the divine illumination mirror away from Lin Shen and tried it on the people beside him, but there were no issues. The bloodline heritage of those people could be clearly illuminated. Many had mixed bloodlines, some could reveal 3 or 4 light shadows, and some even 7 or 8 or more. Compared to them, Lin Shen, who only revealed Kwafu's light shadow, and with such high brightness, seemed like the most pure-blooded member of the sun-chasing clan. The atmosphere turned slightly strange, and others' looks towards Lin Shen became particularly complex. Not only did it fail to reveal any deformed species, but it also discovered that this person's bloodline was purer than theirs, making him more like a Deng family member. For a moment, the situation became somewhat awkward. Everyone didn't know how to proceed, hence their gazes inevitably fell on Deng Yongxin. Disbelieving, Deng Yongxin again illuminated Lin Shen, only to find the result unchanged. The light shadow of the great god Kwafu still appeared in the mirror and seemed even brighter than before. Such brightness was relatively rare in the history of the Deng family. The looks Deng family members gave Lin Shen became increasingly peculiar, all secretly wondering to which family Lin Shen could be an illegitimate child. However, Lin Shen knew clearly that he didn't possess any Kwafu bloodline. The ability to reveal Kwafu's light shadow was all the trickery of the Purple Mansion Fairy. Now Lin Shen knew that he indeed could not reveal anything in the divine illumination mirror. So it turns out you are not a divine being, giggle. The triumphant laughter of the Purple Mansion Fairy echoed in Lin Shen's mind for a long time. Chapter 985, The Lab Escapee, Xiao Bai, the mouse members of the Deng family, were at a loss for what to do with Lin Shen for the moment. After Deng Yongxin left with his people, Deng Quang patted Lin Shen on the shoulder and said, "Rest easy, with me here, no one will bully you." After a pause, Deng Quang continued, "I'm currently finding someone to help you obtain identity proof from the Celestial Court. It's just a matter of a couple days. Just wait a bit longer. Once you get your identity proof, a planet will be allocated to you. It won't be too late to leave then." Lin Shen gazed at Deng Quang blankly, not expecting him to say these things. It seemed like he might know that Lin Shen had nowhere to go, and it was even quite possible that he knew Lin Shen was not from the Celestial Court. "Haha, don't look at me with those eyes." Deng Quang laughed as he patted Lin Shen's shoulder again. "I once said, your brother and I were brothers in arms. Knowing these things isn't surprising. You just wait. I've got some business to take care of, so I'll be going first," Deng Quang said. "You have my communication number. Remember to contact me if you need anything. Don't shoulder it all on your own." Watching Deng Quang leave, Lin Shen was inwardly troubled. What on earth is going on with this Deng Quang? Could it be that he really has some relation to someone? "We could have a good talk. We could cooperate," said the voice of the Purple Mansion Butterfly Lady in Lin Shen's mind. "Cooperate?" Lin Shen asked quietly, without revealing anything. "You are a person from the ancient realm who has entered the Celestial Court without permission. If you're discovered, you should know exactly what your end will be. Otherwise, you wouldn't conceal your identity and follow me to the Deng family, said the Purple Mansion Butterfly Lady bitterly. No wonder the people of the Deng family could so easily spot my slip-ups. As it turns out, you're not a person from the Celestial Court at all. I told you so much, which only made my own flaws more exposed. What would happen if I were discovered? Lin Shen asked, his heart stirred as he replied with a question of his own. Are you truly ignorant, or are you putting on an act with me? The Purple Mansion Fairy said coldly. If you're acting, there's no need. The reason you were able to deceive the divine illumination mirror is that I helped project the figure of Kwafu upon you. Otherwise, you would have been discovered by the Deng family long ago for who you truly are. How else could you still be talking to me like this? But you still haven't told me what would happen if I were discovered, Lin Shen said coolly. Giggle. Are you really saying that you don't know what consequences await those who infiltrate the Celestial Court without permission? If that's the case, then that's even more interesting, the Purple Mansion Fairy said with a fiendish laugh. Should you be able to enter through the main gates of the Celestial Court, you might become a guinea pig or experimental subject for them. But if you are of no value, not even fit to be an experiment, you would end up as disposable cannon fodder or dispatched to mine until death for the Celestial Court. Lin Shen was alarmed to hear this, but he said nothing, not wanting to interrupt the Purple Mansion Fairy so she could continue. People like you, who don't enter through the main gates of the Celestial Court once discovered, only have one fate, and that is death, said the Purple Mansion Fairy with a smile. Why? Lin Shen couldn't understand. Being from the ancient realm, what difference did it make through which entrance one came into the Celestial Court? Those who come in through the main doors can be used as lab rats, cannon fodder, miners, and so on. So why do those who don't enter through the main doors get killed right away, without even the chance to be lab rats? With a smile, the Purple Mansion Fairy said, It seems you truly know nothing. As a basis for our cooperation, let me clarify things for you so that you understand the predicament you're in now. Although I do not know which ancient realm you come from, it doesn't matter. Every ancient realm is a testing ground for the Celestial Court, and all creatures from the ancient realms are test subjects of the Celestial Court. The Purple Mansion Fairy said with a cold laugh. You can understand it this way. The test subjects that come out of the gate have gone through the experimental procedure like lab rats. Everything is under the control of the Celestial Court, and the risk assessment is also normal. But someone like you who sneaks into the Celestial Court is like a lab rat that has escaped in the middle of an experiment. Nobody knows what kind of harm you bring with you, and whether you will infect people outside the lab, the risk is unaccessible and uncontrollable. Hence, upon discovery, immediate destruction is warranted. A testing ground for the ancient realm? What are they experimenting with in the ancient realm? Lin Shen found it hard to believe what the Purple Mansion Fairy was saying. Although the ancient realm was not as vast as the Celestial Court, it was still an immensely large cosmic space, and to think that such a space was merely an experimental field was truly hard to believe. I don't know, perhaps only a few masters of the Celestial Court would know. The Purple Mansion Fairy continued, I know you don't believe it, but think about this. The civilizations within the ancient realm are not that weak after all. Quite a few beings already possess the capabilities to survive in the cosmic space, so why do their civilizations keep getting destroyed time after time? Why is there a break in the succession of civilizations? You mean to say that all this is secretly controlled by the Celestial Court? Lin Shen felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously learned from Lin Wan that human civilization had undergone multiple destructions. At that time, he was somewhat puzzled. According to Lin Wan, the people of the ancient civilizations were incredibly strong, many of whom had the power to break through the gates of the Celestial Court. What kind of disaster happened in the cosmic space that could directly cut off such human civilizations? If it were a cosmic-level disaster, or even a cosmic explosion or something, then why was only the ancient realm affected, while the Celestial Court itself remained unscathed? If what the Purple Mansion Fairy said was true, then everything would make sense. The break in human civilization's succession was not due to some disaster, but rather because it was being controlled. Many things that he couldn't understand before now seemed explainable. What Lin Shen still couldn't figure out was why the Celestial Court would do this, and what benefit it would bring to the Celestial Court. In theory, the people of the Celestial Court also came from the ancient realm. They themselves were from the ancient realm, so why would they reject the ancient realm? It's very easy for someone alone in the Celestial Court to be found out their true identity. If you cooperate with me and encounter the situation like now, I can also help you solve it. The Purple Mansion Butterfly Lady struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade. I extracted the Deng family's bloodline from Duo, so I could only show the image of Kwafu to others and hide my own existence. This is also your best cover. Together we will both benefit, divided, we both suffer. Seeing that Lin Shen remained silent, the Purple Mansion Butterfly Lady seemed to feel that her conditions were still not tempting enough and continued to say, I can also transfer to you a portion of the Kwafu bloodline, helping you to merge with the Kwafu bloodline. With this bloodline, you will be able to practice the sun-chasing clan's sun-chasing great method, and even less people will be able to see through your identity. If bloodlines could be transferred so easily, wouldn't the Deng family be more than just a few people able to practice the sun-chasing great method? Lin Shen said. Others naturally cannot do it, but I am different. I am the Purple Mansion Fairy, possessing the Purple Mansion Yin-Yang rebirth method. Otherwise, how could I extract the bloodline from Duo? This is a unique ability in the cosmic, the Purple Mansion Fairy said proudly. Chapter 986, Re-entering the Great Void. Lin Shen pondered quietly to himself. Although what the Purple Mansion Fairy said can't be fully trusted, it cannot be completely dismissed either. If the Celestial Court really treats people from the ancient realm as lab rats, then my current situation is indeed not very optimistic. Although Deng Quang would help him with identity verification, having an identity proof would legitimize his standing within the Celestial Court, yet it was still hard to guarantee that no one would detect anything unusual. Seeing that Lin Shen hadn't spoken and did not intend to release her from the Chaos Spell either, the Purple Mansion Fairy spoke again. I don't know what your relationship with that person from the Deng family is, but since he said he'd help you with the identity verification, it means he doesn't know you're from the ancient realm. How can you be sure? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He thought Deng Quang knew of his identity, and so he was helping him with the identity verification. From what Purple Mansion Fairy implied, it seemed it wasn't so. To possess an identity in the Celestial Court, one must undergo checks similar to that of the Divine Illumination Mirror earlier, which are necessary to prove you are human, followed by your clan's bloodline, before an identity is granted. That thing is even scarier than the Divine Illumination Mirror, and ordinary people can't simply escape its examination, said Purple Mansion Fairy. Only I can help you pass the check. It's a mutually beneficial choice for both of us to cooperate. In fact, there is no conflict of interest between us. You want to live safely in the Celestial Court, while I merely want to cause trouble for the Deng family. Cooperation is beneficial for you, but not for me, Lin Shen said lightly. How could it not be beneficial? I can help you pass the identity verification of the Celestial Court. Isn't that a tremendous advantage? Replied the Purple Mansion Fairy. Even if I don't cooperate with you, you would still have to help me pass the identity verification of the Celestial Court, Lin Shen stated. The Purple Mansion Fairy initially wanted to argue, but after thinking it over, she suddenly realized that Lin Shen was right. If Lin Shen did not pass the identity verification and was discovered by the Celestial Court, she would also be discovered, and her fate would be the same as Lin Shen's. Thus, even if Lin Shen did not cooperate with her, she still had no choice but to help Lin Shen. I can give you the bloodline of the Sun-Chasing clan and help you master the Sun-Chasing Great Method. The Purple Mansion Fairy's words were interrupted by Lin Shen before she could finish. After what just happened with Duo, suddenly mastering the Sun-Chasing Great Method isn't helping me, it's setting me up to be killed, said Lin Shen coldly. The Purple Mansion Fairy's face changed abruptly. She, after all, was not human. Despite being an ultimate creature, her way of thinking was still very different from that of humans. She had indeed failed to consider this point before. She thought she could control 2 of Lin Shen's resources, but it turned out to be utterly useless, leaving the Purple Mansion Fairy in a dilemma. Lin Shen remained silent while the Purple Mansion Fairy inside the Chaos Spell suffered profoundly. She had to expend a part of her strength to resist the Chaos Spell, to ensure that she wouldn't be completely assimilated by its power. But her strength wasn't infinite. Continuing like this, the day would eventually come when she would run out of strength. If she couldn't move Lin Shen to release her from the Chaos Spell, she was bound to face problems even though it would be a prolonged process. Purple Mansion Fairy had another idea in mind, but unless it was a last resort, she was reluctant to take that step. As the Purple Mansion Fairy stopped talking, Lin Shen no longer paid attention to her. He took some items and went to feed the 4 little white tigers following him. The little white tigers were growing very fast. Within just a short time, they had grown quite a bit. Naturally, it was also because Lin Shen fed them well. At least it was all aberrant fluid from deformed species, with nothing adulterated. That particularly special little white tiger was growing especially well. Its body size was noticeably larger than the other 3, and its fur's metallic gloss became increasingly distinct. After playing till they were tired, the little ones habitually ran over and lay beside Lin Shen, seemingly regarding him as one of their own. Lin Shen called Yudo over and asked him, "When do you plan to ascend to immortal? Is it something I can achieve just because I want to? I need resources. Without resources, how can I ascend?" Yudo grumbled. "Advancing to immortal depends on the comprehension of the immortal laws. You're already at the nirvana perfection level. What more resources do you need? Besides, even if you need resources, the resources I gave you earlier, plus those aberrant sources later, aren't they enough?" Lin Shen had always known that Yudo was merely playing the victim. Yudo was already at nirvana perfection, and resources were basically useless to him. His delay in becoming immortal definitely had other reasons. Lin Shen didn't give him resources before precisely because he knew this. Giving him more resources was just a waste. Seeing that he couldn't hide it from Lin Shen, Yudo said reluctantly, "I can sense that the immortal king of my lineage is still alive. If I ascend to immortal now, I'd just be bound to the future law, not becoming the immortal king." Lin Shen nodded slightly, finding it to be expected. Otherwise, Yudo wouldn't have stayed at the nirvana level. "Can't you first ascend to immortal and later kill the immortal king to seize the crown?" asked Lin Shen. The Immortal King isn't so easily killed. Anyway, I can't do it. I can only wait for him to die first. Yudo made a face. I'll help you in the future, Lin Shen said. Why are you so suddenly eager to have me ascend to immortal? Yudo looked suspicious, wondering if Lin Shen was plotting something again. This place is too dangerous. Without immortal level strength, even surviving is difficult, and I also need someone to help me. Without me, indeed you can't manage. Now you realize my importance, huh? Yudo sneered. But why should I help you just because you need me? I just won't ascend, and you can solve your own problems without depending on me. Lin Shen didn't insist. If Yudo wanted to wait, then let him wait. The Immortal King wouldn't just die so easily. At a place like Celestial Court, he would soon become unbearable and ascend. Lin Shen wanted him to ascend now precisely to test if Yudo could master the divine skill of the Celestial Court. With nothing else to do, Lin Shen decided to go to the Great Void again. Perhaps now he would not reappear on the previous island. After entering the Great Void, Lin Shen was disappointed to discover that he was still on that isolated island, and aside from himself, it was still devoid of any other people. However, Lin Shen's glance shifted, and his face revealed a look of shock. On the white sand beach, a furious evil goddess had unexpectedly appeared again. Chapter 987, Set, how is that possible? Lin Shen looked at the furious evil goddess lying motionless on the beach, both shocked and pleased, his face full of disbelief. Theoretically speaking, the furious evil goddess is a lower ultimate creature, corresponding to the immortal Dharma King of the ancient realm zone. Such a level of creature is naturally extremely rare, and might even be a uniquely singular existence in the universe. Lin Shen had just killed one, and even obtained the furious evil goddess's aberrant divine artifact Immortal Shield. How could another furious evil goddess appear so quickly? Even stranger was that the furious evil goddess appearing here was also motionless, as if she had been hit by a pressure point. There was nothing on the isolated island, so how could anyone have hit her pressure points? Lin Shen struggled to understand why this was happening. This made Lin Shen start to doubt his previous judgment. Perhaps the Great Void World was not as he imagined, truly just a virtual world. If the Great Void World is a virtual world, then it would be easier to explain. It's possible that the furious evil goddess was an NPC monster spawned, but because this area had not yet opened, her programming wasn't complete, therefore she lay motionless. After Lin Shen killed a furious evil goddess, the system refreshed and hence another one appeared. It seems this is the only explanation, yet Lin Shen felt that the Great Void World couldn't possibly be a virtual world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why things from the Great Void World could be brought into reality. Lin Shen had a bizarre expression, coming to another possibility. Could it be that even the real world is virtual, and the Great Void World is a virtual inside a virtual world? This thought merely flashed through his mind as he himself did not believe he was a virtual creation, thus he naturally dismissed the idea. Lin Shen didn't want to think too much. Even if it were a virtual world, as long as he found it fun, it wouldn't matter. He charged at the furious evil goddess again and resumed his grinding slaughter. With the experience from last time, it still took Lin Shen a long time to kill the furious evil goddess. Killing the lower ultimate creature, furious evil goddess, aberrant source detected, finally the mechanical watch prompted. As the furious evil goddess died, the solidification series Immortal Crown unexpectedly appeared again, flying off her body and getting locked by multiple order light chains. Seeing the death powder bite down on the Immortal Crown gave Lin Shen a strange feeling. This scene was all too familiar, almost as if he was reloading a saved game. Taking a deep breath and ignoring the death powder, Lin Shen continued to saw open the furious evil goddess's head. Without the reinforcement of the Immortal Crown, the furious evil goddess's body was not as hard to damage, and soon Lin Shen had sawed open her head and dug out an aberrant source. As soon as the aberrant source left the corpse, it vibrated and flew up on its own, a scene Lin Shen still found very familiar. Another immortal shield. Lin Shen thought the aberrant source was about to turn into another immortal shield, but he noticed that the twisted shape of the aberrant source was not that of an immortal shield, but rather resembled a helmet. Sure enough, in no time, the aberrant source completely transformed into the form of a helmet. Immortal Helmet, Ultimate Lower Level Aberrant Divine Artifact, Series, Solidification Series. Requirement for use, Solidification Series Immortal Laws. Aberration Rate, 100%. Hardness 2000, Toughness 2000, Aberrant Trait Immortal Guardian. Lin Shen checked the attributes of the Immortal Helmet and found it to be exactly the same as those of the Immortal Shield, with no differences. Waiting for Lin Shen to take out the Immortal Shield and the Immortal Helmet for comparison, he suddenly discovered something new. The other attributes hadn't changed, but the aberrant trait Immortal Guardian had a difference. The original Immortal Guardian had become Immortal King's Guardian, but now, using Immortal King's Guardian, a gray silhouette appeared enveloping his entire body. The silhouette looked like a person with a snake's tail, the furious evil goddess. Could this thing actually have a set? Lin Shen was pleasantly surprised. Now he didn't care whether this was a virtual world or not, as long as he could gain benefits. If this really was a set, then now that he had both the helmet and the shield, was it possible there were other parts as well? The helmet and shield alone were so powerful, what kind of effect would it be if he could collect the other parts? Lin Shen was already eager to kill a few more furious evil goddesses to see if he could get other parts. The death powder scraped some more shavings off the immortal crown, but still could not crush and swallow the immortal crown. Reluctantly letting go, death powder, still unsatisfied, came back and swallowed the corpse of the furious evil goddess. After recalling the death powder, Lin Shen quickly left the great void world, then decided to go back in. He entered and exited several times but didn't see the furious evil goddess again. It seems there's a time limit. From the last time I saw the furious evil goddess to this time, how much time has passed? Lin Shen carefully calculated, planning to go back later to see if he could find the furious evil goddess again. While Lin Shen was trying to calculate if he could encounter the furious evil goddess again, Deng Quang sent him a message telling him that the identity verification was almost done. All he needed to do was to complete the final identity verification to obtain the Celestial Court identity. Deng Quang told him to wait, and he would soon come back to take Lin Shen for the identity verification. Purple Mansion Fairy was right. One must complete identity verification in order to obtain the Celestial Court identity, Lin Shen mused internally. Soon after, Deng Quang came back and took Lin Shen to participate in the identity verification. On the way, Deng Quang said to Lin Shen, "Don't be nervous, it's just a routine check to determine what kind of planet you can be assigned to. The planets of the Celestial Court are ranked upper, middle, and lower. During the check, the higher your rating, the higher the level of the planet you'll be assigned to. If you can be assigned an upper-level planet, at least until you won't have to worry about resources," Deng Quang said laughingly to Lin Shen. "You have the Deng family's bloodline, and your legacy shadow is so bright. Your rating will certainly not be low, at least you can be allocated to a middle planet. How is this rating calculated?" Lin Shen pondered and asked. He wasn't concerned about the rating itself, just afraid of giving himself away. Chapter 980 Proof, Too Good is Not Good. The Purple Mansion Fairy said she could help Lin Shen pass the inspection, and Lin Shen felt it was worth a try. Without an identity proof within the Celestial Court, he couldn't go anywhere and could only stay on Quafu Star. To leave this place for somewhere else, he would need an identity proof. Previously, it was by following Duo back that he managed to pass through many checkpoints thanks to Duo's identity proof. Lin Shen, on his own, couldn't go anywhere, and would be in big trouble if discovered by the Celestial Court. So, this identity proof was something he had to obtain no matter what. There was an inspection agency on Quafu Star, but the agency itself did not belong to the Deng family. Such agencies are directly subordinate to the rulers of the Star region, and all inspection data are connected to the Star region's smart brain. This is something that cannot be fabricated by any means. Deng Quang was able to let Lin Shen attend the inspection as a member of the Deng family, which was something they managed only through connections. Otherwise, Lin Shen, with his unclear background, wouldn't even be eligible for an inspection. Following Deng Quang to the inspection agency, Lin Shen discovered that, apart from the guards at the main entrance, the entire station was unmanned. Everything inside the station was done by the Smart Brain, and the control of the Smart Brain rested with the ruler of the Star region. The people of Quafu Star couldn't even think of modifying it, much less gain control permissions. Deng Quang could only take him to the entrance. Lin Shen had to follow the instructions given by the holographic projection to find the inspection location. The inspection station was very efficient. There were no unnecessary procedures or steps. As soon as Lin Shen stood at the designated position, a beam of light fell from the ceiling, enveloping his body within it. Lin Shen saw a mirror on the ceiling, not the ancient style of the divine illumination mirror, but one that looked very high-tech. Lin Shen guessed that the mirror's function was probably similar to that of the divine illumination mirror, because in that mirror he also couldn't see his own shadow. No wonder the Purple Mansion Fairy was so confident about passing the inspection. This inspection must be a replica of the divine illumination scriptures, right? Lin Shen mused, not forgetting to mentally call out to the Purple Mansion Fairy in case she didn't use Duo's bloodline to pass the inspection in time. The Purple Mansion Fairy gave no response, but Lin Shen wasn't worried. If a problem was detected with him, the Purple Mansion Fairy wouldn't be able to escape either. The two of them were in this together, and even if the Purple Mansion Fairy was reluctant, she couldn't let Lin Shen be caught out by the inspection. Indeed, after the beam of light shone on Lin Shen for not too long, a holographic image projected in front of him showed a silhouette of Quafu. The silhouette became stronger and Quafu's image more vivid. Beside the Quafu silhouette, there was a black vertical line with red at the bottom. As the silhouette of Quafu materialized, the red at the bottom of the black line rose higher and higher. Next to the vertical line were scale marks, but there were no units or corresponding numbers on the scale marks, and the distances between each line were not equal. Lin Shen didn't know what these scale marks represented. He counted. There were 9 in total. Counting from the bottom up, the red had now risen to the position of the 7th scale mark and was still climbing. Lin Shen watched as the red reached the topmost 9th scale mark and, unexpectedly, it didn't stop there but climbed up a little bit further before finally halting. I thought the 9th scale mark was the highest. It turns out it can continue upwards. Is Duo's bloodline talent that high? Or is the purpose of these scales different from what I imagined? Lin Shen was momentarily unable to decide. Suddenly, the light beam shining on Lin Shen disappeared, and the Kuafu silhouette in the holographic projection vanished as well. Inspection complete. Bloodline purity 100%, belonging to the Sun-Chasing clan. Bloodline qualification, 2nd rank superior. Based on your test results, a random allocation of a sovereign star is in progress. With the voice, a star chart also appeared in the holographic projection, which was densely packed, making it impossible to see how many stars there were. Then the star chart zoomed in quickly, and Lin Shen discovered that what he saw were not stars but nebulae clusters. A nebula cluster contained an unimaginable number of star systems, and as the star chart continued to zoom in at high speed, a blue planet finally appeared in front of Lin Shen. Your allocated sovereign star is of an upper-level star, Crystal Charm. Your information has been entered into the system, the smart brain continued. There was nothing else, just a few sentences, not even an identity card. It was then that Lin Shen realized the advanced state of the Celestial Court was something the ancient realm simply could not compare to. No physical documents were needed here. The person itself served as an identifier. As long as the individual passed the system check, there would be no issues, nor was there any need for any identification. Following the instructions, Lin Shen left the inspection station, and everything went so smoothly it was hard to believe. How did the test go? What rank is your qualification? Asked Deng Quang with some curiosity. 2nd rank superior, Lin Shen replied. 2nd rank superior? Deng Quang rejoiced. You truly live up to being a brother's brother. Before, Duo was just at the 2nd rank upper level. With such talent you are bound to become an upper divine being. What star were you assigned to? However, this time Deng Quang's expression changed, and he was not as overjoyed as earlier. Second brother Deng, is there a problem with the assigned star? Lin Shen felt a jolt inside and guessed from Deng Quang's expression that there might be something off with the star. It's good, of course, it's very good. Stars are graded into 9 levels, upper 3rd rank, middle 3rd rank, and lower 3rd rank, with lower 3rd rank being the worst and upper level star the best. Among the upper stars, the 1st level is the best. Deng Quang said, then hesitated. It's just this Crystal Charm star. A problem? Lin Shen asked. Not exactly a problem, it's just too good, Deng Quang said with a wry smile. Having it too good is also a problem? Lin Shen was surprised, originally thinking the star might have some issues, but this was an unexpected answer. Yes, being too good can indeed be a problem sometimes. Crystal Charm star is one of the very best among the upper-level stars. That planet hosts a large number of upper aberrants, and they're of exceptional quality. Not even an ordinary aberrant can be found there. They're either mutated upper aberrants or divine beast aberrants. Middle and lower aberrants on Crystal Charm Star are even rarer than people from the ancient realm. Deng Quang shook his head. The resources there are top-notch, no question about that. However, your current strength is not yet sufficient to exploit those resources. You can only look but not use, which is why even too good can be a problem. But, as always, every coin has 2 sides. It's tough for you now, but once you ascend to the status of an upper divine being, Crystal Charm Star will be a tremendous treasure vault for you, unparalleled. Deng Quang then consoled Lin Shen with a few more words. Chapter 989, The Opportunity That Comes Knocking. Lin Shen finally understood that his planet was too advanced for him to utilize at the moment. If he were to go there, it might even be dangerous for him, as deformed species run rampant on upper planets, and he indeed lacked the capability to survive in such conditions. However, none of these mattered now because Lin Shen had obtained an identity certificate that allowed him to use teleporters or spaceships to leave Kuafu Star. As soon as he reached a safe place without law restrictions, he would immediately use a teleporter to return. The teleporters of Celestial Court are much more advanced than those in the ancient realm. Every planet has a teleporter, and each one can transport to any planet within the Celestial Court. Of course, having this function in a teleporter doesn't mean one can actually transport there. In fact, there are many restrictions on planet teleportation. For example, one can only teleport to their domain planet if they have the permission. The owner of the planet can also grant permission to others, even temporarily, and these permissions are freely adjustable. Thus, while the functionality of a teleporter is powerful, there are many artificial restrictions. Essentially, most planets cannot be teleported to without the owner's permission. On their way back, Deng Quang told Lin Shen more about Crystal Charm Star. Lin Shen was not the first owner of Crystal Charm Star. In fact, the star had been allocated to many others before him. However, most of those previous owners had already died, and some who didn't die had applied to change their domain planet. Among those who died, some were unaware of the dangers of Crystal Charm Star and perished silently after their arrival. Some knew of the star's horrors but still ventured there, knowing the risks, only to lose their lives. There were also some with powerful backgrounds, who brought their families' elites hoping to secure resources on Crystal Charm Star. The most famous instance was when a small family mobilized their elite. Dozens of upper divine beings went to Crystal Charm Star, and only 2 or 3 survived, leaving the family weakened ever since. Since then, very few have dared to target Crystal Charm Star. Some big clans, like the Deng family, want the permissions for Crystal Charm Star, but unfortunately, no one has been able to randomly acquire it. Young Sixth Master, don't worry, you can continue to live on Kwafu Star, or I can bring people to help organize Crystal Charm Star for you, it's not a big deal, Deng Quang said generously. Second Brother Deng, I'd like to explore and visit other places first to gain more experience. Lin Shen politely declined Deng Quang's offer. Alright, contact me if you need anything, don't be a stranger, Deng Quang said with a smile. Upon returning to the storeroom, Lin Shen packed up his stuff and took 4 little white tigers with him, planning to leave Kwafu Star first. Lin Shen intended to bring all the little white tigers back to the ancient realm. Despite their small size, given their strength, they could roam freely in the ancient realm unless they encountered some of the top powerhouses. These are innate immortal beings, and in terms of innate level, even DEC is far inferior to them. After Lin Shen packed his things, Deng Quang was about to take him to the teleportation station when Deng Yongxin and his men blocked the door. Great Elder, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't last time enough, or do you want to repeat it? Deng Quang stood in front of Lin Shen and said coldly to Deng Yongxin. Deng Yongxin merely smiled faintly. Second young master, don't be anxious. My visit to Tian this time is not with any ill intentions. In fact, I have a huge opportunity to offer him. You have something good for him? Deng Quang said with a dismissive sneer. As if he hadn't heard Deng Quang's mockery, Deng Yongxin continued on his own. Second young master, the marriage alliance between the Deng family and the Shen family is imminent. However, with Duo's recent incident, we must choose someone else to fulfill this arranged marriage. You want Tian to impersonate Duo? Deng Quang, grasping Deng Yongxin's intention, expressed surprise as he turned to Lin Shen. He doesn't look like Duo. How could he impersonate her? It's not about impersonating, it's about replacing. What the Shen family wants is a member of the Deng family capable of practicing the sun-chasing great method. It doesn't necessarily have to be Duo, explained Deng Yongxin. But he is not a member of the Deng family, said Deng Quang. How is he not a Deng family member now? We've tested him, and you've seen it with your own eyes, second young master. He has 100% pure Kwafu lineage. If he's not our Deng family member, whose family could he belong to? Deng Yongxin looked at Lin Shen, his smile beaming as he continued. With such a pure lineage of our clan and such high talent, he is certainly capable of practicing the sun-chasing great method. Once you master it, no matter where you grew up, you will be a direct descendant of our Deng family. Your progeny with the Shen family woman will inherit bloodlines from both the Shen and Deng families, and will be able to learn both sun-shooting and sun-chasing divine skills, becoming an important connection unifying our two great families, and hold a prestigious position. Lin Shen finally understood that the Shen and Deng families wanted to create a child who could concurrently cultivate the divine skills of both families. He guessed this was just an experiment. If they really could have offspring capable of cultivating both great divine skills, future cooperation between the two clans would be even tighter, and many such mixed offspring would be born, strengthening their power progressively. Of course, it would be difficult for such mixed offspring to hold power. At most, they might serve as high-level enforcers. Lin Shen was eager to return home, as his own wife was about to give birth soon. He had no interest in conceiving another child with another woman, nor in participating in the trivial affairs of the Shen and Deng families. Right now, he could not wait to fly back to beside Tianxun to take care of her and be there for the birth of his child. That child was Lin family's sole heir, and the hope for its future. Thus, without a second thought, Lin Shen flatly refused Deng Yongxin. Deng Yongxin said indifferently, as a member of the Deng family by blood, you naturally must make the appropriate contributions to the family. If you do not comply with the family's arrangements, then you can no longer remain in the Deng family. Lin Shen thought to himself, leaving the Deng family is exactly what I want. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave. Having said this, Lin Shen left with the 4 little white tigers, leaving Deng Yongxin and the others looking at each other in bewilderment. Why should I persuade him? He's not without brains, Deng Quang responded indifferently. As I understand, you got him identity proof in the name of the Deng family, and he was assigned to Crystal Charm Star, right? Deng Yongxin said. So what if I did? Deng Quang frowned. Since he is unwilling to contribute to our Deng family, he naturally can't enjoy any resources from the Deng family. Therefore, he should not be able to teleport to any of Deng family's planets. If he wants to leave, let him return to his own planet, Deng Yongxin declared. You want to use this to blackmail me and him? Deng Quang frowned slightly. As a member of the Deng family, it is right for him to contribute. Those unwilling to contribute to the Deng family, what right do they have to enjoy resources from the Deng family? Do you see any problem with what I said, second young master? Deng Yongxin spoke calmly. Deng Quang had no retort. What Deng Yongxin said was indeed correct, and he had nothing to argue against. After a moment of thought, Deng Quang caught up with Lin Shen, trying to persuade him. Shen Qing is quite pretty after all, and you have the opportunity to learn the sun-chasing great method. Why not enjoy it? Chapter 990. Crystal Charm Star Lin Shen knew that he didn't possess the innate bloodline of the sun-chasing clan, nor could he master the sun-chasing great method, so naturally he couldn't follow Deng Quang's persuasion. Second brother Deng, I still want to go out and explore on my own. Deng Quang expressed his concern upon hearing this. Your identity verification has just been activated, and without the permissions granted by others, you can't travel to other planets. If you refuse, you can only leave the sun-chasing clan's planet and return to your own. Lin Shen understood what this meant. Returning to Crystal Charm Star, how long he could survive in that perilous place was still hard to predict. But now Lin Shen had no choice. He did not truly possess the Quafu bloodline, and it was impossible to meet Deng Yongshin's expectations. I know, then I'll go to Crystal Charm Star. Lin Shen took a deep breath and said calmly. Deng Quang said no more. Given the situation, he was also helpless. After all, he was a member of the Deng family, and with Deng Yongshin prioritizing the family's interests, it was impossible for him to suggest that the Deng family's strong members help Lin Shen manage Crystal Charm Star. Seeing Lin Shen choosing to go to Crystal Charm Star, Deng Yongshin spoke again. Stay here, you could gain both a beautiful partner and the care of the Deng family. You can get more resources than the real direct line of the Deng family. Why sacrifice your future just for a moment of stubbornness? Everyone has different choices. I am someone who likes challenges and difficulties, Lin Shen said nonchalantly, heading towards the teleportation station. Deng Yongshin snorted coldly but did not stop him. Second brother Deng, thank you for your care. If there's a chance in the future, I will surely return this favor. Lin Shen bid farewell to Deng Quang and entered the teleporter with 4 little white tigers. As he had participated in the identity test as a member of the Deng family, with his permission level, the only places he could choose to go, aside from the Deng family's public sector planets, were his own Crystal Charm Star. Now that the Deng family had sealed his permissions, he couldn't visit the Deng family's public sector planets. His only choice was to teleport to Crystal Charm Star. Idiot, why didn't you agree to that fool from the Deng family? It was such a good opportunity. The Purple Mansion Fairy almost went mad with frustration. Lin Shen clearly had the opportunity to stay with the Deng family and even had a chance to enter the core circle of the Deng family, yet he chose to go to a haunting place like Crystal Charm Star. He had previously obtained detailed information about Crystal Charm Star from Deng Quang. There were indeed some safe areas on Crystal Charm Star. At least near the teleportation station, it was relatively safe. As long as Lin Shen didn't stray from the region near the teleportation station, the upper-level deformed species on Crystal Charm Star probably wouldn't go so far as to rush to the station to kill such a weak creature. Those who had died before had probably been eyeing the resources of the deformed species on Crystal Charm Star and had strayed away from the station, leading to their untimely deaths. Lin Shen decided to stay inside the station and then see if he could teleport back. Ignoring the Purple Mansion Fairy's complaints, Lin Shen and the 4 little white tigers used the teleportation array to arrive at Crystal Charm Star. Lin Shen stepped out of the teleporter and found himself inside a blue crystal cave. The cave space was as big as an indoor basketball gym, equipped not only with the teleporter but also various instruments and devices and even a smart brain and a divine travel vast void pod, all of which looked very advanced. Although it can't compare to Deng Quang's collection, it's not much worse. How can there be so many things here? Deng Quang said that the previous owner of the Crystal Charm Star had mobilized the entire family's strength to conquer the resources of Crystal Charm Star. However, the result was heavy casualties, with only 2 or 3 people escaping back, and it's estimated that these things should all be brought here by that family. Because the divine being who became the master of the Crystal Charm Star died, and the Crystal Charm Star returned to an ownerless state, the permission to teleport to Crystal Charm Star given to people before was also invalidated. Those who escaped no longer had the opportunity to enter the Crystal Charm Star, so these things were left here. Lin Shen wasn't too interested in those items either. He first took out a mechanical watch to see if he could use it to teleport away from this planet. The result was still negative. The mechanical watch couldn't be used here. This was within Lin Shen's expectations as well. With so many upper deformed species on Crystal Charm Star, it would definitely affect the law environment here, and it's normal for the mechanical watch to be unusable. Lin Shen didn't originally expect to be able to teleport directly out. His plan was to leave the atmosphere of Crystal Charm Star and then teleport away in space. Crystal Charm Star was too dangerous. Lin Shen didn't dare to go out directly. He came to the entrance of the cave and stood against the cave wall looking outside. The gravity of this planet, though not as strong as when on Neutron Star, was still much stronger than that of a typical habitable planet. With Lin Shen's physical condition and strength, moving here would also feel somewhat burdened, and running might be a lot slower. The surface of Crystal Charm Star was all kinds of crystal structures. Most places were blue crystals, and a few places had crystals of various colors. He just glanced outside and saw a creature in the air that looked like a brocade chicken, its body resembling crystal, its crystal feathers colorfully beautiful. It stood on top of a crystal mountain peak, its claws scratching at the blue crystal mountain below a few times, and the hundreds of meters high blue crystal mountain actually split in 2 under its claw light, opening a valley in the middle. Is that chicken that strong? Lin Shen was surprised in his heart. These blue crystals are even harder than typical immortal materials, yet the brocade chicken's single claw could split a mountain of several hundred meters high. What a terrifying strength this is. While Lin Shen was marveling, he then saw that from within the split mountain, a deformed species that looked like a blue giant centipede, its body all dark blue, crawled out from the rift. Its body was huge, dozens of meters long, crawling up the mountain wall from the rift with great speed, and soon it reached Brocade Chicken. Its rear half was coiled on the mountain peak while the front half rose up with a weird mouth apparatus, ready to swallow the Brocade Chicken. On its body, Lin Shen saw a blue, terrifying shadow, like a demon god covering the centipede's body, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Being able to use the power of demon god's descent, it must be at least a middle deformed species. However, Deng Quang told him that it should be hard to see deformed species outside of Upper on Crystal Charm Star, so the blue giant centipede might not be simply a middle deformed species. Watching the blue giant centipede bite towards it like a devil, the Brocade Chicken seemed not to take it seriously at all. Its wings spread and legs pushed off on such a high-gravity planet. Its figure was already nearly too fast for Lin Shen to see clearly. When Lin Shen saw it again, the Brocade Chicken had already flown above the head of the blue giant centipede, tearing open the blue giant centipede's head with one claw, reaching in to peck at some mysterious substance inside its body. The Brocade Chicken seemed very picky, eating only some of the mysterious substance and then flapping its wings and flew away. The body of the blue giant centipede fell down, hanging mid-mountain, with blue particles emitting from its body, gradually condensing into something in the air. Chapter 991-911 Divine Soul. The blue particles actually condensed into the phantom of the blue giant centipede, spinning and gliding in the air, before finally turning into a tiny crystal-clear blue crystal that fell to the ground. The blue crystal was very small, like a droplet, with an ancient and mysterious symbol flowing inside. Lin Shen could not understand what the mysterious symbol was, but he could feel that there was incredible energy contained within the symbol. What is that thing? Lin Shen wondered curiously, knowing it must be something valuable, yet unsure of what it could be. It was definitely not an aberrant source. The aberrant source must have been pecked away by the Brocade Chicken. So what could the droplet be? The droplet fell to the ground, and the mysterious symbol inside it flashed with blue light, as if blue mist was rising above it. The blue mist seemed to be evaporating, and as more disappeared, the brilliance of the mysterious symbol also faded. Lin Shen stood inside the cave and watched for a while. The mysterious symbol inside the droplet crystal was fading until it was almost invisible. Crack. With the complete disappearance of the mysterious symbol, the droplet shattered and turned into a heap of debris. From beginning to end, Lin Shen did not dare to move inside the cave. He knew the droplet was definitely something good, but he did not dare to take a step outside the cave. Even though the corpse of the blue giant centipede was still outside, with liquid seeping from its wound, Lin Shen had no intention of going out. Several little white tigers saw food and wanted to sneak out quietly, but were scolded by the unusually different little white tiger and immediately lowered their heads, slumping dejectedly to one side. Death Powder had not moved at all till now, probably sensing the danger. Even something as gluttonous as it did not go out, which indicated that this matter was definitely not simple. Lin Shen thought about it, turned around, and went back into the cave, planning to try whether the equipment left by the previous group of people could still be used. Don't move, just wait and watch outside. The Purple Mansion Fairy suddenly spoke. Lin Shen leaned against the wall and waited a while until suddenly he saw the colorful Brocade Chicken hopping onto the peak of the split mountaintop. Its chilling gaze glanced toward the cave before it hopped onto the corpse of the blue giant centipede, tore it open with its claws, ripping the blue giant centipede into sections, and pecked something from the joints of the bones. A chill ran through Lin Shen. It seemed that the Brocade Chicken knew there were people here, and it was using the corpse of the blue giant centipede as bait, like fishing. For some reason, the Brocade Chicken did not rush into the cave, and it was unclear what was special about this cave. Lucky you weren't greedy, or by now your head would likely be pecked open and your brain sucked dry by it, the voice of the Purple Mansion Fairy sounded. Do you know what kind of aberrant species it is? Lin Shen asked. An upper divine beast, the fallen phoenix. That thing loves to eat human brains. With it outside, you'd best not leave the teleportation station, otherwise there will surely be a disaster. I told you before, you had such a good opportunity staying with the Deng family, yet you insisted on coming to this broken place where you can't obtain any resources. How can you make further progress? The Purple Mansion Fairy reproached him once again. Lin Shen ignored her and walked over to the equipment, beginning to study whether these pieces of equipment could still be used. Because they were so old, Lin Shen was also not sure whether these things would still operate normally. Luckily, in Deng Quang's warehouse, Lin Shen had already learned how to use various equipment, and starting them up wasn't challenging. Although the devices were old, their performance was not bad. After tinkering for a while, Lin Shen found that most of the equipment was still operational. Celestial Court products are guaranteed to be high quality. Even after so many years of erosion, they can still function normally. Lin Shen was thrilled and quickly went online to check what exactly the droplet crystal he saw was. Soon he found the answer. That droplet was not a crystal, but an aberrant divine soul transformed from the energy of an upper being. Aberrant divine artifacts, aberrant divine souls, and aberrant divine souls. These are the three kinds of aberrant divine objects that aberrant species can give birth to. Lin Shen already knew the function of the aberrant divine artifact. The aberrant divine soul increases aberrant trait, while the aberrant divine soul takes on a form similar to a pet. If one could come into contact with the aberrant divine soul before it dissipates and establish a contract with it, they can gain support from the divine soul pet. Divine soul pets never die and possess abilities identical to the aberrant species that birthed them. They are a very powerful kind of pet. Unfortunately, typically deformed species hardly ever give birth to divine soul pets. Generally, only upper deformed species might give birth to aberrant divine souls. This is because upper deformed species integration with the ghost god laws is already quite tight. One could say the aberrant divine soul is a life form that combines the upper deformed species' own energy with the ghost god. Upper deformed species themselves can also utilize divine soul in attacks, which is one of their main abilities. Middle deformed species generally can't give birth to aberrant divine soul but only aberrant divine souls, which are also products of the union between deformed species energy and the ghost god. The aberrant source is something that can be given birth by upper, middle, and lower deformed species, and the quality varies greatly. The finest aberrant divine artifacts are as valuable as divine souls and divine souls, a pity that their quality is inconsistent, unlike divine souls and divine souls, which are great as long as you can get them. Divine souls are even rarer. After all, they can only potentially be obtained by killing an upper deformed species. Normally, when an upper deformed species dies, because the concentration of the divine soul is insufficient, it easily dissipates immediately, making it impossible to form a contract. Mutated deformed species and divine beast deformed species have a higher solidity of their divine souls after death, making it possible to complete a contract with them. Had Lin Shen known how precious that droplet was earlier, perhaps he would have been tempted, but he certainly would not have taken the risk to obtain the divine soul. There's that fallen phoenix outside. I'm afraid my plan to break out of the planet has to be postponed. Lin Shen opened one set of divine travel vast void pods and entered the great void world. He didn't see the furious evil goddess on the beach, probably due to lack of time, but Lin Shen wasn't perturbed as he wasn't there for her. Lin Shen entered the Darkbird Temple and then went to Commerce Star. On the trading market here, Lin Shen was alone. He planned to purchase some essential living goods on Commerce Star as well as selling some items. As soon as he opened the trading panel, he saw many messages. He had been listing Jiwi's, Xiaobai, and Holy Shield Dragon, waiting to accept challenges to earn money. But since he hadn't been here for a long time, he had not accepted any challenges. Unexpectedly, after so much time had passed, there were so many people wanting to challenge Jiwi's, Xiaobai, and Holy Shield Dragon, unlike before when no one dared to challenge them. Lin Shen ignored these challenge messages. As he wasn't interested in making money today, he had something more important to verify. Chapter 992, Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill. Lin Shen was not planning to sell himself. Indeed, he could return to the ancient realm zone that way, but re-entering the celestial court would not be so easy. The resources of the ancient realm zone could at most make one a Dharma King, and although being a Dharma King within the celestial court is not considered the bottom of society, it truly isn't anything special. Lin Shen still wants to use the resources of the celestial court to advance further. Only by becoming stronger could he confront the power of the celestial court. Otherwise, once the people around him ascend one by one and enter the celestial court, their fate would be unimaginable. Knowing the tragic experiences of the ancient realm's people within the celestial court, Lin Shen had to plan ahead. Now that he had an official status in the celestial court, he could use this identity to do many things and help many people. Lin Shen wanted to transfer the knowledge and items he obtained in the celestial court to Tian Shun and others in the ancient realm. But unfortunately, normal communication between the ancient realm and the celestial court was impossible, so he could only utilize the Commerce Star trading system. Lin Shen took a notebook and wrote down the content of the sun-shooting great method. He did not write about the matters of the celestial court, not even a single word, as it would not be beneficial for them to know about the situation in the celestial court prematurely. Right now, the most important thing is to let them know that there is another path to immortality, and beyond immortality, there is even greater power. If the people of the ancient realm can make a breakthrough within their realm and achieve greater strength, perhaps they will have a chance to establish themselves in the celestial court in the future and not end up like lab rats. Therefore, Lin Shen now wants to know if the divine skills of the celestial court could actually work in the ancient realm. The reason he chose the sun-shooting great method instead of the sun-chasing great method is because the sun-shooting great method is relatively easier for beginners and not as difficult to start as the sun-chasing great method. After Lin Shen finished writing the sun-shooting great method, he did not title it as such, but instead wrote Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill and listed it for sale in the Commerce Star's trading area with a high price tag of 1 million Commerce Star coins. 1 million Commerce Star coins is an incredibly high price, too high for average families to produce such liquidity. This is also a deliberate design by Lin Shen to prevent accidental purchases. After seeing his name, Tian Shun and others should probably buy it. Of course, the name is just one aspect. Lin Shen drew a mark on the cover that only close people like Tian Shun, elder sister and Wei could recognize. The high-priced million for this notebook immediately sparked huge controversy in the ancient realm. Lin Shen's peerless divine skill? What kind of trash is this? With Lin Shen's level and caliber, how dare he boast such a mediocre book as peerless? Lost his mind over money, huh? To price it at $1 million? If this can be sold, I might as well write 100 or so myself. Not selling for $1 million or even 100,000, but selling them at 10,000 each would also make a fortune. Total scam, really too much of a scam. He really could think of any trick to make money. Using Lin Shen's name is useless. You should at least find someone famous. Using some Dharma King's name would also work. Most people sneered at the $1 million price tag of the book, mainly because Lin Shen's fame was limited to within the celestial race, and that shocking battle was only witnessed by some celestials on Sky Pinnacle Star. To those celestials who witnessed that battle, Lin Shen was revered like a deity, but to those who did not see the battle personally, even if they heard some rumors, they would not take Lin Shen seriously and would think the rumors were exaggerated. Tianshun received the message, and after viewing the cover of the book together with elder sister, they immediately started gathering funds to purchase it. However, by the time they had gathered enough money, they found that the book had already been bought by someone else, leaving their hearts chilled by half. Since purchases were anonymous, Lin Shen also had no idea who exactly had bought the book. One would think that outsiders wouldn't spend a fortune to buy a tattered handwritten book, right? Lin Shen thought there would be no issue, but there indeed was an issue, as someone indeed spent a fortune to purchase Lin Shen's handwritten sun-shooting great method. I can't believe it. Someone actually bought it. Can this even happen? Lin Shen's writings selling for millions? Has the world gone mad? It's clearly a hype. Blatant hype. I think he had someone buy it himself, and he will surely sell a second copy afterwards. That's the real hook. This is just the bait. Can the guy who bought the book come out and say something? What's really written in it? There were the curious, the conspiracy theorists, and those vehemently criticizing Lin Shen. Lin Shen just wanted Tianshun and others to see this book of sun-shooting great method so that they could understand the power system of the celestial court better and try to see if they could advance further. He didn't expect it to stir up such a commotion. As Lin Shen's peerless divine skill sold for a sky-high price of $1 million, various handwritten divine manuals started appearing in the trading area, with prices ranging from 1 commerce star coin to millions. Some just copied Lin Shen's name, calling it Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill, while others found names more famous than Lin Shen, like DEC's Peerless Divine Skill, so-and-so, King's Peerless Divine Skill, and so on, presenting a variety of choices. Some claimed to have spent a fortune to buy the authentic Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill, copied it, and sold it for 100,000 commerce star coins to recoup the investment, promising only 1 copy would be sold. Expected or unexpected, the Commerce Star trading platform had all types of demons and ghosts. There was no biggest scam, only bigger ones. The real purchaser of Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill was at that moment holding a notebook, the not-so-good-looking writing catching his intense interest. Lin Shen has already paved the way. I must quickly follow suit. It's time to ascend to immortality. I was hesitating about which path to take, but now there's no need for hesitation anymore. DSE's eyes gradually firmed up. The person who spent a fortune to buy Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill was none other than DEC from the Supreme Clan. DEC read it, and he believed it. Originally, he had planned to pursue the path of immortality, but after reading this secret manual, DEC changed his mind and decided to follow the path described in the book. Yet, DEC did not plan to exactly replicate the sun-shooting great method. He wanted to follow the path of the ghost god, not the path of sun-shooting great method. I am at ease within myself, becoming a god on my own. Why need visualization of others? I am the god, and the god is me. DEC sought to self-create a divine skill, forging a path of self-visualization to godhood. On this day, a surreal cosmic rainbow light suddenly appeared in the starry sky, which bizarrely transformed into the semblance of DEC in the galaxy. Godlike, demon-like, saint-like, Buddha-like. Its unparalleled might shocked the entire cosmos. DEC has become immortal, but what is this? Many who saw DEC as a goal wore a look of astonishment on their faces. Chapter 993, The Pursuit. Kristen looked at the cosmic rainbow light that had transformed into the visage of DEC, his gaze sharp as a sword. He sensed something unusual, knowing that DEC had trod an extraordinary path, yet he did not know which path it was exactly. Kristen stood up and took to the air, heading in the direction of the transmission station. He wanted to meet DEC in person, to see with his own eyes which kind of path DEC had truly taken. Many elders of the Supreme Clan, upon witnessing this spectacle, were both shocked and overjoyed. They originally thought that DEC wouldn't ascend to immortality so quickly, because he had yet to find his own path to immortality and had no confidence in mastering the true immortal laws. Everyone believed that DEC would definitely become a Dharma King. It's just that before that could happen, the old Dharma King of that lineage had to pass away first. However, DEC unexpectedly ascended to immortality, and even triggered such a bizarre phenomenon as the cosmic rainbow light, leaving people puzzled as to whether he had become a Dharma King. Most believed that DEC had probably not become a Dharma king, because even though the cosmic rainbow lights phenomenon was magical, there was no appearance of an immortal crown. Without the immortal crown, naturally, one could not be a Dharma king. What a pity, such great potential DEC had, too hasty, he should have waited, to first determine whether there exists an immortal king of this lineage. Some were sympathetic, others took pleasure in the misfortune. Lu Ran also felt sorry for her disciple. The cosmic rainbow light, though rare, lacked any substantial effect, far from the significance of the immortal crown. But since DEC had already taken this step, there was no need for further words. Even if not a Dharma king, DEC would inevitably become one of the supreme existences in the cosmos. Boom. Just when everyone thought the event was over as the cosmic rainbow light faded away, within that space, there suddenly descended a bolt of thunder, striking right where DEC was located. Under the bombardment of the lightning, everything turned to scorched earth. DEC rose into the air, ascending against the lightning, standing in the void as bolts of lightning relentlessly struck him. Death tribulation, the crowd exclaimed in horror. From ancient times to the present, no one had seen such a thing. How could someone who had just ascended to immortality trigger a death tribulation? No, that's wrong. The light of death tribulation is formless and shadowless, invisible to outsiders. This is not merely a death tribulation. Lu Ran's gaze was precise as she intently watched DEC in the void. DEC, clad in white, stood within the void, with myriad stars twinkling around him, holding something in his hand that looked like a book. But beneath the flickering lightning, it was unclear what book it was. Rumble. The cracks in the void grew larger, and an immensely majestic immortal gate emerged, entwined with countless cosmic lightning, gradually materializing before the world. The gates to the Celestial Court, many top powerhouses, upon seeing the gates of the Celestial Court, wore expressions of disbelief. To surmount the death tribulations one after another was as hard as ascending to the heavens, and to evoke the gates of the Celestial Court was an act only the top Dharma kings could achieve. DEC, who had just become immortal, had not only triggered the death tribulation, but had also brought forth the gates of the Celestial Court, an unbelievable feat unprecedented throughout the ages. How is this possible? Lu Ran was also taken aback. She couldn't believe that DEC was able to summon the gates of the Celestial Court. Knowing that DEC had not obtained the immortal crown, it indicated that he had yet to receive the true immortal laws, and was not an immortal Dharma king. With such a status, to invoke the death tribulation upon a recent ascension was one matter, but to even draw forth the gates of the Celestial Court was beyond anyone's imagination. The gates of the Celestial Court completely emerged from the void, and a series of jade levels descended, transforming into a stairway that reached the heavens, arriving at DEC's feet. Everyone was watching this scene, some even live-streaming the appearance of the Celestial Court, making it almost possible for the entire universe to witness this bizarre and peculiar moment. When Emperor Tian Shu furiously broke through the Immortal Gate, the signal there was blocked, and not many people saw it. This time, it was virtually a universe-wide livestream. Everyone was observing DEC and the Great Gate of the Celestial Court, while Kristen too had arrived at Chang'ao Star floating in mid-air, shouting towards DEC, "DEC, I haven't even fought you yet. How can you just leave like that? Come back to me." DEC turned his head to look at Kristen, smiled faintly, said nothing, and simply threw the object he was holding. Wrapped in a light that twinkled like stars, the object flew toward Kristen and instantly arrived in front of him. With a swift grab, Kristen caught the object in his hand. Taking a closer look, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. At this moment, someone flying beside Kristen was live streaming, and suddenly everyone could clearly see that what Kristen held in his hand was Lin Shen's peerless divine skill. My God, the person who bought Lin Shen's peerless divine skill turned out to be DEC. DEC suddenly ascended to immortality and even attracted the death calamity and the immortal gate. Could it be because of Lin Shen's peerless divine skill? What exactly did Lin Shen write inside? What is this Lin Shen's peerless divine skill? Hurry up and open it to see. While everyone else was anxious, Kristen did not seem to intend to open it. Instead, he just stared blankly at DEC in front of the jade level, seemingly puzzled by what he meant. When you finish reading, you'll naturally understand, said DEC. Lin Shen has already gone far ahead of us. I must follow in his footsteps and catch up to him. After saying this, DEC didn't linger any further and stepped onto the jade level. Thunder and fire intermingled, engulfing DEC clad in white robes. Flames ascended, thunder roared, yet all these were unable to stop DEC's advancing footsteps. He walked step by step up the jade level, his body's starlight growing ever brighter, all the way up to the gate of the Celestial Court. The thunderfire was so blazing that it blinded all sight. Boom. A figure like a demon god expelled all the cosmic thunderfire with a shadowy light, punched open the gate of the Celestial Court, and DEC, enveloped in light and shadow, stepped through the gate without looking back, without any lingering attachment, and with no fear, just like that, walked inside. Rumble. The gate closed, gradually fading into the void until it finally disappeared, and the crack in the void vanished without a trace as well. Many were still in shock. The awe induced by the gate of the celestial court was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Others, however, turned their burning gazes towards Lin Shen's peerless divine skill in Kristen's hand. If previously some people had scoffed at the book, no one would think that way now. It had been less than 2 days since DEC won that book at auction, yet he had ascended to immortality, faced the death calamity, and shattered the gate of the celestial court. Every one of these events was unprecedented, and it seemed the source of it all stemmed from Lin Shen's peerless divine skill. Greedy eyes were all fixated on this plain-looking diary. Chapter 994, Forcible Seizure. Before those greedy people could make their move, terrifying ripples of law began to emanate within Ch901 Star. These ripples of law did not harm anyone, but they did intimidate those greedy people invisibly, so no one dared to attack Kristen and snatch the Lin Shen's peerless divine skill. Just because no one dared to strike, it didn't mean that greed would disappear. Greedy gazes from all over the universe were fixated on the book in Kristen's hands. That was a skill that had allowed DAC, who had just been promoted to Immortal, to break through the deadly tribulation and ascend to the Celestial Court through the Immortal Ascension Gate. Those ancient Immortal-level relics are now full of regret. If they had known the effect of Lin Shen's peerless divine skill earlier, they would have fought to buy it for not just 1 million Commerce Star coins, but even 5 or 10 million. Such a divine skill, if they could possess it, how could the deadly tribulation trouble them? At least for a while, they wouldn't have to worry about crossing it. Now, taking away Lin Shen's peerless divine skill from Kristen was not going to be easy. With the protection of the Supreme Clan's formidable ones on Ch901 Star, and the protection of the Demon Tribe when Kristen returned there, it was simply impossible for ordinary immortals to snatch anything from these two tribes. Kristen was well aware of the book's value and did not want to test human nature, so he chose to teleport back to Demon Star. Just as Kristen returned to the demon tribe, he saw the greed monarch and arrogant monarch of the tribe already standing outside the teleport station, which made Kristen's expression change. Anyone could realize that these two normally elusive monarchs suddenly appearing here, it was clear what they had come for. Kristen, Lin Shen's peerless divine skill is of great importance. I will protect you thoroughly. Come back with me, said the greed monarch as he waved his hand grandly, his sleeve creating an unparalleled tornado aiming to pull Kristen towards him. Pink carapace wrapped around Kristen's body, and the pink sword artifact also appeared in his hand, emitting dazzling pink sword lights. Kristen, only at Nirvana level, managed to sever the Greed Monarch's tornado cleanly with the light of Nirvana. His divine light of separation was truly too strong. Within the Nirvana level, in terms of destructive power, except for Lin Shen, there probably was no one who could match him. Seeing his own casually thrown strike broken by Kristen, though it was just a casual blow without using any laws, still slightly startled the Greed Monarch. In the eyes of such a Dharma King-level powerful being like the Greed Monarch, immortals were no different from trash. A mere Nirvana being should have been easy to deal with. Kristen being able to break his casual strike, it's no wonder that the Greed Monarch was a bit surprised. Seeing this, the arrogant monarch coldly mocked, "Greedy old ghost, you call such tricks protection? As a fellow monarch, even I'm embarrassed for you." "None of your business," the Greed Monarch replied with an ugly expression, once again swinging out a strike, which was profoundly different from the earlier one. The greedy law was unfathomably bizarre, creating a vortex that devoured everything, about to engulf Kristen within it. Kristen's holy sword slashed fiercely, emitting pink sword lights capable of tearing the void, which were utterly useless in the vortex, instead being swallowed by it. Just as Kristen was about to be swallowed, suddenly a supremely strong burst of light surged out, striking the vortex, getting absorbed into it. Yet the light seemed endless. No matter how the vortex devoured, the light did not diminish at all, continuing to surge unstoppably. As the vortex swallowed the inexhaustible light, it no longer had any extra strength to devour Kristen. "Arrogant? Must you compete with me?" the Greed Monarch said coldly, staring at the end of the light where the arrogant monarch stood conspicuously. "What do you mean, must compete with you? Lin Shen's peerless divine skill isn't your possession. Why should you be entitled to it while I can't?" The arrogant monarch retorted proudly. "Fine, you want to decide a winner, so be it." The Greed Monarch erupted with law, and the vortex that devoured everything became even more terrifying. The arrogant monarch was not to be outdone. His radiance burst forth, unaffected by how much the Greed Monarch devoured, as if it were endless. Kristen, caught in the center of the duel between the two powerhouses, was desperately resisting, but could not escape. If it were not for the fear of damaging that secret tome by the two powerhouses, Kristen's situation would have been even more perilous. Kristen knew in his heart that the grand feat of DEC's physical entry into the Celestial Court was astoundingly impressive, elevating Lin Shen's peerless divine skill to an unimaginable height, making even Dharma King-level powerhouses drool over this book. However, Kristen was very clear in his mind. This book is definitely promising, but it isn't as important as others believe it to be. DEC reached that realm after studying Lin Shen's peerless divine skills. Because DEC himself was incredibly powerful, that doesn't mean others could do the same. Lin Shen's peerless divine skills was an addition to DEC's capabilities, but for others, it may not serve the same effect. The greed monarch and arrogant monarch weren't unaware of this. Rather, at their level, crossing the death calamity was incredibly difficult. They wouldn't give up on even the slightest hope. Kristen gritted his teeth and took out Lin Shen's peerless divine skill. His only chance of survival now was to destroy the book. Seeing Kristen taking out the book, the greed monarch and arrogant monarch, although not stopping their actions, controlled their powers to avoid affecting the book, fearing its destruction. Immediately, Kristen felt the pressure on him greatly lessen. Heart-buoyed, he hurriedly opened the book to start reading. He didn't immediately destroy the book for 2 reasons. One reason was naturally that he himself was reluctant to just destroy the book. He wanted to see for himself how powerful the book that even DEC admired was. What mattered more was, DEC said Lin Shen had already moved ahead, and he also wanted to know how far Lin Shen was from him. He might not practice this divine skill, but he can't remain ignorant about where Lin Shen and DEC now stood. Another reason is, if he didn't look at the book and just destroyed it, he would indeed save himself. But what about the future? Without this book, people related to Lin Shen were still out there. Lin Shen's disappearance might not matter, but the people close to Lin Shen could be doomed. Having seen this book, most people would only ask him for the book, not go after the people related to Lin Shen. Kristen quickly browsed through with his ability. Remembering every word as he read was no difficult task for him. He easily memorized it. Originally, Kristen wanted to quickly memorize, then destroy the book, so the greed monarch and arrogant monarch wanting to know the content of the book couldn't harm him, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, as he read, Kristen's reading speed slowed down. Lin Shen's peerless divine skill opened up a new realm he had never seen before, broadening Kristen's world all at once. Chapter 995, Pioneering the Unprecedented. What kind of world is this, where even 2 ancient Dharma kings would snatch away the possessions of their own clan's younger generation? It's no wonder the demon tribe keeps declining, sighed Sword Saint Sophia, who was toiling in the fields with skin as dark and rough as that of a peasant woman. She looked up at the sky and shook her head helplessly. To think they've lived for such a long span of time and still can't let go. Knowing full well the strength of DAC, they still covet Lin Shen's peerless divine skills just because of his identity. It seems the older they get, the more they fear death and the more greedy they become. With these words, Sophia gripped her hoe tightly, straightened her back, and with a faint sword intent emanating from her, she prepared to step forward. Kristen was her last disciple. How could she stand by and ignore his fate? Just as Sophia was ready to defy the heavens and ascend, she suddenly noticed an extraordinary change in the sky above. On Kristen's body, ripples of law began to emerge, and they were getting stronger and stronger. To become immortal? At this time, Sophia was slightly taken aback. It was when Kristen had issues with his body that she had taken him as a disciple. No one knew better than Sophia how difficult Kristen's journey had been. But Sophia never would have imagined that Kristen would ascend to immortality at this moment. It shouldn't be, Sophia frowned slightly. The nirvana attribute that Kristen possessed was unique in the cosmos, based on the separation method he created himself, seeking out 2 different nirvana lands and completing nirvana twice in a special way. This kind of power was incompatible with any known law, and Kristen was walking a path that no one else had taken. For such a long time, Kristen had been researching his own power of nirvana, hoping to find a corresponding law. No, there was none at all. Because at the time of Kristen's nirvana, even though he experienced the enhancement of 2 nirvana lands, his power of nirvana had nothing to do with the attributes of those lands. The power of nirvana couldn't enter his body at all because, due to the separation method, any nirvana attribute particles could not combine with his power particles. The separation method made Kristen who he is, but also restricted him. So at that time, Kristen merely used the strength of those 2 powers of nirvana to squeeze his own power particles. For one to complete nirvana solely with their own particles without merging any other attribute particles is, in itself, an astounding feat. Because of the separation method, Kristen made it possible. His power particles had no other attributes. The only attribute or ability was just separation. No one knows to what category the attribute of separation belongs, not even Sophia, who has lived for countless ages. It was up to Kristen to explore on his own. The journey was predictably fraught with difficulties, as Kristen had never been able to figure out to which category his power belongs, and what kind of law it could resonate with. For this very reason, Kristen often consulted with Sophia for guidance, but unfortunately, even Sophia did not have the answers, only able to offer him some advice. According to Sophia's estimation, for Kristen to ascend to immortality, there would still be a long journey ahead. Only when he fully understood himself would it be possible for him to comprehend the profound mysteries and resonate with the unknown laws of the universe. Unexpectedly, Kristen triggered a law fluctuation. This made Sophia rather shocked and uncertain. Did Kristen have this epiphany because he read Lin Shen's peerless divine skill? What exactly is written inside? Even Sword Saint Sophia, who seemed to have no desires, couldn't help but feel a bit of curiosity and desired to glimpse the contents of the book. What sort of wondrous technique could it be that enabled Kristen to take that almost impossible step? But now, no one knew the answer. The only thing evident was the law ripples on Kristen's body, continuously bursting forth with strange energy. Even the greedy monarch and arrogant monarch, both at the Dharma King level, sensed that something was amiss. The law power on Kristen met their immortal laws, and the strength of the immortal laws was actually weakened. This was nearly impossible. Immortal laws are immutable, and no power should affect them, even if they are also immortal laws. Two immortal laws can coexist simultaneously, but are not supposed to change one another. Yet, Kristen's law power actually weakened their law power, albeit only a little bit that they were consciously controlling, without causing any trouble to their main strength. But this slight change was inconceivable. The Diamond Tribe on the planet also witnessed this scene, with many of the young people among the Diamond Tribe feeling somewhat sad. The almost invincible beings in their tribe were actually fighting over the possession of the younger generation. Although their target was Kristen, it made many young tribe members with no hope of advancement empathize with him. They so wished Kristen could escape this calamity, but they also knew that it was almost impossible to be fortunate in front of two Dharma Kings. Until they saw the law fluctuation ripples on Kristen, they were suddenly filled with shock and joy. Kristen is going to ascend to Immortala, but immortal level is still not enough. Those are two Dharma Kings. Wait, look in the void. What is that? My God, that is the immortal crown. Kristen is going to ascend to immortality with the status of a Dharma King. Many young members of the demon tribe clenched their fists excitedly, as if it were not Kristen who was about to become immortal, but themselves. The void cracked open, and a pink crown flew out from it, shining with unbelievable luster, slowly descending towards the top of Kristen's head. When the greedy monarch and arrogant monarch saw the immortal crown, their hearts were filled with both awe and joy. The awe came from the fact that Kristen was able to draw forth the immortal crown, indicating the faction he comprehended had no immortal king, which likely meant he was pioneering a whole new faction. And this change was clearly after Kristen had read Lin Shen's peerless divine skill. They initially had doubts about Lin Shen's peerless divine skill, and also knew that DEC achieved such heights probably because he was so powerful himself. Lin Shen's peerless divine skill was just an aid. But now, after Kristen read that book, he had become a Dharma King on the spot, a pathbreaker, unheard of by predecessors, which made them doubt whether Lin Shen's peerless divine skills indeed contained unbelievable knowledge. The two exchanged glances, abruptly withdrew their confronting powers, and at the same time launched an attack on Kristen. They actually planned to join forces to snatch Lin Shen's peerless divine skills from Kristen before he ascended to a Dharma King. Chapter 996, Sword Trims the Crown. So shameless, two kings actually joined forces to snatch something from a junior. Too disgraceful. Are these still people? Over 90% of the demon tribe's resources have been taken by those high and mighty beings, and now they even refuse to let go of this little thing. How does one even live like this? Truly not giving any hope. Luckily, Kristen had already looked through Lin Shen's peerless divine skills and ascended to Dharma King. Otherwise, it would have been too unfair. It's one thing to be robbed by outsiders, but being robbed by one's own race is utterly shameless. I really hope Kristen can deal with those two old geezers, but it's a pity he has just ascended. Even as a Dharma King, how can he compete against those two who have cultivated for who knows how many years? That might not necessarily be the case. The book Kristen read is Lin Shen's peerless divine skill. After all, the divine skill that allowed DEC to defy the heavens and break through the immortal gate. Maybe, there might actually be a possibility. Legends say Lin Shen once punched and exploded a clan leader of the god-making race. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. Lin Shen should have already entered the celestial court. That Lin Shen's peerless divine skill must be the culmination of his life's learning. Hard to imagine what the peerless divine skill is like, to possess such magical power. The content recorded in there must definitely be something that shocks the heavens and moves the spirits. The people of the Demand tribe have, but they also clearly understand that even if Kristen ascended to a mortal Dharma King, he likely wouldn't be able to contend with the two old Dharma Kings. Just as the law powers of the greedy and arrogant kings were about to fall on Kristen, the immortal crown was still some distance away from him. Suddenly, people witnessed a scene that left them dumbfounded. Kristen actually reached out and took the immortal crown that had not yet landed on his head and placed it on himself. The moment the immortal crown settled on his head, pink law power erupted from Kristen's body like a volcanic explosion. The immortal laws of the greedy and arrogant kings struck the erupting pink law power and vanished without a trace in an instant. In the midst of the soaring pink flames, Kristen held the pink sword, his gaze fixed on the two kings, and he fiercely swung out his sword. The pink sword light swept across the heavens and earth. The immutable immortal laws were instantly severed under the pink sword light. The two kings were shocked and frantically dodged. After avoiding the sword light, they found that the crowns on their heads had been clipped off a corner, their hearts filled with extreme shock and anger. The immutable laws should not be changed. This has been an eternal truth. But now this truth was shattered by Kristen, leaving them utterly horrified. From now on, there shall be no kings in Demon Star. Anyone who defies this, my sword shall slay, Kristen said, and then returned to Demon Star on his own, no longer caring about the two greedy and arrogant kings. The two kings, furious upon hearing this, did not dare to step foot on Demon Star, but instead turned around and left. People watching this incredible scene saw the two kings actually retreat because of Kristen's declaration, not daring to enter Demon Star, making them feel as if they were dreaming. That was a king, after all, the most supreme existence of the demon tribe. Even the emperor of the demon tribe had to bow before them. Now, they actually bowed down to Kristen. It was truly unbelievable. They do not understand how profound Kristen's law is. It's a one-of-a-kind law that can directly shatter the immortal laws, with no second ever to be found. Of course, Kristen did not truly break the immortal laws. His law is separation. The immortal laws cannot be changed, but they can be separated from those who wield them. Once the laws are separated, without human control, they naturally become useless. Ordinary people cannot comprehend this. Even among the immortals, only Sophia, apart from Kristen, can understand it. To the common folk, it seems that after Kristen read Lin Shen's peerless divine skill, he suddenly ascended to be an immortal, even advancing as a Dharma king, and then severing the crowns of two old Dharma kings with a single sword strike. Such divine might can indeed be said to be unrivaled in the cosmos. If one DEC is a coincidence, then what does the current Kristen indicate? Lin Shen's peerless divine skill has thus become a legend, as if anyone who obtains and studies its content could become an unparalleled existence, as mighty as DEC and Kristen. More and more people desire Lin Shen's peerless divine skill, but the book is currently in Kristen's hands, and no one dares to challenge him for it yet. Thus, some people set their sights on Tian Xun of Giant Ring Star, believing that Lin Shen had surely gone to the Celestial Court. With such a formidable evolution skill, he would certainly leave it to someone close to him, and Tian Xun of Giant Ring Star was naturally a prime candidate. However, when none of those who foolishly went to Giant Ring Star to coerce Tian Xun ever returned, many people suddenly came to their senses. With Lin Shen possessing such a formidable divine skill, he must have already taught it to his own people. Tian Xun must indeed be as invincible as Kristen, perhaps with even more such terrifying existences, and thus beyond their reach. The names of Giant Ring Star and Lin Shen henceforth commanded awe throughout the entire cosmos. Lin Shen himself never imagined that his sun-shooting great method, originally created for Tian Xun, would lead to so many events. Fortunately, with characters like Tai and Demon Bone on Giant Ring Star, even immortals find it hard to cause trouble there. Otherwise, it would indeed be troublesome. So, Lin Shen's peerless divine skill has also become the topmost evolution skill in the cosmos, yet aside from DAC and Kristen, no third person has ever seen it. Many crave to learn Lin Shen's peerless divine skill, employing various methods to do so. Some wish to become disciples of Kristen, others are willing to pay a high price to purchase it, even if it means spending all their fortune just for a glimpse. Even many antiquated beings of immortal level, to catch a glimpse of Lin Shen's peerless divine skill, are willing to take Kristen as their master, ready to kneel and call Kristen fathers if he agrees. The situation is similar on Giant Ring Star, with fame almost surpassing that of Sky Pinnacle Star, attracting many who wish to move there, including several of the immortal level. Especially the immortals of the celestial race, pulling many strings just to get to Giant Ring Star, even if it means sweeping the streets or guarding the gates. Naturally, they do not truly wish to sweep the streets or watch the gates. Their hearts yearn for the peerless divine skill left by Lin Shen. In the trading area of Commerce Star, various handwritten copies of Lin Shen's peerless divine skill are sprouting up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Some are said to be versions handwritten by Lin Shen himself, versions copied by Tian Xun, digests from DSE, and annotated editions by Kristen, leaving those who see them dazzled and unsure of what to choose. Chapter 997, Two Systems. Lin Shen was unaware that the sun-shooting great method he released had caused such a commotion, still pondering whether Tian Xun and his group had obtained the sun-shooting great method and if they could decipher it. However, Lin Shen soon realized something was amiss, as in the trading area of Commerce Star, he saw many counterfeit versions of Lin Shen's peerless divine skill, all of various types. Although not knowing what exactly happened, from the titles of these books alone, Lin Shen knew that his sun-shooting great method probably hadn't reached Tian Xun and his group. DEC version, Kristen version, what is happening? Lin Shen knew there was a significant problem. The sun-shooting great method must have passed through the hands of DEC and Kristen. Lin Shen was puzzled, as these two belonged to different races and usually did not interact much. If one of them bought the sun-shooting great method, could they really be sharing it? Unable to figure it out at the moment. But that didn't prevent Lin Shen from realizing that Lin Shen's peerless divine skill was very popular in the ancient realm area. Just from the number of those selling pirated copies, it was clear that something must have occurred with the sun-shooting great method in the hands of DEC and Kristen, resulting in so many pirated versions being sold. Among the pirated divine skills, most use the names of these two individuals. It seems the sun-shooting great method didn't reach Tian Shen's hands. What should I do? Lin Shen felt a headache coming on. Unless he personally went back, it would be really difficult to relay the news from here. Suddenly, Lin Shen had an idea. Under the current circumstances, this is an excellent opportunity. Since my divine skill is so popular, although it didn't reach Tian Shen, it still turned out as expected. Now that so many people want to learn the divine skill I wrote, why don't I write another book, including the inheritance cultivation methods of the inheritance fan? If someone buys it and it can be learned on a large scale, wouldn't that greatly benefit me? Upon further thought, Lin Shen found himself in a dilemma, as the name Lin Shen's divine skill was already overused in the trading area of Commerce Star. If he used his own name again to write, it would probably be hard to convince people that he was the author. Moreover, using his own name, he was worried that Tian Sun and his group might be fully prepared this time, and buying it directly could lead to problems. But without using his own name, he wouldn't be able to ride on the wave of popularity, which put Lin Shen in a tough position. Lin Shen took out the inheritance fan, examining the inheritance script on it carefully. As his own rank increased, the content on it also changed somewhat. The Nirvana-level inheritance cultivation methods compared to Ascension-level inheritance cultivation methods had much more content. After much deliberation, Lin Shen noted down the inheritance cultivation methods and added some thoughts on ghost god laws as a gimmick on the cover, titling it Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill, Introductory Volume, Daily Updated Edition. After writing it, Lin Shen listed it in the trading area, pricing it at 1 Commerce Star coin. The entry-level Peerless Divine Skill, priced at only 1 Commerce Star coin, did not attract much attention initially and was even overwhelmed by various other Lin Shen's Divine Skill versions. Fortunately, there are many keen individuals in the cosmic universe. It was soon discovered that this book was different from other counterfeit books, not only because it was handwritten, but also because the handwriting was very similar to the previous Lin Shen's Peerless Divine Skill, suspected to be from the same author. Since it only cost 1 Commerce Star coin, it was quickly bought by someone, and upon inspection, it turned out to be a treasure. Lin Shen was not in a hurry, and hung another book the next day, using the same name. Once the book was listed and instantly taken, Lin Shen knew he had likely succeeded, as people recognized this book as authentic. Lin Shen was not anxious and just hung 1 book every day. Of course, these subsequent books were not written by Lin Shen himself, but were copied by Xiao Yu imitating his handwriting. Lin Shen himself has not been paying much attention to the trading area recently. To be precise, he has not been focusing on the Ancient Realm area's trading zone. Lin Shen discovered earlier that the trading system of Commerce Star actually has 2 systems. One is the normal Commerce Star trading system of the Ancient Realm, and the other is the Great Void trading system. Both trading systems do not interfere with each other, and there is no intersection between them. Commerce Star coin is used in the Commerce Star trading system, while Great Void coin is used in the Great Void system. In the Great Void trading system, the items for sale in the trading area are clearly sold by the people from Celestial Court, with various types of aberrant liquid, aberrant source, and even some selling divine souls and divine spirits. It's unknown how they preserve them. This trading system is clearly interconnected with the Great Void world. Lin Shen is considering whether or not to sell the items from the Celestial Court to the Ancient Realm area, to let the people there understand what the Celestial Court items are, or perhaps even use them directly in the Ancient Realm area to ascend to higher levels. Of course, Lin Shen could also benefit from buying low and selling high in the process. However, after some thought, Lin Shen decided to abandon this idea for now, as the Celestial Court seems to have a special monitoring method for the Ancient Realm area, like the Cosmic Rainbow Light, which are likely monitoring methods for the people in the Ancient Realm area. Lin Shen suspects that if he really started trafficking goods to the Ancient Realm, he would immediately be discovered by the Celestial Court, and it might even harm the buyers. Having temporarily abandoned the idea of trafficking, Lin Shen discovered another interesting thing. The 2 trading systems are not entirely independent. Through the Commerce Star platform, the currencies of these 2 systems can actually be exchanged. 1 Commerce Star coin can be exchanged for 1 Great Void coin, which means that Lin Shen's current million in funds can be exchanged for 1,000,000 Great Void coins. Recently, Lin Shen has been researching what the purchasing power of the Great Void coin is really like, and whether it is worth it to use Commerce Star coins to buy items in the Great Void trading area. Actually, he doesn't need to look too much. It's pretty obvious at a glance that it's definitely worth it and, in fact, a bargain. The purchasing power of Commerce Star coin is indeed strong, but the Great Void coin is clearly superior. The items in the Great Void trading area are basically the materials of deformed species, which are equivalent to immortal level items. A rather ordinary lower aberrant source can sell for 1 Great Void coin, and this thing in the Ancient Realm would be a powerful immortal level divine artifact. Lin Shen feels that he could easily sell some ordinary aberrant divine artifacts in the Ancient Realm and effortlessly earn tens of thousands of Commerce Star coins, and it might even cause a buying frenzy. Of course, Lin Shen is not currently planning on trafficking, but with $1 million in funds, his purchasing power in the Great Void area is very strong. This exchange rate definitely requires earning money in the ancient realm and spending in the Great Void area. Lin Shen browsed the products of the Great Void area, planning to buy some items that are useful for himself. Divine souls require the capability of at least a middle divine being to use, and divine spirits are items that only an upper divine being can use. These two items, in fact, Lin Shen can't utilize yet, so buying them would not be very useful. So Lin Shen primarily shifted his focus to various deformed species resources and aberrant sources, which are aberrant divine artifacts. The types of aberrant divine artifacts are varied, including weapons, armor, cloaks, necklaces, rings, and so on. Since their properties differ, their capabilities also vary. Lower divine artifacts generally do not have rank restrictions, but middle divine artifacts and upper divine artifacts usually have requirements for rank, and Lin Shen, having bought them, probably couldn't use them, so he mainly looked at lower divine artifacts. Chapter 998, the chicken rib divine artifact. Lin Shen enjoys a benefit when using lower divine artifacts. His law matrix can satisfy the requirements of most law series, which means he can use artifacts from various series, a feat that most divine beings can't manage. Normally, divine beings can only use artifacts of their own series and find it difficult to adapt to artifacts from different series. Lin Shen is now looking for a pistol divine artifact with a sufficiently high firing speed. His strength is greater than that of an average lower divine being, but his speed is much slower. If he could buy a pistol divine artifact with a fast enough shooting speed, then he could use the power of 7 steps warlike fire seed to increase his own speed. Plus, the aberrant trait of super base divine shot could also be performed by a pistol divine artifact. Lin Shen's goal is simple, to achieve a fast enough firing speed with destructive power not being a consideration. With the super base divine shot enhancement, as long as his bullets hit, most divine beings would probably find it hard to withstand. Lin Shen discovered that among weapon divine artifacts, pistols aren't particularly popular, and their prices are generally lower than other artifacts of the same level and quality. Of course, top quality ones are still valuable, but the same quality ones are priced slightly lower. After some thought, he roughly understood why this was the case. Because this type of weapon has inherent limitations in firing speed and destructive power, unlike cold weapon divine artifacts whose power relates to the wielder's own strength. For pistol-type artifacts, the user's influence on its power is relatively low, not as direct as cold weapon divine artifacts, which is why this situation arises. The only advantage is that the firing speed of pistol divine artifacts is usually quite fast. However, the speed of lower divine artifacts can only reach a maximum of 20,000, even for the finest quality lower divine artifact pistols, as this is the capped attribute. So at this point, aberrant traits become important. Lin Shen is looking for a pistol divine artifact with an aberrant trait that can significantly enhance speed. The most ideal would naturally be either a light series attribute or a time series attribute, but those are exceedingly rare. Artifacts with such attributes, even less popular pistols, wouldn't be sold cheaply. A normal lower divine artifact could be purchased for 1 Great Void coin, but those top quality ones cost tens or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention those in the millions. The prices really are worlds apart. Lin Shen had also seen many top-quality firearms divine artifacts, but none had attributes that satisfied him. Many aberrant traits are indeed powerful, but they weren't what he needed. After browsing for a long time, Lin Shen suddenly saw a lower divine artifact firearm priced at only 10 Great Void coins. God of Practice's sniper rifle, lower aberrant divine artifact. Series, Space Series. Usage requirements, Space Law. Hardness, 11111. Toughness, 11111. Firing speed, 4300. Destructive power, 9527. Aberrant trait, Space Bullet. This item is just the most common lower divine artifact, not even a mutated artifact, and its attributes are ridiculously low. Seldom do lower divine artifacts have attributes below 13 or 14,000. This God of Practice sniper rifle only has one attribute that barely breaks through 14,000, while the others fall far behind, with its destructive power not even reaching 10,000. Apart from being a rare space series, there's not much else noteworthy about it. However, it does have one advantage, the aberrant trait of its space bullet, which possesses the special ability of the space series to let the fired bullet skip through space and directly hit the opponent's body, making it difficult to dodge. The problem is, the bullet's destructive power is too weak. Hitting a divine being would be like rubber bullets striking a bulletproof vest, essentially causing no damage. For other divine beings, this God of Practice sniper rifle is nothing but a useless item. Those who need it can't use it because they're not of the space series, and those of the space series don't need this capability since they already possess spatial abilities. Why would they need a space bullet? So, despite this item being a rare space series divine artifact, its asking price is only 10 Great Void coins, and still nobody shows any interest. Yet in Lin Shen's hands, this item is a different story altogether. He doesn't lack destructive power at all, and as long as his bullets hit the target, his super base divine shot attribute can come into play. What's a useless item for others is a match made in heaven for Lin Shen. Lin Shen made a prompt decision and directly purchased the God of Practice sniper rifle with 10 great void coins. It was the first time he had ever seen the aberrant trait of a space bullet on any weapon. Ch901, who was hunting deformed species in the Great Void world, suddenly received a message that the lower divine artifact God of Practice sniper rifle he had put up for sale was purchased, and 10 Great Void coins had been credited to his account, leaving him stunned for a moment. Haha, someone actually bought it? Ch901 was overjoyed. He had only put it up for sale on a whim and didn't expect anyone to buy it. With such poor attributes and the aberrant trait not being bad but useless against aberrant species like scratching an itch, it was a surprise someone found a use for it. Surely it couldn't merely be for practice, could it? What's got you so happy? Longshuzi asked curiously. That sniper rifle divine artifact I was selling in the trading area just got sold for 10 coins, Ch901 said. Longshuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. The buyer must have not checked properly. Why spend 10 coins on that thing? Was it bought as a toy for a child? Who knows what that idiot was thinking, but I've got 10 coins now. I owe him thanks. I thought I'd never be able to sell that thing, Ch901 said with a face full of joy. Longshuzi nodded. That aberrant fellow jumped into your trap, and you managed to sell the rubbish thing that dropped from it for 10 great void coins. That's a windfall. Let's drink tonight, my treat, Ch901 chuckled. After Lin Shen made the purchase, the God of Practice sniper rifle soon appeared on the stone pedestal in front of him. The thing looked a bit like an AWP rifle, but it was deep gray in color and appeared to be of much higher quality. What do you need such a piece of junk for? Purple Mansion Fairy's voice echoed in Lin Shen's mind. She had obviously seen the attributes of the sniper rifle and found them quite subpar. Lin Shen ignored her, trying to see if he could activate it by himself, unsure whether he could activate a Space Series divine artifact. Fortunately, the law matrix was indeed powerful, activating it directly. Lin Shen tried to aim at a distant point outside the cave and fired a bullet. This time he didn't use his own aberrant trait, relying solely on the sniper rifle's inherent destructive power. A muffled sound was heard as the fired bullet hit a piece of blue crystal stone, but the bullet simply shattered upon impact, dispersing like a cloud of dust while the crystal wall remained unscathed. Purple Mansion Fairy couldn't help but say again, with such trash attributes, it truly is only good for practicing. Chapter 999, The Lady's Ingenious Plan. No matter what the Purple Mansion Fairy says, Lin Shen is very satisfied with his sniper rifle artifact. The bullets disappear the moment they are fired from the muzzle. With Lin Shen's eyesight, he couldn't even see how the bullets appeared and hit the blue crystal stone. The destructive power of the bullets is indeed lacking, but Lin Shen doesn't need the destructive power of the bullets as long as he activates Super Base Divine Shot. The bullets that couldn't pierce through anything before will become an indomitable weapon. A typical planet would probably be penetrated by one shot. Even blowing up the planet is a possibility. Looking outside, he didn't see the brocade chicken, and even if he could see it, Lin Shen wouldn't dare use it to test the gun. Super Base Divine Shot only bestows the bullets with indomitable characteristics. It doesn't guarantee a hit, nor does it guarantee a kill if it does hit. Some divine beings with abilities akin to an immortal body or super regeneration powers can't be killed unless hit in their vital points. Even if their bodies are pierced, it would be ineffective. Fortunately, Lin Shen also possesses the Fire Seed ability Acupoint Sealing, which allows him to see the vital points of his opponents, and that is a bit fierce. Until now, Lin Shen still hasn't figured out an important question. Why don't the deformed species on Crystal Charm Star approach the cave where the transportation station is located? This situation is not true for all planets, nor do all transportation stations receive such treatment. The transportation station on Crystal Charm Star is obviously a rather special place. However, Lin Shen has searched here many times without discovering anything unusual about this place. He has also searched for a lot of information online, but to no avail. Practically no one knows about the deformed species not approaching the transportation station on Crystal Charm Star. The reason isn't that important. What Lin Shen really wants to know is whether under any condition the deformed species won't approach the transportation station, or if agitated, they will rush into the station regardless of everything else. If it's the former, then Lin Shen can boldly use the sniper rifle to try hunting the upper deformed species outside, and the things he gets can be exchanged for money on Commerce Star if he can't use them himself. This could be a huge fortune. Thinking again, it seems unlikely. If it was really that easy, how could the previous owners of Crystal Charm Star not have thought of this method? Lin Shen doesn't think those divine beings would be dumber than him. On the contrary, their brains might be even more effective than Lin Shen's. Therefore, Lin Shen doesn't dare to rashly target the brocade chicken outside, feeling that if the brocade chicken truly becomes irritated, it could definitely rush in. The 4 little white tiger cubs crying out for food interrupted Lin Shen's train of thought. Lin Shen fed them some aberrant liquid, and now one could visibly see the difference between the special little white tiger and the other cubs. All of them are white, but whereas the color of the other 3 little white tigers is pure white, the special little white tiger is a milky white, not particularly brilliant. On its own, it is already very white, but when placed together with the other 3 little white tigers, its fur appears warmer in tone, not as cold. Eating the same food, its body size is now about 1/3 larger than the other 3 little white tigers, and following this trend, it will definitely surpass the size of its parents. Because its parents are not large in size, in that gravity environment, the size of creatures indeed wouldn't be very large. Its parents are considered normal, maybe even a bit larger than average. This special little white tiger is clearly an oddity, growing rapidly in size. I should give you names, otherwise when you grow up, it'll be hard to get used to new ones. Lin Shen watched the 4 little tigers and thought to himself, should I name them Damao, Ermao, Senmao, Simao, or Dabai, Erbai, Senbai, Sibai? Lin Shen has always believed in the saying that a good name makes for an easier upbringing, but then he thought about it again. These names don't sound very pleasing. Even he felt uncomfortable hearing them, so he dropped the idea and started to ponder a better sounding name for them. He thought long and hard, but couldn't come up with suitable names for them. While Lin Shen was contemplating names for the 4 little white tigers, things weren't going well for Deng Yongxin. As the day for the marriage alliance with the Shen family drew closer, Aduo's condition showed no signs of improving, and it seemed inevitable that she would become a vegetative person. Having him marry into the Shen family had become an impossibility. Selecting another candidate was also not feasible at short notice, as finding someone capable of cultivating the sun-chasing great method was exceedingly difficult. It looks like we'll have to count on that Tian, by hook or by crook. We have to bring him over to replace Aduo in the marriage alliance with the Shen family. Deng Yongxin contemplated ways to make Lin Shen comply. But with Deng Quang protecting him and Lin Shen now having his own planet, without his permission, no one could travel to Crystal Charm Star through teleportation, making it impossible to even meet him, let alone capture him and bring him back. They could use a starship, but the round trip would definitely not make it in time, which only added to Deng Yongxin's headache. Deng Quang really lacks foresight. If the marriage alliance goes wrong, our Deng clan's days will not be easy. Deng Yongxin held his grievances but was left helpless. Out of the 4 people in the Deng family capable of cultivating the sun-chasing great method, Deng Shen, Deng Quang, and Aduo accounted for 3 of them. Deng Quang himself was almost at the upper rank. Although not truly an upper rank, his real combat power was no less than that of an upper divine being, and Deng Yongxin had no confidence in defeating him. As Deng Yongxin was frowning and worried, his wife, Lady Lei, saw his troubles and walked up behind him. While massaging his shoulders, she said, "My lord, are you worried about the marriage alliance? My lord has devoted so much to the clan, we can't simply watch it fall," Lady Lei said. "What's the use of me being worn to a shadow? The sun-chasing great method of the Deng clan requires such high innate talent. It's not as easy to get started as the Shen family's sun-shooting great method, causing us to fall further behind in our development compared to the Shen family. Now we finally have this opportunity for a marriage alliance with the Shen family, which on one hand can leverage their strength to deal with various situations, and on the other hand can improve our family's bloodline, incorporating their sun-shooting great method into our bloodline's divine skills. Such a fantastic opportunity. Sigh, who can understand my painstaking efforts? The hope that can make the Deng clan rise again has been utterly ruined by the 3 of them. Can you blame me for being furious?" Deng Yongxin's anger grew as he spoke. Wasn't that Tian said to also be of our Deng family's pure Quafu bloodline and should be capable of learning the sun-chasing great method? Lady Lei suggested. It was a possibility, but with that scoundrel Deng Quang causing trouble, it's no longer an option. Deng Yongxin shook his head. "I might have a plan that could work," Lady Lei said with a smile. "What ingenious plan does my lady have?" Deng Yongxin looked at Lady Lei with surprise and anticipation. He was very aware of his wife's shrewd and capable nature. Perhaps she truly had a solution. Turning raw rice into cooked rice, Lady Lei slowly uttered these 6 words. Chapter 1000. Yue Hongyan. Deng Yongxin's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, "My lady, brilliant!" After all, they were a couple who had lived together for many years. As soon as Lady Lei spoke, Deng Yongxin understood her intentions. "It's just that, my lady. Tian is now on Crystal Charm Star." Deng Yongxin still had some doubts he hadn't figured out. Lady Lei said with a smile, "Husband, do you still remember Yuer? Deng Yongxin thought for a moment and then realized, "Are you referring to that little girl you were very fond of back at Fragrant Cloud Crossing?" "You remember correctly. That is Yuer," Lady Lei said, batting her eyes. "Do you know her full name, husband?" "How would I know that? I was very busy at the time. I only knew you got along with her really well and played a lot, even giving her many gifts." Deng Yongxin knew Lady Lei had her reasons to bring up this person. Lady Lei nodded. "She was very lovable when she was young. I indeed liked her a lot. I gave her many gifts back then, including the wonderful cicada heavenly garment." "My husband, you were quite reluctant to part with it," Deng Yongxin said. "Though the wonderful cicada heavenly garment is only a lower-grade divine artifact, its aberrant trait is extremely rare, with many wonderful uses, valued not less than an upper-grade divine artifact. Such a divine object, given to a little girl upon first acquaintance, I indeed found it hard to understand at the time. However, I trusted there must be a reason behind my wife's actions, so I did not intervene." "Ye's surname is Ye. Her full name is Ye Hongyan," Lady Lei said slowly. Yue Hongyan. Why does this name sound so familiar? Celestial Hongyan, the hall-level Grand Master of the Red Thread of Marriage, Yue Hongyan? Deng Yongxin's eyes widened in disbelief, never having imagined that the little Yue from the past would be today's Yue Hongyan. Lady Lei nodded. Initially, I only knew she belonged to the Yue family, and her birth within the Yue family should not be low. I just wanted to maintain some relationship with the Yue family through her, but I never expected her to have such talent. Now, in less than 20 years, she has already become an upper divine being, and even more, she's become the famous Celestial Hongyan known across the cosmic, something I never anticipated. Does my lady still keep in touch with Yue Hongyan? Deng Yongxin eagerly asked upon hearing this. Although the Yue family has never been known for their combat power, no clan dares to underestimate the capabilities and influence of the Yue family. The Yue family's ancestral divine skill, First Tier Sky, is the supreme divine skill of the marriage path, a unique study unmatched in the world. Although not among the 9 great divine skills, in some respects, First Tier Sky may be even more miraculous than the 9 great divine skills. We've always been in contact, never once broken off. Yair even sent me a hairpin not long ago. Lady Lei removed the hairpin from her hair and handed it to Deng Yongxin to see. Looking at it, Deng Yongxin immediately exclaimed in surprise, "This is an upper-grade divine artifact? I can ask Yair to connect Tian with Shen Qingyun with a red thread so that even if Tian is unwilling, it will be difficult to defy the heaven law of marriage and we won't need to find him. He himself will ask us to let him marry Shen Qingshui," Lady Lei said with a smile. "Can we really do that?" I've heard that although the Yue family cultivates the path of marriage, they have never forced a match upon anyone. Their family rules are also extremely strict. Forcibly arranging a marriage could even result in being expelled from the family. Can Yue Hongyan help us with this? Deng Yongxin pondered. Where does this notion of a forced marriage come from? The marriage between the Shen and Deng families is known to everyone in the Celestial Court. Tying a red thread for them is merely to ensure they live a harmonious and blissful life together as a couple in the future, Lady Lei solemnly said. Upon hearing this, Deng Yongxin clapped and laughed heartily. "My lady, you are truly clever. It seems we must trouble you to make this trip. Once the red thread of marriage is tied, the boy will come asking for her hand on his own accord." Lady Lei was in high spirits, modest in words yet somewhat proud in heart. If it were not for the goodwill she had established in the past, even with the influence of the Deng family, the Yue family would not have been agreeable. The development of the Yue family was no inferior to the Deng families, and in some respects even better. Lady Lei set off for the planet of Celestial Hongyan, who had a very good relationship with her, granting Lady Lei the privilege to teleport to her planet. Soon, Lady Lei arrived at the residence of Celestial Hongyan. Seeing Lady Lei's arrival, Celestial Hongyan's face lit up with a smile. "Sister Lei, what brings you here to visit me? Don't you need to take care of that pile of chores at home? Yair, are you complaining that your sister hasn't come to see you for such a long time? But you can't blame me. You are not yet married and wouldn't understand these things. In the future, once you have a husband, you will naturally comprehend the difficulties your sister faces." Lady Lei made herself at home and sat down beside Celestial Hongyan without waiting for an invitation. Celestial Hongyan shook her head and said, "Aren't you well aware that our Yue family cultivates the heavenly law of marriage? I've already seen through the so-called love of this world. How could I let myself be entangled in such useless matters? Who knows what the future holds? I used to hate coriander when I was little, but now I love it." Lady Lei paused, then changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this. I've come to you today because there is a favor I would like to ask of you." "All right, it's always a matter of no call, no show unless there's an urgent issue. What can I help you with? Just tell me," Celestial Hongyan said with a smile. "Have you heard about our Deng family's intended marriage alliance with the Shen family?" Lady Lei inquired. The marriage alliance between the Deng and Shen families is such big news that even deaf people might have heard of it. How could I not know? Celestial Hongyan sighed and then said, "If you two families want to make things happen, just carry it out in the laboratory. Why bother with such an affair?" Lady Lei said, "Though it is purposeful, at its core, both families do hope they can live together well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to seek your help. You want me to help them with tying the red thread of marriage? Is this your own idea, or is it the Deng family's?" Celestial Hongyan looked at Lady Lei somewhat surprised. She had originally thought the marriage between the Deng and Shen families was just a transaction, and did not expect that the Deng family would have such considerations. Naturally, it's the idea of the Deng family, but I also share the same thought. It wasn't easy for them to come together, so we still hope they can have a better relationship. Surely it's not right for a married couple to live like strangers, Lady Lei said with a sigh. Celestial Hongyan nodded slightly. That's true. No matter the reason, since they can become husband and wife, it means they are destined by fate. Tying a thread of marriage for them shouldn't be a problem. By the way, what's the name of the person your family is matching up? Tian, his nickname is Tian, and his full name is Deng Aduo. However, we usually call him Tian, Lady Lei said with a smile. Get me a video or a photo of him. Celestial Hongyan didn't think much of it. With the marriage between the Shen and Deng families known to all, such a big event drawing near is unlikely to have any twists. Additionally, it's the Deng family asking for her help. What could possibly go wrong?